Sunlight streamed into the room through the slightly parted curtains, casting a soft glow upon the mirror. Young Hinata gently rose onto her tiptoes, cradling her chin with delicate hands, yearning to glimpse her own reflection more clearly. In the mirror, she wore a pink dress adorned with whimsical cartoon patterns, the hem swaying gently with her movements, reminiscent of flowers blooming in a summer breeze. Hinata's face radiated an innocent smile with a couple of grains of rice, lingering at the corners of her mouth, adding an endearing touch to her charm. Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity beneath her outwardly obedient demeanor. A tempest stirred within He, a shrewd and passionate man, had inexplicably transformed into a naive, adorably clumsy little girl, fragile and easily toppled. In his past life, he merely had a fondness for fighting games, where he occasionally displayed a cunning streak, having once defeated a professional player using this glass ninja. With little Hinata's basic attacks, he enjoyed playing as Hinata, but he never intended to become her. The thought filled Hinata with despair, prompting her to raise the mirror and shatter it upon ground. Yet, within the fragments lay countless reflections of Hinata's visage. The pain multiplied, and her spirit crumbled. Lady Hinata, at that moment, a maid from the Hyuga household, Hinata Haru, appeared at the door, her face etched with concern as she hurried to check if Hinata had injured herself. Never mind, Hinata contemplated accepting her fate in this strange, new existence. Mimicking Hinata's timid demeanor, she apologized. "I'm sorry, it was my mistake." Haru responded gently, "Lady Hinata, it's all right. I shall clean it up. I am so relieved to hear that." Just then, the stern-faced Hinata Hayashi entered the room, his brow slightly furrowed, emanating an icy aura. As the esteemed head of the prominent Hyuga clan in Konoha, he had hoped for a child of exceptional talent, only to find himself with a daughter of mediocre abilities. If her lack of talent were not enough, she was also kind-hearted, and if kindness were not enough, she was also weak. The heir of the clan. Do you truly revel in wearing flowery dresses? Quickly change into your training attire and prepare for practice. The original Hinata would have never dared to retort. The current Hinata, however, found the courage to meet his stern gaze. Hinata Hayashi was taken aback, for the previous Hinata had never dared to look him in. I will strive to improve, father." Silently making her way to the training room, Hinata felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Living in the so-called strongest family of Konoha, the Hyuga clan offered little warmth. If she had been raised by a commoner father, perhaps he would have taken her to the riverside to play, shielding her with an umbrella, teasing and joking with her, showing genuine concern for her feelings, singing to lift her spirits, and occasionally ruffling her hair. Those little girls, who dwelled in comfort, often took their fathers for granted. Yet, despite her sadness, she reflected on her past life as a boy, where her father instilled the values of independence and resilience, surprisingly akin to Hinata's upbringing. Continuing her path toward the training room, Hinata felt an unsettling emptiness within. Alas, the younger brother, who accompanied me through many lifetimes, is no more. However, every loss brings with it a gain. Gazing beyond the tall walls, at the setting sun on the horizon, Hinata reflects that perhaps the parents of others have already begun preparing dinner. Though the Hyuga family feasts are lavish, and servants are ever at the ready, there exists a palpable absence of that familial warmth. Fortunately, the warmth of family is something she has experienced before now. More than ever, she requires the lineage. Hinata Hayashi's merit lies in his refusal to allow Hinata to marry at will in his eyes. Those unruly youths are utterly insignificant. The esteemed Hyuga clan holds no regard for them. His sole expectation of Hinata is to grow stronger, ever stronger, to inherit and further the family legacy. This aligns perfectly with Hinata's current aspirations, for she is no longer the timid, introverted girl of yore. Even if she were, it would merely be a fad. She is an aspiring Hinata, intent on progress. In any environment, the ultimate pursuit of a former game player is to become the strongest. Donning her training attire, Hinata pushes open the paper door that conceals her. Her sparring partner is Hyuga Niji. Hinata scrutinizes this man who had long since departed from her memories in her past life. now standing vividly before her. Once referred to as brother-in-law, he has now become her brother. Hyuga Hayashi coldly states, "Today's training requires you to endure 10 strikes from Niji. Should you fail to complete this, you will not rest. Begin." With that, Hayashi fixes his gaze firmly upon Niji, ready to intervene should Niji show any inclination to strike too hard. Simultaneously, he worries for Hinata. This child is perpetually too kind-hearted. To uphold the Hyuga clan in the future, she must awaken the resilience and pride within her. In training Hinata, he even permits the children of Konoha to bully her. Yet, Hinata disappoints. She refuses to retaliate against blows and insults, relying instead on the intervention of a brash youth to save her. Thus, Hayashi ensures that Niji, harboring resentment towards the division of the main and branch families, continues to refine Hinata's skills. Although Niji belongs to the branch family, he remains the strongest genius of the Hyuga clan. Hinata gazes at Niji, striving to maintain her composure, concealing her eager spirit and competitive nature, just traversing into this new life. She cannot overtly reveal her distinct techniques. Nonetheless, Niji perceives some subtle changes. Previously, this little sister's eyes would always dart away, her focus astray during practice, reluctant to harm others, often hoping to endure a beating and then feigning indifference. Now, something seems to have shifted within her. The duel commences. Niji, with his signature calmness and precision, launches the first strike. His movements, though employing gentle fist techniques, are executed with remarkable speed and power. His attacks flow like water, unbroken and relentless, aimed directly at Hinata. A series of 3 strikes. Each punch harbors sufficient strength to send an ordinary opponent tumbling to the ground. Though small in stature, Hinata's physical conditioning is commendable, thanks to her father's relentless training. Thus, under the guidance of a martial arts expert, she is able to react swiftly. Hinata deftly evades Niji's trio of strikes with ease. That a flicker of surprise crossed Niji's eyes. He had not anticipated that this usually demure girl could so effortlessly evade. His relentless onslaught, past experiences had led him to believe that these few maneuvers would render most peers, and even some adults, utterly unprepared. Yet, before Hinata, they seemed to lose their efficacy, failing to even graze the hem of her garment. Niji's initial intent was to seize this opportunity to teach Hinata a lesson. To vent the resentment that festered within him, however, his efforts proved fruitless. As the battle wore on, Hinata's performance became increasingly adept. Not only did she evade over a dozen of Niji's fierce attacks, but her movements also grew more fluid, each dodge executed with a calm poise. Seeing that her father had not called for an end to the sparring, Hinata leapt away, exuberantly declaring, "Father, I have completed my task. I am going out to play." The usually stern Hayashi Hyuga did not intervene instead. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light, a reflection of pride and satisfaction at his daughter's growth. He was acutely aware that Niji had not eased his efforts. On the contrary, he was more relentless than ever. Yet, astonishingly, Hinata had managed to evade all his attacks. Niji stood rooted in disbelief, his mind racing with incredulity. How could this be? Had Hinata been concealing her true abilities all along? In the shadows, Hanabi felt a surge of joy. In the past, her sister had often returned from encounters with Niji bearing the marks of battle, sometimes requiring medical ninjutsu for healing. To witness her now so effortlessly achieve her training goals was a testament to her exemplary nature. Eager to join her sister in play, Hanabi attempted to chase after Hinata, only to be swiftly scooped up by her devoted maid. "Hinata Natsu." "Lady Hanabi, do not run off," Natsu admonished gently. Hanabi flailed her limbs in protest, yet her efforts were in vain. As Hinata stepped outside, a desire to explore the village of Konoha filled her heart. Living in such a village was undeniably delightful. Soon, she spotted a blonde figure clad in a white short-sleeve shirt. Naruto. He dashed past, paint bucket in hand, seemingly rushing to apply makeup for his father's rock formation. "Stop, Naruto!" Irika yelled, frantically pursuing him. Since Naruto had once aided young Hinata, she had always cherished his kindness. Even now, she could feel her cheeks warming at the memory. Was this the unique experience of innocent childhood camaraderie? How wonderful it was. Hinata Hyuga arrived behind Hinata. Lady Hinata, you must keep your distance from that child. He is an ominous portent. If you were to come to harm because of him, Lord Azashi would be quite enraged. Hinata cast a glance at Hinata, but her Byakugan rendered her expression unreadable. Naruto and Sasuke, as the destined protagonists, the children of fortune, were well understood by Hinata to be the most formidable allies in Konoha. Keep away. She could hardly afford to distance herself from such powerful figures. Although Hinata Haru intentionally targeted Naruto, her motive stemmed from a sincere desire to protect herself, leaving Hinata with little to say. Being shadowed by someone was hardly ideal. As night fell, Hinata resolved to return home. Once she arrived, she sat on her bed, deep in contemplation. Living in the world of shinobi was undeniably perilous. There had already been several outbreaks of ninja world wars. Thanks to the strength of Konoha, the threat of national annihilation had yet to materialize. From the current timeline, the attack of the Nine Tails was behind them. However, a coup within the Uchiha clan loomed on the horizon. One that had been resolved by Itachi and Obito in the original narrative. As long as she did not interfere excessively, events should unfold as they were meant to, with minimal disruption. Next came the crisis of Orochimaru's alliance with Tsunagakure to assault Konoha, which the third Hokage heroically averted at great personal cost. The assault by Pain on Konoha was the most devastating, nearly costing Hinata her life. The fourth great ninja war, marked by humiliation, left Hinata bearing the title of the weakest among the 12 elite, the heir of the most powerful clan living like a mere bystander. To avoid being unintentionally harmed by Pain and to shine brightly in the shinobi wars, relentless training was imperative. The Hyuga clan excelled in taijutsu aside from their ocular techniques. The potential of Byakugan in terms of insight far surpassed that of the Sharingan. As a martial arts master in her previous life, Hinata's proficiency in taijutsu was now unparalleled. Her past combat skills could be considered a half-formed advantage, the other half being the knowledge and mindset of a traveler. The advantages that Hinata did not capitalize on in the original story must now be harnessed. As the legitimate daughter and heir of the Hyuga clan, she had the right to wield the clan's influence and resources. What is Batman's superpower? It is the power of wealth. Thus, even this aspect could bring about immense change. In the original narrative, Hinata, due to her kindness and gentle nature, had ceded her claim to the inheritance to Hanabi. However, the current Hinata harbored no such intentions. Having lived at the bottom for too long in her previous life, relinquishing her financial prowess was out of the question. After commencing her training, Hinata discovered that chakra cultivation bore a striking resemblance to the internal martial arts practices depicted in her past films and dramas. Chakra encompassed both physical and mental energy. The mental strength of a traveler seemed extraordinarily potent. She soon sensed the chakra energy flowing within her body, and through the abilities of her Byakugan, she was able to perceive her entire network of chakra pathways. Currently, Hinata's advantages lay in her Byakugan and taijutsu. The Byakugan could not be upgraded. While the foundation of taijutsu is physical strength, the greater her physical power, the more formidable her taijutsu would become. In her previous life, she had a passion for reading fantasy and martial arts novels. In the narrative, the method to enhance physical strength is through body refinement. The more unobstructed the meridians, the better, and a higher quantity of chakra stored within the cells is also advantageous. Thus, she embarked on this path, utilizing her mental fortitude to direct chakra to impact the weaker areas of her meridians. A tingling sensation ensued. Yet the flow of chakra in the subtle regions of her body became notably smoother. Effectiveness is all that matters. Hinata pondered whether she could directly absorb the natural energies of the world, reminiscent of Naruto's training in Senjutsu at Myobokuzen, akin to the cultivation techniques depicted in her previous life as web novels. After attempting to absorb this energy for a while, she found it futile. It appears that the training methods would require a journey to the three great lands for further exploration. The endeavor of controlling chakra to clear the meridians is immensely taxing and necessitates continual replenishment. As for the means of replenishing chakra, it is rather simple. One merely needs to procure some rations from the storeroom. After a period of training, she had indeed grown significantly stronger. Hinata wore a warm smile, reflecting on the fact that this young girl had already begun her chakra training, displaying an extraordinary aptitude. She realized she must exercise caution. If her identity as a reincarnator were to be revealed, she would likely face various torturous consequences. Yet, her desire for progress was overwhelming. Especially as the princess of the Hyuga clan. What harm is there in being a genius? Having been reborn as an adorable girl, There was no need to exert herself in pleasing anyone. Moreover, with the unwavering support of her family, she could devote herself wholeheartedly to her training. Her next objective was to acquire more ninjutsu for research and practice. Given that the Hyuga clan excels in ocular techniques and body arts, they possess little to no ninjutsu of other natures. Based on her chakra attributes, Hinata's aspirations clearly lay in fire and lightning techniques, perhaps even legendary forbidden arts. At the Ninja Academy, after a night of intensive training, a slightly fatigued Hinata found her way to the tiered classroom, casually selecting a seat. Soon, her classmates arrived, albeit in a rather relaxed manner. Ino was preoccupied with her appearance, while Sakura diligently reviewed her studies. CHG was absent-mindedly patting his stomach, perhaps contemplating grilled meat. Naruto was teasing Sasuke, who remained indifferent to his jests. Opening her textbook, Hinata discovered that with the enhancement of her Byakugan, she possessed an extraordinary memory. In such circumstances, it would be challenging not to excel academically. Furthermore, the knowledge imparted at the Ninja Academy had already been taught by her family, and Hinata was well versed in it. However, she had never been one to showcase her abilities. Soon, Irika entered, and the classroom fell silent. This man exuded a warmth that reminded Hinata of her previous life, where teachers often favored only the top students. Irika commenced his lesson on chakra and ninjutsu. Hinata smiled knowingly as she watched Sakura eagerly respond to the questions, embodying that quintessential image of a popular, academically gifted student. After hearing Sakura's flawless answer, Irika expressed his approval, then turned his attention to the rowdy group at the back. Naruto, Shikamaru, Lee, keep it down, he bellowed. When they remained unresponsive, Irika tossed a piece of chalk in their direction. Hinata observed the scene with a placid expression, reminiscing fondly about the joys of her student days. During the break between classes, through her sidelong glance, Hinata noticed Sakura diligently taking notes, truly a testament to her industriousness. Sakura, in turn, observed Hinata and remarked with curiosity, "Hinata, you seem rather different today, attentively watching everyone. You've always been shy. I must confess, I know you often steal glances at Naruto. Do you have feelings for him?" Hinata slowly shook her head. "I would never like him." "Nonsense. How could I possibly like a man?" Sakura teased. "Oh, is that so? Normally, you would be blushing by now, but today you seem quite composed. It appears you truly do not harbor any feelings." At that moment, Ino joined the conversation. "What are you all discussing? Count me in." Fearing she might say too much, Hinata chose to remain silent. Bored, Sakura and Ino began chatting about topics such as fashion and hair accessories, discussing going to the restroom together and returning home. Eventually, Ino remarked that Hinata seemed different, less prone to shyness, though still quite introverted. Sakura noted, "Everyone is growing up and changing." Ino suggested, "How about we invite Hinata to join us for a trip to the restroom?" Upon hearing this, Hinata's mind began to wander, and she couldn't help but blush. She was still not fully accustomed to such situations. Going with others might lead to her being the subject of ridicule. Ino cheerfully exclaimed, "You're blushing. It seems we still have the old Hinata." The lessons in class had become mundane, lulling everyone into drowsiness. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of school, and Hinata prepared to head home. Suddenly, she caught sight of the solitary Sasuke, who exuded an air of aloofness that deterred others from approaching him. In stark contrast, Naruto was cornered, being bullied by a group of delinquents. One of them struck Naruto down with a punch, declaring, "Don't think I'm oblivious, it's you. The demon fox, the calamity that has harmed the villagers." Hinata felt a pang in her heart. She knew Naruto was far from a calamity. On the contrary, his parents had sacrificed themselves to protect the Hidden Leaf Village. In the future, Naruto would fight relentlessly to safeguard the world, unafraid of death. Hinata approached the crowd from behind, but wary of drawing too much attention, she spoke softly, "Stop it." The crowd failed to hear her. She raised her voice slightly. "I said stop it." The delinquents finally took notice, yet instead of fearing her, they burst into laughter. A monster without pupils comes to assist a monster with facial hair. You two freaks are quite the pair. Since you're here, let us deal with you together. Hinata's anger boiled within her. She had intended to teach these thugs a lesson using her gentle fist technique. However, reconsidering the repercussions of revealing her abilities, she shifted her approach. "You wretches. I am Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Do you dare to provoke me? Are you not afraid I will inform my father? He could send his guards. Can your parents withstand the wrath of the Hyuga family?" At her words, the delinquents were taken aback. Although the former Hinata was a pampered young lady, she had never used her status to intimidate others. Her character had been soft, kind, and easily bullied. Thus, it was this very audacity that emboldened them to bully her. To everyone's astonishment, Hinata has now revealed her true identity. How could these commoners dare to provoke a young lady of noble lineage? Hinata continued to intimidate them, exclaiming, "Who gave you the audacity to provoke me? Do you not value your lives?" Previously, Hinata's amiable demeanor was a means to blend in, as she wished to avoid any special privileges or gossip. However, the current Hinata is unperturbed by such concerns. If faced with bullies, why shouldn't she wield her influence? I possess a background. I can indeed rely on my family. Why not take advantage of it? Just wait and see. The ruffians made their threats and fled. Hinata extended her hand to help Naruto up from the ground. "Are you all right, Naruto?" "I'm fine, thank you, Hinata," he replied. Naruto was taken aback. He could hardly believe that the timid and gentle girl had stepped forward to rescue him, radiating an unexpectedly adorable yet commanding presence. This was typically the role of a man. Although he had previously assisted Hinata, his failure with the shadow clone technique had led him to receive a beating as well. In the distance, Sakura and Ino, two close friends, were astonished by the scene. "Sakura, did you see that? Hinata saved Naruto. This is truly unbelievable. I told you. Hinata is different today." Irika, who was nearby, observed the event with a sense of reflection. Helping comrades and protecting the village, this embodies the will of fire. As Naruto gazed into Hinata's large eyes, feeling her closeness, he could not help but blush. At that moment, the third Hokage, who was inspecting the ninja academy, approached Irika, exhaling smoke. "This little girl from the Hyuga clan is quite impressive." Irika scratched his head and chuckled. "Indeed, Hokage-sama, Hinata is a remarkable child. Though she often appears to be daydreaming, her assignments consistently score 90. The third Hokage tapped his pipe. "That's commendable, though a perfect score would be better." Irika emphasized, "Every single assignment, each lesson, scores 90. The third Hokage squinted slightly. "In that case, it becomes intriguing." Ino linked arms with Sakura and approached Naruto and Hinata. "Well done, Hinata. The scene of a beautiful girl saving a young boy is simply too cool. What should I do? I want to be close to you." Hinata quickly crossed her arms. "No way, I refuse to get close." Ino teased, "So you understand this? It seems Hinata is not as simple as she appears." "That's enough." "Ino," Sakura interrupted. "Are you daydreaming? How could Hinata be as indecent as you?" Hinata noticed the third Hokage and Irika nearby, her heart leaping with joy. Her reputation and popularity were rising unexpectedly fast. After all, she aspired to be the woman of the Hokage. No, that is incorrect. She aimed to become the female Hokage. Sakura, excited, linked arms with Hinata, inviting her. Our little Hinata is no longer shy. "Let's go shopping together." Ino, equally enthusiastic, linked arms with Hinata from the other side. "From now on, we shall be the best of friends." Hinata was at a loss for words. However, in terms of personality, these two could indeed be great friends. The trio strolled through the streets, merely observing without purchasing, as children often lack the means. Soon enough, Ino spotted a lovely little dress and tugged Sakura along to try it on. Sakura was equally enamored. Yet, upon glancing at the price tag of 2,000 ryo, both girls hesitated. At that moment, Hinata timidly proposed, "Since we are such good friends, let me treat you. I will cover the cost." The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, uncertain if this adorable little girl could truly produce so much money. To everyone's astonishment, Hinata opened her wallet, revealing it stuffed with 1,000 ryo bills. Without a single coin in sight, Ino exclaimed, "Is this the infamous wealthy lady? How enviable. I suddenly feel as if I've been swept off my feet by a domineering CEO." Sakura insisted that Hinata should pay first, promising to repay her through hard work. Hinata softly remarked, "Please do not mind. I have plenty of this currency stored away at home." As a woman endowed with financial prowess, it was only fitting to bestow some benefits upon her dear friends. Ino was utterly thrilled. How generous. How powerful. Is this what it means to belong to the foremost clan in Konoha? I, the proud Yamanaka clan, can only bow in admiration. The three best friends hummed merrily as they exited the store in their new outfits, only to discover Naruto seemingly waiting outside for an extended period. Naruto's gaze was fixed intently on Hinata, as if he had made a firm resolution. Ino teased, "Could it be that this blonde is smitten with our domineering CEO?" Naruto glanced at Sakura, surprised to see her there, for he had always been fond of girls like her, especially with her adorably broad forehead. This thought made him even more bashful. People had always distanced themselves from Naruto. It was only at the Ninja Academy that he found such a multitude of friends. They did not look down on him. In fact, they offered their support. Finally, Naruto mustered the courage to speak. Hinata, thank you for your help. Irika-sensei once said that one must possess a heart of gratitude. Here, this is a gift for you. Hinata accepted the gift, which turned out to be a box of large bowl pork miso chashu ramen, undoubtedly Naruto's favorite, complete with all the toppings. For a child to offer their most cherished item required tremendous resolve. However, upon checking the production date, she discovered it was already expired. Yet, this was inconsequential. In her previous life, she had enjoyed instant noodles regardless of their expiration, as long as they could fill her stomach. Thank you, Naruto-kun. If not for her reincarnation, Hinata would likely have become Naruto's wife in the future. This could be seen as a childhood romance, a fateful encounter of pure hearts. However, now that she had reincarnated, strength and ambition took precedence. Hinata accepted the expired food because Naruto was the host of the Nine Tails, a formidable force in Konoha, a future powerhouse of the ninja world. How could she let such an opportunity for connection slip away? Moreover, she need not worry about Naruto, as he seemed more inclined towards Sakura. Perhaps she could even play matchmaker for them. This little girl simply aspired to become a powerful Hokage. With a heart full of joy, Hinata returned home. The elderly father remained stern-faced. Hinata, growing impatient, remarked, I know, it's about training, right? Hyuga Hisashi noticed the box of instant noodles in his daughter's hands and felt a surge of irritation. How can you consume such junk food? You are still young and must pay attention to your nutritional intake. The chef will ensure you have ample sustenance to support your training. Hinata retorted, all right. I can eat at home, can I? The tone struck Hisashi as somewhat unusual. He wondered why Hinata's patience had diminished so drastically. Where had the obedient girl gone? Nonetheless, a bit of impatience might serve to ignite her fighting spirit. Hisashi, initially expecting his daughter to adhere to her training regimen, grew perplexed. Hinata did not engage with the wooden post as she usually would to enhance her chakra intensity. Nor did she practice water walking or tree climbing to improve her chakra control. Instead, she sat there, motionless. Could it be that she was refining her chakra? At that moment, a medical ninja from the Hyuga clan happened to pass by, carrying a large box. Hisashi stopped her, inquiring, what are you doing? The medical ninja replied, the young lady summoned me to tend to her injuries. Injuries? Hisashi furrowed his brow. Is it possible to sustain injuries while meditating? Chakra refinement does not typically result in injuries, only failures in refinement or fusion. If not that, what kind of training is this? I have never heard of such a method. Is Hinata under too much pressure, practicing her mental fortitude? Or is she secretly studying forbidden techniques? He gestured for the medical ninja to proceed and began to observe discreetly. He noted that every so often, Hinata would furrow her delicate brows and bite her rosy lips. Hisashi's anxiety mounted as he watched the medical ninja commence her healing techniques. Gradually, Hinata's flushed cheeks began to calm. After some time, she started to consume soldier pills. It was evident that she was not refining chakra, which left Hisashi frowning. How could she expend chakra while remaining still? His curiosity piqued. Yet he refrained from using his Byakugan on his own daughter. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Hinata's forehead, soon followed by perspiration covering her entire body. She was drenched in fragrant sweat. Hisashi, unable to watch any longer, left in confusion. Hinata was employing a method reminiscent of the cultivation novels from her past life, continuously channeling chakra to impact and expand her meridians, subsequently employing medical ninjutsu for recovery. In this manner, her channels would become increasingly wide and unobstructed. The circulation speed of her chakra would significantly enhance, with more chakra integrating into her cells. The sole downside was the intense pain she endured, a constant sharp sting. At times, she could not suppress her cries of anguish. The medical ninja could not comprehend what the young lady was doing. But her professional integrity dictated that she focus on her duties as a family doctor. Some matters were best left unasked and unexamined. Being part of Konoha's foremost clan, it was prudent to act with caution. Hinata, born into a prominent family, possessed only average talent. During the Great Ninja War, she had been criticized as the weakest among the 12 strong. Not only does she fall short when compared to others, occasionally making a fleeting appearance, but she must also express gratitude for the benevolence of the esteemed Kishimoto Masashi. In the presence of two formidable rivals, she appears as nothing more than a firefly's glow amidst the brilliance of a full moon. However, the current circumstances are gradually shifting. Through relentless training, Hinata can sense an increase in her cellular vitality and an ever more refined control over her chakra. Inside the house, Hanabi stealthily observes her sister's practice, perplexed by Hinata's ability to sit for an entire day in meditation. She attempts to emulate her sister's cross-legged posture, yet makes no progress. Is her sister cultivating a tranquil mind? Can meditation truly lead to strength? The astute Hanabi considers another possibility, that perhaps her sister has been bullied once again. Clenching her small fists, Hanabi recognizes her sister's inherent kindness makes her susceptible to mistreatment, motivating her to grow stronger in order to protect Hinata. With exceptional talent, Hanabi has already made significant strides in her training by following Hinata's example. Now, as she gazes at the wooden post in the backyard, she recalls her sister's techniques and begins to practice vigorously. In her youthful innocence, she envisions the posts as the nefarious bullies of her sister and strikes them with fervor. After some time, Hinata concludes her training and indulges in a rejuvenating soak in the family pool, washing away her perspiration. The warmth envelopes her, providing an exquisite sensation, and she feels a newfound strength blossoming within her. Hinata luxuriates in the bath for an extended period, with servants diligently adding hot water. She reminisces about her previous life, tirelessly laboring under the demands of others. Now, blessed with such heritage and resources, there exists no justification for complacency. Indeed, her lineage has imprinted upon her a relentless drive. The so-called stern father, in light of her current self-expectations, feels less daunting and more endearing. Hinata is acutely aware that the tranquility of Konohagakure is but a fleeting illusion, with waves of impending crises on the horizon. In the shinobi world, strength is paramount. No one will spare you simply because you are an adorable girl or a striking beauty. As time flows steadily onward, class time arrives once more, and Irika maintains his diligent and earnest instruction. Suddenly, Hinata's eyelids begin to droop. Sleep beckons. A familiar sensation from her past life washes over her. Succumbing to fatigue, Hinata lays her head down on her desk and drifts into a peaceful slumber. Were it anyone else, Irika would likely hurl a piece of chalk at them, reprimanding them before sending them outside for a timeout. However, when it comes to Hinata, a student of exceptional merit, Irika begins to reflect. Is the fault his own? Has he simplified the lesson to such an extent that it fails to engage her interest? Yet, as a teacher, he must prioritize the comprehension level of the majority of his students. Perhaps it is time for this young girl to advance to a higher grade, allowing her to access more valuable knowledge and delve into advanced ninjutsu. It is imperative not to squander the time of a child who may inherit the spirit of the will of fire in such lower grades. She could potentially blossom into a prodigious talent akin to Kakashi Hitaki or Itachi Uchiha, rapidly evolving into a formidable asset for the village. At the tender age of 5, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy, and by 6, he had ascended to the rank of Chunin, ultimately achieving the status of Jonin at the remarkable age of 12. He became renowned as the fastest in Konoha. Similarly, Itachi Uchiha graduated a year earlier, at the age of 7, and was lauded by the third Hokage for his ability to approach problems from a Hokage's perspective. He became a Chunin at 10 and joined the Umbu at 11. In stark contrast to these prodigies of the Hitaki and Uchiha clans, Irika considers himself an ordinary ninja, destined to remain a Chunin throughout his life. Nevertheless, he harbors hopes that his students will achieve greatness. Naruto was taken aback to find the usually serious Hinata peacefully asleep. He too felt the urge to doze off, but quickly noticed Irika casting a disapproving glare in his direction. Feeling slighted, Naruto thought it unfair that he was being treated differently. Moreover, he pondered the complexity of Irika's lectures, wishing for a more straightforward approach. Sasuke observed Hinata and noted that associating with the stragglers would only lead to greater laziness and regression. He questioned Irika's motivations, wondering if he feared the influence of powerful clans. Ino, noticing Sasuke's disdainful glance at Hinata, felt a flicker of joy. She began to envision a delightful scenario where Sasuke would abandon the prospect of an alliance with the Hyuga family in favor of one with the Yamanaka clan, thereby strengthening her own family through the Uchiha lineage. Her offspring would possess the Sharingan. Hinata's judgment appeared questionable, as she was associating with a boy with unruly blonde hair. Shikamaru, struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping, found himself yearning for slumber. The monotony of daily classes was burdensome, and he wondered how long it would last before the mundane routine finally concluded. Alas, there were still several years ahead. Yet, he found solace in the leisurely pace of life, relishing the notion of being a student, which afforded him the opportunity to evade household chores and enjoy the comforts of home without labor. Unbeknownst to her, after a refreshing nap, Hinata noticed an increasing number of peers who desired to sleep yet restrained themselves. She wondered why they chose to endure such discomfort rather than succumb to sleep. Her aspiration was to master all the knowledge imparted at the Ninja Academy and subsequently engage with higher-level jutsu through some means. In the afternoon, with a gentle breeze caressing the air, school was finally over, and her spirits soared. Lost in thought, Hinata strolled along the street, flanked by cherry blossom trees swaying gently, with petals occasionally drifting down with the wind. Unwittingly, she reached a street corner when, suddenly, a figure leaped out from around the bend, making a comical face to startle her. Even with her mature soul, Hinata was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise, lips slightly parted, forming a perfect little O. To any passerby, she appeared utterly adorable. With a hint of annoyance, Hinata remarked, "Naruto, why are you trying to scare me instead of teasing Sakura with her enormous forehead? Don't you like her anymore and have taken a liking to me instead?" Naruto's face flushed crimson as he shyly replied, "I still like Sakura, but she always hits me. So, I can only come and scare you, haha?" Hinata's playful inquiry stemmed from a desire to tease the young boy. But Naruto's earnestness in professing his affection for Sakura left her feeling a touch melancholic for Hinata. Although the ultimate conclusion sees Naruto and Hinata joyfully united. That event occurs many years later. After enduring both physical and emotional turmoil, Hinata concocts an idea. "Naruto, I suppose I can be considered your good friend, right?" Naruto chuckles heartily, "I suppose so. Then may I visit your home? I am quite curious to see where you reside." Naruto is taken aback. Well, he recalls the disarray of his home and fears the embarrassment of having a girl witness it. Hinata giggles softly. "So, do you not regard me as a friend?" Naruto grits his teeth. "Well, fine." He prepares himself for a candid revelation. A true man must embrace honesty. As Naruto strides ahead, he occasionally glances back at Hinata, his eyes reflecting a blend of concern and apprehension. "Hinata, my house might be somewhat messy." Finally, he musters the courage to break the silence, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. He scratches his head, his gaze flickering as if searching for the right words to depict what he calls home, yet fearing that any description might disappoint Hinata. Hinata observes Naruto's awkward and anxious demeanor, and a smile creeps into her heart. Mission accomplished. However, she pauses, looking up at Naruto with eyes full of gentleness and understanding. "It's all right, Naruto. A home is a sanctuary for the soul, regardless of its appearance. What truly matters is the sense of belonging, is it not?" They continue onward, yet Naruto's steps are noticeably heavier than before. He begins to envision the state of his home, scattered comic books, unkempt clothes, and haphazardly placed dishes. Each item reflects his inner turmoil, chaotic yet authentic. He worries that such an environment might discomfort Hinata and fears she might form a negative impression of his life. At last, they arrive at Naruto's modest abode. With a hint of embarrassment, he pushes open the door. Hinata surveys the interior, noting the unkempt instant noodles on the table, clothes strewn near the kitchen, and socks draped over a chair. It's manageable, at least there's a floor to stand on. Much better than a certain previous life where takeout was the norm and garbage piled high, she muses. Naruto grimaces, "I must be terrible, right? Hinata, are you disappointed in me?" Hinata picks up a carton of milk from the table, only to discover it has long since expired. Reflecting on her past self, which was not much better than Naruto, she smiles gently. "In truth, many boys' rooms are like this. Yours is quite typical." Naruto finds solace in the word typical, his spirits lifted. Hinata smirks playfully, "With you consuming so many expired items and avoiding vegetables, you must frequently have an upset stomach." Naruto's eyes widen in surprise. How does Hinata know this? Hinata shrugs. "The last instant noodles you gifted me were expired. So, Hinata, have I caused you trouble?" Naruto suddenly feels anxious and remorseful. His mind races with thoughts of Hinata. Hinata could not contain herself and smiled sweetly. "How could someone as clever as I am eat expired food? I have already discarded that bucket of instant noodles. However, is this how the higher-ups of Konoha care for an orphan?" In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed the scene through a crystal ball and suddenly sneezed. He had been keeping an eye on Naruto's life through the crystal ball, but due to the demands of his duties, he could only do so much. In truth, he had given Naruto a considerable sum of money. Yet this young man squandered it on paint and various prank items, leaving him with just enough to survive on instant noodles. The third Hokage never expected that Hinata, such a young lady, possessed such insight. He had previously regarded her merely as a shy and obedient girl, but her current demeanor exuded the aura of a latent genius. Hinata patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, "These circumstances are merely temporary. You will undoubtedly become a remarkable individual, a hero who will astonish the ninja world." Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Hinata, is that really true? Will I become a great hero?" Hinata replied firmly, "Yes, I have great faith in you." Therefore, I wish to invest in you. I will send someone to clean your house, buy you fruits and vegetables, and dispose of your expired items, while you focus solely on your training." Confused, Naruto asked, "Hinata, what do you mean by investing?" Hinata grinned mischievously. "It means that I am helping you now. And in the future, you will help me." Naruto murmured, "I understand. It means we will be lifelong good friends, right?" Nodding in agreement. Hinata knew that it was unnecessary for this thick-headed boy to grasp every detail. The general idea was sufficient. Once a shy and introverted girl, Hinata had become diligent and resilient under Naruto's influence. Perhaps it was now time for Naruto to witness her progress. Observing this exchange, the third Hokage fell into contemplation. This little girl is extraordinary. Moreover, perhaps a union between Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, and the heiress of the Hyuga clan would indeed be a fitting match. With this thought, the third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. After all, both were still merely 6 or 7 years old. Why ponder such matters? The villagers' prejudice against Naruto was hard to change, but as long as he had a few unbiased friends, he should be able to grow up without issue. As for Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and its significance to the village, the old man still had time. It was not yet the moment for the children to sacrifice themselves. Had he been the one to seal the Nine Tails back then, perhaps Minato would not have perished. The world today was steadily improving, with no imminent risk of a ninja war on the horizon. Hinata initially intended to impart some culinary skills to Naruto. Yet, after racking her brain, she concluded that merely boiling noodles or frying a couple of eggs with a sprinkle of scallions hardly constituted a skill. In her previous life, she relied entirely on takeout and restaurants. Nevertheless, as a young lady of a prestigious family, she must also wield her financial prowess. "Come, Naruto. Let us indulge in a meal at Ichiraka Ramen." Observing Naruto's hesitation, Hinata boldly declared, "It's on me." With a joyful leap, Naruto expressed his delight. Accompanying him, Hinata felt akin to an elder brother guiding a younger sibling. However, to the outside world, they appeared as an innocent pair of young souls. Sunlight filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting dappled light upon the familiar and cozy wooden table at Ichiraka Ramen. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and fragrant. The proprietor, Uncle Ichiraku, and his daughter, Ayam, were taken aback by this unprecedented sight. Miss Hinata and Naruto dining together? What a rare combination. Uncle Ichiraku remarked with a hint of playful teasing, yet his tone was welcoming. "Today, we shall prepare something special for you, ensuring it leaves a lasting impression." As he spoke, he skillfully kneaded the dough. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of aromatic ramen were presented before them. One bowl contained Naruto's favorite ultra-spicy miso ramen, while the other was a gentle tonkatsu ramen specially prepared for Hinata, adorned with a few slices of her beloved scallions. No extra charge for this unique combination. Consider it a special treat. Ayam added cheerfully. Naruto eagerly snapped open his disposable chopsticks and exclaimed, "Let us dig in." He slurped a generous mouthful of noodles, a look of satisfaction blooming on his face. "Wow, Uncle Ichiraku's culinary skills are as exceptional as ever," he praised, before turning to Hinata, encouraging her. "Hinata, you must try it. It's truly delicious." Hinata began to savor her noodles as well. To Uncle Ichiraku's eyes, this was a scene of Hinata learning from Naruto, a testament to their innocent childhood camaraderie. In no time, the bowl of noodles had vanished. Hinata proposed, "Naruto, how about a ramen-eating contest to see who can consume more?" Fueled by his competitive spirit, Naruto confidently accepted. How could a man like me lose to a girl? However, he soon found himself in disbelief as Hinata devoured bowl after bowl, the stack of empty dishes growing ever higher. Despite his best efforts, he ultimately faced defeat. "How can this be?" he stammered in shock. He had expected Hinata to be as stuffed as he was, yet her stomach only showed a slight bulge. With a gentle smile, Hinata declared, "There is always someone stronger. In the realm of ramen consumption, who could rival her? In my presence, who dares claim invincibility or utter the word undefeated?" The truth of her remarkable appetite lay in the side effects of her frequent consumption of soldier rations. Chashu pork, soft-boiled eggs, sesame paste, and ham all vanished into her belly, swiftly transformed into energy. After their meal, the two parted ways. What an extraordinary girl. "I must double my efforts," Naruto mused, contemplating the merits of both learning and dining. It is impossible for Hinata to be surpassed by anyone. Naruto ventured into the grove to practice his rather clumsy shuriken throwing. As Lee jogged by, he greeted, "Naruto, you're putting in effort too. Let's encourage each other." The following day at school, Irika approached Hinata and gently inquired, "Hinata, Do you have any desire to skip a grade? Startled, Hinata replied. Why do you ask, sensei? Irika patiently elaborated. Given your excellent grades, it must be rather dull for you to sleep through class every day. Hinata, slightly taken aback, contemplated his words. In truth, her daily slumber was a result of her late-night training sessions and body refinement, and she found solace in dozing off at her desk. The choice between striving for progress and succumbing to apathy was a simple one. After all, it was a return to the carefree days of school. Surrounded by numerous teachers and classmates, which allowed her to sleep soundly. An idea struck her, and she fabricated an excuse. But I can't bear to part with my classmates. Irika chuckled, acknowledging the difficulty of severing such bonds, pleasantly surprised by Hinata's loyalty. Well, ponder it well. Should you change your mind, do inform me. Upon returning to her seat, Ino swiftly moved beside Hinata. Sister, did Irika-sensei have something to say? Was he scolding you for sleeping in class? Sakura, feigning indifference, leaned in to eavesdrop. With a sweet smile, Hinata replied, Not at all. The teacher suggested I skip a grade. Skipping a grade was the privilege of gifted students. And Ino felt a pang of disappointment. Why does the gap between us seem to widen so suddenly? Is there no fairness? Hinata gently patted Ino's ponytail, offering reassurance. It's all right. I haven't agreed yet. Ino's spirits lifted instantly, and she began to gossip. I've noticed Naruto has been looking at you almost as much as he does Sakura. Could it be that he likes you? Shaking her head, Hinata explained, It has nothing to do with affection. I am merely considering supporting Naruto, as I have high hopes for him. What? Sakura interjected eagerly. That underachiever Naruto is worthy of support? Ino protested. Why not my Sasuke? Although the Uchiha clan, being the second largest, doesn't require investment. Hearing his name, Sasuke cast a cool glance at the girls, seemingly aware of their discussion about him being inferior to Naruto. How absurd. The pleasant slumber ended. On her way home from school, Hinata observed some cheerful Uchiha members picking up their children, mothers caring for their sons, and fathers treating their daughters to ice cream. Such warmth. Yet, Hinata was reminded of the tragic events of the night of the massacre. The horrific scenes of those who perished. The Uchiha were adept in fire techniques. What a pity that no Hokage had ever gained renown for their mastery of fire. In that moment, Hinata realized with astonishment, but am I not a wielder of fire chakra? Lost in thought as she returned home, she found the backyard empty. Unaware of Hanabi's whereabouts, picking up a shuriken from the box, she began her practice. Gripping the shuriken between two fingers, she flicked her wrist gently. The shuriken soared through the air, striking the target with precision. Hinata immediately decided to increase the difficulty by executing a reverse throw. Once again, she struck the bullseye. She began to marvel at her own innate talent, which was undoubtedly not a natural endowment, but rather a reward from her transmigration, showcasing her formidable mental prowess and extraordinary perceptiveness. Next, she successfully performed both jumping and spinning throws without issue. However, these were all straightforward throws. In her mind, the principles of parabolic motion and the technique of skipping stones surfaced. When she launched a curved shuriken, it too found its mark, turning around for a blind throw. Hinata realized that her Byakugan's intricate scanning and photographic memory allowed her to accurately simulate the target's position, even when facing away. By incorporating cognitive deductions, she could calculate her throws based on the initial position and speed of movement. Naturally, Hinata yearned to try the shuriken throwing technique of Itachi, which involved tossing 3 shurikens and then launching a faster one to hit all 3, guiding them to strike different targets. However, this time Hinata faced disappointment as her aim was largely off the mark. It was evident that a genius like Itachi required relentless effort to emulate. Although physical techniques do not necessitate hand seals, Hinata still practiced the hand sign sequences in preparation for future lightning and fire jutsu. The heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. The year is the first of the cycle, and the thunder god assists me. Yet, upon completing the sequence, she found she had not unleashed the 5 thunder technique, leaving her with a hint of regret. Sister, Hanabi had just returned from outside and embraced Hinata, inhaling deeply as if savoring her scent. Sister, you smell so nice. Hinata frowned, perplexed by her sister's fondness for the scent of sweat, and quickly attempted to pry her off. No, sister, I want a hug. Hinata signaled to Hinata Natsu to take Hanabi away. After training, the routine involved bathing, dining, and then going out for a stroll. Since she had been consistently completing her training tasks, their stern father seemed less severe. As for Hinata's mother, she had yet to be seen since her transmigration, leaving Hinata uncertain of her whereabouts. Not long after stepping out of the house, an irresistible force suddenly struck from behind. In an instant, her world spun, her consciousness teetering on the edge of darkness. A sharp pain radiating from the back of her head before plunging her into an overwhelming void. Instinctively, she struggled, only to find her chakra sealed at acupoints, rendering her unable to channel it. Was she truly so powerless that even the most basic resistance was beyond her reach? Soon after, a coarse piece of fabric was shoved into her mouth, leaving only fear and helplessness to spread within her. In that moment, Hinata profoundly experienced an unprecedented vulnerability and insignificance. Never before had she so clearly realized that, even as a member of the Hyuga clan, she was so easily susceptible to genuine danger. This sense of powerlessness penetrated deeper than any words could convey. However, despair did not linger for long. Just as the malevolent kidnappers believed their plan had succeeded and prepared to withdraw, a powerful presence swiftly approached. It was the immense chakra aura belonging to Hyuga Hayashi. Hinata Hazashi appeared behind the kidnapper like a bolt from the blue, his gaze as frigid as frost. With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a torrent of chakra, effortlessly dispatching the nefarious ninja. As Hinata's father arrived, the Hyuga clan's guardians swiftly responded, encircling the area and forming an impregnable barrier. Hazashi surveyed his surroundings, his voice imbued with an icy authority, yet another misguided outsider attempting to encroach upon the power of the Hyuga clan. Konoha security forces. How are your protective measures being executed? The Uchiha are but a waste. He then gently gestured, releasing Hinata's chakra points. As the bindings vanished and her chakra began to flow, an indescribable warmth and sense of security surged within Hinata. She looked up at her father and, in that moment, felt profoundly grateful for the happiness that came with having a strong and loving father. Having such a fiercely protective father was indeed a blessing. Father, Hinata softly called, her voice trembling yet filled with deep affection. Hazashi nodded gently, his eyes radiating tenderness and encouragement, as if to say, "Do not fear, I am here." While it was fortunate that they emerged unscathed, Hinata remained vigilant and resolute. Determined to train, she resolved to forego sleep that night. The following day brought the start of class. Hinata, intending to catch up on sleep, found herself embarrassed as it turned out to be a physical training session. They were tasked with running 100 laps around the playground. Completing the circuit was a prerequisite for returning home, calculating each lap at 400 meters. That amounted to a staggering 40,000 meters or 40 kilometers. While this would be a daunting challenge for the average person, it was not insurmountable for aspiring ninjas. Under the guidance of their instructors, the students began their run. Hinata positioned herself in the middle of the pack, drawing upon her previous life's experience to regulate her breathing. She maintained a steady pace and appropriate stride, yet soon found herself lagging behind the main group due to her consistent speed. Ino turned back and shouted, "Hinata, keep it up." However, after 10 laps, the majority of the students were forced to take a break, exhausted. After all, the goal was simply to finish the day's run. Mizuki approached Irika and remarked, "Currently, Sasuke Uchiha is the standout performer, truly a genius." Irika gestured towards another part of the field. Niji is also doing well. Among the girls, Sakura is impressive. And Tenten, what about Hinata? Mizuki scoffed. It's astonishing that a privileged girl like Hinata is still persevering. Surprisingly, even Naruto, who had previously struggled, was managing to keep pace. Though Naruto's endurance had been decent, his diet of instant ramen and expired food had often left him lacking in strength. However, times had changed. Now, he had someone to cook for him. His older sister, Hinata Aki, prepared meals and even washed his stinky socks and made his bed. All thanks to Hinata. With her still pushing through, he felt he could not afford to give up. The 20th lap. A select few continued to run, while those who had previously rested began to join intermittently. Uchiha Sasuke led the pack, initially believing he would leave everyone behind. However, what was this? Niji was closely tailing him. Was he drafting? And then there was Inuzuka Kiba. It was no surprise that the canine clan possessed such endurance. What was up with Rock Lee, a name scarcely recognized, with abysmal grades in all subjects and lacking in ninjutsu and genjutsu? Why was he also able to persist? And Naruto, the one trailing behind. How could so many emulate his tenacity? Before long, Sakura emerged from the ranks of the girls, surpassing Naruto and entering Sasuke's line of sight. Why was this woman also keeping pace? Sakura glanced at Sasuke, her spirits soaring, adrenaline pumping as she accelerated forward. She quickly reached Niji's rear. Sasuke frowned. He could not allow himself to be outdone by a woman. The 30th lap, the 40th lap, the 50th lap. Tenten could no longer maintain her pace and had to rest. Naruto had fallen behind Hinata but continued to endure. Hinata turned to Naruto with a sweet smile. Come on, Naruto-kun. You can do it. Sakura, too, was beginning to tire, calling out, Sasuke-kun, keep going. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, finally shaking off this woman. Running was undeniably a man's domain. Yet his brows furrowed as he realized Hinata was closing in on them. Strangely, Hinata had not increased her speed. It dawned on him that he was the one slowing down. How could this be? He was the strongest. Accelerate. The 60th lap. Neji stepped off for a rest. The 70th lap. Lee could no longer run and quietly left the track to find a secluded spot to rest alone. Sasuke felt considerably lighter in spirits, finally having outpaced this commoner. The 80th lap. Just as Sasuke felt victory within reach, Hinata suddenly leaned close to his ear and teased, "Oh, look who it is. The mighty Uchiha. Why are you slowing down?" In that moment, Sasuke realized that Hinata's consistent pace had allowed her to surpass him. He found himself running at the same speed as Naruto, who was exhausted and dazed, yet still pressing on. Since Hinata was still running, he could not afford to stop. He was a man, after all. How could he yield before a woman? Sasuke gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to finally catch up to Hinata. Ever since Hinata took the lead, Mizuki had been left in a daze, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He wiped his eyes again, still incredulous. Irika quipped, "Mizuki-sensei, stop rubbing your eyes. It seems that the first place will emerge from these three children." Undoubtedly, Hinata was the greatest dark horse. Yet Naruto's endurance should not be underestimated. Was Sasuke concealing his true strength? The 90th lap. Sasuke remained neck and neck with Hinata. He had to admit her prowess. "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. Is your relentless effort merely to earn my recognition?" Hinata cast a fleeting glance at Sasuke. From Sasuke's perspective, however, it felt as though Hinata had gazed deeply into his eyes. The Uchiha prodigy thought to himself, "This lady is merely running slowly to conserve her energy. Does she not comprehend the virtue of steady progress? Haste leads to failure. Alas, you have reached your limits, whereas I am just beginning." With a gentle smile, Hinata declared, "Watch closely, I shall accelerate now." In an instant, her speed doubled, leaving Sasuke far behind. What a deception! The spectators in the playground were astounded. Shikamaru, seated on the grass, murmured, "Is this a trick? Can a delicate girl truly achieve such a feat?" Chubby Choji scoffed, "If I weren't so heavy, I could outrun her." Lee's eyes ignited with fervor. "Is this what youth is? Is this the standard I must aspire to?" Hinata Hyuga silently observed his sister, realizing she was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Who could suddenly surpass their former self? Surely, only the legendary genius capable of enlightenment could accomplish such a transformation. As Naruto watched the distance grow between Sasuke and Hinata, he reached out in desperation. Sasuke. Hinata, wait for me." In a teasing manner, Ino wrapped her arm around Sakura's neck. "Sakura, the Sasuke you can't catch is now pursuing another woman." Sakura frowned, her fists clenched. "Ino, be quiet." As they entered the final laps, Hinata unleashed the abundant chakra within her cells, surging forward with fervent determination. Sasuke, in his effort to keep pace, found his body unresponsive. It was a miracle he could continue running at all. Unlike Sasuke, Naruto persevered, bolstered by the slight chakra leaking from the nine tails within him, and managed to catch up to Sasuke. Irika's voice rang out with excitement. "First place, Hinata Hyuga." The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. From this day forth, a new prodigy emerged in the Ninja Academy. The once inconspicuous Hinata Hyuga had transformed into a beacon of hope for all. If such a seemingly ordinary, introverted girl could rise to the top, then what was beyond reach? Were their foundations not stronger than hers? Was their talent not greater? Surely, it was merely a matter of effort, something they too could strive for. Mizuki remained unconvinced, thinking it must be some form of secret enhancement. Yes, it had to be that. It was not surprising for a prominent clan like the Hyugas to resort to such means. Irika continued, "Second place goes to, well, second place, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto." The belief Sasuke had long held of being the strongest shattered, and he collapsed onto the grass. Losing to his genius brother at home was one thing, but in school, to be bested by a girl was an utter disgrace. To add insult to injury, he had to share second place with Naruto, who lay beside him, unmoving, as if their bond was intimate. This is the disgrace of the Uchiha clan, marking the darkest days of Sasuke Uchiha's life. Hinata approached Sasuke and Naruto, observing these two formidable future ninjas of the shinobi world, particularly Sasuke, whose mastery of fire-style techniques from the Uchiha clan and later, the lightning-style Chidori, filled her with envy. as a fellow fire and lightning ninja. Should she follow in Sasuke's footsteps? Or perhaps even become a rogue ninja? With a gentle smile, Hinata clenched her fist, encouraging, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, you must strive harder. Sasuke replied coldly, woman, next time I shall surpass you. Naruto, panting, interjected, I am different. As long as I can catch up to Hinata, I will be satisfied. Damn. The underdog. Sasuke remained disgruntled, disregarding the decorum of a wealthy young master. What gives you the right to share my rank? Naruto retorted, so what? I am still second place. He stomped the ground. I haven't eaten your family's rice. Hinata covered her mouth, laughing, while others may not realize. She understood all too well that it was undoubtedly the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. Yet, she too felt weary, sitting down on the grass. Previously, it was her classmates watching them run. Now, they were spectators of others. Is this what it feels like to be in the lead? Is this the sensation of being in the spotlight? Hinata began to relish this feeling, although she initially wished to maintain a low profile, as in her past life. This world would not allow it. Only by growing stronger could she secure her existence. Only by becoming the strongest could she remain unafraid of threats. After school, few students managed to leave promptly, Sasuke being one of them. Yet today he resembled a wilted eggplant. What troubles you, little brother? Itachi Uchiha, his elder brother, had come to pick him up, a rare occurrence. Onaizen. Sasuke's mood lightened somewhat. Brother, you must train with me today. I want to grow stronger. Itachi, puzzled, inquired. I recall you being first in your class. Has that Hyuga Niji caught up to you? Sasuke sighed, lowering his gaze. It's the Hyuga clan. But it's Hinata who surpassed me in the physical test. What? Even Itachi found it hard to believe. You mean that petite and adorable Hinata surpassed you? This cannot be a joke. Sasuke weakly affirmed, it's true, and I feel she didn't even exert her full strength. Itachi narrowed his eyes, indeed. She warranted careful observation. Moreover, Sasuke continued to lament that Naruto, the underdog, managed to achieve second place alongside me. Itachi patted Sasuke's head. This did not surprise him. He was well aware of that boy's potential. Within the Uchiha residential area, Sasuke cheerfully declared, Brother, you must train with me today. Upon reaching their doorstep, Itachi suddenly halted. Sasuke looked at him with concern. Itachi gently poked Sasuke's forehead. My dear brother, next time for sure. Next time, I will train with you. Could you please hurry home? I still have other matters to attend to, he said, suppressing his tears as he dashed back. Each time he promised himself it would be the last, lamenting. You bad brother, you stinky brother. After Sasuke departed, Itachi Uchiha swiftly concealed himself behind the trunk of a large tree by the riverbank. Hinata, Sakura, and Ino were strolling hand in hand, either selecting accessories or admiring beautiful garments. Ino even suggested they purchase cosmetics that were utterly unnecessary for children. It appears there is nothing unusual here, Itachi murmured to himself, observing Hinata's expression, which radiated innocence and joy. Her smiles were always sweet and endearing, her tone gentle and her demeanor carefree. Yet, therein lay the peculiarity. The Hinata of yore had been shy and reserved. Of course, children often blossom into livelier versions of themselves upon making friends. Upon Itachi's departure, Hinata, who had been admiring a lovely dress, felt a surge of anxiety. Unbeknownst to others, her Byakugan had detected Itachi's approach. It was well known that those of the Uchiha clan who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan often bore the heavy burden of madness. Itachi Uchiha, the god of slaughter, was notorious for his merciless nature, having annihilated his entire clan without a second thought. With the massacre set to occur a year hence, Itachi's extraordinary prowess and intelligence placed him in a class of his own. If he were to fixate on her, it would spell disaster. Visions flooded Hinata's mind, a streetlight beneath the moonlight, crows soaring overhead, and a man with blood-red eyes perched upon it. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, upon learning of the top 3 students' results, tapped his pipe thoughtfully. As the heir of a prominent clan, concealing one's abilities was commonplace. Yet this child might soon reveal his brilliance. Feeling unsettled under Itachi's gaze, Hinata sought out Irika as soon as she arrived at school, determined to express her desire to advance a grade. Irika acknowledged Hinata's exceptional talent, but explained that promotion would require certain assessments. Her academic performance had already met the standards for cultural subjects and basic ninjutsu. Thus, the evaluation process would be straightforward. She simply needed to demonstrate proficiency at the 2nd grade level during a comprehensive battle. Confused, Hinata inquired, how will the assessment be conducted? Irika smiled lightly. You must endure 100 strikes from your brother. Excuse me? Hinata stammered, taken aback. The difficulty seemed deliberately daunting. Had it been the old Hinata, she would have been incapable of passing. The prospects for others would also appear bleak. However, in truth, Niji was only a year her senior and a diligent prodigy, which initially exaggerated their disparity. Yet, Hinata was not without her own strength. Under Irika's guidance, the students gathered in the expansive training ground. Niji turned his gaze toward Hinata. He had previously treated her quite well, but ever since that incident, his sole desire was to grow stronger, to demonstrate the absurdity of the Hyuga clan through his own prowess. Day and night, he trained relentlessly, shedding more sweat than anyone else. If Hinata were to advance a grade, it would signify that a genius had emerged from the clan, while he would merely be a pitiful stepping stone. This was unacceptable to him, and he would show no mercy. Recently, he had analyzed Hinata's most frequently employed evasive techniques, and had discovered ways to counter them all. Today, he would bring the clan to its knees. Surrender, Hinata. I shall not show leniency today. You had better be prepared for injury. A large crowd gathered around. Sasuke watched intently, curious about what remarkable qualities Hinata might still possess, or if, apart from her endurance, she was just like everyone else. Naruto shouted, "Go, Hinata." Ino teased, "Look, Sakura, it seems Naruto has found a new crush." Sakura frowned, "So what? It has nothing to do with me. I like Sasuke. Who would pay attention to the underachievers?" Tintin rubbed her hands together. Niji is the recognized genius of the Hyuga family. Hinata is going to be in for a tough time. How pitiful. Lee exclaimed, "No one can surpass Niji in taijutsu, except for me in the future." Hinata assessed Niji. After some time of training, her physical strength and chakra reserves had significantly increased, although she had not learned any formidable ninjutsu or taijutsu. The combat techniques representative of ancient Chinese martial arts were ingrained in her mind. Southern fist or northern leg, Wing Chun, which should she employ? Contemplating this, Hinata assumed the initial stance of Wing Chun, signaling Niji to make the first move so that she could counter his attacks. Niji activated his Byakugan, suddenly startled. He noticed the rapid flow of chakra within Hinata. This woman was extraordinary. Without further ado, Niji transformed into a blur and charged towards Hinata. His gentle fist flowed like water, each strike aimed at exploiting Hinata's weaknesses to deliver a decisive blow. However, to his astonishment, Hinata remained composed in her responses. Utilizing the sticky hand technique of Wing Chun, she deftly neutralized Niji's successive assaults. Her movements appeared slow, yet each action precisely intercepted or deflected Niji's strikes, while simultaneously countering, forcing Niji to retreat to avoid her onslaught. The crowd assumed Niji would undoubtedly prevail, and the usually gentle and shy Hinata might end up in tears. Yet, Hinata's attacks grew increasingly methodical, each counter becoming more ferocious. Niji could distinctly perceive the rhythmic flow of chakra within Hinata, with the areas of concentration and usage being exceptionally precise. Such mastery could not have been achieved without years of training. How is this possible? Niji was taken aback. He had never imagined Hinata could adapt and counter his gentle fist so swiftly, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. A smile of admiration curling at the corners of his mouth. "Well done, Hinata. It seems your progress has far surpassed my expectations. I shall have to exert my full strength." Irika and the other instructors were in a state of utter shock, having never harbored high hopes for Hinata. Yet, it became evident that the situation was far from trivial. Hinata even possessed a slight chance of overcoming Niji. Niji radiated an unprecedented and formidable aura, his chakra surging within him as if a cataclysmic force was about to be unleashed. 8 trigrams 16 palms. Niji exclaimed, his figure instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow, swiftly encircling Hinata, each strike brimming with destructive power, descending upon her like a tempest. In response, Hinata chose to counter with Taijiquan, alternating between ferocious strength and gentle resilience, deftly neutralizing Niji's onslaught. With a resounding crash, Hinata suddenly unleashed her strength, delivering a powerful blow to Niji's protective chakra shield, causing him to stagger slightly. Without hesitation, she pivoted, executing a series of fierce kicks that forced Niji to retreat repeatedly, as if swept away by a gale. Niji's heart sank, his resolve tightening. His chakra surged once more, preparing to unleash his more potent technique, 8 trigrams empty palm. However, at that moment, a voice rang out, "Stop, 100 strikes, it is over." Irika's declaration struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Niji cast a reluctant glance at Hinata, aware that although he had not been completely defeated, she had undeniably demonstrated strength and potential that eclipsed his own. "Hinata, you have qualified for advancement. Irika's words echoed again, filled with affirmation and admiration. A tumult of emotion surged within Niji, his title as the foremost genius of the Hyuga clan now hung by a thread. He resolved quietly to strive with utmost effort henceforth. Otherwise, what value did the title of genius hold? Yet, Hinata's rapid progress and her mastery of various techniques left him feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. Overwhelmed by this realization, Niji collapsed to the ground, his fist striking the earth in frustration. In the meantime, Ino and Sakura approached Hinata. "Congratulations, Hinata. You've advanced. We will catch up to you," Sakura declared, her fists clenched with determination. I happened to pass by the rooftop of the Ninja Academy and witnessed the scene. "Ah, youth. I can feel the vitality of youth." Hinata helped Niji to his feet, beaming with a sweet smile. "Niji, we're now of the same rank. I look forward to your guidance." Despite the resentment and bitterness swirling within him, Niji found himself softened by her smile. He forced himself to compose his thoughts, saying, "Hinata, I do indeed have many questions I wish to ask you." A year later, Hinata had become the universally acknowledged top genius of the Ninja Academy, followed closely by Sasuke Uchiha, with Niji in third place. Surprisingly, Naruto, the underdog, had also made it into the top 5. The atmosphere of the campus became charged with competitiveness. Niji struck the wooden posts with fervor, the pressure mounting as he sought to reclaim his honor. Sasuke relentlessly hurled shurikens, burdened by the need to catch up to his brother and meet their father's expectations. Meanwhile, Naruto diligently practiced the art of seduction. Primarily, it is the esteemed Irika sensei and the third Hokage who hold a particular fondness for her, setting her apart from the boys. Hinata, Sakura, and Ino luxuriate in the warmth of the sun and the delights of food upon the school lawn. Suddenly, Hinata is struck by a thought. Tonight marks the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, a day for which she has meticulously prepared for an extended period. Having completed her daily training, Hinata, after her meal, sets out for a stroll, a routine her family has grown accustomed to, and no one follows her. After all, Hinata's prowess, as demonstrated during her training at home, is akin to that of a chunin. What danger could a chunin encounter while meandering through her village? As she ventures deep into the woods, she employs the shadow clone technique. This advanced ninjutsu surpasses the basic clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique taught at the Ninja Academy. The standard clone lacks a physical form, merely serving to confuse adversaries, which does not meet Hinata's needs. Thus, she has exerted considerable effort to acquire the shadow clone technique, dedicating a brief period to mastering it. Shadow clones possess physicality and share identical offensive and defensive capabilities with the original. Each clone evenly distributes the user's chakra, meaning the quantity of clones is typically limited by the user's chakra reserves. When a clone sustains damage, it vanishes and returns to the original, transmitting all experiences it has encountered back to the original user. The legendary multiple shadow clone technique, however, is forbidden. An ordinary practitioner risks severe repercussions due to insufficient chakra. Hinata's clones will take her place for a stroll before she retires for the night while the original awaits the arrival of dusk. Her goal today is to witness the obliteration of the Uchiha clan and to pilfer their secret fire release techniques. Regarding infiltration into the Uchiha clan, a portion of the Hyuga family shops is conveniently located adjacent to the Uchiha's gathering place. Initially, Hinata contemplated entering through the back door of the shop, but deemed it too conspicuous. Subsequently, she envisioned excavating a secret passage within one of the shops for a more discreet entry. However, with so many members of Konoha Zumbu present, leaving traces could easily lead to her discovery. Ultimately, Hinata decided to approach from outside the village. Due to conflicts and exclusion, the Uchiha clan has been forcibly relocated to the village's outskirts, a circumstance contributing to their discontent and attempts at a coup. Donning a specially crafted chakra-concealing outfit and a mask, Hinata stealthily approaches the village's perimeter via the tree branches. The fabric of her attire is a material she has diligently sought and enhanced, allowing it to shield her from external detection or the revelation of chakra traces, reminiscent of the stealth garments found in martial arts novels. Before long, Hinata finds herself outside the Uchiha settlement, able to discern the walls marked with the fan emblem from a distance. Just as she prepares to act, she is confronted by two individuals, Uchiha Madara, who remarks on her punctuality, and Uchiha Itachi, who speaks coldly. The masked Uchiha Obito, preferring silence, shows little inclination for conversation. "Let us commence our operation. Each will cover one side, and we shall reconvene later." "There is a matter upon which I require your assistance." Itachi suddenly hesitates. "In truth, there is one person I do not wish to kill." Uchiha Obito let out a cold, detached laugh. Your mother? No. Uchiha Itachi slightly tilted his head. Her name is Uchiha Izumi. She was not originally a member of the Uchiha clan. After my father's death, she returned to the Uchiha with my mother. Obito's tone shifted to one of mockery. Oh, so she is your childhood sweetheart. I shall ensure her demise is swift and decisive. Anything you cannot bring yourself to do. You may leave to me. Itachi frowned. You old fool. How frivolous. Young man. Obito's tone suddenly turned icy. I am your ancestor. Show me some respect. Humph. Itachi regarded him with a skeptical attitude. Meanwhile, Hinata, who was observing from a distance in the trees with her Byakugan, felt a surge of panic. These two were notorious for their murderous tendencies. Although Itachi was merely in his teens, his Manjiki Sharingan had already granted him the power equivalent to that of a Kaguya. Obito, who dared to impersonate Uchiha Madara, had once engaged in battle against the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki at the time of Naruto's birth, ultimately forcing the two formidable figures to their demise. While he may have relied on some cunning tactics then, his strength was now at least mid-tier among the Kage level. For a small ninja like Hinata, being discovered meant certain death. She lacked confidence in her combat abilities, but was self-assured in her research skills. This chakra-blocking attire had undergone countless rigorous tests, proving its superior quality. As long as she remained silent, discovery was impossible. As the first scream echoed, the night of Uchiha's death commenced its mournful requiem. With chaos already unleashed, Hinata began to take action. Her target was the secret chamber of the Uchiha clan. She had previously concocted a pretext to visit Sasuke's home, ensuring she was well prepared. The Konoha Police Department was a gathering place for many elite members of the Uchiha clan. Obito had chosen this as his starting point, intending to eliminate the strongest first and then reap the rest without challenge. Who goes there? A Uchiha man shouted, only to be pierced through the throat by a kunai, silencing him forever. This was soon followed by the sounds of a brief scuffle. The light illuminated the walls as blood splattered. Someone collapsed by the window, unable to call for help or sound the alarm in time. The lights of the Konoha Police Department flickered ominously before extinguishing. Uchiha Izumi, having just completed her village duties, was passing by the police department on her way home. She was taken aback, her tricolored dumplings falling to the ground. A man wearing a black patterned mask had driven a kunai through the throat of an Uchiha uncle attempting to flee desperately. Izumi's pupils turned red as her three-tomo Sharingan activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shurikens pierced through Obito's body. He turned slightly, a hint of surprise in his voice. Oh, nice eyes. Such a pretty face. No wonder someone would hesitate to part with you. Seizing the opportunity, Izumi shot out a thread kunai, which still pierced through Obito's body, embedding itself into the wall. In a voice filled with terror, she exclaimed, how could this be? Faced with an insurmountable adversary, just as Izumi attempted to flee, she was ensnared by iron chains that pulled her back. A kunai glided slowly across her neck, and a hand seized her wide, startled eyes. I remarked that her eyes were exquisite, with crystalline clarity. Uchiha Obito encountered Uchiha Itachi on the street after taking only a few steps. His expression was grim, and blood dripped from the long sword in his hand. Uchiha Obito surveyed his surroundings, particularly the walls encircling them. He spoke with a chilling resolve. Itachi, if anyone dares to intrude and stir chaos, they must be exterminated. Understood. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Not a single one shall escape. The two swiftly set off, initiating a relentless pursuit of all Uchiha clan members. At that moment, the walls of the street began to tremble. Hinata shed her disguise and quickly leaped into the thicket. This was the camouflage she had acquired from Naruto. In the underbrush, Hinata suddenly crouched down, her mouth agape in silent horror as tears streamed down her cheeks. Fear gripped her. Just moments ago, she had believed she had been discovered. Her heart raced, pounding at an alarming rate. Yet she could only hold her breath in utter stillness. She could almost hear the tumult of her blood coursing through her veins. Hinata clamped her hands over her mouth, terrified of making even the faintest sound. Yet, her trembling form betrayed the tension and dread that enveloped her. Hinata's Byakugan allows her to perceive the trajectory of the Uchiha massacre duo. Yet, it is lamentable that the speed of the two is overwhelming, rendering evasion a formidable challenge requiring utmost caution. Who are you? Before she could finish her query, Itachi Uchiha, donned in an umbu mask, surged forward. The flash of his blade illuminated the darkened streets, and several Uchiha civilians fell victim to his ruthless onslaught. Disdaining the cumbersome mask, Itachi removed it entirely. On the streets, those who had not yet met their demise began to flee in a panic. Itachi, relentless, dispatched them one by one with swift precision. Those trembling in their homes could not evade the gaze of the Sharingan. One strike, blood splattered. Another strike, the light extinguished. Yet another, door shattered. With each stroke, blood splattered onto Itachi's visage, rendering him eerily captivating. One household after another, one life after another fell without warning or hesitation. Itachi's silhouette moved like a specter among his kin, weaving through the chaos. The intertwining of blood and darkness painted a grim tableau. Any resistance proved futile. As Uchiha members collapsed before him, some unable to utter a cry before their eyes closed forever. The air thickened with the acrid scent of blood. Itachi's garments were stained with crimson splotches, yet his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any turmoil. He bore only a profound love amidst the shadows, a sacrifice made for greater peace. Forsaking his clan and familial bonds, each swing of the blade was akin to a self-inflicted wound upon his soul. Yet he did not falter. In this one-sided slaughter, the glory and splendor of the Uchiha clan gradually dimmed. Itachi's figure became increasingly indistinct against the night until it vanished entirely into the darkness, leaving behind only devastation and pools of blood. The sky, shrouded in a mist of blood, loomed above. Itachi perched upon a power line, a luminous full moon illuminating his path. In a blink, he leaped into his home. His father, the clan's leader and openly recognized strongest, awaited him. Itachi anticipated a fierce confrontation. However, as he stealthily peered inside, he heard a beckoning voice. This way. There is no trap, come in. Itachi paused, recognizing his father's voice. Was he discovered? Yet his father urged him to enter. He beheld his father and mother kneeling, seemingly prepared for their imminent demise. In disbelief, Itachi exclaimed, "Father?" Fugaku, filled with sorrow, replied, "I do not wish to engage in fratricide with my own son." "Is that so? You have sided with them." Itachi hesitated. "Father, mother," Fugaku calmly interjected, "We understand, Itachi." As Itachi slowly raised his blade, Fugaku continued, "Itachi, promise me one last thing. Take care of Sasuke." Silence enveloped Itachi for a moment as tears began to flow down his cheeks. "I understand." His hands trembled uncontrollably. "Do not be afraid." It seems that Fugaku, as always, is imparting a lesson to his son, declaring, "This is the path you have chosen. In comparison to your suffering, our pain is but a fleeting moment. Despite our differing perspectives, I remain proud of you. You are truly a kind-hearted child." With trembling hands grasping the blade, tears streaming down uncontrollably, Itachi Uchiha resolutely makes his decision. He raises his sword to commit patricide and matricide. Hinata, concealed in the courtyard, observes this scene through her Byakugan. Why does Fugaku not resist? Perhaps upon learning that all his clansmen have perished, he sees no point in fighting back. Moreover, he is no match for Itachi, nor for the shadowy figures lurking in the darkness. It is better to die with dignity. The wails gradually subside, casting the entire Uchiha clan into an eerie silence. They have been annihilated. Itachi Uchiha retreats to rendezvous with Obito Uchiha. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata enters the abode of Sasuke. Her Byakugan sweeps the area, quickly discovering a hidden chamber. Producing several iron pins, she employs her lockpicking skills to unlock the door. Inside, she indeed finds numerous scrolls containing a variety of ninjutsu, most of which are commonplace or found elsewhere. Hinata picks up a scroll with a red cover, marked by the emblem of a fan, and inspects it. She has obtained it. The Great Fireball technique gathers chakra at the back of the throat and unleashes a massive fireball from the mouth, launching it at the enemy. This ninjutsu is classified as Seirake. The Phoenix Fire technique releases a barrage of small fireballs in all directions, each flame controlled by chakra, making them exceedingly difficult to evade. This ninjutsu is also Seirake. The Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire technique allows the user to unleash a colossal fire dragon to assault the enemy, differing from the straightforward line of fire produced by the Dragon Fire technique. This ninjutsu is classified as B rank. In addition to the summaries of the ninjutsu, there are detailed instructions on hand seals, application techniques, and the challenges of execution. Excellent. Hinata secures the scroll to her back. Just as she intends to leave, she suddenly recalls the eyes of Fugaku Uchiha above. TSK, TSK, TSK. While uncertain if they are the Mangekyou Sharingan, they undoubtedly possess formidable power. Although time is of the essence, and retreating after fulfilling her initial objective is the wisest choice, the allure of a pair of Sharingan is simply too great. One need only look at Orochimaru to understand how challenging it is to acquire a pair of Sharingan during peacetime. Now that the Uchiha clan has been decimated, if she or anyone from the Hyuga clan were to obtain the Sharingan, it would undoubtedly solidify the Hyuga clan's position. Currently, the Hokage refrains from acting against the Hyuga clan, as they, despite their considerable influence, lack advanced combat prowess, unable to field any shadow-level strength. Though they possess some genin, most are rather mediocre. If one day she, Hinata, leads the Hyuga clan to ascend, they too may encounter the fate of the Uchiha clan. The solution has already formed in Hinata's mind, to transform the village into the domain of the Hyuga clan. Upon entering the room, she beholds the tragic scene of Fugaku and Mikoto, blood pooling around them. Indeed, Itachi is truly a beast. Before she could acquire the eyes, Hinata sensed an overwhelming aura of malice. There was no suitable place to hide in her vicinity, leaving her with no choice but to conceal herself within the wardrobe. Moments later, Uchiha Obito barged in, skillfully extracting Fugaku's eyes before departing. Just as Hinata lamented the loss of the Sharingan and regretted her involvement in such treacherous matters, another figure arrived, Danzo, his head wrapped in white bandages, leaning on a cane. Upon discovering that Uchiha Fugaku's eyes had been taken, Danzo furiously scanned his surroundings, particularly the wardrobe. Hinata was truly terrified, holding her breath completely, her body refusing to make even the slightest movement. She needed to act swiftly. Danzo's figure vanished into the night. As far as Hinata knew, this massacre of the Uchiha clan had resulted in the deaths of hundreds. Uchiha Obito had harvested an entire wall's worth of Sharingan, roughly estimated to be dozens of pairs. Danzo, on the other hand, had only acquired a few pairs, likely due to his desire to avoid encounters with Obito and Itachi. Or perhaps he was simply selective, wanting only the Mangekyou Sharingan. The limited number of Sharingan was also due to the fact that, even within the Uchiha clan, only those with considerable talent and profound emotional stimuli could awaken the Sharingan successfully. Once Danzo had departed, Hinata felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, her excitement surged as she discovered an opportunity through her Byakugan. A pair of Sharingan had been left behind by a girl clad in commoner-s attire. She must have awakened them during the massacre, and they were indeed the Mangekyou. Awakening such power instantly signified remarkable talent in ocular techniques. This serendipitous find reaffirmed that the King of Insight indeed belonged to the Byakugan. Hinata swiftly slipped into a small room. In her previous life, as a player accustomed to violence and bloodshed, she harbored no fear of corpses. She began to observe the lifeless body of a young girl sprawled on the ground. The girl appeared innocent, her hair styled in twin ponytails. It was truly shocking to witness such a vibrant youth extinguished amidst the brutal struggle for power. This girl had not entered the ninja academy, yet possessed the innate talent to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan. She was overlooked by both Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha. Even Danzo, who maintained a comprehensive list of all Sharingan wielders, had never paid her any heed. Thus, a seemingly ordinary girl, along with her soon-to-be extraordinary Sharingan, ultimately benefited Hinata. She carefully placed the girl's eyes into a vial, a preparation made in anticipation of the possibilities that awaited her in the Uchiha clan. Given the significant risks involved, it was only natural to expect commensurate rewards. Hinata contemplated that in a few years, once she had gained control over Konoha, she would replace her own eyes with the Sharingan. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, such as being targeted or her clan's downfall, she might even defect from Konoha. The future indeed held myriad possibilities and dangers. To speak candidly, even now, she was still in a perilous situation. Hinata clenched her hands, suppressing the tumult of fear and excitement within her. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. After tidying up her belongings, Hinata prepared to leave. However, she found herself unable to exit, for outside, Naruto was approaching rapidly. At the same time, Itachi was hastening his return. Sasuke, having finished school, did not head straight home, but instead went to the woods outside the village to practice throwing shurikens. Upon his return, he was taken aback. The Uchiha compound, usually ablaze with light, was now shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, he was confronted with a scene of scattered corpses. What had transpired? Stammering in shock, Sasuke rushed home, flinging open the door, only to be met with the sight of lifeless bodies and the unexpected presence of Itachi. He cried out, "Brother, where are father and mother? Why? How could this happen? Who did this?" Itachi, showing no mercy, swiftly struck Sasuke's shoulder with a shuriken, inflicting pain. Then, coldly, he spoke, "My foolish little brother. The Mangekyou Sharingan. Genjutsu. Tsukuyomi, activate." Sasuke was forced to witness the harrowing massacre of their clan, the countless deaths, culminating in the demise of his parents. With a mournful cry, Sasuke clasped his head in despair, utterly shattered. He pleaded with Itachi to cease, finally collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Why? Why must you do this? Itachi responded with an air of indifference. To measure my own capacity, I have long played the role of the brother you idealize. All to gauge your potential. You will become the opponent who measures my worth. Within you lies the potential, just as I possess, to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Should you also awaken it, we would have 3 individuals, including myself, capable of utilizing the Mangekyou Sharingan. In this way, a purpose for your survival is established. Now, you possess not even the value of a mere shadow, foolish Otanashi. Flee, and cling to life in secrecy. Then, in the future, approach me with eyes akin to mine. With those words, Uchiha Itachi turned and soared away. Meanwhile, the weakened Sasuke, filled with rage, activated his Sharingan. With a swirl of Tomo, he hurled several kunai towards the departing Itachi. Itachi, taken aback by Sasuke's profound sorrow and unexpected resistance, deflected the kunai with his sword, inadvertently causing one to strike his forehead protector. Adorning the protector upon his brow, he glanced back at Sasuke, unable to suppress his tears. Despite his cold words, this was, after all, his beloved brother. Yet, he could no longer offer Sasuke any hope, carelessly slashing the Hokage symbol from the protector. Henceforth, he would be a rogue ninja of Konoha. My foolish brother, if you wish to attain the Mangekyou Sharingan, you must kill your most cherished friend. Ultimately, Sasuke could not bear the overwhelming grief and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. He witnessed Itachi meeting with Obito Uchiha as they departed from Konoha. Hinata, poised to leave, found herself unable to do so. A multitude of Umbu members had surrounded the Uchiha clan's quarters. They commenced with the grim task of cleansing the area, washing the grounds, transporting corpses, and clearing the scene. With no other choice, Hinata retrieved a disguise cloth and concealed herself in the ceiling, praying not to be discovered. She observed as the Umbu dragged away the bodies of the girls, outlining them on the ground. As the Umbu neared the completion of their grim work, dawn approached. Hinata fervently hoped that her shadow clone would endure a little longer, remaining undetected. Simultaneously, she resolved to avoid capture at all costs, lest her fate be sealed. At last, when the majority of the Umbu had departed, leaving only a sparse presence, Hinata seized an opportunity to slip out. Beneath the soft morning sunlight, she walked steadily and calmly towards the outskirts of the Uchiha settlement. According to her calculations, the timing should be just right. However, Hinata's efforts met with failure. A masked Umbu member approached her from behind, whispering, "Halt." Panic surged within Hinata, yet a glimmer of hope remained. As a young girl, she could simply claim to have taken a wrong turn. Hinata slowly turned to face the Umbu ninja, her mind racing through various possibilities. The Umbu regarded the adorable girl clad in a kimono. Under normal circumstances, she would not arouse suspicion. Yet, this was the world of ninjas, where many at the age of 7 were renowned shinobi, such as Kakashi. Particularly, this girl had recently garnered attention at the Ninja Academy, showcasing remarkable talent. Thus, she could not be dismissed as an ordinary child but rather regarded with the same caution as Kakashi. Nonetheless, a 7-year-old's abilities would likely only amount to that of a genin, posing minimal threat. Therefore, an inquiry would suffice to ensure no oversight occurred. Suddenly, the Umbu reconsidered. Recalling the words spoken to him by Hinata before his induction into the Umbu, Hinata spoke with a tone that was both a request and a subtle threat. From this day forth, you shall join the Umbu. However, you must remain mindful of your identity as a Konoha ninja and a member of the Hyuga clan. The Umbu, being a member of the branch family, understood the implications of those words. He replied gently, "It is Miss Hinata. You certainly have a penchant for exquisite garments. I often observe you shopping for beautiful clothes with other girls when you return home." Upon hearing his tone, Hinata immediately abandoned her thoughts of clumsy excuses. Deducing that he must be a member of the Hyuga clan, hence the mode of address and demeanor, with a sweet smile, she replied, "I merely wished to find Sasuke to play, but to my surprise, I found no one here. I felt a bit frightened, so I considered returning, only to encounter you." The Umbu thought to himself that it was likely Hinata harbored feelings for Sasuke and had dressed splendidly to catch his eye. This explanation seemed reasonable and posed little risk. Thus, the Umbu replied kindly, "There has been a minor incident here today. Perhaps you should enjoy your time elsewhere." "Certainly," Hinata responded cheerfully, then calmly made her way out of the area. Thankfully, in her moment of urgency, she had cleverly concealed the Uchiha scroll and Sharingan within the folds of her kimono. Her fondness for elegant attire rendered the subterfuge both plausible and natural. Moreover, she was fortunate to have encountered a ninja from the Hyuga. It was not until she had distanced herself entirely from the Uchiha district that Hinata finally exhaled in relief, seeking a secluded spot to catch her breath. Next, she would dedicate herself to mastering the art of fire release, embarking on the path of strength. Once her training bore fruit, she would venture to the secret ancestral grounds of the Uchiha to uncover the mysteries hidden therein. Upon returning home through the small gate, she felt a profound sense of relief as she reunited with her shadow clone. Hinata unleashed her ninjutsu to dispel the shadow clones. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation surged within her heart, a reverberation of memories from the clones. The clone had indulged in a sumptuous dinner the night before, enjoyed a relaxing bath, and had the pleasure of a restful night's sleep. Remarkably, this allowed the sleepless Hinata to feel significantly rejuvenated. As her physical training persisted, her chakra reserves continued to swell. The simultaneous training of shadow clones significantly amplified efficiency. Even while the clones trained, her original self could enjoy leisure. The multi-shadow clone technique is a must-have. By the standards of cultivation, one might indeed consider her a formidable practitioner in the chi refinement stage. Hinata's elder brother, Niji, prepared breakfast and the essentials for her school day. She silently deemed it perfect. Everything was proceeding as usual, allowing her to continue her elementary school journey. She left a shadow clone to practice the Uchiha fire release technique while she set out. Upon arriving at school, Hinata noticed that Sasuke Uchiha was absent from class that day. The teachers did not mention it, yet a few classmates were engaged in hushed whispers. Have you heard? The Uchiha clan has been annihilated. What kind of deranged individual would commit such an atrocity? It is said that rogue ninjas from another village were responsible, seeking to seize the Sharingan. How terrifying. Now, only Sasuke remains of the Uchiha clan, left in solitary despair. Naruto sat in silence, seemingly reflecting on his own heritage amidst the conversation. Sakura and Ino, however, abandoned Hinata as soon as school ended, rushing to find Sasuke, whether to visit or console him. Upon returning home, Hinata resumed her training, already aware of her future self. The news of the Uchiha's downfall did not affect her. Thanks to the peculiar customs of the Hyuga clan, it is rather challenging to be targeted at such a level. A few days later, Sasuke returned to school. But he bore no smile. His countenance was cold and his gaze piercing. He refrained from speaking with those around him and ignored everyone. Sakura attempted to engage him in conversation, only to be met with a glare that sent her away. Sasuke approached his studies with utmost seriousness, doubling his training efforts. Hinata understood that he was eager to grow stronger, intent on avenging his clan against Itachi Uchiha. Simultaneously, during each major class, Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Hinata, for she had now risen to the top, becoming his target to surpass. After school, Hinata intended to return home to train but was intercepted by Sasuke, who called out to her from an alley. Don't go. Hearing this urgent plea, Hinata turned with a sweet smile. What is it, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke replied coldly. I want to challenge you. Then I will defeat you and trample you underfoot. What nonsense. The wind has ceased, and he feels empowered again. Hinata, I acknowledge that you are a formidable opponent, but to become the strongest, I must step over you. With that, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the source of his confidence. Hinata rolled her eyes at Sasuke. I mean, must you trouble me? Why not seek out a Chunin or a Chunin instead? At this moment, Sakura, Ino, Naruto, and others rushed over upon hearing the news of Sasuke pursuing Hinata, while Choji and Shikamaru, munching on snacks, concealed themselves in the grass. Hinata shook her head and remarked, Sasuke-kun, what can I possibly say to you? Your family was annihilated, and you unleash your anger with the Sharingan. If you're not a match for my Byakugan, perhaps you should train for a few more years. I still have dinner waiting for me at home. Sasuke's anger surged, his face flushed instantly. He charged towards Hinata, who stood her ground and struck his arm with a decisive palm. Empowered by the Sharingan, Sasuke moved with remarkable speed, simultaneously employing its abilities to predict Hinata's attacks. They clashed fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Sakura murmured, both of them are incredibly strong. Ino rubbed her eyes, exclaiming, I can barely see their movements. With a half-eaten snack in his mouth, Shikamaru pondered strategizing for a more efficient way to deal with these two in the future. After gauging Sasuke's strength, Hinata, although currently possessing only half her chakra, had already surpassed her peers by a considerable margin. Channeling her chakra, she gathered her strength, her arms suddenly brimming with amplified power. Sasuke was knocked back by her strike. Hinata gently teased, Sasuke-kun, is this truly the extent of your capabilities? The word capabilities momentarily brought Sasuke's thoughts to Itachi Uchiha, causing a fleeting disorientation. Without allowing him time to contemplate, Hinata seized Sasuke and slammed him against the wall. "You are far too weak," she stated lightly, releasing him. Kneeling on the ground, Sasuke's mind echoed with Itachi's words. "Oh, foolish me." He looked up at Hinata, as if seeing Itachi before him. In a fit of madness, Sasuke drew a kunai and lunged at Hinata, transforming their duel into a fight for survival. "Oh no, he's gone mad," Hinata exclaimed before unleashing the 8 trigrams 32 palms. With a flurry of strikes, she sent Sasuke soaring into the air, where he remained suspended for quite some time. When he finally descended, he was utterly spent, a small trickle of blood escaping his lips. The onlookers gasped in shock. Hinata then seized Sasuke once more, feeding him a soldier pill and smiling. "Sasuke-kun, you must practice more." After receiving a thorough beating and consuming the pill, Sasuke regained his clarity. He began to regret his earlier actions. "I'm sorry, Hinata. I mistook you for that person." Hinata laid him gently on the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Remember this. Always remain calm and avoid being impulsive. If it were any other classmate, you could have seriously injured them. And if it were truly your enemy, you would be dead by now." Suddenly, Ino, lost in admiration, exclaimed, "I can't help it. Hinata seems so cool." Sakura retorted, "Who said that? She's actually very gentle." She shot a skeptical glance at Choji, with a warm smile. Choji agreed. "Ah, yes, indeed. Until next time." Defeated, Sasuke decisively turned away. Although Hinata spoke the truth, he was still quite displeased. He sensed the condescending tone in her voice, perceiving her as viewing him as nothing more than a mere child. How infuriating. The Uchiha clan may have been annihilated. Yet as the sole heir, Sasuke inherited all their assets. He sold most of the family enterprises to the village, acquiring a substantial sum of money. He saved this wealth, using a portion to construct various training facilities. At times, he felt that speaking was merely a waste of time. He needed to devote every moment to training and becoming the strongest. If he couldn't even defeat someone like Hinata, a minor character in the ninja academy, how could he ever speak of revenge? He despised being looked down upon. The absurd nickname Erjuzi was particularly irksome. Hinata, however, paid no heed to Sasuke's actions. She continued with her training, focusing on cultivating her chakra. If chakra were to correspond to the spiritual energy in the realm of cultivation, what stage of refinement would she be at now? Hinata had mastered nearly all the courses in the ninja academy, to the extent that she occasionally skipped school, as graduation was merely a thought away. One day, on a whim, she decided to visit Naruto and see how her little brother was faring lately. Before she could even enter, she heard Naruto excitedly exclaim, "Sister Akira, what delicious food are we having today?" Hinata Akira gently replied, "Naruto, would you like to eat quinoa stew? That is what we'll have today." "Yay." Upon noticing the door had opened, Akira turned to see the adorably naive Hinata. Immediately, she bowed respectfully, addressing her as Lady Hinata. Naruto, witnessing the utmost respect shown to his sister, found himself at a loss for how to react, especially since Hinata was indeed his benefactor. Thus, he hesitantly murmured, "Hinata, my lady?" Hinata shook her head, feeling a bit awkward. "Oh, this little brother of mine is making me uncomfortable. You are the son of the 4th Hokage, the reincarnation of Ashura, with noble blood in Konoha. Although in the land of China, lineage is of little concern, as everyone has ancestors of significance." Patting Naruto on the shoulder, Hinata kindly said, "Silly boy. Just call me Hinata. Remember, we are equals." Akira promptly added, "From now on, I shall refer to Naruto-kun as young master." Hinata nodded. "Understood, Lady Hinata." "Good day, young master Naruto." This made Naruto quite shy. His cheeks flushed as he awkwardly replied, "Hello, Sister Akira." Seeing this scene, both Hinata and Akira couldn't help but laugh. Naruto joined in, and the atmosphere became wonderfully harmonious. The three enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Naruto even volunteered to assist Akira with household chores. Hinata was very pleased with Akira's efforts. Recently, there have been many changes in Naruto's home. Disordered clothes were neatly arranged in the cabinet. The refrigerator was stocked with fresh fruits, vegetables, eggs, and milk, while the instant noodles of had vanished completely. Little Naruto's life had indeed become more prosperous. According to Akira, Naruto had previously felt guilty and had given all the allowances provided by the 3rd Hokage to her. Hinata, unable to refuse, reluctantly agreed to keep it safe, stating that it would be used for Naruto's future bride. Upon hearing this, Hinata felt an inexplicable flush on her cheeks. After all, according to the original narrative, Naruto's wife was none other than herself, a rather peculiar sentiment. In the stillness of the night, the streetlights of the village extinguished, enveloping everything in silence. Unable to sleep, Naruto climbed onto the rooftop to survey the village below. Suddenly, he noticed a flickering light in the direction of Sasuke's home, and then another in the direction of the Hyuga clan. Pondering what the two might be doing at this hour, he mused, could they be training? In the Hyuga clan's backyard, Hinata was indeed engaged in her training. At that moment, she created 2 shadow clones and swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A massive fireball erupted, vaporizing the surface of the lotus pond, causing the koi within to scatter in fright. The results were satisfactory, and Hinata continued to peruse her scrolls. While the hand seals were impressive, executing many of them could be rather cumbersome. Hinata speculated that these seals were merely a method of channeling chakra within one's body. For an ordinary person, performing hand seals was a more straightforward way to execute ninjutsu. However, given her formidable mental strength, she could simply manipulate her chakra with thought alone. Could this be the very technique employed by the elite who utilized ninjutsu without hand seals? She pondered, recalling figures like Itachi Uchiha and Orochimaru, who seldom performed hand seals. The mention of Itachi prompted her to remember the recent rumors circulating in the village that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan had been orchestrated by Itachi himself in his quest for the Sharingan, leading to a horrific massacre of his kin. Such an act was undeniably depraved. Hinata was also aware that Danzo had framed Itachi with the accusation of murdering Shisui Uchiha to seize his Sharingan, thus exonerating himself from suspicion. Consequently, Itachi was placed on the wanted list of the Land of Fire as an S-rank rogue ninja. At this juncture, the Akatsuki organization was rapidly expanding, with Orochimaru still serving within its ranks. However, he would soon depart from the Akatsuki after being swiftly defeated by Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Ever since Hinata emerged, the atmosphere at the Ninja Academy had shifted dramatically, leading to intense competition among the students. Time flew by, and before long, it was time for the final examinations. For ninjas, graduation was contingent upon achieving a requisite level of skill, and even younger students could apply to take the graduation exam. Given the myriad types of ninjas and the diverse assessment criteria, completing all requirements would take several days. Hinata paid little attention to the graduation matter, preferring instead to remain at school to strengthen her bonds with her peers. Adopting a spectator's attitude as she observed which 6th-year seniors would graduate and which stragglers would be held back. Irika, holding the roster, was just about to call forth candidates for testing when a handsome young boy stepped forward from the crowd, Sasuke Uchiha. With a confident demeanor, he addressed Irika, "Teacher Irika. I would like to participate in the graduation exam, if I may." Irika paused for a moment, recognizing Sasuke's capability to graduate, and nodded in agreement. As long as any project evaluation reaches a grade of B, one can graduate. Next, in the astonished gaze of the crowd, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals: snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. He proclaimed, "Fire style, great fireball technique." The other evaluators were taken aback. This cohort of students was remarkably talented. What grade were they in? They had already mastered relatively advanced ninjutsu techniques. Truly a prodigious youth. Uchiha Sasuke, with a small great fireball technique, astonished everyone and graduated with an S-grade evaluation. The girls cheered, "Sasuke is so cool. Big brother, we adore you. Long live Sasuke." Amidst the applause, Sasuke remained expressionless and aloof, fastening the Konoha forehead protector around his brow. He glanced at Hinata as if to say, "What do you have to compete with me now?" CHG, munching on potato chips, seemed to have made a discovery and nudged Hinata. "Hey, Hinata. It looks like Sasuke is looking down on you." Hinata shot CHG a glare, annoyed by his comment. Shikamaru, with his hands behind his head, observed with indifference. Shino stood at the edge of the crowd, blending into the background. Ino fanned the flames, saying, "Yeah, Hinata, you should go up and slap him." Hinata turned her head. "Humph, I won't stoop to a child's level. Otherwise, he'll only become more arrogant." At that moment, Sakura also participated in the graduation exam, successfully passing the Jinjutsu test with an A-grade evaluation. Ino widened her eyes. "Oh, I can do it too. Hinata, watch closely. I will surely surpass Sakura with an S-grade." With that, Ino boldly approached a teacher assessing the Jinjutsu and ultimately achieved the same A-grade evaluation as Sakura. "Congratulations, Ino," Sakura exclaimed happily. Ino, feeling dissatisfied, clenched her fists and sought Hinata's approval. "Is this fair?" I come from a prestigious Genjutsu family, yet I am on the same level as this broad forehead. Hinata comforted her, but Sakura has worked very hard, unlike you, who are so carefree. Suddenly, Ino boasted, Sakura, see? This is the difference between genius and you. I only need to exert a little effort to reach your limits. Sakura retorted, let's see who becomes a nin first. At that moment, Niji glanced at Hinata. With Sasuke leading the way, he could not resist joining the graduation exam as well. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. An S-grade taijutsu. Although Niji was not as handsome as Sasuke and did not possess a high family status, he too received cheers from girls. Niji is amazing. Niji responded with a gentle smile. Hinata and Tintin approached almost simultaneously. Congratulations, brother Niji. Congratulations, Niji. The two girls exchanged glances, and Hinata suddenly felt a strange sensation. Niji looked towards the examination site and said, Hinata, aren't you going to participate in the assessment? With your strength, you could easily achieve an S-grade. Hinata did not anticipate so many of the 12 young strong graduating ahead of the original timeline. Huh? Brother Niji, I still need to observe a bit longer. Subsequently, Dingji, Zeno, Tian, and Inuzuka Kiba all graduated by showcasing their unique skills, each receiving their forehead protector. Evenly Rock managed to attain ABU rank in body techniques. Only Hinata, Naruto, and Shikamaru remained among the 12 young ninja. Hinata was ready to proceed, while Shikamaru appeared utterly indifferent. Naruto attempted to advance but ultimately failed. His shadow clone technique resembling a pitiful creature sprawled on the ground, tongue lolling out. Iruka, despite his inclination to protect his students, had no choice but to declare him unqualified. Mizuki, observing from the sidelines, teased, no surprise, he is indeed a student of Iruka-sensei. Hinata glanced at the dejected Naruto. Understanding that his current predicament stemmed from Orochimaru's 5-element seal, rendering him incapable of properly channeling his chakra, he could only draw upon the Nine-Tails chakra. This limitation prevented him from demonstrating his true potential, relegating him to the position of the least capable. With a mischievous smile, Hinata called out, Shikamaru, it's your turn. The teacher is calling for you. Shikamaru, startled from his daydreaming, had intended to let the time pass aimlessly. He began to look around but ultimately found no one beckoning him. Come on, Hinata, don't tease me, he replied, somewhat exasperated. At that moment, Dingji and Ino approached. Ino threatened, Shikamaru, hurry and participate in the graduation exam. Otherwise, how can our team of Ino Shikacho function? Shikamaru shrugged nonchalantly, we have plenty of years ahead to dawdle. What has the rush for you all to graduate early? To join the ranks of the working class, perhaps? The world of ninjas is exceedingly harsh. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Besides, the Nara clan does not consist solely of me. Dingji pondered for a moment. Well, there is no one else from our cohort. If you don't participate, we'll have to wait for your graduation, he added. Ino, incensed, grabbed Shikamaru by the ear and dragged him towards the examination venue. The daughter of the Yamanaka clan was quite formidable, causing the proctor to furrow his brow. Nara Shikamaru, please commence your performance. Shikamaru, realizing that failure to graduate would earn him a beating from Ino and cause Dingji to indulge in sorrowful eating, envisioned returning home to face scorn from his father and nagging from his mother. Why haven't you graduated when all the other children have? Are you foolish or incompetent? Or what? How did I end up with such a useless child? Contemplating these thoughts, Shikamaru concluded that not graduating would lead to greater troubles. The shadow possession technique was undoubtedly of S rank. He promptly executed the shadow clone technique. B rank, qualified for graduation. Shikamaru, Ino, and Dingji left together, naturally forming a ninja team. Now, all eyes turned towards Hinata, especially since Naruto had faltered. Yet, Hinata had yet to make her move. Given that the 12 young ninja were nearing graduation, she saw no reason to linger in school any longer. Go, Hinata! Sakura and Ino cheered. Sasuke added, Hinata-chan, don't let your nerves cause you to falter. To which Naruto countered, she won T. Hinata is the most outstanding. Hinata sought out a ninjutsu instructor, and in her understated manner, she opted for the shadow clone technique. The proctor, with a sweeping gesture, marked an S-grade perfection. Hinata covered her face, sweating. She had initially hoped to follow Shikamaru's example and secure a B grade. Yet, it seemed her excellence surpassed expectations. Perhaps it was due to her frequent use of the advanced shadow clone technique that had ingrained muscle memory within her. Alas, she had aimed for modesty, but her prowess would not allow it. At that moment, a group of teachers approached Iruka, exclaiming, Congratulations, Iruka-sensei. Who would have thought that teaching the lower grades could yield 8 students graduating simultaneously? Remarkable. This is the most illustrious record in the history of the Ninja Academy. You are truly the gold standard among educators. Irika beamed with pride and gave a thumbs up to his students, proclaiming, "You are the finest class I have ever taught." Hinata felt a surge of joy upon hearing such words from her teacher. It was a stark contrast to her previous experiences with homeroom teachers back in Huaxia, who would habitually declare, "You are undoubtedly the worst class I have ever had." The absence of comparison alleviated the sting of criticism. Meanwhile, Shimizu, who also taught younger students, found none of his class members graduating. While this was typical, only geniuses could skip grades. The comparison with Irika ignited a deep-seated resentment within him. Why should Irika, an educator he deemed inferior in every aspect, achieve such success? Shimizu had grown up alongside Irika, being slightly older, yet he had not produced a single prodigy. Even one student surpassing previous classes would have sufficed for him. The reality was a stinging embarrassment. The constant accolades directed at Irika felt like the sharpest mockery of his own inadequacy. At that moment, Naruto, feeling despondent, quietly slipped away to a secluded spot, where he began to weep. Observing this, Shimizu devised a plan. Once, during a mission, he had assisted a teammate suffering a minor injury, ending their agony. This scene caught Orochimaru's attention, who admired such talent and bestowed upon Shimizu a cursed seal, saying, "This is a gift from me. Seek me out if you find it intriguing." Shimizu pondered, "There seems to be no future for Konoha. After finally becoming a teacher, I must constantly be overshadowed by an orphan like Irika." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto sat alone on a terrace, consumed by sorrow. Shimizu leapt up beside him, offering consolation. "Naruto, you are a formidable Jinchuriki, yet you allow others to belittle you. Why not escape the village with me? Out there, many will revere you. You could become a leader, a hero." Naruto, perplexed by the concept of a Jinchuriki, replied, "I will never betray my village." Shimizu smiled. "Well done, my boy. Congratulations on passing the test. Konoha needs loyal ninjas like you." In truth, Arika-sensei does not intend to make things difficult for you. He simply wishes for your foundational skills to be solidified, so you may truly grow stronger. Naruto gazed vacantly at Shimizu, thinking how well he understood him. "However, Teacher Mizuki, everyone else has graduated. I cannot possibly be the only one left behind." Mizuki smiled faintly. "Since you are so eager to graduate, let me share a secret with you. If you retrieve a book of sealing techniques from the Hokage office and learn even a fraction of its contents, you will surpass the others." Naruto pondered. Isn't that akin to theft? Hinata's sister had always advised him against stealing, and he had kept her words in mind. Mizuki's tone turned slightly cold. "You merely need to take a glance, learn it, and then return it. Do not hesitate. Surely, you do not wish to remain ungraduated? You would not want your teacher Irika to consider you the worst student, would you?" Naruto recalled Irika's unwavering support throughout the years, as well as Hinata's concern and encouragement. He could not disappoint them. Following Mizuki's instructions, he made his way to the Hokage building. Hinata returned home, where Hyuga Hizashi had already received news. His typically stern demeanor softened into a smile, filled with joy at having such a capable heir. It felt as if a wayward child had returned home after years of disappointment, now even more accomplished. Hanabi rushed to embrace her sister. "Hinata, I heard you graduated from the Ninja Academy. Father said you were the pride of our family." Hizashi, feeling a bit of his image crumbling, quickly coughed to assert that he had never said such a thing. He remained the stern father he had always been. The Hyuga family's maids and guards gathered in the courtyard. Particularly, Hyuga Haru excitedly ran up to Hinata, unveiling a banner that read, "A bright future awaits." Following closely was Hyuga Natsu, who also revealed a banner proclaiming, "A promising path." Hyuga Aki called out, "Set sail." Hyuga Fuyu declared, "Dreams come true." These banners were inscribed with Chinese characters, as the world of Hokage closely resembles that of Sakura country. Thus, in their realm, Chinese characters remain the most formal and esteemed script, used proudly at significant milestones and occasions. The guards collectively cheered, "Congratulations, Lady Hinata, on your early graduation." Though only 8 years old, Hinata exuded the elegance of a young lady of high standing. Due to her rigorous training, she had matured quickly and stood at an impressive height of 1.4 meters, blossoming into a little beauty. "Thank you all," Hinata spoke gently. As her family dispersed, she attempted to break free from Hanabi's embrace but noticed an unsettling commotion in the distance. A large number of ninjas were in motion. After a moment's contemplation, she recalled that Naruto, having not graduated with honors, had become the last in his class. This meant Mizuki's scheme had also been expedited, with a sense of urgency. Hinata instructed Natsu to take Hanabi away and reminded her to focus on her training. She then departed from the Hyuga residence, donning her Leaf Village headband around her neck. For she was now a genin. Not long ago, Naruto had climbed to a high floor of the Hokage building right before the guards, who did not intervene. Consider it merely a child's prank. One has grown accustomed to it. Naruto, following the information provided by Mizuki, climbed through a window into a corridor. He soon discovered a large red door, securely locked. What a little rascal, Naruto muttered to himself, producing several thin wires and deftly picking the lock. Inside lay numerous scrolls, and he quickly spotted the Book of Seals prominently displayed. Without hesitation, he slung it onto his back. Naruto, what are you doing? A shocked voice exclaimed. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, approached Naruto from behind. Realizing he was in trouble, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. The third Hokage tensed, aware that despite Naruto's youth, he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and should he lose control, the consequences would be dire. Seduction Jutsu. As the smoke cleared, a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed maiden appeared before the third Hokage. His eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on her, unable to move an inch. Lord Third, do you desire me? Naruto teased. His cheeks flushed. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the third Hokage's nose bled profusely, sending him flying backwards. Due to his advanced age and frailty, he couldn't even rise to his feet. Who would have thought that after decades, such a scene could be witnessed again? Seizing the opportunity, Naruto fled with the scroll. It took a while for the third Hokage to regain his composure, and he immediately summoned the guards, declaring that someone had stolen the treasured Book of Seals, personally sealed by the first Hokage, and ordered them to mobilize. Soon, a large number of ninjas gathered. Upon hearing of the rogue ninja who had pilfered the Book of Seals, the crowd was incensed. For the young ninjas, this was their moment to prove themselves. The thief must be a formidable opponent from another village, a significant achievement indeed. However, upon discovering that the thief was Naruto, their anger intensified. This time, it could not be dismissed as a mere prank. That boy must be captured and severely punished. Whispers circulated that the Nine-Tails needed to be taught a lesson. In a small building, Mizuki had found Irika. Irika, it's bad. Naruto, harboring resentment for not graduating, has stolen the Book of Seals and fled the village. He went that way. Irika's heart raced in alarm, and without a second thought, he dashed after Naruto. He reasoned that if he could catch up to Naruto in time and retrieve the Book of Seals, it wouldn't be a grave matter. However, if Naruto left the village, he would be branded a true rogue ninja, ruining his life. Fool, Mizuki thought to himself, plotting to eliminate these two simpletons so he could claim the Book of Seals for himself. Even if he couldn't cultivate its power, he could present it to Orochimaru as a gift. Sometime later, a drenched in sweat Irika, relying on his experience, located Naruto in a small grove. At that moment, Naruto was engrossed in reading the Book of Seals. The shadow clone jutsu, like this, in this way. What the heck? It starts with the technique I'm not proficient in. Irika approached angrily. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? Caught. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. I've been discovered. I am currently learning a ninjutsu, and Master Mizuki assured me that once I master it, graduation would be assured. Irika suddenly realized that Mizuki had been the one orchestrating everything. Mizuki even pointed him in the right direction. This is bad. Countless shurikens were hurled toward Irika and Naruto. Irika swiftly pushed Naruto aside, shielding his heart with his own body, sustaining multiple injuries in the process. Mizuki stood atop a tree branch, sneering, Naruto, hand over the scroll to me, and I might still be able to take you with me. Irika quickly intervened. Naruto, no. Mizuki is using you to steal the scroll of sealing. This object is highly dangerous and must not leave the village. Mizuki mockingly retorted, Naruto, Irika has been deceiving you all along. He does not wish for you to grow stronger because you are his enemy. Do you know why the villagers despise you? It is because a nine-tailed fox resides within you, a creature that once wrought havoc upon Konoha and even killed Irika's parents. The villagers, including Irika, are your foes, while I am the one truly assisting you. As he spoke, he unsheathed a large shuriken from his back. Irika shouted, Baka, be quiet. Mizuki continued to taunt, Naruto, Irika harbors hatred for you. He often expresses a desire to eliminate you. Enraged, Naruto trembled, his chakra surging uncontrollably. Seeing that his words had no effect, Mizuki hurled the large shuriken with a fierce cry. Remembering the teachings of the third Hokage, Irika stepped forward to protect Naruto with his back. As Irika's blood splattered across Naruto's face, the latter comprehended who the true ally was. His sole thought was to flee. He must not be captured by Mizuki. As he sprinted away, Mizuki pursued him. The third Hokage anxiously gazed into the crystal ball from his office, realizing Mizuki's chaos. He murmured, "This boy is more volatile than ever. If he releases the seal within him, it will be disastrous. The nine-tailed fox will wreak havoc once again. And given the current state of the village, everyone will suffer. However, considering Naruto's potential, it seems unlikely. I hope he refrains from causing any more trouble for this old body of mine." In the grove, Hinata arrived just in time to aid Irika, offering him a soldier pill. With urgency, she inquired, "Where are Naruto and the scroll?" In response to her question, Irika said little, pulling Hinata behind him. "Hinata, I am your teacher. It is not your place to confront villains as a newly graduated student. Stay hidden here, and when reinforcements arrive, relay my message to them. I understand your anxiety, but you must trust me." Hinata wished to say more, but Irika, despite his injuries, had already leapt into the trees. On the other side of the forest, Naruto, with the scroll on his back, leaped forward like a great frog. Irika chased after him, calling out, "Naruto, quickly hand over the scroll. If you return it, everything will be fine." At this moment, Irika surged forward, positioning himself in front of Naruto, only to be sent flying by a powerful knee strike from Naruto. Irika, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How could this be? How did you know I am not Irika?" As he spoke, he transformed into the likeness of Mizuki. Meanwhile, Naruto, weakened and seated on the ground, clutched his wound and weakly replied, "Because I am Irika." With that, he shifted into Irika's form. Hinata had already pinpointed the locations of several individuals using her Byakugan. Calculating her next move, she intended to throw explosive kunai to corner Mizuki, followed by using the 8 trigrams palm to incapacitate him, and ultimately employing fire release techniques to eliminate him. It was a flawless plan. However, Hinata noticed Naruto behind a tree, clutching the sealing scroll, and Irika, who was stealthily preparing to strike. The forbidden technique took precedence. Irika would not perish so easily. Hinata leaped in front of Naruto. Upon seeing her, Naruto's heart soared, and he quickly tossed the sealing scroll to her. He then charged forward, colliding with Mizuki just as he was about to attack Irika. Hinata, holding the sealing scroll, hesitated to look at it, aware that the third Hokage was monitoring Naruto's every move through a crystal ball. If he discovered she had learned a forbidden technique, he would likely guard against her as if she were a thief. The third Hokage was one matter. If Danzo learned of it, the consequences would be dire. Naruto, filled with fury, declared, "I want to allow you to harm teacher Irika." Mizuki derisively retorted, "You little brat, I could kill you with a mere flick of my wrist. Individuals like you only perish on the battlefield for the sake of their comrades. You wretched fox." Naruto's face contorted in rage as he formed hand seals and resolutely proclaimed, "I will repay your filth 1,000-fold. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. A massive cloud of smoke enveloped the entire forest, and hundreds upon thousands of Naruto's shadow clones emerged, densely filling the area, both above and below the trees. The foremost clones charged towards Mizuki, seizing the moment. Hinata, drawing upon a vast reserve of chakra, opened the sealing scroll. In just a second or two, she scanned its contents before closing it again. With her photographic memory, she had memorized everything. Overwhelmed with joy, she exerted all her strength to suppress her excitement. The third Hokage, observing through the crystal ball, noted how Naruto's shadow clones were relentlessly pummeling Mizuki. He murmured, "This kid Naruto, to think he can master this technique, truly unexpected." Nevertheless, the reason why the multiple shadow clone jutsu is classified as forbidden is solely due to its exorbitant chakra requirements. Those lacking sufficient chakra can easily succumb to exhaustion and death when attempting to use it. It's akin to having a single opportunity but attempting it 7 times in one night. As Mizuki was utterly overwhelmed and rendered defenseless, the tide of battle was clearly turning in their favor. The third Hokage's gaze shifted to the sealing scroll, where he observed Hinata diligently securing it tightly before clutching it to her chest and hiding in the underbrush. It seemed she was determined to protect the sealing scroll with her life. What a good girl she was, so obedient. The third Hokage felt no concern that Hinata would be able to open the sealing scroll, except for an anomaly like Naruto. Others would require nearly the chakra levels of a Jonin to unlock such power. Hinata, though a prodigy, is merely a fledgling fresh out of the academy. Meanwhile, the third Hokage contemplated how to manage the aftermath, knowing that dealing with Naruto was out of the question. As the Jinchuriki, he served as a vital asset to the village. Irika had managed to ignite Naruto's resolve to protect his comrades. Thus the blame would have to fall upon Mizuki. If he were still alive, he would undoubtedly face a lifetime of imprisonment. The third swiftly issued a command to cease the search. after Mizuki succumbed to unconsciousness. Hinata dutifully handed the Book of Seals to Irika. At that moment, the Third's direct guards arrived, taking the Book of Seals and Mizuki away. Irika, beaming with pride, affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. "Well done, you've earned my approval. Here is your forehead protector." He smiled warmly. "Naruto, congratulations on your graduation." Covered in blood, Naruto leapt with joy. "Hooray, I've graduated too." Irika turned to Hinata. "Thank you. Without you, I might not even be able to stand right now." He added, "Let us celebrate with some ramen." As they walked, Irika calculated that although Naruto had a voracious appetite, the money he brought should suffice for the day. At Ichiraku Ramen, amidst the cheerful ambience, Irika exited with his head bowed, feeling defeated. How could inviting just 2 students for a meal lead to such debt? Hinata waved at Irika with a sweet smile. "Goodbye, Irika-sensei." Upon returning home, Hinata focused intently on recalling every detail of the Book of Seals. She needed to document everything while it was still fresh in her mind. The shadow clone technique allows the user to create a multitude of clones using a vast amount of chakra, summoning thousands of shadow clones at once. Each clone possesses an equal chakra distribution to the original, albeit with diminished strength. Clones can attack and act, but upon receiving damage, they vanish. Once released, the original gains the experiences acquired by the summoned clones. The more chakra one possesses, the greater the number of clones one can create simultaneously. Mismanagement of this technique could lead to disastrous consequences. Hinata was uncertain about the extent of her chakra. She believed that mastering it would require her to grow even stronger before attempting. As she began to transcribe the second ninjutsu, she could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The earlier shadow clone technique, though formidable, was merely classified as A rank, while the next was an S rank forbidden technique, none other than the infamous Edo Tensei. This technique is renowned as one of the pivotal jutsu during the Fourth Great Ninja War. It involves extracting a certain amount of the deceased's physical tissue, using a living body as the vessel for the deceased soul, and then summoning the soul from the Pure Land to the present world. The soul clings to the vessel and envelopes the living body in dust, transforming it into the likeness of the deceased in their prime. This technique proves difficult to execute in times of peace and appears to be the unaltered version from Senju Tobarama, laden with numerous flaws. Although the caster can exert control over the reincarnated through incantations or spiritual contracts, should the reincarnated individual become aware of the seal's location, they possess the ability to actively dissolve the reincarnation pact and escape from their dominion. Even the mature version of the Edo Tensei may be resisted, and formidable beings such as Kaguya Otsutsuki or Uchiha Madara could potentially break free from this control. Once liberated, the summoned powerful entities may spiral into chaos, posing extreme danger to the caster themselves. The third forbidden technique is the 8 Gates of Death. This technique releases the body's restrictions on chakra, allowing excess energy to be unleashed. Within the chakra flow system, the 8 gates, open, rest, life, injury, shock, view, surprise, and death, serve to regulate and control the chakra within. However, the 8 Gates of Death enables the chakra to forcibly exceed these limits, thereby unleashing a power exponentially greater than one's original capacity. For a physical practitioner like Hinata, the 8 Gates of Death is undoubtedly a fitting specialization, capable of manifesting unparalleled might and executing overpowering strikes. Nevertheless, Hinata believes that mastering this technique is exceedingly challenging, as it took Might Gaia's father, Might Dewey, 2 decades to fully comprehend it. The mutual exploding tag technique is an A-rank infinite detonation ninjutsu. It utilizes explosive tags to continuously summon more explosive tags, triggering a series of concentrated detonations at specific points. Upon contact with the target, it will incessantly ignite until the target is reduced to ashes. It bears resemblance to the concept of carpet bombing from a past life. If one were to falter in their speed, they too would be caught in the blast. Consequently, Senju Tobarama typically employs this technique in conjunction with Edo Tensei. Contemplating this, Hinata feels a profound pity for Senju Tobarama, who tirelessly developed numerous forbidden techniques to combat the malevolent Uchiha, only to have all but water release categorized as forbidden by his brother, Senju Hashirama. It is undeniably frustrating, highlighting the necessity for an exceptional successor to carry on this legacy. The S-rank technique, Shiki F Jin, hails from the Uzumaki clan and is an immensely powerful sealing technique. The caster pays the price of their life to summon the Shinigami, who seals the opponent. The specific hand seal sequences, Si, Hi, Umi, Yu, Inu, Na, Tori, Yu, Si, and then a prayer with both hands together. Following this, The Shinigami is summoned, wielding a sword to sever the target's soul and consume it, thus sealing their essence. The size of the sealed soul is determined by the caster, and those ensnared by Shiki F gene are rendered incapable of using techniques. This technique was later employed by the third Hokage against Orochimaru. When utilizing this technique, the caster forms a pact with the Shinigami, effectively selling their own soul. Thus, after devouring the target's soul, the caster's soul is also destined to be consumed by the Shinigami. Consequently, the souls of both the caster and the adversary are condemned to eternally loathe and battle each other within the Shinigami's belly, forever barred from reincarnation. It is a method that results in mutual destruction. In future events, Orochimaru sacrifices both hands, while the third Hokage sacrifices his life. At this moment, Hinata suddenly conceives a bold idea. If preparations commence from this moment, could one inherit the title of Hokage before the passing of the third? The four symbols seal. This technique employs the cyclical nature of the four symbols to encapsulate malevolent forces through a formidable sealing method. The seal leaves a mark on the human body or other entities, which can effectively imprison powerful adversaries within the chosen vessel for an extended duration. Hinata mused. If she were to master this, could she perhaps seal a tailed beast within herself? Much like Naruto, she could then recklessly draw upon its chakra, extracting from the nine tails. Yet, that remains an impossibility. The potency of the sealing technique hinges upon the strength of the practitioner. The greater the skill of the user, the more enduring and robust the seal becomes. To subdue a tailed beast, Hinata would need to possess the requisite strength. During the Nine Tails incident, Minato employed the double four symbol seal, creating the 8 trigram seal that securely confined the Nine Tails within Naruto's being. Subsequently, Orochimaru, for precautionary measures, added a layer of the 5-element seal from the outside, a triple safeguard. Thus, Naruto endured considerable hardship. Should Hinata, in the future, acquire formidable Sharingan powers, would she be able to release the Nine Tails from within Naruto and control it herself? How utterly sinister that would be. A smirk graced her lips as she continued her silent contemplation. Ultimately, she did not uncover the Flying Thunder God technique. It is understandable, as while the technique is powerful, it does not pose a grave danger to the practitioner's life. The primary challenge lies in its complexity. Without innate talent, mastering such space-time ninjutsu is virtually impossible. What a pity. If only her abilities were more robust, she would have considered summoning the fourth Hokage through the reanimation jutsu to gain his guidance. However, to enact the reanimation of the fourth, one would need to devise a way to extract his soul from the belly of the Shinigami. The difficulty of such a task is beyond imagination. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, there would be an extensive period of free time, akin to a holiday. This time primarily serves the purpose of transitioning the duties of the Jonin, ensuring sufficient ninjas are available to mentor the newly graduated genin. Depending on the number of graduates, the coordination of these duties varies, but it does not exceed 3 months. This year's graduating class is noticeably larger. New ninja teams generally consist of 1 jonin and 3 genin. Given the scarcity of female ninjas, the typical composition is 1 female and 2 males. Under the guidance of their jonin leader and instructor, the genin form operational units to undertake various missions. Upon promotion to chunin, they can freely form teams with others, marking their true graduation. Beyond the confines of the novice village, they can pursue a multitude of professions. For instance, Irika is a chunin engaged in education. Once the village has organized everything, the process of registration and documentation begins. Following registration, teams will be formed and new jonin instructors assigned. Hinata is uncertain about who her teammates and instructor will be, as the fluctuations in the timeline render all possibilities open. Lacking a sense of belonging, she finds her holiday rather mundane. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Why not embark on an impromptu journey? As for the destination, Hinata reminisced about the time Jiraiya, without the formalities of a contract, performed the space-time ninjutsu summoning technique and was transported to Myaboka Mountain. From that moment on, he trained there and ultimately became one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. If she could master the Sage Mode, it would be a remarkable transformation. However, such actions could lead to unexpected destinations. Yet, based on Jiraiya's experience, it seemed that there was some method to the madness. His connection with Myaboka Mountain facilitated his arrival there. The Hyuga clan, overly reliant on the Byakugan and Taijutsu, seldom employed summoning beasts. Perhaps, with a mere attempt, one could reach their destined place and forge a pact with a summoning beast of profound connection. Resolute in her decision, she informed her family of her intent to embark on a journey. Hinata then made her way to her family's courtyard. Hinata Haru began to arrange for the protection and provisions for her departure. In their minds, they envisioned Hinata exploring numerous locales, experiencing diverse cultures, and indulging in various cuisines. However, they were taken aback when they witnessed Hinata biting her finger and commencing the hand seals. With a decisive slap upon the ground, she proclaimed, summoning technique. A circle of black runes radiated outward. After a puff of white smoke, Hinata vanished without a trace. Hinata Haru and Hinata Fuyu exchanged bewildered glances. When did the young lady acquire a summoning beast? Surely, she did not. Master, this is bad. After a moment of dizziness, the space-time transfer concluded. Hinata gazed around in astonishment. She found herself amidst a vibrant, lush tropical rainforest. The dense canopy wove a verdant tapestry overhead, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, while the humid air was infused with the fresh fragrance of earth and blossoms. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded down a towering cliff, producing a deafening roar. The scene before her led Hinata to wonder if this was indeed the fabled Mayaboka mountain. However, the vegetation seemed inconsistent with that notion, lacking the presence of massive insects or large frogs. Was it the Dragon Cave? For now, no caves were in sight. The wet-bone forest? The humidity was palpable, though it lacked that eerie ambience. As Hinata circulated her chakra, she sensed a mysterious force attempting to draw near. Could it be the legendary natural energy? With a torrent of questions swirling in her mind, she transformed into a small deer to avoid drawing attention and leapt away into the distance. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at a hidden sanctuary. Sunlight filtered through the sparse canopy, casting a mosaic of light upon a tranquil body of water. It was a secluded hot spring, concealed from the world. Having emerged from the damp, oppressive rainforest, Hinata's body yearned for a soothing soak. Without hesitation, she shed her garments and gracefully leaped into the springs. The water splashed gently, creating delicate ripples, enveloping her in warmth that dispelled all weariness. Yet, as Hinata leisurely played with the water, she unexpectedly noticed the unusual quality of the liquid. It possessed a subtle viscosity, as if it could permeate her skin. Oh no, she thought, I have been careless. Would there be any adverse effects? As she delved into the intricate meridians of her body and activated her chakras, Hinata felt a stirring within her heart. At that moment, her perception of natural energy became unprecedentedly clear. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, as if attuning herself to the very heartbeat of the earth, sensing the flow of energy in every breath of air. This reminded her of the meditative practices found in tales of spiritual cultivation, wherein one absorbs spiritual power. Drawing upon her prior experiences with chakra cultivation, Hinata instinctively began the process, and to her astonishment, it proved effective. As her meditative technique unfolded, the surrounding natural energy seemed to be drawn to her by an invisible force, converging towards Hinata. The water in the hot spring appeared to come alive, resonating with the energy within her. Waves of warm and potent energy surged into her body, flowing along her meridians and ultimately gathering in her dantian, forming an unprecedented surge of power. Thanks to her long-term physical training, Hinata was capable of harnessing a substantial amount of natural energy. Under her formidable mental control, the natural energy, bodily energy, and spiritual energy effortlessly merged, giving rise to Senjutsu Chakra. The Senjutsu Chakra began to circulate within her meridians as Hinata guided it to continue refining her body while simultaneously nourishing it. Furthermore, mysterious substances from the hot spring were entering her body, significantly aiding her ability to absorb natural energy with ease. The excess Senjutsu Chakra in her dantian began to compress and store itself. Subtle changes were occurring within her body. Impurities started to be expelled through her skin, leaving her complexion fair, tender, and radiant. Her mental acuity was also on the rise. Even without the aid of her Byakugan, she could perceive distant movements. Her hearing sharpened, her sense of smell heightened, and her tactile sensitivity became exquisite. Even without activating her ocular techniques, her Byakugan's capabilities were strengthening. Hinata sensed that she had reached the level of a 10th-tier chi cultivator, yet she felt utterly lost regarding the foundation of forming a golden core. In the realm of spiritual cultivation novels, the earlier stages often meticulously detail the process of refinement, while later stages tend to gloss over many steps. Therefore, Hinata realized she could not truly cultivate here. She resolved to continue refining her body and compressing the Senjutsu Chakra as much as possible. Even if she could not attain true cultivation, if she could compress her chakra into a liquid or even solid form, as depicted in certain novels, it would surpass her current capabilities manifold. In the world of Naruto, enhancing cellular vitality significantly boosts combat strength. Inspired by this notion, Hinata began to experiment with storing the compressed chakra within all of her bodily cells. While others increased their chakra reserves through arduous training, Hinata's method was vastly different. She absorbed it voraciously. Eventually, the quality of the hot spring water transformed into that of ordinary water, and her absorption rate plummeted to a mere tenth of its previous capacity. It seemed she had reached her limit. After completing her bath, Hinata stood up and exclaimed with delight, refreshing. By this time, night had fallen, and a full moon illuminated the forest, yet her voice still resonated with considerable force. The birds in the forest scattered in terror. Hinata hurriedly donned her clothes, preparing to find a place to conceal herself for the night. From her past experiences gleaned from wilderness survival shows, she knew that the best option was to seek refuge in a tree, while simultaneously kindling a fire nearby to ward off venomous insects and wild beasts. Just as Hinata was about to act, it felt as if a colossal entity was awakening deep beneath the ground, causing the earth beneath her feet to tremble. The surrounding trees creaked ominously. Suddenly, a gigantic figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest. It was a serpent, measuring 100 meters in length. Its body a deep purple adorned with black underbelly and ring patterns. Its form undulated like a mountain range, its scales glimmering with a cold sheen under the moonlight. Most striking were the sharp horns atop its head. As its enormous eyes opened, its long forked tongue flickered in a disconcerting manner, emitting a chilling hiss that sent shivers down Hinata's spine. Oh my goodness, a myriad of serpents, Hinata thought, her heart pounding with dread as she recognized the creature's identity. She could scarcely believe that the place she had unwittingly entered harbored such a terrifying beast. Indeed, she had ventured near the dragon cave. Faced with such a vast disparity in power, how could she possibly escape? This ancient serpent had likely lived for thousands of years and was on the brink of becoming a dragon. Orochimaru treated it with utmost respect. Every summoning required a sacrifice of 100 lives to procure the opportunity for the myriad serpents to intervene. At that moment, the serpent spoke, its voice deep and authoritative. Who dares to intrude upon my domain, consuming the white snake sage's bathing water? I had intended to partake of the celestial dew here, but now I shall have to feast upon you as compensation. Upon hearing this, Hinata's face turned ashen, and an unprecedented wave of fear surged within her. She realized that she might truly be facing an inescapable crisis, yet her instinct for survival quickly urged her to calm herself and devise a strategy. In this critical moment, Hinata performed an unexpected act. She slowly raised her hands, gently placing them together before her chest, her fingertips barely touching. A delicate blush spread across her cheeks, yet her gaze sparkled with an unusual light. Her voice, soft and slightly trembling, inquired, "Esteemed serpent, how could you possibly consume such a lovely girl as myself? Do you not possess even a shred of compassion?" A flicker of surprise crossed the serpent's cold gaze. A beautiful maiden? It had not anticipated that this seemingly frail girl would remain composed in such dire circumstances and engage it in conversation in this manner. Had she been any other ninja, they would have either launched an attack or attempted to flee. The serpent scrutinized Hinata closely, gradually sensing her extraordinary aura. Byakugan, Hyuga clan, sage power? Humph. So you are a little girl from the Hyuga clan. The serpent's voice was deep, laced with a hint of amusement. Since you recognize me, you must not be an ordinary individual. Perhaps you might enlighten me on how to appease my hunger. Well, I am actually a disciple of Orochimaru, come to participate in the trials of the Dragon Cave Sage. Hinata prepared to fabricate her identity, intending to escape from the gaze of the great serpent at lightning speed. The great serpent shook his head, remarking that such a rationale was insufficient to dissuade him from consuming her. Hinata shot him a glance, pondering what he truly desired after his prolonged silence. Resolutely, she gently coaxed, "Are you familiar with the great toad sage? He possesses the gift of prophetic dreams. I, too, occasionally glimpse into the future." Observing the young girl before him, the great serpent's interest piqued. "Pray tell," Hinata boldly declared. "I know that you will perish at the hands of someone." "Who?" The great serpent sneered. With a slight smile, Hinata teased, "How about this? Esteemed serpent, take me to participate in the trial. Should I succeed, I shall reveal the identity to you. If I fail, you may feast upon me according to the customs of the Dragon Cave." The great serpent scrutinized Hinata for an extended moment, his mind analyzing the situation. This individual claimed to be a disciple of Orochimaru yet belonged to the Hyuga clan, possessing knowledge of both the Dragon Cave and Myaboka Mountain. It was peculiar that she recognized him upon their first encounter. No, this fragile girl could not possibly be Orochimaru's disciple. Rather, Her asserted prophetic ability seemed more plausible. Could it be that she genuinely foresaw life and death? Perhaps it was better to consume her. Such tender flesh was enticing. Alternatively, taking a gamble might allow him to evade a fatal crisis. As the great serpent hesitated, a figure slowly descended, a woman clad in green appearing beside Hinata. The green-clad woman's skirt was embroidered with intricate bamboo patterns, perfectly complementing her elegant demeanor. Though her visage was beautiful, it bore serpentine features, snake-like eyes, a heart-shaped face, and sharp fangs barely concealed by her slightly parted lips. The great serpent, flicking his tongue, jested, "The green serpent sage grows ever more enchanting." The green serpent sage paid no heed to the great serpent, instead assessing the timid yet compliant Hinata. "Human girl," she began. "The white serpent sage informed me that a girl from the human realm has arrived at the dragon cave. If you seek to partake in the trials, please follow me." Hinata calculated in her mind that the white serpent sage was the master of the dragon cave, likely existing since the era of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Akin to the toad sage of Miyaboka Mountain, it was said she possessed knowledge of all affairs within the ninja world. Upon seeing the green-clad woman, a term sprang to Hinata's mind: great shape-shifting demon. "Yes, I am here to participate in the trials. The esteemed serpent was just about to lead me." The great serpent coldly interjected, "I shall remain outside. Should you perish, I will gladly consume you. I crave a taste of fresh meat." Hinata cast him a sidelong glance before following the green serpent sage. She understood that when faced with a significant disparity in strength, displaying weakness often lowered the opponent's guard. Should the situation turn unfavorable, seizing the opportunity for a surprise attack might yield a glimmer of hope. The entrance to the dragon cave resembled a wooden tower partially embedded in the mountainside, akin to the Mogayo caves. A plaque hung above, inscribed with 3 grand characters, "Dragon Cave." Inside, the arrangement mirrored a temple constructed within a cavern. Deep within the shadows of the temple lay numerous caverns, many of which housed large pythons fixated upon Hinata. At the base of the grand hall, there resided an immense chair, presumably the throne of the White Serpent Immortal. Yet, the White Serpent Immortal did not present herself in the form of her original guise, the Great White Serpent, but rather assumed a human shape. The White Serpent Immortal possessed an extraordinary beauty, her every inch of skin seemingly infused with the ethereal glow of a millennium's moonlight. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall of stars, carelessly spilling over her shoulders. Graceful and dignified, with an elegant nose and lips that bore the delicate hue of freshly blossomed petals, she radiated the vitality of morning dew. Her every gesture exuded an air of transcendence. This celestial visage of the Moon Palace was vastly different from Hinata's prior imaginings. She distinctly recalled the White Serpent Immortal as a diminutive, elderly woman with a pipe. It was, in truth, this enchanting appearance that the White Serpent Immortal adopted to leave a favorable impression on Hinata, while the image of the old crone was merely to deal with those insufferable men. Behind the White Serpent Immortal stood 2 women, one clad in blue and the other in red. Hinata licked her lips. They were a mesmerizing assembly of beautiful serpent spirits. "Greetings, esteemed immortals," she sweetly addressed them. The White Serpent Immortal nodded in satisfaction. "What a delightful girl you are." It was well known that the trials within the Dragon's Cave were the most brutal among the 3 sacred lands. Failure meant being devoured. Most participants were driven mad by the pursuit of power, and in recent centuries, only Orochimaru had successfully passed the trial. Yet, he disdainfully abandoned the cultivation of natural energy, which was truly infuriating. It was indeed a rarity for such a charming girl to venture into the Dragon's Cave. Unable to resist, the White Serpent Immortal approached Hinata, inhaling her fragrant essence. "Sister, you smell delightful, reminiscent of my own scent. I recognize you. You are a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan." The smile of the White Serpent Immortal reminded Hinata of the Lady Bai, while the Green Serpent Immortal was none other than the Little Green One. Seizing the moment, Hinata leaned closer to the White Serpent Immortal, inhaling her fragrance and complimenting, "Sister Immortal, you also possess a lovely scent. May I embrace you?" The White Serpent Immortal playfully remarked, "You little one, it is impossible to escape the trial by seeking closeness. However, an embrace is certainly permissible, gently and cautiously." Hinata wrapped her arms around the White Serpent Immortal, her fingertips gliding softly along the Immortal's arm. This scene left the nearby serpents utterly bewildered. What was happening? Shouldn't the harsh trials commence to showcase the might of the Dragon's Cave? They needed to hurry and conclude this as they awaited their feast. "Sister Immortal, your skin is truly like the most exquisite silk under the moonlight, both warm and imbued with an indescribable luster." Hinata's voice was soft and sincere. The White Serpent Immortal smiled slightly, tenderly lifting Hinata, feeling the warmth and vitality radiating from her. Your skin is equally remarkable, akin to the tender peach blossoms of early spring, delicate and full of life. Moreover, your body is both soft and resilient, a splendid candidate for the cultivation of immortal arts. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck Hinata. She gently pushed away the white serpent immortal. Sister immortal, after I pass the trial, may I choose not to cultivate the immortal arts of the dragon's cave? However, I wish to cultivate within the dragon's lair. The white serpent immortal frowned, perplexed by the audacity to underestimate the profound arts of the esteemed dragon's lair. Were it not for the undeniable charm of this young girl, she would have been incensed. Humph, very well, you must first pass the trial. In Hinata's heart, the notion of mastering the dragon's lair techniques was daunting. Would it not transform her into a mere serpent spirit? Even the likes of the immortal pharmacist Kabuto seemed a favorable outcome, yet it appeared rather grotesque. It would be far more prudent to harness the extraordinary natural energies of this realm, which far exceed those of the outside world, for body refinement and energy cultivation. The white serpent immortal turned to the green serpent immortal. Chinger, what is the most arduous trial? Arrange it for this Navi little girl. The elder sister was evidently displeased. Although Orochimaru had escaped alive last time, he had been left grievously injured. The green serpent immortal, suppressing a smile, ventured, recently. A group of iron-eating beasts has been wreaking havoc in the bamboo grove. Perhaps we can allow the girl to confront them as her trial. The white serpent immortal recalled the brutal iron-eating beasts, with their tough hides, sharp fangs, and immense strength. It was indeed a fitting trial, and she nodded in agreement. Subduing the iron-eating beast rebellion will suffice for your passage. Sister, should you succeed, I shall permit you to remain here for your cultivation. With the location of the iron-eating beasts in hand, Hinata set forth, only to be greeted by a multitude of serpents. One serpent inquired, "Little girl, what is your trial task?" "It seems to involve some iron-eating beasts, Senior Washi." "Are they formidable?" Hinata asked innocently. Washi grinned ominously, "Little girl, it appears the white serpent immortal has sent you to your doom. Those iron-eating beasts are as massive as mountains and possess strength that can shatter hills with a mere punch. One embrace could uproot towering trees." Hinata's fear began to surface. Washi continued, "Rather than suffer, you might as well let me consume you now. What a gluttonous serpent, always thinking of devouring. Surely, one could aspire to more than that." Hinata chose to ignore him, traversing through the forest instead. Soon, she arrived at a sea of bamboo, where the stalks towered several times larger than those in her previous life. At that moment, a gigantic green bamboo viper lunged at a black and white creature. What on earth? A panda? Hinata had expected the iron-eating beasts to be fearsome monsters, yet here was a comically adorable national treasure. The green bamboo viper swiftly ensnared the little panda. "How dare you bully my national treasure? Open the rest gate." Hinata's cells surged with vitality, doubling her combat prowess. "Open the life gate." A wave of green chakra energy emanated from her being, tripling her strength. With a resounding cry, Hinata soared into the air. Her toes barely touched the bamboo leaves, propelling her upward as she delivered a precise and fierce kick to the viper's vulnerable spot. The beast recoiled in pain, its massive form releasing the panda from its grip. The little panda, bewildered, fled to safety. Yet, Hinata did not pause. As she landed, prepared to strike again, a roar erupted. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal panda, towering several meters high, approached like the sovereign of the forest, exuding an air of majesty and inviolability. With a swift motion, it extended its mighty paw and effortlessly captured the struggling green bamboo viper, its immense strength rendering the fierce serpent utterly helpless. The viper was flung into the air like a piece of dried meat, raised high before being forcefully slammed to the ground. Dust swirled, and bamboo leaves scattered. The green bamboo viper had completely lost its capacity to resist. Witnessing this spectacle, the myriad serpents could not help but gasp in astonishment and chose to retreat quietly. Hinata stood rooted in place, gazing at the astonishing scene before her. She murmured to herself, "My goodness, such a gigantic panda. It has dealt with the green bamboo viper." The epic panda clasped its paws together and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, young hero, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, I would have been in peril." Hinata reciprocated with a bow. "Brave warrior, there is no need for thanks. It was merely a small favor." From a distance, the multitude of serpents wondered what these two were murmuring about. Suddenly, the panda grew wistful. "I never expected to hear the accent of my homeland after traveling across the seas. Perhaps we should formalize a pact." It was then that Hinata realized her unintentional speech had been in the language of Huaxia, while the panda spoke in the dialect of Sichuan. When compatriots meet, there are often tears. The panda enthusiastically laid a spirit contract scroll on the ground. Hinata beamed. This fellow was indeed straightforward. The scroll bore but a single name, Xianghua. Thus, she would be the second. True to form, the panda displayed a fondness for young girls. With a brush, she inscribed her name, Hinata Hyuga. The panda joyfully rolled up the scroll, declaring, "From now on, my son shall be Miss Hinata's spirit beast, and as a father, I am at ease." Having said this, the panda turned to depart, as if pressed by some urgent matter. Hinata gazed at the fluffy little panda, extending her hand to gently touch its soft fur, akin to caressing a cloud. The little panda seemed to sense this tenderness, slightly opening its eyes, a flicker of contentment crossing its gaze before it fully relaxed. Leaning its round body against Hinata. "Little one, you shall be called Abayo from now on." Abayo blinked, seemingly understanding. Suddenly, she remembered something unsettling. It dawned on her that she had come to subdue the iron-eating beasts. Now, having vanquished a snake and befriended an iron-eating beast, wouldn't that be considered treachery in the eyes of the white snake fairy? Contemplating this, she decided not to dwell on the duration of her subjugation and instead resumed her cultivation. The multitude of serpents, flicking their tongues, stealthily approached. The cultivation speed of this young girl was certainly not inferior to that of the sage of 6 paths. 2 months passed, and Hinata finally remembered that her school was about to start. The panda, for reasons unknown, had become elusive. Abayo had consumed every bamboo in the vicinity. My goodness, how insatiable! Concerned for Abayo's safety outdoors, Hinata decided to store it within a spatial scroll. It was said that the dragon's lair lay at the world's end, making it quite challenging to return to Konoha. Reverse summoning technique? Abayo, alas, possessed no such abilities. Only then did she return to seek the White Snake Immortal in the Dragon Cave's Grand Hall. The White Snake Immortal, taken aback, exclaimed, "You claim to have subdued the iron-eating beast? How is that even possible?" After saying this, the Serpent Immortals and Hinata made their way to the Emerald Bamboo Forest. To their astonishment, there were neither bamboo nor any sign of the iron-eating beasts for miles around. Hinata finally understood why the giant panda had abandoned its offspring. It was preoccupied with foraging for food. By the time they arrived, all had been devoured by other bears. The myriad snakes had slithered over, mockingly commenting on the desolation, which clearly bore the scars of an ancient and fierce battle. Little Ching surveyed the area and nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was no trace of the iron-eating beasts. The White Snake Immortal appraised Hinata's petite frame in disbelief. Hinata waved her hand dismissively. Regardless of the circumstances, the question remains, did we subdue it or not? The White Snake Immortal chuckled. Indeed, it has been subdued, and the Emerald Bamboo Forest is no more. Young girl, you may now divulge your name to me. Once registered, you shall be considered a part of my realm in the Dragon Cave. Hinata joyfully replied, "So this is what it means to be a registered disciple." Registered? The White Snake Immortal nodded. That is indeed the case. Subsequently, Hinata requested the White Snake Immortal to transport her to the Hidden Leaf Village, promising to return for training later. The White Snake Immortal summoned the Serpent's summoning scroll. "I believe you have an affinity with Wan Shi, so you should sign with him." Wan Shi immediately objected. "I refuse to serve as a lackey for a mere child who barely weighs a few ounces. There is no benefit in that. And about the premonitory dreams you mentioned, can you enlighten me?" Hinata shook her head and playfully retorted, "Not a chance. If you don't sign, I won't tell you." Wan Shi, feeling exasperated, realized that if he didn't sign, this little girl would leave unscathed, leaving him without a meal or the knowledge of his impending tribulation. Very well, I shall sign." The weaker Hinata became, the better it was for him. When she faced difficulties later, he could leverage it for his own gain and interest. The White Snake Immortal inscribed the name Hinata Hyuga with a smile. Hinata whispered the name Uchiha Sasuke into Wan Shi's ear, explaining that he had been controlled by the Sharingan and subsequently perished at the hands of the Star of Destruction. Just as Wan Shi pondered what the Star of Destruction was, Little Ching intervened and transported Hinata back. As a cloud of smoke dissipated, Hinata found herself in her own courtyard. She was perplexed about how the Green Snake Immortal had pinpointed her location. Could it be that summoning jutsu could be performed before signing? At that moment, Hanabi was practicing in the courtyard. Upon seeing her sister, she shouted excitedly, "Everyone, come quickly. Sister is back." Hayashi Hyuga soon appeared with the servants, chiding, "You child, do not engage in such perilous activities again. Now that you are home. It means the contract has been completed, correct?" Hinata nodded and produced the scroll. "Come forth, Abao." A comically adorable little panda appeared before everyone. Hanabi exclaimed joyfully, "So cute," and immediately approached to pat Abao's head. Hinata Hyuga narrowed her eyes in discontent, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Such a diminutive ninja beast possesses no combat prowess. A ninja beast should not merely be aesthetically pleasing. The more ferocious, the better." Meanwhile, Abao paid no heed to the other's remarks and, in an instant, fixated on the ornamental bamboo of the Hyuga clan. She dashed forward, voraciously consuming an entire cluster of bamboo, then rolled onto her back, pouting to indicate her insatiable hunger. It was at this moment that Hinata realized the gravity of the situation. The giant panda had cunningly passed the little panda onto her. This was a glutton without limits. It seemed that even the bamboo of the Land of Fire would not suffice for her appetite. Hinata Haru suggested, "My lady, this little creature has an astonishing appetite. The future looks promising. I shall procure all the bamboo surrounding Konoha." Abao chimed in, "I want to eat bamboo. I want to eat bamboo. I'm hungry." Hinata Natsu chuckled. "Look how famished the child is." Hinata pondered for a moment and replied, "No need for that. Let us give Abao some meat instead." Abao covered her eyes, protesting, "I do not eat meat." Bamboo lacked substantial nutrition, which explained the panda's excessive consumption. If it were meat, she would not need to eat so much. Hinata gently stroked Abao's head and earnestly advised, "Dear, you are a bear, not a cat. Even cats know to eat meat. Trust me, consuming meat will make you stronger. A vegetarian diet will only leave you hungry." The little panda, unfazed, declared, "I am Abao, and I will eat bamboo. To eat meat, one must fight. I, Abao, would rather starve than eat meat." Hinata was at a loss for words. It seemed Abao was a peace-loving gourmand. This wouldn't do. Thus, Hinata set up a barbecue grill, sprinkling salt and chili powder atop the skewers. The Hyuga clan members took turns feasting on grilled skewers and sipping drinks in front of Abao. Ultimately, amidst tears, Abao consumed her first piece of grilled meat. It was exquisite. She simply couldn't stop. The raw, bloody meat and decayed flesh found in the wild paled in comparison to such earthly delights. Yet, even with this indulgence, Abao might still bankrupt the Hyuga family. Consequently, Hinata instructed her servants to mix military rations powder into the spicy sauce. Perfect. As the reporting time approached, it was Naruto who sought out Hinata. Since graduating successfully, he had been deeply invested in his future as a ninja, diligently gathering information each day. Upon receiving news, he promptly located Hinata. The two agreed to capture a stunning photograph for their ninja registration forms. In the dark underbelly of Konoha, a piece of intelligence landed on Shimura Danzo's desk. He cast a glance at it, scoffing. "I initially thought this little brat would have an adventure akin to Jiraiya's, but instead, he returns with a bear that only eats bamboo and cannot fight, since it does not pertain to the legacies of the three great sage lands. It hardly merits my attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fool, fancies himself Hokage yet denies me the opportunity to mentor the latest batch of youthful prodigies. If I were Hokage, I would undoubtedly lead the village to true glory." In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage scrutinized two photographs in hand, his brows furrowing deeply. "So, why is there fireworks in broad daylight during the photo shoot?" In the photograph, Hinata exudes grace and poise, yet is surprisingly set against a backdrop of fireworks. Meanwhile, Naruto is entirely painted white, adorned with an exaggerated floral face, with each finger and palm marked in vibrant crimson spirals. Hinata's appearance is somewhat passable, likely due to the financial prowess of her family. The third Hokage observes Naruto's registration form, his expression gradually slipping into disbelief. A penchant for mischief? His favorite food is ramen, especially miso ramen. Naruto chuckles heartily, proudly announcing that he spent 3 arduous hours perfecting his look. Hinata covers her mouth, giggling. "Third Hokage, I find Naruto's photo quite artistic, even a bit handsome. Most importantly, it's explosive." Naruto, thrilled by the approval, exclaims, "I knew it." The third Hokage initially intends to sternly demand a retake, but the thought of Naruto growing up and later viewing his less-than-flattering past brings a smile to his face. After a quick puff on his pipe, he resolves to leave it as is. Nearby, a fellow ninja suggests, "Third Hokage, perhaps we should have Naruto retake it." Naruto, overhearing, becomes displeased. Ninja art transformation. He immediately employs a seductive technique, causing the third Hokage's eyes to widen as he spurts blood. The surrounding ninja fare no better, quickly surrendering. Let it be." With a triumphant grin, Naruto turns to Hinata, who immediately finds herself overwhelmed, blood streaming from her nose. Hinata, what's wrong?" Naruto asks in alarm. The striking blonde with twin tails and alluring curves is reminiscent of heavenly light in the anime, yet here. The reality is unfiltered and raw. Unable to withstand the sight, Hinata collapses to the ground. Naruto, quickly, in the technique. Chaos ensues as the third Hokage lies on the ground, blood flowing, his mouth agape and unable to move. Hinata, while wiping away the blood, yearns to steal another glance. The staff accompanying the third Hokage blushes in embarrassment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto ends the seductive technique, prompting the third Hokage to sit upright, wipe his nose, and seriously state, using such a technique is truly indecent. He sighs, well, I want to make things difficult for you. Tomorrow, be at school for class assignments. At that moment, a small figure outside raises a shuriken, instantly alerting the third Hokage. Grandpa, let us settle this. Konohamaru bursts through the door, rushing towards the third Hokage. Defeating you, the fifth Hokage, will be my triumph. However, he trips over his own towel. Ouch. Hinata helps him up as Konohamaru exclaims, you set a trap for me. Didn't he you? What on earth is this child thinking? Naruto laughs heartily. Foolish boy, tripping over flat ground is laughable. Ebisu, nervously surveying the surroundings, assures, are you all right? By the way, there was no trap at all, young Konohamaru. Ebisu's gaze sharpens as he scrutinizes the suspicious figures nearby. Assessing the surroundings with the discernment befitting an elite tutor, one might wonder, is that the Ninetales imp? According to last year's data, it ranks as my most despised. The very bottom of the barrel. A dangerous individual, now identified. And there stands the frail Miss Hyuga, whom I have encountered a few times. A match suitable for the esteemed young Lord Konohamaru? Absolutely not. She is far too mature and possesses a temperament that is far too weak to ever be deemed worthy of becoming the Hokage's wife. Konohamaru gazed into Hinata's beautiful eyes, thinking to himself how much he liked her, convinced that this sister must be a kind-hearted soul. Turning towards Naruto, he accused, it was you. You must have orchestrated this trickery. Enraged, Naruto seized Konohamaru by the collar and clenched his fist, retorting, you merely tripped and fell, you little brat. In a panic, Ebisu interjected, stop this at once, you blonde fool. This is Lord Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. How dare you? With a smug expression, Konohamaru boasted, so, are you frightened now? I am indeed the grandson of the third. He commanded, release me at once, and I might let you off easy. Hinata smiled, thinking that the son of the fourth Hokage held a slightly higher position than the grandson. Meanwhile, Konohamaru mused that these individuals were all the same. Humph. This fellow ultimately fears his own status, just like the bespectacled teacher and others. Thus, Konohamaru shouted defiantly, what is the matter? Go ahead, make a move. Let us see how my grandfather will deal with you. Come on, hit me. Such bizarre demands were met with surprise when Hinata dashed forward and, as Naruto swung, she delivered a series of blows to Konohamaru, even kicking him twice, leaving everyone utterly astonished. I apologize for the misunderstanding, Hinata chuckled. This was requested by Konohamaru. I am merely someone who enjoys lending a helping hand. I'm not angry at all. Naruto, meanwhile, berated Konohamaru as he continued to strike him. What on earth is happening? Ebisu exclaimed, stunned. You uncouth ruffians dared to strike the grandson of the third Hokage. He looked towards the third Hokage, seeking justice. However, the third merely sighed in relief. Honestly, this boy attempts to assassinate me 20 times a day. A little hardship might do him some good. Hinata and Naruto departed, leaving Ebisu to seriously admonish. Young master, you are the esteemed grandson of the third Hokage. Even if you are struck, you must not associate with such a blonde ruffian. As the saying goes, one becomes red by associating with vermilion, and black by associating with ink. Prolonged company with such individuals will surely lead you to become the very bottom of the barrel. I, the elite tutor Ebisu, am never mistaken. Just heed my guidance, and you shall undoubtedly become the fifth Hokage. He inquired, is that not right, young master? Konohamaru remained silent, contemplating whose fists were more formidable, Naruto's or Hinata's. Ebisu, believing his teachings were proving effective, boasted, as long as you learn from me, becoming Hokage will be a walk in the park. He continued, narcissistically. Indeed, only disciples of an exceptional man like myself can swiftly ascend to the title of fifth Hokage, the fastest legend of the Leaf Village. Yet, by then, Konohamaru had already fled. Ah, young master, where have you gone? As the individuals in Ebisu were taken aback, the third generation remarked nonchalantly. It seems they have gone off in pursuit of Naruto. Hinata and Naruto strolled down the street together. Naruto, shall we indulge in ramen today? Absolutely. Sensing someone trailing behind them, Hinata and Naruto exchanged a glance and slipped into an alley. when Konohamaru caught up but could not find them. He suddenly felt a darkness envelop him as he was ensnared in a sack. Almost immediately, he was subjected to a flurry of punches and kicks. After a desperate struggle, he broke free, only to find Hinata and Naruto gazing at him with innocent expressions. Konohamaru, what brings you here? Konohamaru pondered. Hadn't he just been attacked? Where were his assailants? Regardless, he boldly declared, You, Naruto Uzumaki, I wish to become your subordinate. As a condition, I implore you to teach me the art of seduction that can defeat the Hokage. And you, Hinata Hyuga, I also wish to be your subordinate. Please impart to me some martial arts skills. Hinata firmly declined. No way, I detest troublesome matters. Then she tightened her grip around Konohamaru's neck. By the way, how much pocket money does your grandfather give you? 8,000 ryo. Why? Hinata smiled faintly. That seems fair. If you hand over the money, I won't mind letting Naruto teach you a few moves. Konohamaru instantly brightened, eagerly responding, All right, big sister. Everyone merely referred to him as the Hokage's grandson, never by his name. He was weary of such treatment. I want the title of Hokage. Observing this little fellow with aspirations akin to his own, Naruto was moved. Hinata, however, reflected on how these two little rascals could never surpass her. Unlike the others, she wouldn't hesitate. If she didn't get it, she would take it. The first step in training, of course, involved theoretical knowledge. Following that, Naruto took Konohamaru to purchase some inappropriate literature. The two turned crimson while reading, but they were promptly ejected by the owner for not paying. Hinata was utterly disinterested in such material, having encountered numerous seeds in her past life. The trio then arrived at a women's bathhouse. Hinata boldly entered. Naruto began teaching Konohamaru the transformation technique, resulting in Konohamaru turning into an unsightly creature. You again! The proprietress shrieked in anguish. When the two attempted to enter the women's bath, they were forcefully expelled. Naruto emerged with panda-like eyes and a crooked mouth, while Konohamaru appeared unscathed. Naruto lamented, Why is it always me who gets beaten? Boo-hoo. Konohamaru apologized. Sorry, it's because I'm the Hokage's grandson. Standing beside them, Hinata chuckled. Little bro, can you two manage? Look at me. I can come and go as I please. Naruto retorted helplessly. Isn't it possible, Hinata, that you are a girl and we are boys? Oh, Hinata replied with a sweet smile. So that is how it is. This scene left Konohamaru astonished as he realized that Hinata was quite different from other girls. Her skin was exceptionally fair, delicate yet healthy, radiating a subtle glow. Like a celestial being, she stands unmatched throughout the entirety of Konoha. The trio arrived at a small grove. Naruto cheerfully proclaimed, All right, we're nearly ready. The essence lies in concavity and convexity. Consequently, Konohamaru transformed into an even more grotesque woman. Unable to bear the sight, Hinata promptly demonstrated the proper transformation technique, morphing into the visage of the white snake sage. Naruto and Konohamaru were instantly mesmerized. How beautiful! Is this what Hinata will look like when she grows up? Ebisu searched diligently, pondering that the young master must have been led astray by Naruto. Anxiety mounted within him. As a distinguished instructor who had nurtured several candidates for Hokage, he felt compelled to eradicate any pests that entangled his students. Should they stray from the righteous path, he would ensure their swift return. At that moment, Kakashi, just emerging from the umbu, observed the scene with a contemplative gaze. The elders were concerned he had become too morose, hoping he would return to the light and guide a few promising students. Team 7 embodied the legacy of the will of fire. The third Hokage was a disciple of the second, and Jiraiya was a student of the third. The fourth Hokage was Jiraiya's pupil, and he himself was a student of the fourth. This implied that the next Hokage could very well emerge from his own class. Is it a Hokage class? He mused. What a daunting task it is. He had yet to receive the specific roster, but he surmised that Uchiha Sasuke would certainly be among them, given their shared possession of the Sharingan. Perched upon a branch, Ebisu finally located Naruto and Konohamaru, alongside a radiant young woman. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Believing he was seeing things, Ebisu admonished, You, blonde brat, leave my young master at once. If you lead him astray, you will be committing a crime. Incensed by Ebisu's disdainful gaze, Naruto seethed. Unfazed, Ebisu declared, All right, young master, let us return home. Konohamaru shouted, I refuse. I want to learn from my big brother and sister. Ebisu scoffed. How can such a child compare to an elite teacher like myself? With but a mere finger, I could vanquish them. He continued, Being with these rascals will only dull your intellect. Before he could finish, Hinata appeared behind Ebisu, chakra gathering in her palm. With a swift knife hand strike, Ebisu collapsed to the ground. Transforming back into the white snake sage, Hinata remarked disdainfully, Too weak. Naruto and Konohamaru's eyes widened in awe. Hinata, you're incredible, Konohamaru exclaimed. So it turns out the big sister is the true powerhouse. This so-called special jounin, elite teacher is insignificant. Following big sister is the right path. At that moment, the third Hokage watched this spectacle through a crystal ball, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He began to question whether Hinata was an imposter. However, seeing that she had merely knocked Ebisu unconscious, it seemed she had taken advantage of an ambush, showing a lack of martial ethics. Unfortunately, Ebisu, as a special jounin, had underestimated her capabilities. Naruto did not utilize the seductive technique against Ebisu. After a considerable time, Ebisu finally regained consciousness and furiously declared, "You little rascals, I shall not spare you." As dawn broke, the graduating ninjas began to rise and prepare for the day, particularly the girls, who were meticulously adorning themselves. Hinata prepared a set of ninja attire for Hanabi. Hinata paused and asked, "Are you asking me to wear fishnet?" "What fishnet?" Hinata turned to the intricately crafted ninja outfit made from high-quality materials and smiled, "Lady Hinata, this is chainmail." Upon donning the chainmail underneath, she wore her customary light purple jacket over it. However, regarding her thighs, she thought, "Chainmail? Who would believe that? It clearly resembles fishnet stockings." Unable to resist, she tested the quality with a kunai and found it to be indeed splendid, without a single tear. On the way, Sakura and Ino strolled side by side, secretly engaging in a contest of beauty, each trying to outdo the other. Their friendly rivalry quickly escalated into a race to see who could walk faster. Hinata found their antics amusing and gently wrapped an arm around one of her friends, suggesting they all walk together instead of competing. Upon entering the classroom, Hinata noticed Naruto blushing as he gazed at her, mumbling, "Sakura-chan, so beautiful." Meanwhile, Sakura approached Sasuke and cheerfully greeted, "Hello, Sasuke-kun." Sasuke, with his arms crossed on the desk and a cold gaze, ignored her completely. Just as Sakura attempted to seize the seat next to Sasuke, Ino intervened, quickly drawing the attention of several other girls who gathered around intentionally. Hinata quietly found a seat. Generally, girls tend to mature earlier than boys, and in a few years, it would be the boys who found themselves captivated by the girls. In the Hokage's office, the teachers for this cohort had assembled, including Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Guy. The third Hokage gazed into the crystal ball, reflecting, "This year's students are exceptionally strong. You all must take care of them." Kakashi replied coolly, given the large number. The evaluation standards must also be more rigorous. Those who attempt to coast through should be sent back for retraining. Asuma advised, "Before we engage with the students, we should adopt a more accommodating approach." Kurenai smiled slightly at Asuma, agreeing, "What Asuma-sensei says makes sense." Kakashi's gaze fell upon Hinata in the corner, sensing there was more to this girl than met the eye. In the classroom, Naruto climbed onto the desk face to face with Sasuke, both staring fiercely at each other. Sasuke, unwilling to back down, mirrored Naruto's intensity. Sakura chimed in, "Naruto, stop pestering Sasuke." Ino added, "Exactly." The other girls joined in the commotion. Naruto grew increasingly agitated, thinking, "Everyone praises Sasuke, but he isn't even as handsome as I am." His expression turned menacing, while Sasuke's eyes also glinted with hostility. As the tension escalated, Sakura shouted, "Sasuke-kun, quickly put this ignorant brat in his place." At that moment, Shikamaru in the front row stretched lazily and complained, "How noisy." Accidentally, he nudged the desk, causing Naruto and Sasuke to collide face to face. The group of girls was left astounded, exclaiming, "My goodness." Sakura felt as though her world was crumbling. The first kiss of Sasuke, which she believed was meant to be taken by her future exceptional self, slipped away just like that. How could this be? Ino, drained of energy, gazed vacantly. The other girls hid their faces in despair, while a group of boys remained oblivious, merely sensing the amusement in the situation. Naruto and Sasuke quickly separated, both feeling nauseated. Sasuke menaced, "Naruto, I will kill you." Naruto, clutching his throat, retorted, "It feels like my mouth is about to rot." Shikamaru innocently remarked, "This can't be because of me. Can it? If so, my apologies. I hope you both won't take it to heart." Hinata smiled faintly, recognizing that this was the essence of bonds. Shortly thereafter, Naruto was subjected to a furious beating from the girls. The third Hokage reflected, "Indeed, it is Naruto, forever entangled in chaos." Yet, there are also some commendable children who know how to stay out of it. With that, he turned his gaze towards Hinata. All the Jonin focused on her. Having noted her impressive achievements and S rank, they were surprised that such a previously shy and delicate girl could rise so rapidly. Ultimately, Sakura managed to secure a spot beside Sasuke, while Naruto settled next to her. Iruka announced the formation of groups of 3. Naruto looked at Sakura, yearning to be in the same group with her. Hoping that the third member would not be Sasuke, the girls collectively glanced towards Sasuke, who believed that teaming up with anyone else would be akin to carrying a burden. Save for. He cast a cold look at Hinata, the enigmatic woman he could not decipher. Iruka proceeded to announce the group assignments. Finally, it was time for Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura's heart leapt into her throat. It must be me. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's heart sank. Though there was still a glimmer of hope for the final position, Sakura similarly anticipated this as her last chance. Hyuga Hinata. Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment, but reconciled himself. At least there was one ally in the team. They could band together to tease Sasuke. Sakura, utterly despondent, clenched her fists in frustration. As for Sasuke, the corners of his mouth twitched upward, revealing a hint of pleasure. Next came teammate Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Sakura Haruno. Enraged, Sakura thought, who are these people? One is a transparent figure, and the other resembles a dog. She rarely even bothers to utter a word. Iruka-sensei. I object. Why was Ti assigned to Team 7? Iruka chuckled. Sakura, this arrangement has been made with your best interests in mind. You must understand that Yugao is Konoha's most formidable Genjutsu instructor, and your talent in illusion is equally exceptional, deserving of recognition. Indeed. Sakura was better suited to be with Yugao. Hinata smiled serenely, pondering her own situation. Team Hokage. This division must have been influenced by higher authorities. According to the original timeline, Sakura was meant to be in Team 7, while Hinata was to join the reconnaissance team, Team 8. On another note, it seemed rather peculiar for a Genjutsu instructor like Yugao to teach a reconnaissance team without imparting any relevant knowledge. Whether it is Hinata, Kiba, or Shino, they all rely on the secret techniques of their clans. Now it is well. Although Sakura has missed the opportunity to become one of the new legendary Sannin, she can at least delve into Genjutsu. As a lightning-release ninja, Hinata has the chance to learn Raikiri from Kakashi. Each of them possesses a bright future. Of course, Hinata stands to gain the most. Joining Team 7 signifies a candidate for Hokage. Naruto, having graduated with the Shadow Clone technique, is equivalent to an extraordinary S-class ninja. The entire class is formidable. Aside from the changes in Teams 7 and 8, everyone else continues to develop along their original trajectories. This is what is referred to as the restoration of the world line. Ino, although she wished to be grouped with Sasuke, found joy in seeing Sakura despondent. As for her own grouping, she harbored no complaints. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans being together is simply an age-old tradition. Once the teams were assigned, they proceeded to their respective classrooms to await their new teacher. Sasuke continued to sit coolly, indifferent to the situation. Hinata, having known beforehand, held no expectations. Only Naruto was anxious, eager to play a prank on the teacher with an eraser. Unfortunately, at merely 8 years old, he could not reach the top of the door. At that moment, Kakashi was preparing to enter, aware of Naruto's penchant for mischief. He reflected that Minato's child still lacked proper guidance. However, upon entering the classroom, nothing unusual occurred. There were no erasers or water bucket traps. Kakashi observed the few of them. My impression of you all is quite favorable. He then led them to the rooftop. Kakashi introduced himself. I am Kakashi Hitaki, and I shall refrain from further introduction, as I may become your teacher in the future. I was late due to a cat crossing the road. Naruto was taken aback by such a reason. Now, you all may introduce yourselves, sharing your aspirations and interests, as well as what you like and dislike. Naruto was the first to speak. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I love ramen and dislike waiting for it to be ready. My dream is to become Hokage. Kakashi glanced sideways, noting the boy's ambition. Sasuke, seeing that Hinata remained silent, spoke up with a cold, low voice. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I detest sweets and natto, but I like tomatoes. As for my dream, I intend to take the life of a certain man. Remember this, I am not joking. I will restore the Uchiha clan, and anyone who stands in my way shall meet their demise. Naruto was horrified, wondering if Sasuke meant to kill him. Kakashi felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, was this the volatile Uchiha? When it came to Hinata, she smiled sweetly and spoke gently. I am Hinata Hyuga. I have many things I like and quite a few I dislike. As for my dream, I aspire to become an existence surpassing the Hokage, though I enjoy traveling. I do not wish to travel abroad. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Her words did not sound like those of a typical young girl. If she were to grow a bit older, would she be at the age for romance? What did that last statement even mean? He found himself baffled. Kakashi, indifferent to the concerns of his students, declared, "I am a strict individual. The forthcoming assessment will determine your fates. Should you fail, you shall obediently return to the Ninja Academy. Team 7 does not accommodate the inept. I implore you to demonstrate your capabilities. I do not wish to instill fear. Yet my standards are the most exacting among all instructors." With a casual flourish, Kakashi turned away. "We shall convene at the training ground at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning." Dismissed. Oh, and skip breakfast. It may induce nausea. Sasuke felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Breakfast was the least of his concerns. As he had no time even for dinner, he resolved to intensify his training and grow stronger. In contrast, Hinata and Naruto indulged in a sumptuous dinner, and even relished a hearty breakfast the following morning. At dawn, Hinata and Naruto arrived at the venue, brimming with vigor, while Sasuke appeared somewhat frail, though his gaze was fierce. To ensure punctuality, he had arrived at the site in the dead of night. By noon, Kakashi finally made his entrance. "Good morning, everyone." Sasuke, feeling faint from hunger, still attempted to maintain a cool demeanor, unwilling to lose face. Naruto scolded him, "You're awfully slow." Kakashi replied, I overslept today. It's not a major issue." He then elucidated the assessment requirements, a 2-hour time constraint to seize the 2 bells from him. Those who failed would be tied to a post without food, forced to watch him eat. Furthermore, those who did not acquire a bell would be relegated back to the Ninja Academy for further training. Sasuke was taken aback, realizing the reason for skipping breakfast. He felt deceived. Meanwhile, Naruto appeared confident. "Hinata, you're amazing. You saw through Kakashi-sensei's ruse long ago." Hinata smiled faintly, recognizing that only the earnest Sasuke was suffering. Kakashi continued, "You may employ any tactics necessary, but if you do not possess the resolve to defeat me, you shall not claim the bells." He then casually began perusing his beloved Ika paradise, seemingly unconcerned with the group. Frustrated, Naruto was the first to charge forward, only to be sent sprawling by a single kick from Kakashi. The Thailander, aside from being impulsive, possesses little skill, he mocked. Sasuke, sensing Kakashi's formidable strength, discreetly withdrew to seek a hiding place. Against such an opponent, ambush seemed the most prudent approach. Kakashi turned to Hinata. "What troubles you? Are you frightened? A lady of your stature would be better off at home, waiting to inherit her family estate. Becoming a ninja could lead to death. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time. If you start crying, others will think I am bullying a little girl." Hinata assumed a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun. "Kakashi-sensei, you graduated at 5, became a nin at 6, and reached Jonin status by 12. While that is indeed impressive, do not underestimate others. Today, I shall show you what true prowess looks like." Hinata understood that Kakashi would not employ excessive force against his students. Thus, if she unleashed her full potential, she was certain she could achieve an unexpected victory. Kakashi chuckled, remarking, "The essence of a ninja lies in the art of concealment and the patience to await the opportune moment. It's quite rare to encounter a brash novice who confronts challenges head-on like this." Today, he resolved to showcase his prowess. Hinata swiftly moved, initiating the first step of Wing Chun. She closed the distance with remarkable speed, her fists poised and steadily thrusting forward in a signature Wing Chun stance. Observing this, Kakashi's lips curled into a faint smile as he subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading Hinata's assault. Internally, he marveled at her remarkable precision in gauging distance and timing. Such skill was evidently beyond that of an ordinary novice. Almost immediately, Hinata launched into a flurry of attacks, unleashing a relentless barrage of straight punches akin to a torrential downpour. Hinata's every punch embodies a force that harmoniously blends softness with strength. Her strikes send Kakashi's cherished paradise flying. This girl is astonishingly swift. Reluctantly, Kakashi is compelled to stow away his beloved paradise into his pocket. He marvels inwardly at what a monster she is. There is no time to revel in his indulgence. He relinquishes his languid demeanor and focuses entirely on confronting Hinata. As time progresses, their clash intensifies. Although Kakashi has yet to unleash his full potential, he can distinctly sense that Hinata's prowess far surpasses that of an ordinary genin, and in certain aspects, she is on the verge of reaching Chunin level, filling him with anticipation for her future. Hinata, too, realizes that experience trumps youth. While she possesses some skill, she acknowledges the gap between herself and a seasoned warrior like Kakashi. With a swift retreat, Hinata vanishes into the woods. Not far away, Naruto watches the battle, a surge of fervor swelling within him. As he contemplates their fight, he feels an itch to join in, if Hinata can give her all. So can he. This newfound confidence ignites like a wildfire in his heart. Unable to contain his impulses, Naruto leaps forward, opting for a surprise attack from behind Kakashi. However, the moment Naruto's figure emerges, a subtle smile flickers at the corner of Kakashi's eye, as if he had anticipated this very move. Just as Naruto, brimming with confidence, charges toward Kakashi with a kunai in hand, Kakashi effortlessly sidesteps his attack with a near-mocking ease and retaliates with a swift counter. The secret technique of taijutsu. The 1,000 years of pain. It lands precisely on Naruto, accompanied by a taunt. A ninja should never turn their back on an enemy, you fool. In agony, Naruto's nose runs and tears stream down his face. He appears momentarily frozen in midair, eyes wide and mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound. This strike not only leaves his body with an unprecedented soreness, but also inflicts a crushing blow to his pride. Upon hitting the ground, Naruto clutches his rear and flees in disarray. Suddenly, 3 shuriken was toward Kakashi from different directions. Sasuke has made his move. Kakashi is momentarily surprised and is struck. Yet, before Sasuke can revel in his success, a puff of smoke erupts. It is a substitution jutsu, repelling all adversaries, allowing Kakashi to return to his leisurely reading. Just then, several more shurikens spiral toward him. Kakashi reaches out to catch one, only to uncover the real Sasuke's position. He begins to take the situation more seriously. Techniques like the shadow clone and substitution jutsu are easily discerned by the Byakugan. However, using shadow clones would be too taxing on his chakra. Hinata calls out, Sasuke, Naruto. Retreat. The 3 swiftly conceal themselves. Kakashi, with a faint blush on his cheeks, continues to turn the pages, analyzing their weaknesses. Naruto's straightforward nature and impulsiveness make him a prime target for breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Sasuke possesses the Sharingan, enabling him to see through illusions. Hinata, with her Byakugan, maintains an omniscient grasp of the battlefield, rendering conventional traps ineffective. Kakashi ponders quickly, formulating a strategy. The direction has been decisively determined, and one by one, they shall be vanquished. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings and suddenly felt a surge of joy as he whispered, Found you, Uchiha Sasuke. To his surprise, it was Sasuke who first revealed his position. He had anticipated it would be Naruto instead. At that moment, Sasuke leaped forth, exclaiming, I've spotted you, Kakashi. You're finished. Don't even think about transforming into a beautiful woman to deceive us. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi, intending to commend Sasuke for his keen awareness, soon realized that Sasuke's attack was not aimed at him, indicating that he had misidentified his target. This is troublesome. Kakashi's gaze shifted forward, piercing through the sparse treetops, focusing on the enchanting silhouette amidst the trees. The gentle contours of her form were outlined, her long hair flowing like ink in the night, swaying gracefully. In that instant, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, as if he had encountered this scene in a dream or a distant memory. Startled by Sasuke's sudden attack, the woman cried out, Yamete. She swiftly turned, her bright eyes filled with tenderness, her face as radiant as the moon, breathtakingly beautiful. Kakashi's pupils dilated in astonishment, his heart racing with a mix of fear and wonder. It was none other than the actress portraying the protagonist in Intimate Paradise, a figure straddling the line between reality and fantasy, now vividly present before him. How could this be? Kakashi murmured, the shock within him refusing to subside. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps a superstar had inadvertently wandered into the training ground. Sasuke had mistaken her as his target. Though a Genin's fire style technique lacked formidable power due to insufficient chakra, it posed a threat to a mere weak woman. Sasuke, stop! He vanished in an instant, positioning himself between Sasuke and the woman. Having failed his initial attack, Sasuke had already launched a shuriken. Kakashi had no time to lose. He hastily shielded the actress. Sasuke shouted, What the heck? 2 Kakashi-senseis. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Kakashi, the hero rescuing the damsel in distress. Kakashi evaded Sasuke's strikes while simultaneously preventing him from seizing the bell. At that moment, a dozen Narutos burst forth, shouting, Kakashi-sensei, you're done for. In a flurry of chaos, Kakashi thought to warn them not to harm the innocent. His martial arts prowess forced Sasuke back and swiftly dispatched Naruto's shadow clones. Kakashi gently inquired of the actress, Are you all right? The actress bashfully replied, Itai. Hanashirti. She quickly broke free from Kakashi's grasp and leaped to Sasuke's side. Naruto also abandoned his assault, returning to the actress's side. As a cloud of white smoke dissipated, Kakashi realized he had been tricked. His satchel was gone, and so was the bell. It turned out that the actress was none other than Hinata in disguise. To gain his trust, Sasuke had attacked the actress, and the entire scheme was crafted to throw Kakashi into disarray. Hinata mocked, "Kakashi-sensei, I never thought you would fall for the allure of the silhouette assassin strategy. Haha. It seems even you have someone you admire, and we uncovered your secret." Naruto exclaimed with excitement. As expected of Hinata, her seduction technique has succeeded. Sasuke, feeling a twinge of fear, added, "I can't believe we managed to capture Kakashi-sensei so easily." Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment. Is this truly a failure? Hinata must have utilized her Byakugan to discern the contents of the paradise of intimacy and devised a trap based on that. Nevertheless, Kakashi remained undeterred, retorting, "Even so, only two of you can graduate, as there are only two bells." Sasuke and Naruto immediately turned to the bells in Hinata's possession. Hinata smiled. "Kakashi-sensei is trying to incite discord among us. However, could this cherished edition of the Paradise of Intimacy be considered a bell?" With that, Hinata brandished the book before Kakashi, as if to say, "If you disagree, then you shall have nothing to see." How could one miss such a climactic moment, even if the plot could be supplemented later? Acquiring a signed collector's edition is no trivial matter. Kakashi scoffed. "You seem to overlook one crucial point. The time has not yet come. As long as I retrieve it, you will still face elimination." Upon forming a two-finger hand seal, Hinata and the others panicked. He was about to employ ninjutsu without regard for martial ethics. Shadow clone technique. Kakashi manifested two shadow clones, simultaneously launching an attack on Hinata and her companions. The original Kakashi drew a kunai, aiming it at Hinata. Sasuke thought of Itachi Uchiha. He could not allow himself to regress or prolong his path to strength. Thus, he decisively chose to protect Hinata, who held the bell. Naruto quickly recognized this and executed the multi-shadow clone technique to distract Kakashi. The time was nearly up anyway. Kakashi shouted, "Water release, water bullet technique." Countless water bullets appeared from thin air, swiftly obliterating Naruto's shadow clones. Simultaneously, he hurled a barrage of shurikens from all directions to assault Sasuke. Sasuke was forced to defend with a kunai but was knocked back by a swift slap from Kakashi. Observing this, Hinata quickly formed hand seals and declared, "Fire release." Great fireball technique. A massive fireball, spanning dozens of meters, engulfed the area instantly. Kakashi's two shadow clones were promptly extinguished. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? His great fireball barely reached a few meters in diameter, while Hinata's was several times larger. The disparity was staggering. Kakashi's heart raced in astonishment. Could it be that Hinata merely glanced at Sasuke's technique and mastered it? Water release, water dragon bullet. A colossal torrent of water collided with Hinata's flames. Unfazed, Hinata intensified her fiery onslaught. The two sides entered a battle of attrition. Kakashi furrowed his brow. What an enormous amount of chakra. This won't do. A different strategy is necessary. Ding, the timer sounded. Kakashi withdrew, resigned, and said, "Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. Welcome to Class 7. He felt a sense of helplessness. Having initially intended to impart to the children the significance of camaraderie. For instance, he envisioned binding one of them to a post and allowing only the other two to eat, conveying that sharing with the third would result in elimination. However, true elimination would only occur if they refrained from sharing altogether. Regrettably, Kakashi underestimated the abilities of Hinata and the others, thus failing to achieve his objective. It was a personal shortcoming. Should he resort to employing the Sharingan and Raikiri, it would be even more embarrassing. Naruto discovered two lunches hidden behind the hero's monument and exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, you really only prepared 2 bento boxes." At that moment, Sasuke was overwhelmed by hunger. Reflecting that Naruto would undoubtedly not relent, with only one portion remaining, he felt it unbecoming as a man to compete with a girl for it. Moreover, the success of this assessment was largely reliant on Hinata. Hinata offered a gentle smile, saying, "Naruto-kun, why not give the food to Sasuke? You've forgotten that we were quite full this morning." Naruto patted his stomach, "Though I could use a bit more. I suppose it's better to give it to someone who needs it more." Sasuke stood there, his gaze fixed on the bento being offered by Naruto. A tumult of emotions surging within him. Having not eaten since the previous night, his stomach growled incessantly, and the prolonged battles had drained him of nearly all his strength. Naruto hesitated slightly, yet was magnanimous. Hinata, adorned with a tender smile, observed the exchange. Sasuke genuinely wished to refuse, unwilling to accept charity due to his hunger. His pride hindered him from vocalizing his acceptance of this assistance, yet the relentless growling of his stomach harshly reminded him of reality. He clenched his teeth, tears welling in his eyes, but never falling. Ultimately, reason triumphed over pride. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke quietly uttered, "Thank you." Though these words were simple, they encapsulated all his gratitude and helplessness. He accepted the bento, his hands trembling slightly. The moment he opened the lid, the enticing aroma of the food enveloped him, further igniting his appetite. One bento contained an egg dish, while the other held seaweed. Without further hesitation, he began to devour the food ravenously. Each bite felt like a long-awaited refreshment to his parched spirit. Though his manner of eating was somewhat unrefined, he experienced an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. Not a single grain of rice was left behind. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, felt warmth in his heart. It seemed he did not need to teach anyone lofty principles from a position of superiority, for they were already individuals who valued their companions. Since he had become their teacher, perhaps he should treat everyone to barbecue. Naruto leaped with joy, hooray. Sasuke, however, bore an awkward expression, realizing he had just eaten too much. The following day, at the Konoha Bounty Mission Hall, Kakashi explained, for ninjas, it is essential to select missions that align with their abilities. D-rank missions offer rewards ranging from several hundred to 10,000 ryo, typically involving tasks such as finding lost pets, picking up litter, or mowing lawns, suitable for novice genin. C-rank missions, typically offering a bounty of several thousand ryo, are generally low-risk escort tasks, such as delivering confidential documents, suitable for ordinary genin. B-rank missions, with rewards ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000 ryo, necessitate engaging in combat with other ninjas, making them appropriate for novice chunin. A-rank missions, boasting bounties from over 100,000 to 1,000,000 ryo, require national authorization and may involve life-or-death struggles against rival ninja teams, suited for chunin squads, or even led by jounin. As for S-rank missions, which exceed 1,000,000 ryo, they are beyond your comprehension, reserved for jounin or even Kaga-level shinobi. Kakashi did not mention the Ultra S-rank missions, which pertain to tasks of national annihilation or even warfare between ninja villages. Naruto pondered seriously for a moment. He concluded, I aspire to become Hokage, so S-rank it is. Sasuke promptly knocked Naruto down, exclaiming, you fool. If you wish to court death, do not involve me. We are mere novice genin and must commence with D-rank missions. Naruto protested, but I am destined to be Hokage. How can you expect me to chase after kittens and puppies? It does not suit my stature. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, contemplating that if Naruto could become Hokage, then Sasuke would be even more fitting for the role. When they arrived before the third Hokage to receive their assignments, Kakashi, after a moment of thought and considering the team's capabilities, decided to start with a C-rank mission. Suddenly, Naruto shouted, Kakashi-sensei is a jounin, so let us take on an A-rank mission. He insisted that only the most challenging tasks would befit his identity. Sasuke shot Naruto a glare, thinking that to grow stronger swiftly, they needed the combat experience from B-rank missions. May I undertake a B-rank mission, Kakashi-sensei? He inquired. Kakashi paused, realizing the current team was rather ambitious. However, a B-rank mission, under his protection, posed minimal risk. Still, he needed to consult everyone. Hinata, what rank of mission do you wish to undertake? At that moment, Sasuke turned to Hinata, hoping she would also opt for B-rank. C-rank would be tolerable as well. Hinata smiled gently. Third Hokage, I believe an A-rank mission would be suitable. The third Hokage was taken aback. Irika, who was nearby, exclaimed, you lot are just out of the academy. An A-rank mission is far too ambitious. Everyone begins with simple tasks to accumulate experience. Surely, you do not plan to let Kakashi-sensei handle it all alone while you reap the rewards? Naruto chuckled at the prospect. The third Hokage recalled Hinata's impressive feat of incapacitating Ebisu, indicating her strength was likely at the Chunin level. Naruto, possessing the nine tails within him, though sealed, was also close to Chunin status. Coupled with Kakashi's Sharingan, he could control any potential outbursts. Sasuke, with his own Sharingan, would not lag behind either. An A-rank mission, it seemed, was not out of the question. Hinata envisioned the formidable combination of Kakashi's Kimyui, Naruto as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, herself as a Hyuga sage, and Sasuke with his Sharingan. Such an extraordinary lineup. How could they possibly fail? The third Hokage handed an A-rank mission to Kakashi, who had no objections. However, Kakashi's pupils dilated suddenly at the mention of Rin. Naruto cast a glance at the A-rank mission, with a bounty of 200,000 ryo. He joyfully exclaimed, aha! Are we to protect a feudal lord, or perhaps Her Highness the Princess? Or will we engage in a desperate struggle against malevolent rogue ninjas? Completing this task could make me a millionaire. The third Hokage elaborated, this task is neither simple nor overly complex. It originates from the Mist Village. As a rebellion involving the Jinchuriki has erupted in the Land of Water, your role is to assist, although your involvement may not be necessary. Your primary objective is to prevent others from the Land of Fire from secretly intervening and taking advantage of the chaos. Essentially, you will serve as monitors. There are always those in the village who thrive on disorder. Should they meddle in foreign affairs, it could lead to a national war, which would be disastrous. Hinata recalled Danzo's malevolent gaze, knowing he could be capable of such actions. The Mist Village wishes to handle this matter on their own while fearing interference from other nations. Hence the request for you to thwart any schemes from Konoha. This implies that several major countries may have received similar requests to maintain a balance of power. Kakashi's expression grew solemn. A tailed beast rebellion? Could it be the Three Tails? Lin, once the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, had been killed by Kakashi in an attempt to save her. The memory of that gentle, kind girl, always adorned with a sweet smile, pierced his heart. He felt he had betrayed Obito's trust by failing to protect Rin. We shall undertake this mission, he declared. The journey to the Land of Water would be long. Kakashi resolved to teach the children ninjutsu and tactics along the way, striving to cultivate them into capable ninjas. Once outside the mission hall, Naruto eagerly inquired about the tasks assigned to others. Upon learning that Sakura's team was assigned to catch cats and Shikamaru's team was tasked with weeding, he cheered. While they handle trivial matters, we are set to accomplish something significant. Hinata couldn't help but smile at his exuberance, thinking he was being a bit too ostentatious. Niji, Lee, and Tintin passed by, and upon discovering the rank of Team 7's mission, they were taken aback. Isn't the progression supposed to be from easy to difficult? This hardly seems fair, they mused. What could be the nature of this relatively easy A-rank mission? Is it a special favor for the second Hokage? Yet, it must be fraught with danger. They felt compelled to inform the ever-ambitious Gai-sensei. Naruto continued to boast. This is the difference between a Hokage and ordinary ninjas. Sasuke, disdainful, retorted, stop being so vain and focus on improving yourself to safeguard your own life. Hinata smiled sweetly. Regrettably, the position of Hokage could only be hers. The group exited the gates of Konoha. Along the forest path, Naruto hummed a cheerful tune, bouncing with excitement. Haven't you ever been outside? Sasuke scoffed. Though he too felt a sense of novelty. Hinata scanned their surroundings, and soon her Byakugan detected several Umbu ninjas advancing in the same direction from hundreds of meters away. She gently suggested, Kakashi-sensei, perhaps we should hasten our journey. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Then they approached a tree. I shall now impart the precise control of chakra to everyone. By concentrating your mind, you can gather chakra at the soles of your feet, enabling you to run swifter. Moreover, the more you practice, the greater your mastery over chakra will become. Eventually, one can harness chakra to create an adhesive force, allowing for vertical tree climbing and even inverted ascents. With that, Kakashi encouraged everyone to give it a try. After making some progress, they began a long journey, continually practicing along the way to hasten their improvement. Are you slacking, Sasuke? You're not as fast as me, Naruto teased. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He had initially been ahead, but was now falling behind. He couldn't fathom why. Could it be that Naruto possessed more chakra than he did? How could that be possible? Hinata, meanwhile, followed the group at a steady pace, maintaining an even speed. After more than 10 days of traveling, crossing numerous rivers, they finally arrived in the Land of Waves. Kakashi noted that they needed only to take a boat to reach the Land of Waves, and from there, a larger ship would ferry them to the Land of Water. Naruto, curious, inquired, if the Land of Waves is so close to the Land of Fire, why not build a grand bridge? Kakashi explained, constructing a bridge requires immense manpower, resources, and finances. Moreover, the Land of Waves is quite impoverished. Hinata recalled the escort mission of Team 7, during which they encountered Zabuza and Haku in the Land of Waves. The infamous Zabuza Momoshiki, known as the Demon of the Mist, was once a ruthless assassin who viewed himself merely as a tool. In the end, he was touched by the pure-hearted Haku, acknowledging that he too was a ninja capable of emotion and loyalty. Haku sacrificed himself for Zabuza, who in turn relinquished everything for Haku. In the summer snow, though they did not share the same life, they ultimately perished together, buried side by side. At this juncture in time, Zabuza should have already defected from the village hidden in the mist, while Haku was likely around the same age as himself. The four of them arrived in the Land of Waves on a small boat, only to be eyed by a group of ruffians. These scoundrels, with their shifty eyes, initially intended to approach but retreated upon realizing they were facing ninjas. The boatman explained, these individuals collect protection fees from passing vessels. If you are ninjas, there is little to worry about. Kakashi elaborated for Hinata and the others. Small nations like the Land of Waves do not have ninja villages. Hence the number of ninjas here is quite limited. Hinata suddenly spoke up. So, any ninja can easily oppress the common folk. Then, Kakashi's expression darkened. Indeed, that is the case. Places like the Land of Waves are on the fringes of the ninja world. The islands of the Land of Water are even more isolated. Although the current village hidden in the mist is powerful, possessing two-tailed beasts and numerous skilled individuals, it will eventually become the weakest among the 5 great nations. The subsequent Mizukage, CHJR, is merely at the level of a J-Nin and is not fit for the title of Kage. The harsh graduation criteria have led to a significant talent gap. As Hinata pondered these thoughts, she and the others traversed the cities of the Land of Waves. Gradually, their steps grew heavy. The cities of the Land of Waves are steeped in desolation. The houses are dilapidated, their walls mottled and decaying. On the streets, homeless individuals huddle in corners, seemingly starved for an extended period. Not far away, a group of ragged orphans sits together, their small hands clutching tattered bowls, pleading for meager scraps from passersby. Many middle-aged individuals navigate the alleyways, some clutching resumes, others whispering inquiries, all in search of a means to sustain their families. Kakashi furrows his brow, his gaze penetrating as he surveys the surroundings. Hinata, her hands clasped tightly, exhibits a profound sympathy and compassion for the vulnerable. Letting out a soft sigh. A century ago, her homeland, Washia, bore a striking resemblance to this. Yet now, a monumental transformation has occurred. Having lived in a stable environment in her past life, she finds herself unable to endure this suffering. She feels pity for these individuals, yet recognizes their plight is not her own. Sasuke's expression remains cold, unyielding. These individuals cannot possibly be worse off than he is. Naruto, however, is deeply affected. Suddenly, the street is pierced by the sound of hurried footsteps and a child's anguished cries. A group of menacing thugs is pursuing a tattered, terrified girl. Naruto rushes forward, shielding the girl behind him as he shouts, "Stop! What are you doing to her?" The thugs, startled by Naruto's sudden appearance and fierce demeanor, halt in their tracks. Upon realizing he is merely a child, they sneer, "Who is this yellow-haired brat daring to meddle in our affairs? We'll deal with you here and now." As the thugs close in, Naruto prepares to summon his shadow clone jutsu to counter the encirclement. At that moment, shurikens slice through the air, grazing the faces of the thugs. It is then they recognize that several leaf ninjas have arrived. Panic ensues as they exclaim, "Ninjas! Run!" After the thugs flee in disarray, Naruto turns to see Hinata, the one who threw the shuriken, crouching beside the little girl, gently inquiring, "Little sister, why were they chasing you?" Initially frightened, the girl, upon seeing the kind-hearted young woman, stutters, "Because I saw them kill someone." "What?" Naruto exclaims in anger. Sasuke, equally incredulous, adds, "Is there no one to oversee the Land of Waves?" Through the girl's halting recounting, they come to understand the situation. The Land of Waves is nearly devoid of native ninjas, and the feudal lords are weak and ineffectual. It has been seized by a man named Kato, who operates a shipping company and is one of the world's wealthiest tycoons. He exploits the Land of Waves for drug trafficking and smuggling, controlling the archipelago's transportation and dominating its wealth, politics, and populace. Kato harbors no intentions of governance and is indifferent to the plight of the common people. He seeks only profit, treating the citizens as slaves to be exploited. The thugs are part of Kato's criminal syndicate, willing to harm a woman's husband merely to deliver her to Kato for his own purposes. In addition to the gang, Kato employs a multitude of mercenary ninjas. Naruto clenched his fists, exclaiming, "These scoundrels, I will take their lives." Kakashi shook his head in disapproval. "Naruto, this is not our mission. We must not interfere." Sasuke coldly remarked, "You are not a savior. Why concern yourself with the fates of these people? This world is inherently chaotic. Do you intend to intervene every time you encounter such turmoil?" In defiance, Naruto dashed out with the little girl. "I don't care. I, Naruto, will not allow these villains to act with impunity." As Naruto sprinted away, Hinata followed suit. "Kakashi-sensei, I will bring Naruto back. You all proceed without me." Casting a glance at the indifferent Sasuke, Kakashi replied, "Sasuke, let us depart." He felt a sense of reassurance about Hinata's character and strength. She would likely not incite any trouble. After a few ruffians fled, they thought the danger had passed. only to turn and spot Naruto and the little girl. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of Narutos swiftly surrounded the thugs. Naruto, Hinata shouted. Concerned, Naruto urged, Hinata, do not stop me. I seek vengeance for the people of the Land of Waves. However, the next scene left him in shock. Without hesitation, Hinata plunged into the fray. Driving her sword through one thug's chest, slashing another's throat, and delivering powerful kicks that sent two more sprawling. She swiftly turned, dispatching a third with her blade before finishing off the last thug with a decisive thrust. The ruffians lay defeated, their demise swift and unceremonious. Hinata chose to wield her sword, wishing to keep her hands clean of filth from such wretched beings. The Kusanagi sword had remained sealed within a scroll until now. Despite Naruto's fervent desire to kill, he lacked the resolve. At most, he intended to deliver a severe lesson. But as blood splattered and bodies fell one after another, Naruto's expression froze in disbelief, a mixture of shock, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible fear washing over him. He stood there, slightly leaning forward, as if held in place by an unseen force. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. His breath quickened and grew heavy, each inhalation a struggle to calm the tempest within. His gaze remained locked on Hinata, the girl who usually exuded gentleness and wore a shy smile, now standing with an unyielding demeanor he had never witnessed before. Her expression was dispassionate. This scene clashed violently with his entire perception of Hinata, leaving him profoundly shaken. Hinata, you truly killed them. Hinata replied coolly. Did you not say you wished to kill them? Naruto attempted to clarify. I merely wanted to teach them a harsh lesson. Hinata shook her head gently. Stroking Naruto's hair, Naruto-kun, do you believe that after you teach them a lesson, they will treat this little girl and the surrounding townsfolk any better once we leave? Naruto suddenly realized, tears streaming down his cheeks. For these mafia-like figures, if they could not exact revenge upon their true enemies, they would instead target the defenseless. This innocent girl would inevitably face unspeakable horrors. This exemplifies the principle of eradicating evil and severing roots. These two-leaf ninjas have audaciously slain our comrades. Brothers, eliminate them. At that moment, a throng of armed thugs emerged, soon followed by 4 or 5 hired ninjas. Naruto swiftly composed himself, dispatching a legion of shadow clones to engage. Hinata leapt gracefully onto the rooftop, her focus set on the ninjas. A kunai was launched, striking down one of the adversaries with ease. They appeared to be mere inconsequential lower-ranked ninjas. Dodging a flurry of shurikens, Hinata's figure erupted into motion, her Kusanagi blade shimmering with a deadly glint, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's strike. Just as the first ninja prepared to attack, Hinata closed the distance in an instant, her blade piercing his throat with a blink of the eye. Blood sprayed forth. Without a moment's hesitation, she pivoted, appearing like a specter behind the second ninja. A fierce roundhouse kick landed squarely on his back, sending him crashing into the wall, blood spilling forth as he collapsed, utterly defeated. Witnessing this, the third ninja's eyes widened with terror as he hastily formed hand seals, attempting to retaliate with ninjutsu. However, Hinata's speed exceeded his wildest expectations. She deftly sidestepped the incoming technique, and with a swift arc of her Kusanagi, she severed his jutsu and cleaved through his chest. Blood gushed forth, and the third ninja fell into a pool of crimson. The final ninja, knowing he was cornered, let out a furious roar and charged at Hinata with all his might, desperate to make a final stand. Yet, Hinata merely smiled coldly, her body seemingly merging with the wind as she gracefully evaded his desperate lunge. In a near-impossible twist, she redirected her form, thrusting her Kusanagi upward with astonishing speed and force, piercing his abdomen. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, and he slumped lifelessly to the ground. The entire exchange transpired in mere moments, and all the hostile ninjas lay vanquished. Hinata sheathed her sword, her expression betraying no emotion. Inspired by Hinata's example, Naruto too began to unleash his fury. He was a ninja, not a mere peacekeeper. A surge of killing intent ignited within him, his eyes reddening as the chakra of the Nine Tails began to seep forth. Soon, the thugs were dispatched one by one. Hinata's Byakugan swept across the vicinity, her sage chakra coalescing at her feet as she raced down the street. She swiftly executed the bullies tormenting the innocent and even the drunken hired ninjas in the tavern, dispatching them in an instant. Subsequently, she returned to Naruto, urging him to abandon the little girl and flee the city. If they lingered any longer, the higher-ranking ninjas from Kado would soon arrive. As for the reason behind abandoning the little girl, It was because Hinata had already eliminated the mafia and ninjas who might have been aware of the situation, making it impossible to trace the girl. Outside the city, Kakashi and Sasuke were resting under a tree, awaiting Hinata and Naruto. Upon their arrival, they resumed their journey. Hinata calmly stated, "Kakashi-sensei, we have encountered a minor complication. We must depart with utmost urgency." Kakashi surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of pursuers. He dismissed it, attributing it merely to Naruto's temper, albeit it had stirred up trouble. The next day, the four of them hastily made their way to the seaside dock. Kakashi was slightly out of breath, while Sasuke, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the empty dock with despair. "Where are the boats?" he lamented. Kakashi looked out at the sea, remarking, "Without vessels, we cannot cross the ocean. Unless, of course, we have a water-style ninja abundant in chakra." Naruto, puzzled, inquired, "Can't we gather chakra beneath our feet and run across?" Hinata shot him a glare, retorting, "Let alone that you have not mastered this skill, even if you could. Running hundreds of kilometers would exhaust you halfway and send you plunging into the sea to feed the sharks." Kakashi frowned, as a shipping dock. How could there be no one and no boats? Hinata scanned the area with her Byakugan and noticed a large antenna on the roof and another atop a distant mountain. Shocked, she exclaimed, "This is bad. It's a radio signal." Kato must have learned of his men's predicament and commanded the dock workers to set sail or evacuate using the radio. Sasuke slammed his fist into the ground. "I told you not to meddle, and now look where we are, trapped on an island." Hinata remained unfazed. She knew that Kato's strongest forces were Zabuza and Haku, whom they should be able to handle. Though a fierce battle was inevitable, should they succeed, well, if they wouldn't let them leave, then they had no choice but to annihilate the nation. Just as Kakashi was preparing to lead the group back to seek an opportunity, a faint mist began to envelop the air. A rugged man with sharp teeth emerged, his lower face and neck wrapped in bandages, wielding an enormous executioner's blade. Kakashi recognized him, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen capable of wiping out a nation, Zabuza Momoshiki. "To think that a dignified jonin like you has become a mere pawn for a merchant," Kakashi remarked. Zabuza glanced over the group with a cold, disdainful expression. Konoha's White Fang's son, the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, renowned masters of the ninja world. The tension between them escalated dramatically. Zabuza emanated a bloody aura that made Sasuke's legs quiver in fear, confronting a power of this magnitude for the first time. Naruto thought to himself that had he not been following Hinata in battle, he too would likely be cowering in terror. Unable to restrain himself, he mocked, "What's the matter? Sasuke? Are you scared?" Sasuke gritted his teeth, standing his ground. "Don't underestimate me, you laggard." Hinata internally teased, "Don't be afraid, little brother. I will protect you." Zabuza coldly addressed Kakashi, "You and your group of youngsters should focus on your mission. To think that 2 of my subordinates were slain. Now, you shall pay in blood for your transgressions." Kakashi momentarily glanced at Hinata and Naruto. Although Zabuza mistakenly believed he was responsible, it was evidently not the case. Hinata was about to confess, but Naruto, in a display of righteousness, declared, "So what if I did? Those who oppress the common folk deserve death." The term common folk? Zabuza seemed to have heard a childish and ludicrous joke. "In our land of water, even comrades are not spared from death," Kakashi solemnly explained. Zabuza Momoshiki is dubbed the Demon of the Mist due to his extreme ruthlessness and brutality. At the tender age of 9, he single-handedly slaughtered all the students of his ninja academy. Even in the infamous blood mist of Kirigakure, this was an unprecedented tragedy that shocked the entire ninja world. Subsequently, he defected from the village due to dissatisfaction with its rulers. Reflecting on the simple and benevolent graduation tests of Konoha, Sasuke swallowed hard. Feeling immense pressure in the face of such an adversary, Kakashi continued to remind them, "This man excels in silent assassination techniques, so you all must exercise caution." Despite Zabuza's arrogance, he felt uncertain when confronted with the legendary copy ninja, Kakashi. Thus, he threatened, "Since it was this little blonde who made the first move, why not hand him over and I shall let you all go?" Kakashi and Hinata immediately positioned themselves in front of Naruto. "It is utterly inconceivable for us to forsake our comrade. Let us engage," Kakashi commanded fiercely. Zabuza unsheathed his massive sword with a cold smirk. "Comrades, you say? Then you shall all perish together." With that, he formed hand seals with 2 fingers and unleashed the hidden mist technique. Fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring everyone's vision. "Kakashi-sensei." "To your left," Hinata announced, using her Byakugan, undeterred by the mist's interference. Bang! Kakashi's kunai clashed violently with Zabuza's sword. Although it was Zabuza's hidden mist technique, he too relied on sound to ascertain his opponent's position. As a seasoned ninja, Kakashi's hearing was equally sharp. Naruto, Sasuke, remain silent. This way, Zabuza won't detect your presence. With that, Hinata threw shuriken towards Zabuza. Only then did Zabuza take notice of the Byakugan girl. The hidden mist technique proved ineffective against her. With the Byakugan's ability to perceive the entire battlefield, she naturally assumed the role of a battlefield commander amidst the complex environment. Zabuza abandoned his pursuit of Kakashi, understanding that he must eliminate Hinata first to gain the upper hand. At that moment, Hinata summoned the Kusanagi sword from her scroll and charged at Zabuza. "Humph! You little brat, how dare you challenge me?" Zabuza scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. However, as he swung his blade towards Hinata, he was unexpectedly met with formidable resistance from this seemingly frail girl. The Kusanagi sword clashed violently against his decapitating blade, the sound of metal ringing out deafeningly, sparks flying. What? Zabuza was taken aback, astonished by the girl's strength, which rivaled his own decapitating sword. Could she be another prodigy like Haku? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Janbu's eyes as his power surged instantaneously. The decapitating blade quivered violently, channeling a formidable force along its edge, propelling Hinata through the air. Her body, rendered uncontrollable, soared through the sky before crashing forcefully onto the ground. Hinata collapsed, coughing a couple of times. Fortunately, her extensive physical training had left her unharmed. At that moment, she noticed Naruto glancing around in confusion, while Sasuke had already gripped a shuriken, attempting to discern the direction of danger, yet hesitated to strike, fearing he might injure his comrades. Hinata shouted, "Sasuke, 10 o'clock." Upon hearing this, Sasuke unhesitatingly launched his shuriken, forcing Zabuza, who was approaching Hinata, to retreat. Simultaneously, seizing the opportunity, Kakashi completed his hand seals and declared, "Wind release, dragon tornado technique." A series of tornadoes erupted, dispersing the thick fog. It was then that Naruto finally spotted Zabuza. He charged forward with a clenched fist, but was swiftly kicked away. Zabuza aimed to continue his assault on Hinata. But Kakashi had arrived, and the two engaged in a fierce taijutsu duel. Naruto and Sasuke, armed with kunai, rushed towards Zabuza, with Hinata closely following. The four of them launched a combined attack on Zabuza, who gradually found himself overwhelmed. He leaped into the air, creating 3 water clones. His intention was to use the clones to distract the 3 youngsters while his true self dealt with Kakashi, intending to eliminate him and then easily dispatch the others. Hinata pointed towards Zabuza's true form and exclaimed, "Naruto, Sasuke, that is the real one." The group once again focused their assault on Zabuza's true self, which left him frustrated. Curse Byakugan! He promptly decided to split off a water clone to deal with them. Although water clones possess lesser attack power, they should suffice against a few children. Several water clones entangled themselves with Naruto and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Hinata dispatched each clone with a single strike, undeterred in her advance. Observing the tide of battle, Zabuza no longer hesitated to expend chakra, furiously channeling it into his sword. With a single swing, he cleaved the ground, creating a massive fissure that forced Hinata to retreat. Just then, Zabuza's subordinates from the land of water arrived, 6 in total. The demon brothers transformed into water, launching an attack against Hinata, while the others encircled Kakashi. Hinata slashed through the wave of water, but it caused no harm. The water reformed elsewhere, sending shurikens towards her. She had no choice but to leap back to create distance. The demon brothers, believing they had succeeded, revealed their true forms. Their metallic claws shot forth with serrated chains, aiming to slice Hinata in half from behind. With one hand gripping the Kusanagi sword, Hinata blocked the chains, while her other hand formed a 2-finger hand seal. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball engulfed the demon brothers, reducing them to ash. However, the battle's momentum swiftly tilted in Zabuza's favor. After Kakashi eliminated several rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, he was ambushed by Zabuza and ensnared within the water prison technique. Hinata was speechless. Was Kakashi destined to fall into the water prison? Or was he intentionally testing his students? Where was his Sharingan? On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke fought side by side, both sustaining multiple injuries. Thanks to the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto was rapidly recovering. With Kakashi incapacitated, Zabuza had completely seized control of the situation. He conjured 2 shadow clones, one to confront Hinata and the other to face Naruto and Sasuke. This time, Zabuza displayed no interest in engaging Hinata in a prolonged fight. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of air. Hinata's Byakugan enabled her to perceive the nearly transparent attack, allowing her to bend and evade. The massive tree behind her was obliterated. Zabuza quickly formed hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged towards Hinata. In response, she unleashed the great fireball technique, and the two engaged in a battle of attrition. Ultimately, Hinata gained the upper hand. As the fireball surged towards Zabuza, he, not daring to confront it directly, retreated hastily, cursing, "Damn it, that brat has an extraordinary physique, so much chakra." Creating distance, Zabuza began to form seals once more. This time, he intended to employ the water release, great waterfall technique, aiming to drown Hinata in one decisive blow. Yet, Hinata would not allow him that satisfaction. She too executed the shadow clone technique, and three Hinatas emerged, launching shuriken and kunai from various angles towards Zabuza. Caught off guard, he was struck and dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Just as Hinata prepared to rescue Kakashi, they heard Sasuke shout, "Naruto." It turned out that Naruto, in a bid to protect Sasuke, had sustained a grievous wound from Zabuza's massive blade. In that moment, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, his speed surging dramatically, allowing him to finally strike Zabuza's physical form. Zabuza transformed into white smoke once more. For reasons unknown, Hinata felt a flicker of amusement. Her entire clan had been slaughtered. Yet here was Sasuke, enraged and invoking his Sharingan, while Naruto, injured, had awakened his own. Such bonds of fate. Hinata and Sasuke rushed towards Zabuza's true form, exchanging a glance before declaring in unison, "Fire release, great fireball technique." Two immense fireballs struck Zabuza and his water prison simultaneously, freeing Kakashi in the process. "It's over, Zabuza," Kakashi said, slowly raising his right hand, where blue sparks of electricity danced at his fingertips. Lightning cutter. Just as Zabuza prepared to counter with his deadly blade, Kakashi's figure suddenly vanished from sight, moving with astonishing speed. In the next moment, Kakashi reappeared behind Zabuza, the brilliance of the lightning cutter blindingly intense, piercing through Zabuza's defenses and striking at his vital points. In a flash, Zabuza spewed forth a mouthful of blood, followed by an overwhelming agony and a sensation of weightlessness. With a resounding crash, he slammed into a nearby giant tree, its trunk trembling violently under the immense impact, branches and leaves scattering. Zabuza fell heavily to the ground. Resting against the tree, blood trickling from his mouth, his breath weak and fading. Sasuke exhaled in relief. Did we succeed? Just as Hinata and Kakashi prepared to deliver the final blow, a young girl, adorned with a red-patterned white mask and appearing to be in her teens, appeared atop the tree trunk. She swiftly launched 3 flying needles, which pierced Zabuza's neck. He fell to the ground in response. Kakashi rushed forward and, upon examining the neck, discovered that he had already perished. The girl introduced herself. "I am a friend from Konoha. Thank you all. I belong to the Umbu tracking unit of the Mist Village, tasked specifically with hunting down and dealing with rogue ninjas. Leave Zabuza to me," Kakashi stated, momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized the individual before him, who indeed appeared to be clad in the attire of the Umbu from the hidden Mist Village. At that moment, Hinata began to grasp the reason behind Kakashi's decision not to employ his Sharingan. Given his pitifully depleted chakra, he could not afford to be extravagant. Excessive use would necessitate a week's recuperation. In a situation where other ninjas were lurking in the shadows, a failed strategy could lead to a fatal impasse. Naruto, having recovered significantly from his injuries, rose to his feet and gazed at Sasuke in astonishment. "What is that? Your eyes are terrifyingly red." Sasuke, with a hint of disdain, replied, "You uncultured fool, this is the Uchiha clan's ancestral Sharingan, one of the 3 great ocular jutsu in the ninja world, alongside the Byakugan and the Rinnegan." Naruto retorted dismissively, "Hinata's eyes are still more beautiful." Suddenly, he noticed another figure, a masked individual, Zabuza. Sasuke clarified, "That's an Umbu from the hidden Mist Village who has just dispatched Zabuza." Naruto, incredulous, exclaimed, "How could someone not much older than us effortlessly eliminate a formidable opponent like Zabuza? Are you pulling my leg?" At that moment, as Haku descended from the tree to retrieve Zabuza's lifeless body, a figure emerged behind her. It was Hinata. She seized Haku's slender waist and forcefully slammed her into the ground, embracing her sisterly bond. No, to be precise, Haku was a boy, perhaps donning the guise of a beautiful girl to please Zabuza. Hinata was acutely aware that Bai's intention was to take away the seemingly lifeless Zabuza. She would not allow this to transpire. However, Zabuza's feigned death came with its own repercussions, leaving him weakened for at least a week. In the absence of knowledge regarding Bai's trump card, Hinata seized the opportune moment when Bai was on the verge of success, striking at that precise instant when one's guard is down. Indeed, but was entirely absorbed in the joy of rescuing Zabuza, utterly oblivious to Hinata's approach. With a powerful embrace, Hinata hurled Bai to the ground, shattering her mask, causing her forehead protector to fall and her hairpin to fly away. As Bai rose, she revealed a visage of innocence and vulnerability, her large eyes radiating a sense of innocence and charm, evoking sympathy from the onlookers. Naruto exclaimed, "Sister, how beautiful!" To which Bai retorted angrily, "Does Konoha wish to wage war against the Hidden Mist Village?" Kakashi gestured for Hinata to cease her assault. Bai gently explained, "The bodies of ninjas are of utmost importance. Thus, it is necessary to pursue the Umbu to completely eradicate any traces, avoiding exposure of ninjutsu and any secret medications used." Kakashi understood, "Indeed, if I perish, the secrets of the Sharingan may also be compromised." Bai did not hold Hinata accountable for her ambush. Her singular focus was on rescuing Zabuza. After all, as long as Zabuza lived, her own injuries and grievances were inconsequential. However, Hinata scoffed, "You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. Zabuza is currently in a state of feigned death and will soon revive. Therefore, you are not a member of the Hidden Mist Umbu. You are merely Zabuza's subordinate and a rogue ninja. Your intent in taking him away is solely to save him." This possibility began to instill doubt in Kakashi. Suddenly, Hinata's Kusanagi sword decisively lunged towards Zabuza. Bai could no longer maintain her facade. She unleashed a barrage of needles to thwart Hinata. Her true identity was revealed. Naruto realized. She was deceiving us all along. Kakashi prepared to intervene. Bai, now thoroughly enraged, declared, "If you wish to kill Zabuza, you must first step over my body." Ice release, crystal mirror technique. Hinata was taken aback by Bai's audacity as she initiated her formidable technique. Dozens of ice mirrors surrounded Hinata. Bai's form began to dissolve into the mirrors. Hinata understood that if Bai successfully integrated into the mirrors, she would be able to move at lightning speed. She shouted, "Behold my financial prowess, the technique of throwing all shurikens." The absurdity of the technique's name left Kakashi and others momentarily stunned as they prepared to assist. Hinata launched all the shurikens she carried, striking Bai's numerous mirrors, yet failing to shatter them. Bai mocked, "You underestimate the strength of the crystal mirrors." With that, she successfully merged into the mirrors. At that moment, reflections of her appeared on each mirror. Dozens of bays, with a subtle movement of their fingers, simultaneously released flying needles. In an instant, countless glimmering needles rained down upon Hinata from all directions. If an ordinary person were to be struck by the torrential rain of needles, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, Hinata was no ordinary individual. With a gentle yet commanding voice, she exclaimed, 8 trigrams, return heaven." As her body spun rapidly, chakra emanated outward, creating an all-encompassing shield. The flying needles, upon making contact with this formidable barrier, were repelled by an immense force, scattering like dandelion seeds caught in a tempest, ultimately clattering to the ground. Sasuke's eyes widened in awe. Indeed, the Hyuga clan, renowned as the strongest in Konoha, possessed such extraordinary defensive techniques. As White confronted the futility of his situation against the return heaven, Hinata concluded her defense, simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Chakra surged within her like a tidal wave, gathering at her throat. Hinata then opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath that transformed into dozens of resplendent fireballs, reminiscent of blooming phoenix flowers, radiating destructive heat and brilliance as they sped toward White's icy mirror formation. Upon their collision, a sizzling sound echoed as the fireball's intense heat rapidly transmitted to the ice, causing fine cracks to emerge, which swiftly spread like a spider's web. Finally, with a resounding crack, the entire ice mirror shattered, disintegrating into droplets that vanished into the air. White's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment. Never before had anyone emerged unscathed from beneath the crystal ice mirrors. Yet, Hinata granted White no respite for contemplation. She had already closed in, gentle fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Each strike connected, shattering the joints of White's body, before sealing his chakra points. With a shudder, he fell limp to the ground. Naruto gaped in awe, exclaiming, "Incredible, truly impressive." Sasuke began to panic, acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. Hinata excelled not only in ocular techniques but also in shuriken mastery, taijutsu, and even fire techniques, surpassing him in every aspect. How could he, a Uchiha adept in fire techniques, reconcile such a disparity? He had yet to fully master the great fireball technique, let alone the phoenix fire technique. Kakashi scrutinized Hinata. Having initially underestimated her prowess, thinking she merely replicated Sasuke's jutsu. However, considering the Hyuga clan's lineage, it was unsurprising that she could wield fire techniques with such ease. Resolving this unique adversary with a bloodline limit so swiftly was a testament to Hinata's overwhelming control over White. Applause erupted from the trees, and a large group emerged. Led by the affluent Kato, accompanied by several ninja mercenaries. The forehead protectors revealed them to be rogue ninjas from the land of Lightning's Cloud Village. Kato's predatory gaze swept over the incapacitated White, then he approached Zabaz's lifeless form, delivering a few harsh kicks while berating, "Useless fool," claiming to be one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. All for show. Yet, his demise was fortuitous. It meant a significant savings on the hefty bounty. Hinata felt a surge of confusion as she pondered why so many rogue ninjas from the Cloud Village were surrounding Kato. The fallen White glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Kato, I will not allow you to insult Mr. Zabuza." With a dismissive sneer, Kato retorted, "You pathetic Mist Village fools. I've long known you were unreliable. Which is why I hired ninjas from the Cloud Village." He then proceeded to kick Zabuza several times. At that moment, Zabuza opened his eyes and, to Kato's astonishment, swiftly removed the needle from his neck. "No, Mr. Zabuza," White cried out, but it was too late to intervene. The technique of pretending to be dead came with its own drawbacks. If the needle was not removed correctly, the injuries would worsen significantly. Indeed, as Zabuza attempted to rise and confront Kato, he found himself unable to support his own weight. Witnessing Zabuza's complete incapacitation, Kato became increasingly smug. He turned his gaze towards Kakashi, saying, "Leaf ninjas, you have slain so many of us. Surely, you must provide some form of explanation?" "What explanation?" Kakashi replied coldly. Kato's eyes shifted from White to Hinata, and only then did he realize that this charming little girl was far more to his liking than the mere adolescent. Hinata exudes an aura of youthful innocence, akin to a flower yet to bloom. The sight of her slender fishnet stockings caused Kato to swallow hard. His excitement palpable as he proclaimed, "I shall not make it difficult for you. Submit to me, and your salary shall be doubled. Naturally, whatever I command, you must obey." In that moment, his mind conjured a vivid image of binding individuals, a scene where he wielded a whip. Kakashi's expression turned frigid. "Our loyalty lies solely with Konoha. With the land of fire." Kato scoffed, "You pitiable ninjas, do you not live merely for a pittance? You are but cattle, mere tools, serving anyone." Naruto stepped forward, his anger boiling over. "You are mistaken. We are ninjas of conviction, heirs to the will of fire." At that moment, Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke's heart trembled. Why did Kakashi possess the Sharingan? Was he present on the night of the massacre? Memories of Itachi Uchiha's ruthless slaughter flooded his mind, causing him to grip his kunai tighter and angle his body slightly towards Kakashi. Kakashi instantly sensed Sasuke's agitation and called out, "Sasuke, calm down. This Sharingan was gifted to me by a friend." Kato quickly retreated a few paces, panic evident in his voice. "What manner of cursed eye is this?" The leader of the rogue ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village coldly remarked, "Sharingan Kakashi. It is said to have replicated thousands of jutsu and taken countless lives." Kato's fear escalated. "Do not claim I offer you no chance. Leave Hanabi and this lady with the Byakugan to me, and I shall let you go." The rogue leader whispered to Kato, "This appears to be the young lady of the Hyuga clan from Konoha." Kato's interest piqued. "Kakashi, if you leave the esteemed Hyuga lady with me, I could offer you a substantial sum. Furthermore, for such a noble lady, I shall ensure a proper marriage." "I am but 8 years old," Hinata exclaimed, covering her face, taken aback by such shamelessness. Brandishing her Kusanagi sword, she declared, "Kato to me. You are already a dead man today." Naruto, enraged, immediately cast the shadow clone technique, determined to protect Hinata at all costs. Kato retreated once more, taunting, "Ah, the feisty one, I find that quite appealing. Subdue them." Zabuza, dissatisfied, questioned, "Since you intend to deal with the people of Konoha, why did you not assist us just now?" Kato arrogantly replied, "I intend to use Konoha's strength to eliminate you. Offering refuge to the rogue ninjas from the Mist Village is already a sign of my benevolence. How dare you ask for payment? To guard against your treachery, I have specifically hired ninjas from the land of lightning." Hinata finally grasped the reality. Kato had employed another group to restrain Zabuza, having discerned his weaknesses and believing he could be completely subjugated. Thus, in a bid to save costs, he chose not to hire the rogue ninjas from the land of lightning after all. How frustrating. Hinata had initially thought Kato's formidable power stemmed solely from Zabuza and Haku. Yet unforeseen complications had arisen. In the future, one must act with greater consideration. No longer will he, who prides himself as a realist, mercilessly slay his comrades. In the end, he was betrayed and exploited by a treacherous merchant. Kyoujuu never cared for them. He merely viewed them as tools and expendables. Despite bringing along so many skilled warriors, he callously watched them perish to avoid payment. Zabuza began to envy the ninjas of Konoha. He had once believed himself a formidable warrior emerging from the sea of blood, destined to crush these sheltered blooms. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Even a group of children united far surpassed foolish individuals who only engaged in self-destruction. The fallen Haku also felt Zabuza's sentiments, for the man's gaze upon him had softened, revealing an unmasked vulnerability. The leader of the Cloud Village's rogue ninjas assessed the situation. 1 elite ninja, 5 mid-level ninjas, and 30 low-level ninjas on his side. Opposing them were 1 elite ninja and 3 low-level ninjas. The advantage lay with him. However, he was not like Kyoujuu, who lacked a true understanding of ninjas. Nor was he a dim-witted individual. To contend with a formidable opponent like Kakashi, who possessed the Sharingan, he would need to exert his utmost strength. It is essential to recognize that in a ninja confrontation, life and death hinge on a single thought. Thus, his objective was not merely to defeat the adversary, but to annihilate them entirely, including Hinata and Haku, whom Kyoujuu desired. True enlightenment lies in granting the enemy no opportunity. The leader of the rogue ninjas commanded loudly, "All of you, heed my command. Lightning release, lightning dragon dance." Upon receiving the directive, dozens of lightning-style ninjas formed hand seals together, unleashing an enormous ninjutsu. The heavens and earth shifted dramatically. Hinata recalled the Fourth Ninja War, where the Ninja Coalition employed joint ninjutsu against Madara. Instinctively, she wished to summon the Great Serpent for defense, though she was uncertain of the price it might demand. Simultaneously, Kakashi sensed impending doom. The combined effort of so many ninjas unleashing a joint ninjutsu would undoubtedly yield power on par with that of a Hokage. There would be no time to escape now. The ranks of lightning-style ninjas stood shoulder to shoulder, their chakra surging with electric energy, coalescing into an unprecedented and terrifying force. With a thunderous roar, the lightning dragon dance technique took shape. A colossal dragon of lightning twisted and coiled in the sky, seemingly poised to rend the heavens and consume everything within its boundless thunder. In that critical moment, Kakashi's previously profound Sharingan shifted into its kaleidoscopic form. The 3 Tomo patterns began to rotate slowly within his pupils. A trickle of crimson liquid silently slipped from the corner of his eye. Kamui. Kakashi's hushed command was barely audible above the cacophony of thunder. However, as his words fell, the space-time ninjutsu was abruptly activated, and the entire world seemed to momentarily freeze. Kakashi's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the faces of each lightning-style ninja. Under his scrutiny, the once sturdy space began to distort and fracture. Dark fissures, akin to the gaping maw of an abyss, opened wide, devouring the rogue ninjas one by one. Their bodies twisted, torn apart, and exploded into a shower of blood, one after another. The demise of the rogue ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village was nothing short of tragic. Their eyes brimmed with terror and despair, yet they were bereft of any chance to call for help, utterly obliterated by an irresistible force. Even the leader of these rogue ninjas, yearning to resist, found himself overwhelmed by a profound sense of impotence, for his head and body had already become estranged. The tumultuous lightning dragon dance technique had barely reached its zenith before it dissipated into nothingness. This scene left all present in awe. I murmured, "Is this the power of the divine?" Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth with her hands, struggling to comprehend the terrifying spectacle unfolding before her. She had never witnessed such formidable might. Simultaneously, her yearning for the power of the Sharingan was ignited. The Byakugan and Sharingan share a common lineage, with the fundamental capabilities of the Byakugan far surpassing those of the Sharingan. However, the ultimate reason the ordinary Byakugan pales in comparison to the Sharingan lies in the latter's potential for continuous evolution, even developing extraordinary abilities like Kamui and Kodo Amatsukami. What would transpire if she were to implant the 3 Tomo Sharingan obtained from the night of the massacre? The Sharingan is derived from the Byakugan. Given that the Hyuga and Uchiha clans share a common ancestry, one would presume there would be no issue of rejection. Yet, despite her inner longing, Hinata understood that this was not the opportune moment. She must wait until she has matured, at the very least to possess the ability to protect herself. Naruto, witnessing dozens of ninjas swiftly dispatched by Kakashi, found his mind blank. Sasuke trembled all over, yearning for such power, thirsting for it. Even Itachi Uchiha might not stand a chance against Kamui, he pondered. What kind of friend is Kakashi-sensei to bestow such a Mangekyo Sharingan? What effort must he exert to evolve his own eyes to that level? Just moments ago, they had held the upper hand. Now, with only Kato remaining, he felt as though he had encountered death itself, utterly panicked and collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Zabuza, exerting every last ounce of his strength, lunged forth and tore Kato's throat with his sharp fangs. The use of Kamui came to an end, leaving Kakashi feeling as though he was falling apart. His body felt hollow, entirely drained. Since the fateful moment years ago when he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan upon Rin's death, he had undergone countless trials, ultimately mastering the ultimate ocular technique, Kamui. Despite its immense power, the cost was crippling exhaustion with each use. Now, only the incapacitated Zabuza and Bai remained. The outcome had been sealed. Kakashi, unable to endure any longer, succumbed to unconsciousness. "Sensei!" Naruto cried out, rushing to embrace Kakashi, his voice laced with urgency. "Hinata. What do we do next?" Hinata scanned Kakashi's body with her Byakugan and comforted him. "He will be fine. He just needs to rest." For Kakashi, being non-Uchiha meant that he could not deactivate his Sharingan once activated. The use of the Sharingan invariably led to overwhelming exhaustion, especially when employing a devastating technique like Kamui, thus necessitating a lengthy recovery period. The intensity of the situation suggested that it would take at least a week to recover. Hinata glanced at Zabuza, who appeared entirely at ease, as if awaiting his demise. Suddenly, Bai exclaimed, "Miss Hinata, please do not kill Mr. Zabuza. I am willing to serve you as a slave, to toil for you, in exchange for sparing Mr. Zabuza." Hinata looked at Bai and then at Zabuza. Given Zabuza's current condition, it was clear he would not recover within a week. With a sigh, Hinata recognized Bai's sincerity and knew he would uphold his words. Thus, she sheathed her sword. The matter concerning Zabuza could be addressed later. The immediate priority was to secure a ship. If the mission were delayed, what would become of her finances? Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke settled Kakashi, Zabuza, and Bai in a room at the dock. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata spoke. "Naruto, you stay here to protect Kakashi-sensei and keep an eye on Zabuza. Sasuke and I will handle the arrangements for the ship." Bai, sensing the murderous intent in Hinata's gaze, spoke up. "Miss Hinata, please allow me to accompany you. I wish to atone for Mr. Zabuza's sins." He had always regarded himself as Zabuza's instrument of death. Yet deep down, he possessed a benevolent nature. Aside from Zabuza's commands, he had never taken another life. In contrast, Zabuza was merciless. Anyone who provoked him met a grim fate. Hinata nodded, gathering chakra in her hands. First, she released Bai's chakra points, then corrected his joints, restoring his mobility. The three of them swiftly returned to the capital of the Land of Waves. Suddenly, Hinata coldly declared, "Now that Kato is dead, we shall eliminate the remaining remnants." "As you command, Lady Hinata," Bai responded, dispersing to hunt down any remaining mafia members and hired ninjas. Sasuke opted to follow Hinata, curious about her intentions. Hinata's Byakugan swept across the city, and upon spotting Kato's subordinates, she struck without mercy. With the main forces of the Mist Village and Lightning Village vanquished, only the lesser foes remained in the city. The Kato mansion loomed like a monstrous beast amidst the lowly buildings. After dispatching the outer guards, Hinata, wielding the Kusanagi sword, charged inside with Sasuke. As they breached the entrance, the mafia's security personnel and hired ninjas rushed to confront them. The Kusanagi sword glimmered as it sliced through the air, shattering the weapons of the mafia members, who quickly fell one after another. The faint scent of blood filled the air, yet Hinata's expression remained resolute and unyielding. Clearing the corridor, she dispatched any ninjas attempting to obstruct her path. Ultimately, Hinata arrived at the conference room of the Kato group. With a powerful kick, she shattered the door, launching shurikens that struck down everyone inside, men and women alike. Only a captivating female secretary remained, spared for her potential usefulness. The secretary, terrified, fell to her knees, pleading for mercy. Hinata replied coldly, "Kato is dead, and his organization has been obliterated. From this moment forth, I take over. Now, use the radio to summon all ships back to port." The female secretary immediately rose, trembling, to call for assistance. Typically, she handled nearly all matters with ease. Subsequently, Hinata reclined in the executive chair, crossing her legs and surveying her surroundings. Observing such a commanding female president, Sasuke furrowed his brow and remarked, "Hinata, you don't intend to remain here as the president, do you?" Hinata stood with a smile, merely seeking to fulfill a long-held desire to experience the sensation of being a president in this lifetime. Of course, she had also stumbled upon valuable assets, the safe belonging to Kato. With the Kusanagi sword, she effortlessly sliced it open. Inside, She discovered approximately 100 million ryo in cash along with numerous documents. With a sweet smile, Hinata said, "Sasuke-kun, with so much money, let us split it in half." Sasuke quickly waved his hand, asserting that as long as he had enough, money was of little concern to him. His true focus was on power. If there ever came a day when he could not grow stronger in Konoha, he would gladly forsake the land of the Uchiha. "You killed them all. If you want it, take it," he declared. Hinata shot him a disapproving glance, thinking him a man with no future. Money can indeed move mountains. There is no such thing as too much wealth. With this 100 million, I can somewhat mitigate the risk of not receiving mission rewards. Not long after, Bai had successfully dismantled Kato's influence and returned to Hinata's side. Seated in the executive chair, Hinata informed Bai that the Kato group would now be under his management, requiring no name change to prevent external suspicion. Simultaneously, the group would receive the support and protection of the Hyuga clan. Sasuke, standing nearby, regarded this decision with disdain. Believing that power was the only currency in the ninja world, and it must come from within, not from external sources. Earning money leads only to misguided paths, he said. Bai inquired, "And what of Mr. Zabuza?" Hinata smiled gently. "He will, of course, remain by your side to protect you," thus redeeming himself. "And this secretary as well." Upon hearing Hinata's plans, the secretary felt immense joy upon realizing that her superior was the most powerful heiress of the Hyuga clan. She could now rest assured, no longer facing the wrath of the volatile Kato, where her role had been reduced to a mere errand runner. After organizing the affairs, Hinata and Sasuke departed from the Kato building, with Bai and the female secretary seeing them off. Suddenly, a little girl led a throng of commoners from the land of waves, who all knelt in unison. Hinata recognized the girl as the one she had previously saved. The citizens expressed their gratitude for Hinata's intervention, liberating them from the notorious and malevolent Kato group, like the first light of dawn illuminating a forsaken land. This scene reminded Hinata of the original timeline, where, years later, Naruto would assist the land of waves in successfully constructing a bridge. Now, it was once again Naruto's actions that had prompted this series of events for the little girl. Hinata beckoned the female secretary closer and proclaimed, "Esteemed citizens, I am aware of your prolonged suffering. Therefore, I shall fund the construction of a grand bridge and enlist the bridge master, Susanoo, to oversee the project. This way, you will be able to travel to the land of fire for work, providing for your families." The crowd expressed their gratitude once more. Upon witnessing this scene, tears welled up in his eyes. How could there be a hero like Hinata in this world? Deep within, he was moved by her profound love. He realized that in this world, there are always those willing to be the light for others, illuminating the path ahead, even when it is fraught with thorns. For Hinata, her purpose in building the bridge was quite straightforward. As the ancients said, one must pave the way before selling goods. The land of waves would soon become her domain. And what shall this grand bridge be named? Perhaps it shall be called the Naruto Bridge. This embodies the notion of accomplishing tasks with grace, concealing merit and fame. Sasuke could not fathom the significance of Hinata's endeavors. In the harsh world of ninjas, it sufficed to take care of oneself. Why should one concern themselves with the lives of others? Hinata exhibited an extraordinary form of altruism, akin to a wise queen in a drama. However, during Hinata's speech, when she announced her bridge-building plan, Sasuke did indeed feel a surge of vigor and ambition. In that moment, he suddenly understood that perhaps Hinata was a person he had never truly known. As Hinata departed amidst the gratitude of the people, she had no inkling that the land of waves would one day flourish into a thriving city, with her statue standing at its heart. Just as she stepped away from the crowd, another group approached, led by a rotund figure who exclaimed, "Hero, wait." It turned out to be the feudal lord of the land of waves, who had come forth to curry favor with Hinata. He showered her with flattery. And although Hinata found this sycophantic behavior distasteful, she considered it beneficial to have him as a puppet ruler. Such a person would naturally submit to Kato, and it was only logical for him to submit to her as well. Thus, she instructed the lord to work diligently and cooperate with Bai. The Hyuga clan would oversee investments in the land of waves and would also dispatch personnel for supervision. Supervision? The feudal lord understood this as a veiled threat. Yet, faced with Hinata's carrot-and-stick approach, he acquiesced entirely, respectfully declaring, "Lady Hinata, you are our most esteemed guest. This place will always be your home. We welcome you to return often." Bai, watching the tearful children, felt deeply moved. He recalled his own past as a lonely, forsaken child. Had it not been for Zabuza's need, he might have perished in the snow long ago. What Hinata was doing now demonstrated that she was not an ordinary ninja but a leader of great virtue. On her way back to the dock, Hinata unfurled a scroll and released a messenger pigeon, securing a letter to it. She intended to have the Hyuga clan finance the establishment of light industrial facilities in the Land of Waves, even producing ninja tools. The impoverished and starving populace of the Land of Waves would undoubtedly make excellent assembly line workers. Concurrently, she could utilize various common businesses to lay the groundwork for an intelligence network across the ninja world. Then, using money and resources to recruit ninjas would serve as a means to expand her influence. Of course, all of this would be under the auspices of the Kato Group. How ironic, she had initially aimed to build ships, yet here she was, influencing an entire nation. Zabuza was escorted back by Bai. While Team 7 boarded a fine sea vessel, Kakashi remained in a deep slumber. The vessel set sail under splendid weather, and Hinata took to the deck to absorb the natural energy around her. Naruto, curious, inquired, "Hinata, what are you doing?" Hinata smiled gently, replying, "I am extracting chakra." Reminded of the power within him, Naruto began to experiment as well. However, before long, crimson chakra erupted around him, his brows furrowed and his eyes began to glow red. His breath quickened, and anxiety surged within him. Hinata chanted, "Naruto-kun, the path of training requires tranquility. As the ancients say, to achieve ultimate emptiness, one must maintain steadfast calm. When one desires to be still, nature will align itself. With a tranquil heart, all things find peace. When one is correct, stillness follows, and stillness, clarity emerges. Clarity leads to emptiness, and in emptiness, one acts effortlessly yet achieves all." Although Naruto did not fully comprehend her words, he sensed a profound resonance in Hinata's speech. Remarkably, his control over the Nine-Tails chakra began to enhance gradually. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, felt compelled to join, interpreting it as a form of meditation. Midway through their practice, Hinata suddenly expressed enthusiasm. "Let me share a story. In the Northern Sea, there is a fish called Kuin." After the tale concluded, Naruto felt an intense yearning for freedom and transcendence, while Sasuke pondered the true extent of the Kunping's power. If such a spirit beast existed, would it not render one invincible? Inside the cabin Rin, Kakashi suddenly awakened with a start. His hand reached into the void, grasping nothingness. Rising, he swallowed a soldier's pill, realizing he was aboard a ship. Venturing outside, he beheld Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke harmoniously meditating together. In that moment, a sense of relief washed over him. Perhaps these young ones were nearing the point where they could stand on their own, potentially ready to participate in the Chunin exams upon their return. The following day, Kakashi stood at the bow of the ship, his silver hair gently swaying in the breeze, his deep-set eyes gazing into the distance. The islands of the Land of Water lay just ahead. Hinata and the others continued their training. Suddenly, the wind shifted from gentle to ferocious, howling ominously. Dark clouds swiftly gathered, obscuring the sun, and an unexpected storm descended upon them. Rain poured down like arrows, merging the sea and sky into a chaotic blend. The waves, driven by the raging winds, surged violently, one after another, as if intent on swallowing everything whole. Amidst the tempest, beneath the surface of the sea, a massive shadow moved swiftly through the water, drawing closer. The crew sprang into action. Kakashi sensed impending danger. A storm is approaching. Everyone, secure yourselves. Naruto clung to the mast, and Sasuke grasped the ropes. Only Hinata, with her Byakugan, discerned the impending doom. In an instant, a colossal sea creature burst forth from the depths. It was an immense turtle, its size comparable to a small mountain, its shell bristling with countless sharp spikes, resembling a natural armor. Behind it trailed three powerful, scaly tails that lashed against the sea, creating towering waves. Three tails, wild and untamed. Sasuke murmured. Could this be the legendary Koin? Almost in the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, the three tails surged forth with astonishing speed, its massive form creating a colossal ripple across the surface of the sea. Subsequently, accompanied by a deafening roar, the ship was struck in half, wooden planks splintering and scattering. As seawater surged in like a tidal wave, the crowd was cast into the depths below. Kakashi decisively abandoned the sailors, prioritizing the rescue of Naruto, who was unable to swim, while Sasuke could fend for himself for the time being. As for Hinata, he felt a sense of assurance. Hinata, submerged in the deep sea, had just attempted to navigate through the wreckage of the sunken ship. However, an unprecedented and immense force suddenly emanated from the depths of the ocean. The three tails drew in the seawater, and Hinata, unable to exert herself in the water, was swept into the gaping maw lined with sharp spikes. Although still in recovery, Kakashi swiftly retrieved Naruto from the depths and placed him atop a larger wooden plank. He then performed a jutsu, summoning a water dragon to lift Sasuke and a nearby crew member to safety. Sasuke was flung onto the plank where Naruto lay, coughing up seawater, while the crew member landed on other debris. Yet, as Kakashi searched for Hinata, he found no trace of her. Amidst the storm, Kakashi moved rapidly among the fragments of the ship until he was exhausted and gasping for breath, but still, he could not find her. "Hinata, where are you?" Naruto cried out in distress, memories of Hinata's gentle smile and sweet voice flooding his mind. Her laughter was like the warm sunlight of spring, capable of dispelling the shadows in his heart and providing him with the motivation to move forward. Reflecting on their shared moments, every kindness Hinata had shown him surged forth like a tide in his heart. Yet, such a person had suddenly vanished. His heart was enveloped in an indescribable fear and despair, as if the entire world had lost its color. "Hinata! Hinata!" Naruto screamed, met only by the howling wind and the raging waves. Sasuke stood silently to the side, his sorrow and loss evident in his eyes. To him, Hinata was not merely a comrade in battle, but a respected rival. Her absence left a profound sense of emptiness and grief within him. He recalled Hinata's resolute gaze and indomitable spirit, and an inexplicable sadness surged within him. Kakashi landed back on the wooden plank, and after a moment of calm analysis, he spoke. Hinata must have been taken by the Three Tails for some reason. He quickly recalled the direction in which the creature had vanished. "Naruto, Sasuke, stabilize yourselves with chakra," Kakashi commanded, utilizing wind release to cut through the fierce winds, followed by water release to accelerate the plank, propelling it forward like a speedboat through the tumultuous waves. Soon, Naruto shouted, "Kakashi-sensei, look. That's the Three Tails." Indeed, amidst the waves, the Three Tails could be faintly discerned. However, it seemed the Three Tails had sensed something amiss and began to accelerate. After a while, as the group drew nearer, their progress slowed significantly due to Kakashi's insufficient chakra, ultimately distancing them from the Three Tails until it vanished entirely amidst the vast archipelago. Kakashi, filled with frustration, collapsed onto a plank. Naruto and Sasuke, in a state of panic, fervently paddled with their hands and feet, guiding the plank to the shallows of an island. Kakashi rested on the ground, contemplating their mission. Would they be looked down upon or ridiculed upon their return if they failed? After all, his father, the Leaf's White Fang, had perished for similar reasons. However, Kakashi resolutely shook his head and declared, "From this moment, we shall suspend the mission until we locate Hinata. Even if she is no longer with us, we must vanquish the Three Tails to avenge her." He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the creature, as it was responsible for Rin's demise. Naruto nodded emphatically, and Sasuke's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Kakashi scanned the surroundings and announced, "Let us commence our search on the nearby islands. The lair of the Three Tails may not be far off." Meanwhile, Hinata, enveloped by the sea, had already been swallowed by the Three Tails. The water gradually receded, leaving her in complete darkness, the environment damp and viscous. Fortunately, despite being a chakra manifestation, the Three Tails retained the characteristics of a land turtle. It preferred water but required air to breathe, harboring a substantial amount of it within its body. Hinata attempted to inhale but found each breath akin to passing through a thick, wet cloth, neither soothing nor pleasant, laced with a strange, metallic tang. The ground beneath her feet was not solid but rather soft and elastic, quivering with every subtle movement of the Three Tails, as if she were standing on a colossal, living jelly. This unstable sensation ignited a flicker of panic within Hinata. She cautiously shifted her weight, fearful of inadvertently sinking deeper into the unknown. Occasionally, low gurgling sounds and distant rumblings echoed around her, indicative of the digestive fluid surging within the Three Tails' colossal body and the sounds of its internal organs at work. In this confined space, those noises were amplified, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Gradually, Hinata sensed something amiss. The natural energy within her was being slowly siphoned by the Three Tails. "Damn it," she thought, realizing she was being treated as a snack for digestion. In truth, the Three Tails harbored a keen interest in natural energy, envious of the Nine Tails' extraordinary ability to absorb it. During the Fourth Shinobi War, Naruto had managed to overpower the other tail beasts using merely a fraction of the Nine Tails' chakra for this very reason. The Three Tails, filled with jealousy and resentment, craved the consumption of entities rich in natural energy, particularly someone like Hinata, who possessed an abundance of energy, yet with a remarkably low intensity. Typically, practitioners of sage techniques are formidable figures within the ninja world, but Hinata was an exception. She was relatively weak. Thus, upon sensing the natural energy radiating from Hinata, The Three Tails seized the opportunity to unleash a storm technique within the aquatic environment, demolishing the ship and gleefully swallowing Hinata whole. As long as one can digest the essence of Hinata, the benefits are substantial. It can significantly enhance one's capacity. Hinata retrieved a glowing stick, and even the faintest light, under the scrutiny of her Byakugan, rendered her surroundings vividly clear. Maru spicy. She indeed found herself within the belly of the Three Tails. Continuing her efforts, she summoned a defensive board using a scroll, placing it beneath her feet. The sensation of standing on the gastric mucosa was utterly abysmal. Although currently ensnared, time was still on her side. Hinata composed herself and began to analyze the circumstances behind the Three Tails' wild behavior. The cause likely related to the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. This Mizukage, who appeared as a mere child, exuded an aura of fragility. Indeed, he was quite weak. Of course, the Three Tails was also among the weakest of tailed beasts. While the strength of tailed beasts does not correlate directly with the number of tails, it is undeniable that the Three Tails is rather feeble. At that time, Yagura encountered the duo tasked with his capture, Uchiha Itachi and Biwa Juzu. In the confrontation, to protect Itachi, Juzu attempted to block a tailed beast ball with his decapitating blade, only for the weapon to shatter, sending shards piercing through his body and inflicting grievous wounds. He succumbed shortly thereafter. In the face of the assault, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, successfully inflicting substantial damage upon the tailed beast-formed Yagura and subsequently made his escape. By a certain stroke of fate, Yagura was discovered by Ao, a seasoned jonin from the Mist Village, who recognized that he was under external control. Hinata was aware that the one controlling Yagura was none other than Uchiha Obito, who had masqueraded as Uchiha Madara. Ao then utilized his Byakugan to dispel Yagura's genjutsu. However, it was not long before Yagura met his demise. The Three Tails subsequently vanished from sight. Hinata speculated that a coup d'etat must have erupted within the Mist Village. During the reign of the third Mizukage and Yagura, the village enforced a brutal training policy, compelling candidates at the ninja academy to slay their companions. Only those who survived were allowed to graduate, leading to the village being referred to as the Bloody Mist. Yagura likely fell victim to a coalition led by Terumi Mei and Ao, among others, due to these oppressive practices. Of course, after the fourth Mizukage's death, although the Dark Era came to an end, the fifth Mizukage did not ascend. Instead, the elders of the Mist Village took charge. It was only on the eve of the Fourth Shinobi World War, when the elders, due to their advanced age, could no longer travel and participate in the Five Kage Summit, that the position of Mizukage was passed to Terumi Mei. The identity of the mastermind behind these events is glaringly evident. It is likely that Zabuza and others departed the Mist Village around this time. Hinata was acutely aware that Genjutsu represented the Achilles heel of tailed beasts. Therefore, in order to confront the Three Tails, she resolved that the only course of action was to implant the Sharingan. The power of the Sharingan over tailed beasts is profoundly exaggerated. Uchiha Madara once commanded the Nine Tails as if it were a mere pet in his battles against Senju Hashirama. Though the Nine Tails Susanoo could not defeat the great Buddha of the Senju, even the teenage Uchiha Obito could wield the Manjiki Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, wreaking havoc upon Konohagakure. Sasuke had previously employed his three-tomo Sharingan to command the Great Serpent, sacrificing it to shield against Deidara's explosive clay. The cunning Great Serpent hails from the Dragon Cave. Yet the Three Tails possesses notably inferior intellect. Tired of humanity, it yearns to find a lake to hide away, akin to a turtle seeking solitude. Thus, the Three Tails should not be stronger than the Great Serpent. Faced with the current peril, Hinata resolved to make use of the three-tomo Sharingan acquired on the night of her clan's annihilation. Concerning the challenges of transplantation, the Byakugan's ability to perceive chakra allowed her to ascertain the flow and quantity of chakra within her body. Naturally adept in the study of medical ninjutsu, she possessed an inherent advantage over others. The clarity with which she could observe her internal condition enabled her to accurately assess ailments and devise treatment plans. Benefiting from an exceptional memory, Hinata had previously absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge. However, to ensure meticulousness, she retrieved a medical ninjutsu scroll from her collection and immersed herself in its study. After some time, Hinata sensed a significant depletion of natural energy within her body. Yet, she was apprehensive. The prospect of the Three Tails' sudden movements causing her eyes to be damaged during the procedure was daunting. Thus, she patiently awaited a moment when the beast appeared to be at rest. With everything prepared, there could be no further delay. Hinata decisively extracted the Sharingan, which had been steeped in medicinal solution, from the sealing scroll. Channeling sage chakra through her hands, She contemplated the dire consequences of failure, losing her sight entirely and subsequently being consumed by the three tails, leading to an ignoble demise. Her heart raced, and her hands trembled. Nevertheless, esteemed figures in her lineage were renowned for their prowess. All her accumulated knowledge of medical ninjutsu must serve a purpose. Resolutely, Hinata removed one of her Byakugan eyes. It stung slightly, but it was manageable. She then affixed the corresponding Sharingan in its place. The peripheral blood vessels rapidly fused under the nurturing influence of Sage Chakra. Success. She could see. Without hesitation, Hinata extracted her second Byakugan and replaced it with the Sharingan. To her relief, it was another success. How trivial medical ninjutsu seemed, akin to childish play. The immediate application of her skills proved effective. Nonetheless, she exhaled a sigh of relief as she preserved her original eyes. Taking out a small mirror, she examined her reflection. Her once beautiful, large eyes remained unchanged. They were still captivating. It appeared there was no discernible alteration. Given that Hinata's eyes were considerably larger than average, the Uchiha's smaller eyes, despite her greater age, fit perfectly. Not too much, not too little, a flawless match. Moreover, the pupils were white, a curious detail. Had she transplanted them only to lose the Sharingan's abilities? Once the Sage Chakra fully nourished her new eyes, Hinata concentrated her thoughts. Activate. Her vision sharpened instantly, revealing the intricate network of the Three Tails chakra system. Could it truly be as she imagined? In disbelief, she concentrated once more. Activate. It manifested, the white background Sharingan with its three tomo, albeit subtly displayed. Hinata realized then that the transplanted Sharingan offered three distinct states: the standard Byakugan state, the enhanced Byakugan state, and the three tomo Sharingan state. Was this not a remarkable advantage? With both Byakugan and Sharingan at her disposal, there would be no need to revert to her Byakugan unless absolutely necessary, and she would not fear revealing her Sharingan to others. It could serve as her hidden trump card. Despite Sasuke possessing only two tomo, she has already attained three. With the Sharingan in her possession, Hinata embarked on a journey to master Genjutsu. Gaining some confidence, she contemplated that in order to confront the Three Tails, a decisive action was necessary. Fortunately, she was also adept in sealing techniques, allowing her to directly seal the Three Tails within herself. Such a feat would propel her to new heights. The strength of a Jinchuriki is unparalleled, and even a relatively weaker beast like the Three Tails, once fully controlled, would elevate her prowess to that of a Kaguya. However, becoming a Jinchuriki would inevitably draw the attention of the Akatsuki, a notorious organization comprised of formidable individuals. Sooner or later, a confrontation with them was inevitable. Strengthening herself now would serve to weaken her enemies. Yet, Hinata lacked a clear understanding of her Sharingan's potency, leaving her somewhat uncertain. She resolved to first weaken the Three Tails before seizing the opportunity to control it. Typically, the Three Tails boasts an exceptional defensive shell that is not easily breached. However, Hinata's advantage lay in her unique position. She was not outside the Three Tails but within it. The creature's limited intelligence might not anticipate such a tactic. From an experimental perspective, Hinata sat cross-legged, attempting to absorb natural energy. She discovered that the interior of the Three Tails was isolated from the external world. She could siphon a small portion of her own natural energy from within the Three Tails, but found it insufficient to sustain her efforts. Standing up, her gaze turned icy. It was time to act. Inside the dimly lit and tumultuous stomach, Hinata stood resolutely amid the swirling gastric fluid and the pulsating muscular walls. Activating her Byakugan, she summoned the Kusanagi sword. The sage power within her surged forth like rivers flowing into the sea, infusing the sword with energy. The Kusanagi glowed brilliantly, its blade extending into a versatile chakra sword, illuminating the shadowy space around her. Under the scrutiny of her Byakugan, nothing could escape her vision. With the sharpness of an eagle's gaze, she discerned the intricate network of chakra pathways within the Three Tails. In a swift motion, she moved like a wraith through the stomach walls, the Kusanagi slicing through the air as it accurately targeted the first chakra node. As the blade pierced through, a flash of light erupted, accompanied by a low, resonant roar from the Three Tails. The resilient pathway was instantaneously breached, and gastric fluid splattered everywhere. A violent sensation of tearing jolted the slumbering beast awake. Pain and fury intertwined as its massive body began to thrash violently. Yet, Hinata remained undeterred. Her movements became even swifter and more decisive. The Byakugan continuously detected every minute shift, and under her command, the Kusanagi became a Reaper's scythe, delivering successive strikes to the critical chakra nodes within the Three Tails. Each slash was accompanied by the anguished cries of the creature, as its energy flow was systematically disrupted. The available chakra dwindled rapidly, and its strength began to wane. Hinata's objective was clear: to unleash a lethal assault from within the Three Tails, rendering this beast far more powerful than herself, utterly incapacitated. The Three Tails finally realized that the mischief was being caused by the little being within. It leapt into the great lake, opening its mouth wide as torrents of water surged into its body. Submerged in the depths, Hinata, having disrupted the chakra nodes in its stomach, seized the opportunity to hold her breath and swim to the esophagus. Without mercy, she struck with the Kusanagi sword. The Three Tails let out a heart-wrenching howl that echoed through the heavens. Meanwhile, on another island near the circular lake, a group was hastily making their way. Led by Yakushi Kabuto, Kunihiro, and Honglian, they faintly heard the agonizing cries, prompting a sinister smile from Yakushi Kabuto. From the intelligence he possessed, it was evident that the Three Tails of the Mist Village had gone missing, while the Six Tails Jinchuriki had defected, significantly weakening their forces. This was the perfect opportunity to seize the tailed beasts. While others would seek the Six Tails for clues, he believed otherwise. A crowded brawl could lead to no one profiting, resulting instead in unnecessary casualties. In contrast, the long-missing Three Tails had drawn little attention. This path would be much easier. Indeed, it proved to be remarkably effortless, yielding results with minimal exertion. Initially, Yakushi Kabuto had surmised that the Three Tails was hidden among the islands. To his surprise, after searching only a few islands, he heard what seemed to be the cries of a tailed beast. With such a formidable team at his disposal, capturing it would be assured. Securing the Three Tails would yield substantial rewards, far exceeding any gains from the Six Tails. Surely, those pursuing the latter were fools. A Jinchuriki was far more powerful than a wild beast. At the heart of the island's lake, the Three Tails, unable to endure the pain, expelled everything within. Hinata emerged from the water, glaring at the detestable little creature, much to the delight of the Three Tails. It thought to itself that it could easily crush her with a mere swipe. Learning from past experiences, it planned to solidify its insides, armoring its organs, and then spawn a few smaller Three Tails within as guardians, creating a complex labyrinth to thwart future intruders. This way, no little chickens like Hinata could ever harm it again. Sharingan, activate. Hinata cast an illusion, instantly taking control of the Three Tails. Within its enormous eyes, the three-tomo pattern appeared. The Three Tails was indeed inexperienced, far too easily ensnared, causing Hinata to feel an unwarranted sense of pride. After establishing control through her Sharingan, she discovered a mental connection with the Three Tails, allowing her to manipulate its actions and sense the intensity of her control, including the depth of its internal struggle. At that moment, the Three Tails seethed with rage. Damn it. Little brat. How dare you, so weak yet attempting to control me. No way. Yet, Hinata's formidable mental strength swiftly subdued it, plunging the Three Tails into despair. This was merely a child. One could even claim to be the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. If control was to be his fate, then serving was better than perishing. Hinata felt no resistance and mocked. There is hardly any struggle, truly a fool. However, when she cast her Byakugan around, her heart quivered. Someone was approaching. The team led by Yakushi Kabuto sprinted swiftly, their excited shouts growing increasingly clear. They had been dispatched by Orochimaru with the objective of capturing the tailed beast. Yet, only Yakushi Kabuto understood that aside from capturing the tailed beast, there was another, more significant objective behind their mission. The Three Tails lay just ahead. Two figures emerged, blocking Yakushi Kabuto and his companions. They were none other than the brilliant Kunoichi from the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei, known for her flowing red hair, enchanting beauty, and her unwavering desire for marriage. Accompanying her was her guardian, a seasoned jonin, the Byakugan user, Ao. Honglian jeered. Yakushi Kabuto, didn't you claim no one would contest you for the Three Tails? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his expression impassive as he disregarded her, a scalpel already in hand. Indifferently, he remarked, the Mizukage Terumi Mei and Ao. Their strength is adequate but pales in comparison to ours. We shall effortlessly prevail. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei tightened her crimson lips in anger. How dare you? You scoundrels not only invade the land of water, but also look down upon me. Her gaze swept across the group. A bespectacled boy, a fair and handsome man, a woman of modest beauty, and a few rather unremarkable individuals. Her eyes narrowed when she noticed a child in their midst, deliberately concealed. Yakushi Kabuto coldly replied, you are not worthy to know. At that moment, Jinmura stepped forward with disdain. Leave these two to me. You focus on the Three Tails. Patience, Yakushi Kabuto said, a sinister glint in his eyes. The hearts of the Mist Village have already scattered. If we eliminate Terumi-Mei, they will be left leaderless. Perhaps then, Lord Orochimaru could come to the land of water and assume the role of Mizukage. Hearing this, Honglian too turned her attention to Terumi-Mei, ready to strike. The onlookers clamored, Lord Yakushi Kabuto, what a pity it would be to kill such a tender beauty. Why not leave her to us instead? The sight of those luscious pink lips only grows more appealing. Terumi-Mei could no longer endure their taunts. She commanded, Ao, our target is that child. Their objective was the Three Tails, and they could not afford to carry a useless burden. This child was undoubtedly the key. Ao nodded. Terumi-Mei's analysis was astute. Despite their numerical disadvantage, killing the child would likely thwart the enemy's plans to control the Three Tails. Water release, hidden mist technique. Terumi-Mei exhaled a massive cloud of thick mist, enveloping the surroundings instantaneously. All visibility became obscured, save for Ao, who possessed the Byakugan and charged directly towards the boy. Honglian shouted, be careful, Waikai Maru. Then, she formed hand seals and cried out, crystal release. Crystal. In an instant, Waikai Maru was encased in pink crystals. At that moment, Ao's kunai struck the surface of the crystal, only to be deflected away. Honglian continued to weave hand seals. Invoking the crystal release, the art of the emerald crystal mace. Countless ice crystal seeds scattered around, instantaneously erupting into crystalline pillars. Ching sought to employ the Byakugan to locate the phantom pill, only to discover that his vision was obscured, rendered incapable of discerning anything amidst the throng of shadowy figures. Realizing the dire situation, he comprehended that the Byakugan's prowess was countered by the crystal release. Meanwhile, Conan met with Kabuto. Employing the dissolution technique, the art of the melting monsters, Conan expelled a viscous and highly corrosive acid from her mouth, directing it towards Kabuto. In response, Kabuto swiftly formed seals, water release, the great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water surged forth, repelling Conan's acidic attack. From the bone pulse, the dance of willows, Komodori's limbs sprouted elongated bone spikes, launching towards Conan. She intended to retaliate, but was seized by Ching, who urged, hasten away. You are the future of our hidden mist village. We cannot afford to lose you. Though Conan harbored reluctance, she chose to prioritize the greater good. As they attempted to flee, they discovered that a colossal pink crystal sphere encompassed a radius of 1 kilometer around them. Approaching the edge, Ching shouted, water release, water surge wave. Yet, the water merely struck the crystal, failing to breach its defenses. Honglian and the others caught up, mocking, two insignificant pests. Today, we shall ensure you cannot escape. Conan cried out, let me handle this. Boil release, art of the clever mist. She expelled superheated steam, and her boil release directly evaporated the crystal. Honglian's eyes widened in astonishment, while Kabuto's subordinates began to retreat, murmuring, goodness, this fierce woman's breath is utterly terrifying. As Conan and Ching seized the opportunity to escape, the sky suddenly darkened. An enormous silhouette descended, and Ching was crushed into the ground. The Three Tails had made its entrance. Kabuto exclaimed in delight, retreating with his followers. Witnessing Ching's swift demise filled Conan with profound sorrow. Yet, she knew that lingering would likely lead to her own annihilation. Seizing the distraction of the Three Tails by Kabuto and his men, she relinquished the thought of retrieving Ching's body and departed without looking back, vowing to repay this debt in another life. In truth, Hinata could have dealt with Conan as well, but her beauty and her lack of provocation towards Konoha rendered her untouchable. Ching, however, was different. He had once slaughtered Hinata's kin in his quest to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, even acquiring a single eye. Thus, he had crowned himself the Byakugan Slayer, flaunting his notoriety, which led to his inclusion on Konoha's most wanted list. Now, Hinata appeared in the form of the Three Tails. If she had the audacity to acknowledge it, she could claim a substantial bounty. However, one must remain discreet. Engaging in actions that provoke resentment is unwise. The Three Tails rampage was of no concern to her. If vengeance were to be sought, it would be against the Three Tails. Kabuto commanded his team to spread out, encircling the Three Tails. In the rear, the Phantom Pill began preparations. Kabuto, with authority, analyzed, the Three Tails' weakness lies in its eyes. We shall focus our assault there. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself in an awkward predicament. The Three Tails' eyes were completely shut. As I close my eyes, I wonder if they have been pierced by someone. How can I observe my surroundings? Is it through chakra perception? The truth of the matter is that Hinata had originally intended to seal the Three Tails within herself, becoming the Jinchuriki. However, Just as she was gaining control, she noticed Kabuto's team and the likes of Mei Terumi approaching. She could not relinquish the prize that was so close. Thus, Hinata entered the mouth of the Three Tails, effectively isolating herself from external scrutiny. The true threat, AO, had already been swiftly eliminated by her. Now, Hinata Byakugan became the eyes of the Three Tails, granting her effortless dominion over the battlefield. Her mental control mirrored the consciousness of the Three Tails, akin to piloting a colossal mech. Hinata was acutely aware that the weakness of the Three Tails lay in its eyes. By keeping them closed, she not only concealed her state from the Sharingan, but also safeguarded against potential damage and Genjutsu. Perfect. Coupled with the full armor encasing the Three Tails, her defense was impenetrable. At this moment, Hinata sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb natural energy, channeling it into the body of the Three Tails. The injuries sustained by the Three Tails during the battle with Kabuto had already been healed by Hinata's medical ninjutsu. With Hinata simultaneously replenishing natural energy to enhance combat prowess while directing the battle, the Three Tails had become immensely powerful. To Hinata, Kabuto and his allies were already as good as dead. Apologies, but I must now showcase my prowess. Kabuto commanded. Honglian, you focus on controlling it. Jumuru, attempt to strike at the abdomen of the Three Tails. Honglian began to form hand seals, preparing for action. Jumuru charged forward, casting a glance back at Honglian, signaling their competition for glory. After all, only the most exceptional could become the vessel for Lord Orochimaru's reincarnation. Kabuto swiftly analyzed the situation, confident in his strategic prowess. Armed with the curse mark as a safety net, and bolstered by the strength of Honglian, a wielder of the crystal release, the advantage lay with him. What was there to fear? Jumuru quickly approached the Three Tails, crossing his hands to form seals, corpse bone path, early fern dance. Instantly, sharp bones erupted from the ground, growing rapidly, covering the terrain like a forest of white bones, piercing toward the abdomen of the Three Tails. The Three Tails leaped into the air, twisting mid-flight and landing, using its armored back to shatter the bone spikes. Rising swiftly, it swatted Jumuru away, shattering the bones within him, which then began to regrow and heal. Kabuto's eyes widened. The massive Three Tails moved with agility that belied its size. With a mere flick of its hand, allies rushed in to support Jumuru. A silver-haired man raised a device, unleashing a torrent of smoke toward the Three Tails. Hinata, controlling the beast, executed a water release technique, transforming countless streams of water into deadly spikes that instantaneously pierced the silver-haired man, splattering blood everywhere. Brother, cried another silver-haired man in a mask, enraged as he unleashed a thick brown mist toward the Three Tails. Hinata, disinterested in such minor adversaries, dispatched him with a single strike. A creature resembling a water entity instantaneously expanded its form, transforming into a colossal, bizarre balloon-like figure. It unleashed a torrent of adhesive substance from its mouth, showering toward Hinata. Determined not to be ensnared by this peculiar viscous liquid, she deftly sidestepped the attack, executing a sweeping motion with her tail, only to be repelled by the balloon figure. The principle of soft overcoming hard, was it? Hinata would not indulge this foe. Before the massive form of the Three Tails, chakra coalesced with tempestuous fervor, compressing and crystallizing into a radiant sphere glowing with a dark purple luminescence. The tailed beast ball, this orb, imbued with cataclysmic power, shimmered like a miniature star, emanating a disquieting aura. Red Lotus remained motionless, her hands executing a series of intricate hand seals. As her final seal was completed, she summoned the crystal release, crystal wall. Eightfold formation. The earth trembled, and soon, pink crystals burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, swiftly intertwining and merging to form an indomitable crystal cage, ensnaring the massive body of the Three Tails within its grasp. However, the moment the tailed beast ball made contact with the crystal wall, an earth-shattering roar erupted. In an instant, the crystal wall shattered like fragile glass, scattering into countless shards that fell to the ground and dissipated. The might of the tailed beast ball remained undiminished. It surged forward with unstoppable force. Where it passed, the air seemed to ignite, radiating a searing brilliance. The nearby waters instantly boiled, transforming into rising steam that vanished into the atmosphere. The ground, struck by this overwhelming power, was carved into an unfathomably deep and wide chasm. Meanwhile, the water entity was directly evaporated by the tailed beast ball. A muscular man employed the earth flow wall technique to shield the phantom pill from destruction. As Yakushi Kabuto sensed this unparalleled power, his excitement intensified. Jinmaru, what are you waiting for? In the interim, as his comrades fell, Jinmaru's body became adorned with black lines. Earthly curse mark, state 1. His speed and strength surged dramatically, yet it was insufficient. The curse mark further amplified. His skin darkened to a deep brown, black patterns appearing on his face, his back arched, and a tail sprouted. Earthly curse mark, state 2. Corpse bone pulse, dance of the iron flower. Jinra bellowed in frenzy as his spine elongated into a several-meter-long bone spear aimed at the three tails. Hinata found the scene amusing. It resembled the comical side of Don Quixote charging at a windmill. The three tails swung its three tails. The first strike knocked Jinmaru to the ground. The second buried him into the earth, and with the third, he was flung hundreds of meters away. Yukushi Kabuto exclaimed in dismay. His subordinates were falling like flies in such a short span. Without further hesitation, he produced a special summoning scroll and, in the name of Orochimaru, performed the summoning technique. Arise, Lord of 10,000 Snakes. As the smoke dissipated, the colossal form of the great serpent appeared upon the battlefield. Yoshido adjusted his glasses. A sense of calm washing over him as a triumphant smile graced his lips. The emergence of the myriad serpents assured him of victory. Lord Myriad Serpent, I require your assistance with a minor task. The tribute you desire will be presented as usual. The thought of the delectable human sacrifices made Myriad Serpent flick its tongue, surveying the surroundings with an air of arrogance. Ah, it's the three tails. This is rather intriguing. Yet, where is Orochimaru? How vexing. Has he truly reduced it to a mere tool? A peculiar sense of familiarity arose within him. There was another summoner present. Where could they be? Hinata was initially taken aback, pondering the formidable strength of such a grand spirit beast. She braced herself for the imminent confrontation. However, upon realizing it was Myriad Serpent, her anxiety dissipated. How foolish of Yao Shidu to summon Myriad Serpent to combat her. It would be more feasible for Myriad Serpent to vanquish Yao Shidu instead. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward as the three tails remained oblivious, engaged in a fierce battle with Honglien. It even seized the opportunity to inflict severe damage upon the formidable Waikai Maru. Meanwhile, Myriad Serpent showed no intention of intervening, as if the chaos of battle did not concern it, merely observing. Yoshido understood that Myriad Serpent was not his familiar. It did not heed his commands. Such presumption was audacious, yet it still bore the face of Orochimaru. At the very least, Myriad Serpent would eventually act. And even if it were to take a step back, it would protect him for the sake of the tribute. However, Myriad Serpent had its own agenda. What was the situation with the three tails? Was it truly oblivious to Myriad Serpent? Had it been blinded by someone? Yet its agility in combat against Honglien suggested otherwise. Perhaps the three tails was simply preoccupied. Yoshida taunted loudly, Three tails, if you possess even a modicum of intelligence, you should surrender at once. My Lord Myriad Serpent, hailing from the Dragon Cave, can effortlessly overpower you. Yield and submit. The three tails paid no heed, leaving Yao Shidu in a state of embarrassment. While Myriad Serpent basked in the flattery, eventually it located Hinata's position, right within the jaws of the three tails. Oh, fighting is out of the question now. I shall linger here for a while and count it as my contribution. Later, I can request an appearance fee from Orochimaru. As Hinata engaged in combat, Honglien summoned three colossal crystal dragons that entwined and assaulted the three tails. Enough already. This three tails is truly clumsy. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. The three tails abruptly rose to its feet, resembling a humanoid turtle. Yoshido was utterly bewildered. What on earth? The three tails deftly blocked one crystal dragon with its hand. Then another, before using its head to deflect the third. With a swift sidekick, it shattered one of the crystal dragons. Yoshido's mind buzzed. Goodness. I must have lived too long to witness a giant turtle employing martial arts. A ninja turtle? Desperately, Yao Shidu implored, My Lord Myriad Serpent. Will you not make your move? Our side is on the verge of collapse. The Myriad Serpents regarded Hinata with contemplation, pondering the fact that it was, after all, a contract beast of Orochimaru. Was it inappropriate to refrain from action? Yet, engaging also seemed ill-advised. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe further, to continue the charade of inaction. However, the movements of the three tails ultimately left the Myriad Serpents astonished. The colossal tortoise's forelimbs transformed into a tempest, executing strikes both swift and measured, a harmonious blend of strength and grace, reminiscent of a master of Wing Chun. Each blow was imbued with the power to shatter mountains and split stones. With a deep, resonant roar, the three tails surged forth, its claws unleashing a relentless barrage. Each fist accompanied by the explosive sound of air being rent asunder, targeting the crystalline dragon's vital points. The first volley of punches struck with the speed of lightning, landing squarely on the head of one dragon. The once impenetrable crystalline scales crumbled under the might of the three tails, shattering like fragile porcelain, scattering brilliance in all directions. Following swiftly, the second wave of fists, propelled by the momentum of the first, pierced through the dragon's body, severing another dragon in two. With massive shards of crystal raining down like droplets of rain, Honglian coughed up a mouthful of blood. The surrounding crystals disintegrated, not from direct assault, but due to the overexertion of chakra. She cried out, "Yakushi Kabuto, do you intend to watch me perish?" Kabuto turned to the myriad serpents, his tone significantly more severe. "Lord Manda, for the sake of Lord Orochimaru, will you truly stand idly by and let her die?" Manda, filled with a sense of melancholy, thought to itself, "I do not know." It recalled that this was the technique of the iron-eating beasts. What was it called? Kung Fu. Calculating in its mind, Manda concluded that even if it were to side with Orochimaru, it would likely be futile. After all, it had witnessed Hinata forge a contract with the ferocious iron-eating beasts. Those creatures were capable of employing the 8 extremes collapse. Initially, the impact seemed benign, but soon it would result in gaping wounds. How terrifying. If Hinata were to become displeased, she might enact a righteous vendetta, summoning the iron-eating beasts and collaborating with the three tails to turn him into serpent soup. The conclusion was clear, and intervention was utterly impossible. Kabuto sighed, realizing that the cunning Manda intended to use their lives to weaken the three tails. Such malevolence. He promptly took refuge behind Manda, a slight smirk gracing his lips. At least his own safety was assured. He firmly believed that once the three tails reached this point, Manda would inevitably be compelled to act. Upon witnessing Hong Lian injured and collapsed, Waikimaru suddenly descended into a frenzy, his chakra erupting with ferocity. A pillar of chakra soared skyward, piercing the clouds and creating a void. Hinata instantly sensed the anomaly. As if an immensely powerful mental force was contending with her for control over the three tails. The creature's movements abruptly stiffened. Kabuto shouted, "Lord Manda, now is the perfect moment to strike." Yet, Manda remained in a meditative state. Seizing the opportunity, the earthbound giant executed hand seals, conjuring the earth dragon technique. Several mud dragons emerged from the ground, binding the three tails' limbs with great force. While Hinata wrestled against the encroaching struggle for control, she intensified her grip, forcibly compelling the three tails to move. She was acutely aware that the source of this formidable ability was none other than Waikimaru. Orochimaru selected the host for the three tails. However, Hinata was aware of the inherent weakness of Waikimaru. His frail constitution prevented him from maintaining control for an extended period. At that moment, Kabuto placed a reinforced helmet tenderly upon Waikimaru's head, rekindling his latent potential. His mental fortitude surged exponentially, and Hinata felt an immense pressure enveloping her. The Earth-style technique, Earth Body, was employed once more to encase the entirety of the three tails in earthen blocks. How naive. Hinata gritted her teeth, persisting in her endeavor. Blood began to trickle from Waikimaru's nose. "Ah!" he cried out, continuing the struggle. Honglian watched Waikimaru with concern, hoping fervently for his victory. Hinata ceased absorbing natural energy, channeling all her mental strength into a concentrated effort to seize control of the three tails. Blood began to flow from Waikimaru's eyes, ears, and mouth. With a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Even as his body bled profusely, Waikimaru could not relent, for he was determined to protect his sister Honglian. Yet, in that fleeting moment of bloodshed, Hinata attained complete control, and a small-tailed beast ball began to coalesce. Waikimaru hastily summoned his strength once more. However, with Hinata's counterattack, he found himself spewing blood again. Kabuto commanded, "Hurry up. Do you wish for your sister Honglian to perish? I cannot let my sister die." Waikimaru reignited his fighting spirit and potential, as a pillar of chakra surged skyward. Yet, the tailed beast ball had already been launched. Honglian cried out, "No." The earth body technique stood firm, shielding the tailed beast ball, but was instantly vaporized. Yet the tailed beast ball was only slightly weakened, continuing its relentless advance. In Waikimaru's widened gaze, it vaporized him. Though Kabuto narrowly evaded the attack, he finally comprehended that the 10,000 snakes did not assault the three tails. Nor did the three tails retaliate against the 10,000 snakes. Perhaps he was the true outsider. Kabuto, in a fit of rage, chastised, 10,000 snakes, you ancient relic. Have you grown complacent? If you do not act soon, I shall report to Lord Orochimaru, who will administer your punishment." The 10,000 snakes glared at Kabuto, instilling a sense of dread within him. Suddenly, the battlefield shifted. Upon witnessing Waikimaru's demise, Honglian was engulfed in sorrow and madness. Resolutely, she unleashed a forbidden technique, igniting her very life force. Chakra erupted outward, forming a hexagonal crystalline domain that enveloped her. With an outstretched hand, she summoned massive crystalline shurikens, launching them at the Three Tails. The Three Tails easily blocked the onslaught. Die! Hong Lian screamed as she charged at the Three Tails. No longer focused on controlling it, she sought to annihilate it. Using her crystal release to transmute all matter into crystal. Since G.Y. Kimaru had fallen, she resolved to perish alongside him, ensuring that no one would survive. Hinata recognized Hong Lian's trump card and understood that time was of the essence. In such circumstances, retreat was the only viable option. Outlasting Hong Lian seemed prudent, as the forbidden technique that burned life was irreversible. In a fervent outburst, Hong Lian cried, "Crystal escape, arrow of light." A blazing pillar of crystalline light materialized before her. Whoosh! It transformed into a stream of light, striking the thigh of the Three Tails. Despite its heavily armored leg, the attack pierced through, causing it to stagger perilously close to the ground. Hinata swiftly reverted to her four-legged escape mode, significantly increasing her speed. Yet, in the crystalline domain, Hong Lian could soar through the air. She soon caught up with the Three Tails, landing upon its back. With both hands, she unleashed the power of crystal assimilation. The entire Three Tails began to crystallize rapidly, resembling an ice sculpture frozen in an Arctic landscape. Ultimately, a pink hue enveloped it completely, rendering it motionless. Breathless, Hong Lian descended to the ground, gasping for air. Yakushi Kabuto approached, reproaching her. "Hong Lian, you have killed the Three Tails. Lord Orochimaru will not spare you." Hong Lian chuckled. "I am as good as dead. Lord Orochimaru cannot utilize my body now." This mission was intended to earn his recognition once more. "I never anticipated such an outcome. With Waikib dead, I have no more attachments." Kabuto glared menacingly at Hong Lian before casting a glance at Manda. Aside from capturing the Three Tails, another crucial objective was to apprehend Uchiha Sasuke, who was on a mission. Now, the task remained unfulfilled, and with both of Orochimaru's finest reincarnated vessels, Hong Lian and Kimimaro, dead, he was left helpless if he failed to capture Sasuke. He shuddered at the thought of Orochimaru's wrath. At that moment, Manda slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. "Since it is over, I shall take my leave. Do remember to present the offering." As the white smoke dissipated, Kabuto erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Damn you, Manda." Meanwhile, behind a large stone in the distance, a figure clad in a red cloud-patterned black robe and wearing a whirlpool mask, Obito, stealthily crawled forward to observe the scene ahead. Has it concluded? This battle was indeed intense. The Akatsuki had received word of Orochimaru's intent to capture the tailed beasts and dispatched a duo to thwart his efforts, with orders to ensure his failure at all costs. It appeared that the Three Tails had been slain, yet Obito remained unfazed, for tailed beasts would eventually resurrect after death. It was merely a matter of waiting a few more years. However, something felt amiss. He noticed the crystallized Three Tails beginning to crack. Then, to Hong Lian's astonishment, an unbelievable spectacle unfolded. The Three Tails emerged unscathed. How could this be? Hong Lian rose once more, ready to fight. If not for the intelligence gathered, the Three Tails would have truly been defeated. Yet, Hinata had anticipated this moment. By channeling chakra to form a protective membrane on its surface, she effectively halted the spread of crystallization. Kabuto, plunged into despair, immediately employed the shadow clone technique, splitting into 5 figures and fleeing in different directions. The observing Obito became increasingly excited, whispering, "It seems there is still a grand finale to behold." Hong Lian was now utterly exhausted, but she still yearned to seal the Three Tails with her demise. Yet, Hinata would not grant her that opportunity. A small-tailed beast ball was unleashed, instantly vaporizing everything in its wake. Shortly thereafter, the Three Tails rose once more, its dual claws forming seals. Upon glancing back, Yakushi Kabuto was struck with terror. Was this even reasonable? Indeed, he had lived far too long, witnessing a tailed beast performing hand seals. One was already astonishing, but this was the intellectually inferior Three Tails. Multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of Three Tails emerged, launching small-tailed beast balls towards Yakushi Kabuto from all directions. The barrage was overwhelming. The mountains trembled, and the earth roared. Trees were reduced to powder beneath the onslaught of the tailed beast balls, with verdant leaves and sturdy trunks disintegrating into scattered debris. The scene was one of utter devastation. Profoundly desolate. The first of Kabuto's clones was instantly torn to shreds by the direct impact of a tailed beast ball, unable to even emit a cry of anguish. The second attempted to use Earth Release to escape, but it was too late. It was turned to ash. The third was struck by the shockwave and vanished into smoke. The fourth was obliterated by the shards of trees. Yakushi Kabuto's true form was hit by a tailed beast ball, yet at the last moment, he performed the reanimation technique, swapping places with a prisoner held captive in Orochimaru's base. Hinata watched as Yakushi Kabuto disintegrated into nothingness. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that such a cunning individual wouldn't perish so easily. Much like Orochimaru, he seemed impossible to kill. Afei exclaimed in delight. Next, he observed as the three tails consumed the corpse of Kimimaro. Bewildered, he pondered the reason behind this action. Within the maw of the three tails, Hinata saw Kimimaro still alive. A flickering flame of chakra gradually intensifying. Truly, he was a member of the Kaguya clan. Hinata summoned the Kusanagi sword, feeling a chill run through her. She then sealed Kimimaro's body, intending to study it later. Perhaps she could extract some of the Otsutsuki's bloodline power. Afei trailed the three tails until it entered a vast cavern, seemingly ceasing to move. Only then did he hastily depart, murmuring to himself that he needed to summon Deidara to capture the tailed beast. In a subterranean facility, Orochimaru was furious with Yakushi Kabuto for his failure. Are you saying the three tails suddenly became intelligent, as if controlled by someone? Could it be the Sharingan? Ever since being defeated by Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru had been obsessed with the Sharingan. Upon learning that Sasuke had awakened his eyes, he became restless, craving the power for himself. He could hardly wait to see Sasuke at the first opportunity. After eagerly anticipating this chance while Sasuke was away, he dispatched an elite team, only to have them all annihilated. It seemed he would have to hasten his efforts to gather forces and initiate his plan for the destruction of Konoha. In a secluded cave on an island, Hinata chose this tranquil location with the intention of sealing the three tails within herself. Standing at the center of the cavern, her gaze fell upon the immense and awe-inspiring three tails. With fluid precision, she began forming hand seals, her movements as graceful as flowing water. As the sealing technique was completed, a torrent of chakra surged within her, as if an unstoppable force was boiling inside her being. Her body began to emit a radiant glow, increasingly bright, illuminating the entire cavern as if it were the light of day. Amidst this blinding luminescence, a peculiar space quietly formed, resembling an invisible vortex radiating an immense gravitational pull. The colossal form of the three tails appeared utterly powerless against this force, slowly and irresistibly drawn into the enigmatic realm. Though frustration brewed in her heart, the three tails had no choice but to acquiesce, for this young girl was terrifyingly powerful. It was evident that she was the reincarnation of a formidable figure from the ninja world, possessing such sealing techniques at such a tender age. Not only did she wield sage chakra, but she also possessed the Byakugan and even the Sharingan. One might ponder, is this situation truly rational? Resistance would only lead to defeat. Resigned, the three tails surrendered to the inevitable. As the three tails was completely absorbed into the space, Hinata's radiance gradually receded. After a while, a complex black pattern slowly emerged on her abdomen, flickering with a faint luminescence. This sealing pattern lingered on her abdomen for some time before gradually fading away, ultimately vanishing entirely. Beads of perspiration formed on Hinata's forehead, yet her gaze brimmed with satisfaction. It was a feeling of fulfillment, as if an inexhaustible energy and chakra coursed through her. Establishing a wondrous connection with the three tails as a Jinchuriki, she could summon its chakra at will. Furthermore, the three tails proved to be exceptionally obedient, never resisting her call. Feeling elated, Hinata murmured softly to herself, a smile gracing her lips. What delighted her even more was that she seemed to have commenced her journey as a perfectly capable Jinchuriki, embodying the essence of prodigious talent. By channeling the chakra of the three tails, she acquired water-style chakra, enabling her to perform water techniques. Other abilities of the three tails were also at her disposal, though most required her to enter the initial or complete tailed beast transformation. As a special Jinchuriki, the three tails could also exit Hinata's body to engage in battle nearby. She pondered the possibility of accommodating more tailed beasts within her in the future, as it seemed a viable option, especially considering that the Akatsuki organization would undoubtedly seek her out from this moment forth. Leaving the cavern, Hinata prepared to seek out Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke. Suddenly, she noticed a large bird flying in her direction. The Akatsuki? They appeared remarkably swift. It was none other than Deidara and Uchiha Obito, also known as Tobi. While Hinata could utilize lightning techniques to counter Deidara, Obito was far too formidable to confront directly. She quickly performed a transformation technique, morphing into a young girl carrying a bamboo basket, merrily searching for crabs along the shore. Upon landing, Deidara scrutinized Hinata and inquired, "Hey, kid, Have you seen an enormous monster pass by here? Hinata replied in a soft, sweet tone, I don't know, big brother. I just arrived. Curiosity sparked in Obito as he inquired, what delightful treasures has the little girl found? Hinata presented her bamboo basket, revealing a few crabs and shells. With a sweet smile. She asked, Uncle, would you like some? Obito waved his hand dismissively, but as he turned away, an unsettling realization struck him. How could this young girl maintain such composure? In this desolate wilderness, encountering a stranger yet responding so fluently, wasn't the absence of concern the greatest cause for alarm? Swiftly, he hurled a kunai aimed at Hinata's foot. If she were indeed just a child, she would merely sustain an injury. Hinata cursed under her breath, realizing Obito's ruthlessness had forced her hand. Although he possessed the Sharingan, he was currently concealing his identity and likely would not employ it. Even if he did, there were instances of the three-tomo Sharingan successfully resisting the genjutsu of the Meijiki, as evidenced by the battle between Sasuke and Itachi in the Pacific. Hinata's transformation technique promptly faltered, and with kunai in hand, she deflected Obito's attack. In astonishment, he exclaimed, A leaf ninja, Hyuga? Hinata. Hinata immediately shouted, Kakashi-sensei, over here. The Akatsuki is nearby. She anticipated that Obito would be frightened. However, Deidara could not contain his laughter, declaring, Little girl, your performance is commendable, but we have already scouted that direction, and there is no one else around. Hinata's gaze grew cold. While others may be unaware, she knew the weaknesses of these two adversaries all too well. This battle was her only chance. She bit her finger, pressed it to the ground, and commanded, Come forth, iron-feeding beast. As the white smoke dissipated, the figure that emerged was not the grand silhouette she had envisioned, but rather the diminutive Obeo. Was the giant panda too busy feasting? Deidara couldn't help but mock. Is this it? That little summoning beast seems like it has even been weaned yet. Obeo, adorably waddling to Hinata's side, sought a hug. Clearly lacking in combat prowess, Deidara, suppressing his amusement, remarked, Afei, this little brat is unworthy of my art. I'll leave it to you. Obito swiftly unleashed a barrage of shurikens. Some were parried by Hinata, while the remainder struck Obeo. The little creature turned, innocently scratching its back, unaware that it had been attacked. Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief. I underestimated it. This summoning beast possesses remarkable defensive capabilities. Hinata felt a glimmer of hope, urging, Obeo, attack them. However, Obeo was distracted by a crab and scampered after it. In exasperation, Hinata covered her face, realizing she would have to send Obeo back for further training. It needed to become a true kung fu panda. With a chilling resolve, Hinata declared, in that case, I must spare your lives. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted around her. Obito, startled, swiftly retreated. An overwhelming amount of chakra enveloped Hinata's form, manifesting as a beastly cloak. Deidara exclaimed in excitement, She is the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. I never anticipated that the Three Tails had been captured by Konoha. Obito, filled with confusion, recalled that just a short while ago, he had seen the Three Tails in its wild state, willingly entering a cave. How did the Jinchuriki appear so suddenly? This is alarming. Clever as Obito is, he quickly discerned the circumstances surrounding the situation. Kakashi utilized his Sharingan to subdue the Three Tails, successfully defeating Orochimaru's forces. No wonder the Three Tails was with its eyes closed at that time. It was precisely because of Kakashi's astuteness to conceal the fact that the beast was under control. Moreover, this strategy effectively prevented the Three Tails from being seized by others, achieving two objectives with a single stroke. Naruto, being the Jinchuriki himself, was not entirely confident in Sasuke. Hence he sealed the Three Tails within Hinata. This indicates that Kakashi was not only nearby, but had also matured significantly over the years, possibly nearing the strength of the legendary Sannin. Boom. Deidara's explosive clay was repelled by Hinata, detonating midair. Unwilling to concede, he continued to form hand seals with 2 fingers, transforming several explosive clay figures into the shape of a pair of winged birds. Like suicidal drones, they soared toward Hinata. Having not mastered lightning release techniques, Hinata could only channel her chakra outward, instantly piercing through the winged constructs, rendering them inert. Obito mocked, Deidara-senpai, it seems your art is silence. Deidara, enraged, seethed with fury. How could this mere child know that lightning release counters earth release? Yet, he thought, let's see how you defend against this next move. Deidara shaped the clay into spheres and hurled them forward, triggering an early explosion as they approached Hinata. The shockwave sent her reeling backward. To avoid being caught in the blast, Obito swiftly retreated into the woods, shouting, Deidara-senpai, give it your all. In truth, he was on high alert, anticipating Kakashi's imminent appearance. Water release, iron water bullet. Hinata expelled a massive sphere of chakra water, launching it at Deidara. In response, Deidara swiftly created a clay clone that rushed forward to self-detonate, shattering Hinata's water sphere. Hinata, a voice filled with urgency echoed. Turning around, Hinata discovered Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke had arrived, likely drawn by the sounds of battle. However, how was she to explain her tailed beast transformation? Seeing Hinata enveloped in chakra and the Akatsuki member clad in a dark robe with red clouds, Kakashi felt a pang of anguish. Memories of Rin's death resurfaced in his mind. Were these individuals attempting to target Konoha in a similar manner? Just as they had with Rin in the past, Kakashi could not bear the thought of such tragedy befalling them again. It was evident that the Akatsuki had coerced Hinata into becoming a Jinchuriki. He vowed to eradicate this band of scoundrels. Kakashi activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Naruto charged forward, donning the cloak of the Nine Tails, entering one-tailed mode, an ability he had recently learned to control in battle. Sasuke also activated his Sharingan. Sensing the dire predicament, Obito shouted, "Deidara-senpai, run," and promptly made his escape. Deidara, though reluctant, soon felt his arm begin to warp under the strain of space itself. What the hell? Why are there Sharingan everywhere? He felt his neck start to contort as well. Without hesitation, Deidara severed a small portion of his own arm and soared into the sky, piloting his clay bird at breakneck speed to make his escape. In a prudent decision, Kakashi chose not to pursue him. Having located Hinata, he deemed their mission a success. Hinata released her tailed beast mode, her body marred with mud and water stains, appearing quite pitiful. Sasuke, unable to contain his concern, inquired, "Hinata, are you all right?" Hinata offered a faint smile, replying, "I'm fine. It's truly wonderful to see everyone again." A pang of sorrow gripped Sasuke's heart. Knowing Hinata had been captured by the Three Tails and forced to become a Jinchuriki, the torment and immense suffering she must have endured were heart-wrenching to contemplate. This girl was remarkably resilient, maintaining her smile even after such harrowing events. Kakashi promptly reassured her, "It's good to hear you're all right." Naruto chimed in joyfully. Team 7 has reassembled. We can continue our mission. Kakashi was not surprised by Hinata's ability to control the tailed beast transformation, as Naruto had swiftly learned to manage a part of the Nine Tails chakra, thanks to Hinata's guidance. However, Kakashi coldly remarked, "The vile Akatsuki organization, Hinata, I will ensure we avenge you. They dared to seal a tailed beast within you, likely for ease of transport." News had already reached Konoha that this rogue ninja group seemed particularly interested in the tailed beasts of the various nations. Hinata paused, realizing, "Oh right." She timidly asked, "Kakashi-sensei, what should I do?" Kakashi pondered for a moment before instructing, "Hinata, refrain from using the power of the tailed beast unless absolutely necessary, to avoid drawing the attention of those with ill intentions. That would be disastrous." He turned to Naruto and Sasuke, adding, "You two must also keep this a secret. No one else can know, understood?" Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Team 7 would never betray their comrades. The four of them proceeded towards the main island of the Land of Water, soon encountering a large contingent of water country ninjas. It turned out that Terumi May had returned with her forces. She inquired about the whereabouts of the Three Tails. Kakashi regretfully informed her that it had been captured by the Akatsuki. They had just passed by and witnessed the Akatsuki members flying high above. Terumi May, upon reflection, did not suspect anything amiss. The aftermath of their previous battle had already been assessed, revealing a scene of devastation and despair, with Kabuto's forces largely annihilated. The truth was likely that the Akatsuki had laid in wait, taking advantage of the conflict while the two sides battled, ultimately capturing the exhausted Three Tails. Thus, they had no choice but to regroup and continue the pursuit of the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Kyoujuu. Hinata and her companions joined forces with Terumi May's group and returned to the hidden mist village in the Land of Water. The streets were filled with a myriad of ninjas from various nations, uncertain whether they were on missions or merely taking advantage of the chaos. This mist-laden village, with the sun setting in the west, exuded a unique charm. The fading light filtered through the fog, casting a tapestry of dappled shadows, imbuing the village with an air of mystery and tranquility. In the village, cylindrical houses shimmered through the dusk mist, their rooftops painted a golden hue by the setting sun, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding verdant trees and flowing waters. The cobbled paths in the alleys appeared even more antiquated beneath the twilight glow. In this place steeped in legends of sanguine mists, a rare warmth enveloped the atmosphere. Kakashi and Sasuke sought a place to rest. while Hinata and Naruto embarked on a leisurely stroll. With a swift glance, Hinata unexpectedly recognized a familiar figure, Jiraiya. To her astonishment, he was present, seemingly gathering inspiration for his esteemed literary pursuits. Indeed, he was covertly observing a scene through a hole in the wall, a bathhouse, specifically a women's bathhouse. A mischievous grin adorned Jiraiya's face as he drooled in delight, thoroughly engrossed in the view. The steam rose, revealing a dazzling sight. The village beauty. Just then, two young children appeared beside him. Although slightly disappointed, he was compelled to maintain his lofty image upon recognizing them as ninjas from Konoha. Suppressing his pangs of regret, he stepped aside, donning a serious expression as if the previous events had never transpired, dismissing them as mere hallucinations of Hinata and Naruto. My dear young friends, I did not expect to stumble upon your indiscretions here. Peeking at others while bathing is quite inappropriate. Naruto, sticking out his tongue in disdain, retorted, Who are you? If I want to look, I'll look, hee. Seizing the opportunity for theatrics, Jiraiya summoned a loyal toad, standing triumphantly as he declared, Good question. I am the legendary sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya. Naruto, momentarily taken aback, stammered, Sage? What do you mean? Hinata smiled and explained, Naruto, this esteemed gentleman is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya. Naruto, puzzled, asked, Is he really that formidable? More so than Kakashi-sensei? Hinata nodded affirmatively. Jiraiya, pleased by the young girl's discernment, felt a swell of pride. However, Naruto remained skeptical, convinced that true strength would not stoop to such shameless antics. Noticing Naruto's disdainful expression, Jiraiya pulled out a book, declaring with feigned righteousness, Actually, everything is not as you presume. This is merely a small sacrifice I make for the sake of my research. Do you think I enjoy this? I toil for the literary arts. He then formally introduced himself. I am Jiraiya, a best-selling author. Upon seeing the book cover, Naruto recalled Kakashi-sensei's lewd expression during training while reading Ika Paradise. Huh? That book seems to be an utterly frivolous novel. You call it research, but isn't it just an excuse to spy on women bathing? Naruto's voice was too loud. And at that moment, the women in the bathhouse overheard him, especially Tsunade, who, intending to wash away her sorrows in the hot springs, was incensed to discover someone peering in. She stormed out in a furious rage. Jiraiya and Naruto exchanged blows, sending each other flying. Hinata, caught off guard, offered an awkward smile, insisting she hadn't been peeking. However, Meiterumi was indifferent to whether Hinata had seen anything. A bruised Jiraiya exclaimed, You idiots! You fools! You've tarnished my reputation with your accusations of peeping. To which Naruto retorted, Reputation? You're nothing but a lecher. Jiraiya, in a fit of indignation, countered, I am not merely a lascivious man. I sacrifice for the sake of inspiration and the literary arts. I embody the spirit and integrity of a true artist. At that moment, Kakashi and Sasuke stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the exchange. Kakashi eagerly produced his copy of Ika Paradise, pleading, Lord Jiraiya, could I trouble you for an autograph? I'll treat you to a meal. Jiraiya, somewhat irritated, replied, Very well, a promising student indeed. At the barbecue restaurant, the group discussed the current situation in the Land of Water. Jiraiya revealed that he had been gathering material for a while and had heard quite a bit of news. Firstly, the Six Tails, after a series of battles, was likely hiding in some remote village. Ninjas from other countries were mostly sent by the Land of Water to prevent disturbances from their respective nations. However, these individuals primarily loitered in the Mist Village, contributing little to the effort. After all, if their own countrymen captured the Six Tails, they would reap significant rewards, despite losing the bounty. Conversely, if another country took the Six Tails, they bore no responsibility and could collect the bounty for free. Nations not directly involved with the Land of Water had little to worry about, having long since adopted a laid-back approach, content to collect their bounties. Upon hearing this, Kakashi suggested, since there are no immediate leads on the Six Tails, let us remain in the village for now. This time will be perfect for imparting some ninjutsu knowledge. Once you have honed your skills, who knows? You might even be able to participate in the Chunin exams upon your return. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up at the prospect of becoming Chunin sooner, which would hasten their growth, one aspiring to become Hokage, the other seeking vengeance against his brother. Hinata, however, thought that if Kakashi taught Sasuke Chidori, she would be able to learn it as well. She regretted not having enough strength to deal with Deidara previously. Otherwise, she could have eliminated him then and there. The following day, Kakashi instructed Naruto to learn the techniques for controlling tailed beasts from Hinata, while he focused on teaching Sasuke Chidori, and how to wield the Sharingan. Naruto felt a pang of jealousy, thinking Kakashi was showing favoritism. Hinata advised, Naruto, there's much Kakashi-sensei can teach Sasuke, but his lessons for you are limited. You should seek guidance from Lord Jiraiya. He possesses far more knowledge than Kakashi-sensei. After some contemplation, Naruto agreed. That man, even Kakashi addressed him as Lord. Following Kakashi would not allow him to surpass Sasuke, but if he sought a more formidable teacher, overtaking Sasuke would be a matter of moments. In a secluded corner of a hot spring, Naruto found Jiraiya, who was busy scouting for potential targets. He implored Jiraiya to mentor him in his training. However, Jiraiya, lacking the inclination, dismissed him with, "It's still too early for training." Hinata mischievously remarked, "Lord Jiraiya, Naruto possesses a remarkable skill that may very well inspire you." Intrigued, Jiraiya gestured for Naruto to demonstrate. Understanding the cue, Naruto replied with pride, "After you see this, pervy sage, you'll have to help me train." Jiraiya, puzzled, suggested they first observe. Perhaps it was merely a comical performance. Should it fail to impress, he would certainly disregard Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Transformation." The golden-haired, blue-eyed Miss Naruto sweetly inquired, "Lord Jiraiya, do you like it?" Jiraiya's eyes widened and blood gushed from his nose. Once again, it was an unfiltered spectacle. Hinata too could not contain her own nosebleed. Jiraiya found himself thoroughly captivated, inspecting her from every angle. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Miss Naruto coyly remarked, "It's so embarrassing to be stared at so intently." Jiraiya felt a fiery passion ignite within him. How can there be such an adorable girl? I absolutely adore it. Perfect. She is precisely my type. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Miss Naruto replied triumphantly, "This technique is called the seduction technique. If the pervy sage enjoys it, I can transform for you often. However, you must also teach me your incredible ninjutsu. Otherwise, no way." Her tsundere expression and delicate voice completely ensnared Jiraiya. He eagerly agreed. All right, I'll teach you everything. To conceive of such a technique, you truly are a genius." Subsequently, Jiraiya led Naruto and Hinata to the riverbank. Expressing his intention to teach Naruto how to control chakra, Hinata inquired curiously, "Shouldn't you be teaching the Rasengan?" Jiraiya was taken aback. "You know about the Rasengan?" Such an advanced technique is still premature for Naruto. First, he must learn to control chakra, at the very least to walk steadily on water, before considering the Rasengan. However, Jiraiya's thoughts were focused on teaching Naruto how to manage the Nine-Tails chakra. Hinata realized her mistake. Naruto's inability to walk on water stemmed from the fact that the 8 trigram seal, which originally converted the Nine-Tails chakra into his own, had been altered by Orochimaru, resulting in a chaotic blend of the Nine-Tails chakra and his own, making it exceedingly difficult to gather chakra properly. This was why such a talented individual as Naruto had fallen to the bottom of the ranks. Next, Jiraiya should assist Naruto in breaking Orochimaru's 5-element seal, allowing him to better control his chakra. Since they were not going to teach the Rasengan, she might as well observe what Kakashi was imparting to Sasuke. In a field near the Hidden Mist Village, Hinata recalled the direction in which Kakashi and Sasuke had departed and activated her Byakugan to catch up. Fortunately, she finally succeeded in reaching them. In the center of the clearing, Kakashi was explaining, "I am now going to teach you an A-rank ninjutsu, Chidori. Though A-rank signifies a challenging task, for a lightning release prodigy like you with the Sharingan, it should not pose much difficulty. With diligent practice, one can achieve remarkable feats." Hinata greeted, "Kakashi-sensei, please add me as well. I am a lightning release ninja too." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Hinata was not focusing on her family's secret techniques instead of learning Chidori. Sasuke recalled witnessing Hinata use fire release. If she could also wield lightning release, their similarities would be striking. "Hinata, you're not just bored and trying to impress the teacher, are you? Or perhaps you envy my ability to learn new techniques." Hinata shot Sasuke a glance, then promptly produced the chakra test paper. With her index and middle fingers pinching the paper, she infused it with lightning release chakra. Instantly, the paper crumpled, and with a sense of pride, Hinata proclaimed, "See? Do you believe me now?" Sasuke felt a profound shock. They were indeed remarkably alike. Moreover, Hinata possessed the Byakugan, one of the 3 great ocular techniques. It was almost surreal. Unfortunately, burdened with a deep-seated vendetta, he longed for a life of innocent companionship, akin to childhood sweethearts. Kakashi nodded. "Hinata, you can observe from the side. Once I finish teaching Sasuke, I will instruct you." "Yes, Kakashi-sensei," Hinata replied, finding a large stone to sit upon obediently. Kakashi continued, Chidori is a ninjutsu I developed during my youth. When unleashed, it produces a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping, hence its name. If one possesses enough strength, like me, to use Chidori to sever lightning, it is referred to as Raikiri. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with aspiration at such a formidable technique. Kakashi elaborated, this technique combines chakra nature transformation and form transformation, concentrating a substantial amount of chakra in the palm to generate a high-intensity electric current, akin to a razor's edge, possessing tremendous penetrating power. He then explained to Sasuke the hand-sealing actions and every step required to activate Chidori, such as how to concentrate chakra in the palm to form a blade. The penetrating power of Chidori is extraordinarily potent, capable of breaching an enemy's defenses and inflicting grievous wounds that are difficult to heal. However, Chidori requires an exceedingly swift dash to attain its penetrating capacity. Coupled with its blinding electric light, it may obscure the user's vision of the enemy. Yet, when paired with the Sharingan's perceptive abilities, one can strike the enemy with precision. Raikiri is the ultimate version of Chidori, once formed. It possesses cutting and penetrating power without necessitating a dash. However, Raikiri is an S-rank ninjutsu, and you are still too early in your training to learn it. At this point, Kakashi recalled that Hinata's Byakugan could naturally complement Chidori. After teaching Sasuke, he would ensure to instruct her thoroughly. Hinata had already grasped much of the technique. She understood that Chidori was Sasuke's signature move, which later inspired him to develop numerous derivative techniques, such as Chidori, dispersing lightning-release chakra throughout the body to create an enveloping electric current for close-range attacks and to paralyze foes. Chidori Sharp Spear, which transforms Chidori into the shape of a spear, extending its range for long-distance kills. Chidori Senbon, which releases hundreds or thousands of needle-like Chidori, expanding the area of effect. Simultaneously, this lightning-release flying needle, in conjunction with the Byakugan, can effectively seal the opponent's chakra points. Hinata pondered this, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she envisioned the next encounter where she could artfully torment Deidara. After the explanation was complete, it was Sasuke's turn to practice. Initially, he encountered numerous failures, yet Kakashi patiently elucidated the techniques, even providing hands-on demonstrations and assistance. Sasuke thought to himself, with a girl watching, he could not afford to lose face. After all, he was a proud prodigy of the Uchiha clan. He shouted fervently, desperately channeling his chakra, placing one hand upon the wrist of the other, infusing energy into his palm. A blazing sphere of electricity materialized, crackling with sparks that danced wildly. However, he could not maintain it for even a second before faltering. Kakashi, concerned, inquired, "Are you injured?" Sasuke, unwilling to concede defeat, replied, "No, it's fine. Let's continue." Time passed, and Kakashi finally expressed satisfaction, saying, "It has taken shape." At that moment, however, Sasuke felt a twinge of guilt towards Hinata for making her wait so long. He wondered how she must be feeling, considering his own struggles. Was it peculiar that Hinata was so patiently observing him? Her gaze seemed to brim with encouragement. Why did she not approach Kakashi for guidance during his failures? He recalled the girls from the Ninja Academy and his own handsome visage, leading him to a startling thought. Could it be that Hinata harbored feelings for him? Such a notion was truly heartwarming. Kakashi, observing Sasuke, who was panting and clad in tattered attire, sighed, "Let's call it a day. We shall continue another time." Suddenly, Kakashi paused, realizing he had neglected to teach Hinata. Such blatant favoritism was unbecoming of a teacher. Nevertheless, the day was waning, so he resolved to impart whatever he could. "I apologize, Hinata, it's your turn now." Hinata rose, speaking calmly. "Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, your teaching is quite meticulous." Kakashi felt a hint of embarrassment. Was she mocking his bias? Stepping closer to the two, Hinata beamed. "Thus, I have already learned." Kakashi thought, has she grasped the theory? Yet, the essence of Chidori lay in its practical application. Sasuke, incredulous, exclaimed, "Hinata, you cannot be serious." With a gentle smile, Hinata made no hand seals. With a single hand, her chakra instantaneously transformed into a resplendent force of lightning, rapidly coalescing along her arm until it converged into a dazzling Chidori within her palm. The brilliance resembled a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi and Sasuke heard the authentic sound of Chidori. "Chidori!" Hinata cried, leaping into action, hurtling forward with the concentrated power of lightning, charging toward the imposing boulder nearby. The Chidori collided with the rock, unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy that enveloped the entire mass. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface of the stone, culminating in a resounding explosion. The colossal rock shattered under the tremendous impact of the 1,000 birds, disintegrating into countless minute fragments that scattered in all directions. As the dust settled, Hinata landed gracefully. Kakashi, in disbelief, marveled at her innate talent, having learned merely by observation. What an extraordinary prodigy she was. Sasuke found it even more difficult to accept. His heart ached upon realizing that Hinata's constant gaze was not an invitation for him, nor an expression of affection, but rather the amusement of watching him struggle. Having already mastered the technique long before, he must have seemed a fool, repeatedly practicing with no more than a half-finished skill. Hinata must have derived some pleasure from his folly. To alleviate Sasuke's embarrassment, Kakashi clapped his hands and declared, "Well done, everyone. You all performed admirably." Dismissed. Hinata and Sasuke made their way to the riverbank where Naruto was located, while Jiraiya observed from a higher vantage point. Hinata activated her Byakugan, immediately spotting 3 youthful maidens in swimsuits frolicking in the river, a splendid sight under the radiant spring sun. Indeed, Jiraiya had chosen a prime location for both teaching and inspiration. Naruto, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Hinata, I'm incredibly powerful now. I can walk on water." Sasuke scoffed. "Is that so? We've known how to do that for ages." Hinata smiled gently. "Naruto-kun, allow me to demonstrate a new technique." With that, she leapt into the air, executing a graceful spin before landing on the water's surface. Naruto anticipated a sophisticated form of water walking, perhaps involving a handstand. But no. Hinata balanced effortlessly on a single finger. Sasuke's brows furrowed in disbelief. Who would believe that a mere finger could support the entirety of one's weight without sinking? After her performance, Hinata leaped back onto the shore. Naruto instantly grasped Hinata's hand, pleading, "Hinata, no, little Hinata, please teach me. I want to learn that finger technique." "Of course, Naruto-kun, for we are good friends," she replied with a sweet smile. "What else with the little sweetheart?" Sasuke was astonished by the closeness between Naruto and Hinata. Moreover, Hinata not only accepted it but appeared quite delighted. Sasuke quickly darted over, his eyes filled with eagerness to learn, yet his pride held him back from speaking. Hinata beamed. "If you want to learn too, Sasuke, that's no problem." Sasuke was taken aback and displeased, yet retorted, "Why does Naruto get to be Naruto-kun while I'm just Sasuke?" Hinata thought to herself that Naruto was, after all, the husband of this body in the original timeline, deserving of some preferential treatment. Naruto pondered for a moment. "Ah, I get it. 2, that's not bad. 2 means second in rank, refers to Sasuke, and clearly signifies the son of Uchiha." Hinata covered her face, realizing he had indeed interpreted it correctly. Was it possible that it was a subtle jab at Sasuke's foolishness? At that moment, Jiraiya had crept closer through the bushes, his murmurs betraying his thoughts. How lovely. Truly splendid. As Naruto transformed into Miss Naruko and playfully covered Jiraiya's eyes, she sweetly remarked, "If you don't hurry over here to guide me in my training, I might just get upset. If you accompany me properly, I promise to serve you well. Please." Jiraiya, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "At last, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you. As long as you maintain this form, I shall teach you everything." However, as Jiraiya turned around, Naruto had reverted to his original self, leaving Sasuke in a state of shock and Hinata swallowing hard. Jiraiya lamented, "You have truly toyed with me." Naruto retorted, "We are quite alike." At that moment, the swimsuit-clad girls began packing their belongings to return to the inn. Jiraiya, resigned, commenced imparting new knowledge to Naruto. Hinata and Sasuke gathered around to listen. Jiraiya elucidated the differences between Naruto's blue chakra and the red chakra of the Nine Tails, urging Naruto to attempt to harness the red chakra. Yet, Naruto found it nearly impossible to gather the Nine Tails chakra unless he was in peril or exceedingly enraged. The summoning technique required a substantial amount of chakra. The stronger the chakra, the mightier the summoned beast would be. Subsequently, Jiraiya shared various insights regarding the Nine Tails chakra, instructing Naruto to exhaust all his chakra first. Thus, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, engaging in combat until he was utterly drained. Feeling it was time, Jiraiya summoned the Loyal Toad and produced the summoning contract scroll for Naruto to sign, simultaneously explaining the intricacies of the summoning technique. Once Naruto mastered it, he boasted, "Haha, Shikamaru, Sasuke, I shall take the lead. I will be the first genius to possess a summoning beast." Hinata smiled faintly and promptly executed the summoning technique, bringing forth the endearing Abao. Naruto chuckled, "So adorable." Sasuke scoffed, "That pet has no combat capability whatsoever." With that, he too performed the summoning technique, conjuring a flying eagle that could carry him through the skies, its sharp beak and claws evoking Naruto's envy. In his imagination, he envisioned himself as a prodigy capable of summoning an enormous toad beast. With renewed confidence, Naruto began forming the necessary hand seals, proclaiming ninja art, summoning technique. As the white smoke dissipated, a tiny tadpole emerged. Hilarity ensued, and Sasuke could no longer contain his laughter. Though it was merely a tadpole, Hinata stifled her amusement, encouraging, "Naruto-kun, keep up the effort." Jiraiya, equally astonished, pondered if this guy truly lacked talent. It seemed that only a perilous situation could bring out the best in him. Embarrassed, Naruto persevered in his training of the summoning technique. Finding it tedious, Hinata and Sasuke decided to return home. Days passed, and Jiraiya, at his wit's end, decided to take Naruto for a bath to relax thoroughly. He treated Naruto to his favorite ramen, urging him to indulge without reservation. Then he advised Naruto, if there was a girl he liked, to confess his feelings and embrace her tightly. Jiraiya playfully convinced Naruto that this too was part of his training. Naruto, filled with excitement, thought of Sakura, though regrettably, she was not in the land of water. Jiraiya suggested that Hinata could serve as a suitable substitute, as she was indeed his little sweetheart. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against it. Jiraiya shrugged and led Naruto to the edge of a cliff. With a swift kick, he sent Naruto on his way. As Naruto plummeted into the abyss, he had no choice but to pay a bit of rent to the Nine Tails. Utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails, he summoned the Great Toad, Gamabunta. However, Gamabunta was far from impressed with Naruto. Thus, they wagered that if Naruto could stay on Gamabunta's back without falling, he would earn Gamabunta's acknowledgement. The trial commenced, and Gamabunta began to leap wildly, rolling and at times diving into the water, while other times soaring towards the sky. Naruto's body bounced precariously on Gamabunta's back, teetering dangerously. Beads of sweat covered his forehead as he clutched tightly to Gamabunta's spine, fearing a misstep would lead to his demise. Eventually, after a tumultuous evening, Gamabunta finally conceded to Naruto. However, just as Naruto intended to boast to Hinata and Sasuke, he discovered that everyone else had already departed. Summoning Gamabunta again would not be so simple, and who would believe his tale? Reluctantly, he returned empty-handed. Hinata, of course, was well aware that Naruto would eventually summon Gamabunta, but she had discreetly slipped away early, not wishing to be showboated by him. Naruto's mastery of the Nine Tails chakra was steadily increasing. Under Hinata's persistent urging, Jiraiya ultimately resolved to teach Naruto the Rasengan, but he refused to impart the knowledge to Hinata and Sasuke, especially since Naruto had not yet learned the Chidori. This left Hinata fuming with frustration. Consequently, she took Sasuke to a location beyond Jiraiya's perception to use her Byakugan to spy. Hinata remained silent, and Sasuke, curious, inquired, "So, how is it, little sweetheart?" Hinata sighed in exasperation. "It hasn't even begun. The perverted sage is currently watching beautiful girls bathe." Sasuke, resigned, could only wait patiently. After a considerable time, Hinata exclaimed with excitement, "It's about to start. I am analyzing the mouth movements. The first step is to concentrate chakra at the center of the palm and make it rotate. We will use a water-filled balloon as our practice target. By rapidly spinning the chakra, the water within the balloon will begin to whirl, ultimately causing the balloon to burst due to the chakra's rotation. That would signify success." Sasuke, bewildered, inquired, "What are we supposed to do?" Hinata playfully tapped Sasuke's forehead. "Silly, we must first buy balloons and then fill them with water from the river." Thus, Sasuke became Hinata's errand boy. Hinata swiftly completed this stage. She imparted the secret to Sasuke, instructing him to switch the direction of chakra rotation rapidly according to his own instincts. However, Sasuke struggled to grasp it. He often burst the balloons, not due to the chakra's rotation, but because of the chakra's piercing nature and after effect of Chidori. The question lingered, why was Hinata able to learn so easily while he found it difficult? Hinata reassured him, "It's all right. Naruto hasn't mastered it either." Even the fourth Hokage took 3 years to progress through all 6 stages from development to mastery. This comforted Sasuke somewhat. Days later, Naruto inadvertently found inspiration while watching a cat play with a water balloon and gradually mastered the technique of chakra rotation. He succeeded effortlessly with both hands working in unison. Jiraiya, filled with satisfaction, enjoyed a drink under a tree while napping, his attention diverted from beautiful women. Yet, at that moment, Sasuke still struggled. Although Hinata had advised him to use both hands simultaneously, he dismissed it, believing that, since Hinata could manage with one hand, he should not need to employ both. He found himself engulfed in self-doubt, questioning whether he was truly a genius or merely a laggard. Hinata noticed Sasuke's anxiety, but felt helpless. The theory was simple. Yet the practice was incredibly challenging. Without innate talent, there was little he could do. If Sasuke could not perceive an opportunity for rapid improvement, he might easily become disheartened and consider abandoning the village. Hinata pondered whether she could intervene to help Sasuke confront Itachi Uchiha. But she realized that such intervention would ultimately be detrimental to Sasuke's growth. Lacking tailed beast chakra, it would be difficult for him to evolve his Sharingan while remaining in Konoha, marking a limit to his progress. Although Sasuke had yet to master the first stage, Hinata began to introduce the second stage. The objective was to enhance the power of chakra rotation to break more resilient objects. This stage employed a ball that was 100 times sturdier than a balloon as the practice target. By steadily and consistently releasing chakra and utilizing its rotational force, the ball would burst. This stage demanded a higher level of control and release of chakra. Reluctantly, Sasuke had to scurry off to purchase a ball. Hinata accomplished this stage in just a day. 2 weeks later, Sasuke remarkably mastered the first phase. 3 weeks after that, Naruto achieved the second phase. Despite Sasuke's diligent efforts, he made no progress. Hinata continued to observe discreetly. The next and most crucial stage was the maintenance and materialization of chakra. The goal was to condense chakra into a rotating sphere and maintain its stability. Sasuke listened intently, fearing he might miss any detail. The practice method involved further condensing chakra based on the first 2 phases, shaping it into a spinning chakra sphere. Through relentless practice, one needed to sustain this chakra sphere until it could be mastered proficiently. The challenge lay in the necessity of an exceptionally high level of chakra control to keep the sphere spinning steadily. At this stage, Naruto essentially failed. Sasuke fared even worse, unable to advance past the second phase. Until one day, Hinata pretended to casually approach Naruto and Jiraiya. She exclaimed, "Naruto, is this your Rasengan? How marvelous. Why not practice with shadow clones?" Naruto suddenly had an epiphany. Using shadow clones would significantly amplify his experience and reduce the time required. After a while, Naruto ingeniously employed shadow clones to assist him in forming the Rasengan, thus lowering the difficulty. Indeed, it became effortless. Naruto achieved mastery of the Rasengan with the aid of his clones. Hinata, through close observation, fully grasped the technique. In Jiraiya's view, Hinata had not witnessed the preceding steps of practice. Merely observing the final result would not suffice for mastery. After all, the Rasengan is not a ninjutsu that can be performed simply by hand signs. Moreover, Naruto succeeded through a somewhat clever approach. Hinata suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, if I use shadow clones for missions, I could utilize my abilities without putting my true self in danger. Wouldn't that ensure my safety?" Jiraiya pondered this notion, yet recognized that, while intriguing, it was unattainable for most individuals. Naruto's case held a glimmer of possibility. After advising Jiraiya, Hinata returned to Sasuke's side, suggesting that he also use shadow clones to aid his training. After trying this method, Sasuke successfully learned the second phase. However, he was acutely aware that such a chakra-intensive method was not suitable for actual combat. Moreover, Hinata managed it with one hand. He could not replicate Naruto's approach. The Rasengan did not surpass the Chidori in effectiveness. In the end, Sasuke wisely chose to abandon the endeavor. With Naruto mastering the Rasengan, Jiraiya felt at ease to gather materials. Hinata and Sasuke approached Naruto. Sasuke requested Naruto to impart some experience. However, Naruto merely demonstrated, "Like this, and then this will do." Sasuke was left dumbfounded. Realizing this was equivalent to saying nothing at all, far less informative than Hinata's meticulous explanation. He had no choice but to abandon the effort once more. The two began following Hinata to learn chakra control techniques. On a beautifully sunny afternoon, Jiraiya intended to quietly observe Naruto's training progress. However, he was unexpectedly greeted by a heartwarming and vibrant scene as soon as he stepped near the riverbank. Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke gathered together, sharing laughter and joy. Naruto animatedly recounted a humorous tale, while Hinata, with a hand over her mouth, stifled her giggles, her eyes shimmering with tender light. Sasuke, typically stoic, wore a rare faint smile, evidently touched by the cheerful atmosphere. Nearby, Jiraiya observed the scene, warmth swelling in his heart, accompanied by a hint of nostalgia. This moment evoked memories of his youthful days spent training alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru, days filled with carefree camaraderie, mutual encouragement, and shared aspirations. Those times were woven with sweat and laughter, challenges and growth, each instant brimming with purity and beauty. Lost in thought, Jiraiya shook his head gently, a satisfied smile gracing his lips before quietly departing. Shortly after, he returned with a handful of popsicles. Clearing his throat beneath the great tree, he playfully announced, "Hey, little ones, guess what I've brought back?" Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke gathered eagerly around him. Naruto was the first to leap forward, excitedly snatching a double popsicle and promptly sharing the other half with Sasuke, who was closest. Hinata stood in awe, pondering if this was what bonds truly meant. Jiraiya, displaying an uncommon benevolence, offered one of his popsicles to Hinata. The four of them reclined against the tree, relishing the cool sweetness of their treats. Delicious, Hinata thought, her eyes moistening as memories of her youth flooded back. She had once believed those days were lost forever, yet here they were, rekindling the feelings of her childhood. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting warm, beautiful patches of light upon them. The green foliage swayed gently in the breeze, as if time itself had slowed and softened in that moment. At noon, Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke frolicked by the hot springs. Sasuke attempted a water technique with a single finger, managing to maintain it for a few seconds. Not to be outdone, Naruto jumped in, only to splash down into the water. Ha ha ha, leaf ninjas are the worst. A group of teenage mist ninjas jeered. Sasuke retorted disdainfully, they're merely lowly genin. By the time I reach this age, I'll already be a J-nin. One of the mist youths scoffed, you little brat, you're nothing but a nobody. Have you heard of the Bloody Mist? A few years ago, our genin had to kill their comrades to graduate. You'd faint at the sight of blood, cowering behind your leader. As he spoke, the boy brandished a kunai, seemingly threatening Sasuke. Naruto, filled with indignation, exclaimed, you people actually consider killing your comrades as some kind of twisted achievement. All ninjas around the world scorn you. The other mist youths coldly retorted, you leaf wastes. Still dreaming. What is a ninja? Strength is the only criterion. When faced with real battle, I bet you'll be the first to abandon your comrades. In the next ninja war, don't wet your pants when you encounter us. Naruto, filled with rage, was about to strike, but Sasuke intervened, signaling him to refrain from causing trouble on unfamiliar territory. Hinata mockingly remarked, they are merely children, not even nin, just like us, mere genin. How dare you bark here? One of the mist youths, puzzled, inquired, what does that mean? Hinata smiled slightly, it means you are barking like dogs. This provoked the mist ninjas, who cared little for the opinions of a girl that would strike even against their comrades if duty called. Sasuke and Naruto positioned themselves beside Hinata, yet Sasuke attempted to reason, we do not seek conflict, but we are not afraid of it. If you insist on fighting, we shall oblige. Hinata calmly reassured, do not be afraid, Sasuke-kun, it's nothing. With Lord Jiraiya and Kakashi-sensei backing us, should trouble arise, we could simply obliterate the land of water. Sasuke's brow twitched. Sweetheart, are you serious? You casually talk of annihilating a nation. Yet others dismissed Sasuke's disbelief, affirming Hinata's words. For Sweetheart had indeed brought ruin upon the land of waves. The ignorant outsiders, the mist youth began to form hand signs, declaring, today, let you Konoha Genin know what true strength is. At that moment, Mayterum and Kyoujuu arrived nearby, overhearing Hinata's words. As she contemplated a fierce rebuke, she was taken aback by the adorable girl's fierce demeanor. She gestured for Kyoujuu to ignore it. If these mist genin could not best mere children from Konoha, it would be a disgrace to their village. Just as the mist youth prepared to showcase their water bullet technique, Naruto shouted, Rasengan, and Sasuke countered with Chidori. Faced with formidable foes, the mist ninjas were terror-stricken. These were undoubtedly advanced techniques. Boom, boom. The mist ninjas who failed to escape were sent flying. Naruto and Sasuke had no intention of killing them. Rather, they aimed to strike the ground. Observing the fallen mist genin and those who fled, Hinata turned to Naruto and Sasuke, stating, a village that discards its comrades has no future. Kyoujuu gazed intently at Hinata, sensing that although this girl did not engage in battle, she was the strongest among the trio. Her demeanor suggested she truly looked down upon all of Mist's warriors. Mayterum remarked discontentedly, Kyoujuu, learn from this. This is what heroism looks like. Kyoujuu blushed, unsure if she was criticizing his shyness or implying he lacked the strength of a man. As Mayterum's bodyguard, his loyalty was beyond question. Bored, Mayterum waved her hand dismissively. Upon returning to their accommodations, Hinata and the others swiftly learned from Kakashi of the news regarding the Six Tails. Now, they were to undertake a surveillance mission to prevent Konoha from interfering in the internal affairs of the Land of Water. The quartet promptly set out, soon pursued by Mayterum's team. Zhao Meiming jested, I never imagined that your Konoha intelligence system is no slower than ours in the hidden mist village. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly. This is all for the sake of mission necessity. To demonstrate the goodwill of the Land of Fire, we have specifically dispatched more ninjas. This implied that ordinarily, they did not monitor the Land of Water in such a manner. So that is how it is. Zhao Meiming licked her lips and continued. Kakashi, why do you hide your face behind a mask? Surely, your visage is quite handsome. I would like to see it. If you are embarrassed due to the crowd, we could sneak away to the nearby woods for a private viewing. Such a candid proposition left Kakashi momentarily speechless. Naruto laughed, underneath Kakashi-sensei's mask. He isn't hiding a big bucktooth, is he? Or perhaps a sausage mouth? At Naruto's description, Sasuke conjured a vivid image in his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Hinata shook her head. Miss Zhao Meiming, Kakashi-sensei is exceedingly handsome. If you have feelings for him, you should act quickly. Zhao Meiming pondered whether this girl had encountered Kakashi before, but upon seeing her be a Kugan, she felt reassured. If Ao were still around, perhaps he could sketch Kakashi's true appearance. Alas, he was no longer present, having either fled or perished. Today, the Land of Water truly resembled Hinata's words. With the involvement of one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, a nation could be obliterated. The elders were aging, and CHJR was still young. Relying solely on her was akin to supporting a house with a single pillar. The years of the blood mist policy had led the younger generation to slaughter one another, nearly resulting in extinction. There was not a single capable man to whom she could turn for support. The likes of Raiga, Pakin, Zabuza, Kisame, Jinpachi, and Suigetsu had all defected. Even if they perished outside, no one would mourn the hidden mist village. On the night of the full moon, at the border of the Land of Water, countless bubbles floated into the sky. Yugao, dressed lazily and exuding a young master's charm, lounged in a tree, admiring the moonlight with a castle visible in the distance. Several Anbu ninjas from the Lightning Village approached him with murderous intent. He calmly turned, blowing bubbles that ensnared them within, only to tear them into a mist of blood. Subsequently, Yugao entered a large bubble, drifting away into the distance. Meanwhile, Hinata utilized her Byakugan and informed Zhao Meiming and the others. Thank you, little sister. With that, Zhao Meiming left a remark and led her troops in pursuit of Yugao. At this moment, several presences emerged simultaneously in the forest. Soon, Hinata discerned the Konoha ninjas. Kakashi inquired, Hinata, what do you see? Hinata responded, it's the Anbu. They seem to be from the Yamanaka clan. Kakashi deduced. It is the root? Yamanaka is part of the root. The Yamanaka root squad intended to continue their pursuit of the Six Tails, hoping to fish in troubled waters for an opportunity. However, they were swiftly intercepted by Kakashi and his team. We are all from Konoha. Why not show a little leniency? One Anbu ninja suggested. Kakashi replied, no, your actions are interfering in the affairs of another nation. This could tarnish the reputation of our Land of Fire. The dark side ninja scoffed, asserting that a nation like the Land of Water was unworthy of possessing tailed beasts. He inquired about the meager bounty for their routine missions, pointing out that Yutaka, as a rogue Jinchuriki, had a bounty of an astonishing 50 million ryo for capture. The mission assigned to Wayanda-kun was clear. Danzo had explicitly stated that they must seize the Six Tails at any cost. With a new Jinchuriki as leverage, their foundation would significantly enhance its influence within the Land of Fire. Moreover, should the third Hokage encounter misfortune, Danzo would naturally be positioned to usurp the highest authority in Konoha, or, rather, persuade others through sheer strength. Wayanda-kun, however, was not particularly pleased with Hinata's involvement. She was originally meant to join the reconnaissance team but ultimately found herself in Kakashi's squad. Had it not been for Hinata, their presence would not have been so easily detected. Engaging in conflict at this juncture was undoubtedly imprudent. When the crucial moment arrived, their foundation could intervene. And as for the so-called comrades of Konoha, finding someone to stall them would pose no challenge. After all, they belonged to the same nation. Surely they would not resort to fratricidal strife over a trifling bounty. Of course, according to their foundation standards, if Kakashi's squad endangered their mission, they would not hesitate to act decisively. With an awkward smile, Wayanda-kun proposed, why don't we accompany them and observe how the other villages respond? Kakashi nodded in agreement, reminding everyone, please adhere to the rules. Should any orders we receive be violated, I will also take action. Due to his aerial capabilities, Yutaka swiftly evaded the pursuing ninja and found a secluded spot to rest, weary from his flight. In his dreams, he once again encountered his master, who sought to seize his tailed beast and urged him to perish as the Jinchuriki. In his transformed state, he had slain his master. Yet he recalled the dying words that seemed to promise salvation. How could he possibly save himself? Did he even possess such power? Or were those merely words of deceitful supplication? Regardless, his master was dead, and he had defected. The truth had lost its significance. Suddenly, Yutaka sensed the air growing humid. As mist enveloped the surroundings, and a fine rain began to fall. He recognized this as the Mist Ninja's cutting rain technique, capable of dissipating chakra from ninjutsu. Just as he intended to conjure a bubble, the rain swiftly nullified his secret technique. The Umbu of the Mist utilized a water whip technique to ensnare Yutaka, and others unleashed lightning release, channeling through the water whip, instantly incapacitating him and forcing him to his knees. As raindrops fell, the leader of the Mist Umbu emerged, commanding, "After weakening Yutaka, take him back and confine him. Our village is no longer the bloody mist. If Yutaka can contribute once more, we shall overlook the past. Otherwise, the elders will seek a new Jinchuriki." Furious, Yutaka retorted, "You think I would still believe you?" With that, the chakra of the tailed beast erupted from within him, overwhelming the cutting rain technique before he broke free from his bindings. He swiftly dispatched a nearby Mist Umbu ninja and fled the rain-soaked area, employing the bubble technique to escape. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninja squad, under the tracking of Yin Takun and Hinata, continued to close in on Yutaka, following the trail he left behind. Suddenly, Hinata raised her hand, signaling everyone to halt. Kakashi, perplexed, inquired, "What is happening?" The group began to employ their sensory techniques, yet found nothing in the vicinity. Hinata's ability to perceive was attributed to her Byakugan, which was remarkably superior, exceeding the average by tenfold. She swallowed hard and exclaimed, "It's the Akatsuki." Everyone's expressions turned to shock. Kakashi and the Umbu of Konoha were acutely aware of the lethal methods employed by these individuals. Naruto and Sasuke had heard that these were S-rank rogue ninjas who had committed heinous crimes and fled the village, such as Itachi Uchiha. Yamanaka Ino questioned, "What are they doing?" Hinata gasped, "They are killing." Sasuke urgently asked, "Is it Itachi Uchiha?" "No." Hinata began to tremble. "It's a peculiar-eyed individual with numerous tomo, suspected to possess the legendary Rinnegan. There are 6 of them, 6 members of the Akatsuki." While Hinata was aware that this referred to pain, she could not openly state it. Furthermore, she dared not mention the 6 Rinnegan, as such a notion was horrifying and unfathomable. Otherwise, if they were incapable of dealing with pain, how could they confront her, who held secret intelligence and was suspected of being an infiltrator? Hinata pondered the reason for Pain's presence in the land of rain at this juncture. Perhaps it was due to Orochimaru's pursuit of the tailed beasts, prompting the Akatsuki to act urgently. After the failure of Obito and Deidara to capture the 3 tails, Nagato had to personally engage in the capture of the 6 tails. This thought filled Hinata with dread, as Obito was well aware that she was the host of the 3 tails. Once Pain finished with the 6 tails, she could very well be next. Moreover, the 9 tails host, Naruto, was present, which only added to the peril. Upon hearing Hinata's words, the group was once again taken aback. Kakashi quickly stated, "We must summon Jiraiya." However, Team 7 remained inactive. Yamanaka Ino had no choice but to signal one of his subordinates to return to the Hidden Mist Village. Hinata began recounting the events occurring in the distance. A horde of summon beasts, including hellhounds, rhinoceroses, and gigantic centipedes, had annihilated all the ninja from the land of Earth. Yamanaka Ino began to question Hinata. With such a commotion, he believed it impossible for her to remain unaware. Thus, he resolved to release his mind-controlling insects for reconnaissance. However, as soon as he released a few, they were instantaneously obliterated by Hinata's lightning-infused needles. Just as Yamanaka Ino was about to express his fury, Hinata retorted, "Are you trying to get us killed? If we are discovered by the Akatsuki, we won't even know how we perished. They have 6 S-rank rogue ninjas on their side." Hinata refrained from mentioning that if Devapath Pain intervened, even a single bag of rice could level several floors. The group would be utterly annihilated, given Pain's presence. It was plausible that Nagato and Konan were hiding somewhere nearby. Yamanaka Ino was quite dissatisfied with the young girl. With so many individuals and skilled fighters present, did she truly consider her Byakugan a treasure? Furthermore, it was likely that Hinata fabricated false information to deter them. This young girl was not to be underestimated. The oil woman, Kirin, resolved to personally gather intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. Hinata observed Kirin and her companions advancing and immediately spoke up, "Kakashi-sensei, trust me. These Akatsuki members are not foes we can confront. It is not worth sacrificing our lives for a mere bounty." Let us rendezvous with Jiraiya-sama first. Although Kakashi was unaware of the events unfolding in the distance, he placed his faith in Hinata. He promptly signaled for Team 7 to retreat. When Kirin turned around, she was astonished to see Team 7 not obstructing them, but rather fleeing. Particularly, Hinata's terrified expression seemed genuine. Maru. This confirmed that Hinata's words were indeed true. While he aimed to capture the Six Tails, there was no need to recklessly confront the S-rank rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki. Thus, he decisively abandoned the quest for the legendary Rinnegan intelligence and led his Umbu squad back. Meanwhile, the Deva Path Pain encountered the elite ninja squad led by Conan. Facing an unprecedented adversary, the Six Paths of Pain, Conan's elite force braced themselves. Deva Path Pain regarded them with an impassive expression. Melt release, Conan shouted, preparing to unleash her bloodline limit. Suddenly, an irresistible force emerged from thin air. This was the universal pull unleashed by Deva Path Pain. This force, akin to an invisible hand, swiftly yanked Conan from her position, moving so rapidly that she could scarcely react. In the next moment, Conan found herself mere inches from Deva Path Pain. A colossal hand gripping her throat with such strength that it nearly deprived her of breath. Just as she teetered on the brink of life and death, Deva Path Pain waved his other hand lightly, and the power of Shinra Tensei erupted instantaneously. An invisible shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave, sending Conan hurtling through the air like a rag doll. She tumbled several times before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her injuries grave. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village watched this scene unfold, their hearts swelling with an unprecedented despair. Faced with such a formidable foe, even Lady Conan struggled to withstand the onslaught. How could they, mere ordinary ninjas, hope to prevail, protect Lady Conan, and retreat? Kyoujuu cried out hoarsely. Thus, the formidable warriors of the Hidden Mist Village stepped forward, charging valiantly towards Deva Path Pain, employing every ounce of their strength in an attempt to buy time for Conan's escape. However, against the seemingly invincible might of Deva Path Pain, their efforts appeared utterly insignificant. One after another, ninjas fell, their lives as fleeting and brilliant as shooting stars. Witnessing this, Kyoujuu felt an overwhelming sorrow. Yet he knew he could not succumb to despair at this moment. Gritting his teeth, he fought back tears as he lifted the gravely injured Conan and fled at breakneck speed. Tears streamed from Conan's eyes as she reflected on why she always found herself fleeing. First during the Three Tails incident, and now as the elite forces of the Hidden Mist Village were slaughtered in her defense. The strength of the Hidden Mist Village would be drastically diminished. Did she, the so-called hope of the village, truly still harbor any hope? After annihilating everyone present, Deva Path Pain gazed toward the direction in which Conan had vanished. Honestly, such weaklings do not pique his interest. The target is the Six Tails. There is no need to squander time on such individuals. On the opposite side of the island, guided by Hinata, Team 7 reunites with the arriving Jiraiya. Upon hearing about the emergence of the Rinnegan, Jiraiya's expression grows grave, his thoughts immediately drifting to his disciple, Nagato. Naruto, initially unsettled by Hinata's tone, now finds himself invigorated. Hinata's excitement is palpable. Jiraiya can summon the Great Toad of Mount Myaboku and invoke the Sage Mode with the assistance of two sages. She possesses comprehensive intelligence on the Six Paths of Pain and can summon the mighty Manda in a critical moment. Furthermore, with Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki present, the ceiling can be slightly relaxed, allowing the Nine Tails to be unleashed for combat. Kakashi's formidable technique, Kamui, also plays a pivotal role. As long as they prevent the Deva Path from seizing the opportunity, the advantage undoubtedly lies with her. Should they eliminate the Six Paths of Pain, the Akatsuki's plans would likely be thwarted. In the forest, Yutaka finds himself surrounded by multiple shadowy figures. The Deva Path calls out, Six Tails Jinchuriki. Yutaka turns, questioning. You were the ones who killed the people of the Mist Village. The Deva Path closes his eyes in contemplation, stating, to create a new world, your presence is indispensable. No, what is truly necessary is the tailed beast within you. Yutaka is taken aback. Is that so? Countless missiles rain down upon him. And realizing his bubble technique will not suffice, he swiftly retreats. The forest erupts in a series of explosions, clouds of dust filling the air. Enraged, Yutaka unleashes his tailed beast cloak. The Deva Path exclaims, finally, are you ready to get serious? This is the power we seek. The Six Tails tail lashes out at Pain and his subordinates. The Hell Path promptly summons King Enma to provide support, while the Beast Path calls forth Hellhounds, Yada no Kagami, and a bull. The Human Path charges forward, thrusting a black rod into the Six Tails tail. The Six Tails retaliates by spewing a potent acid gas. The Ajura Path steps up to shield against it. After breaking free, the Six Tails ascends into the air, only to be bitten by the Hellhounds. In a swift transformation, the Six Tails morphs into acid, surging toward the beast path and swiftly eliminating him. The summoning technique fails. The Ajura Path carries away the beast path's lifeless body. The Six Tails, now thoroughly enraged, charges at the Deva Path, but is repelled by a powerful Shinra Tensei, crashing into a cluster of trees. Just as the Deva Path prepares to confront the Six Tails, he suddenly senses a large force approaching. He ascends into the air, locking eyes with Hinata Hyuga. Master. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya. The foremost technician of Konoha, Sharingan Kakashi. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Three Tails Jinchuriki, Lady Hyuga. Itachi Uchiha's brother. The Konoha Umbu. Alongside the Six Tails nearby, the Six Paths of Pain have already suffered losses. Continuing this way is exceedingly unfavorable. Nagato promptly orders a retreat, biding his time until the Jinchuriki separate. Witnessing the Six Paths of Pain depart, Yutaka frantically rushes deeper into the forest. Observing this scene, Hinata joyfully announces, "Everyone. The Akatsuki is withdrawn." The oil woman suggested immediately, "Why don't we split into two groups? You pursue the Akatsuki while we track down the Six Tails." Hinata shot her a disdainful glance, replying, "What a naive thought." She promptly activated the shadow clone technique, dispersing rapidly. Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sama. I shall scout ahead and inform you if I gather any news. After a considerable time, within a cave, Hinata spotted the figure of Yugao. He was on his knees, battered and bruised, weeping. This cursed Jinchuriki, this damn-tailed beast. I never anticipated the devastation it wrought upon so many lives. Perhaps I should just end it all. Suddenly, Hinata spoke. Actually, I can help you. Yugao was about to lash out but softened upon realizing she was merely a young girl. What can you, a little girl, possibly do? Hinata gently coaxed. I am also a Jinchuriki. See for yourself. With that, she lifted her garments to reveal her abdomen, where intricate ceiling patterns swiftly emerged. Yugao shook his head. Which tailed beast do you harbor? The Three Tails, she replied. Even if I can assist you, once the tailed beast goes berserk, you won't withstand it. Hinata smiled softly. It's all right. I possess this. Sharingan, activate. In an instant, both Yugao and the Six Tails fell under her control. Subsequently, Hinata extracted the Six Tails from Yugao's body, sealing it within her inner space. Finally, she left a trace of the Six Tails chakra with Yugao, sealing it off, ensuring he could live as a normal ninja henceforth. The Three Tails, now with an additional sibling, was indifferent, while the Six Tails, though tempestuous, dared not cause a stir under the influence of the Sharingan. Upon awakening, Yugao found himself lying on a slab of stone, devoid of the tailed beast's presence within him. He had succeeded. He was no longer a Jinchuriki, alone and without purpose. He contemplated returning to the hidden mist village to atone for his past. The seventh squad completed their mission successfully, earning high praise from the Land of Water, even receiving double the bounty, amounting to 400,000 ryo. Kakashi generously distributed 100,000 ryo to each member. Naruto leaped with joy, envisioning how many bowls of Ichiraka ramen he could indulge in. The reason for such commendation was that the elders of the Land of Water had been subtly controlled by Hinata as Sharingan. From this point forth, the Hyuga clan would gradually infiltrate, ultimately gaining full control over the Land of Water. In truth, the so-called 5-star rating was bestowed by Hinata herself. The third Hokage expressed satisfaction with the performance of the 7th squad but rejected Kakashi's request for a Chunin exam. He instructed the 7th squad to wait for the other teams to be ready, emphasizing that one outstanding performance does not signify spring. They must wait for an opportunity to showcase the golden generation of Konoha to the nations of the shinobi world, leaving them in awe. Thus, the 7th squad continued their training and missions. During times without tasks, Hinata would train in the Dragon-S cave, and aside from her training, she traveled across the shinobi world, covertly capturing tailed beasts. Years later, Hinata has emerged as a renowned, faceless swordsman within the ninja world. She has silently captured 2 tailed beasts, the 2 tails, a cat-like creature, and the 4 tails, resembling the legendary Sun Wukong. Consequently, Hinata now possesses 4 tailed beasts. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization managed to capture the isolated 5 tails and 7 tails, displaying remarkable prowess despite lacking information on Hinata, and succeeded in capturing only 2 tailed beasts. This leaves the 1 tail, Gaara, the 8 tails, Killer Bee, and the 9 tails, Naruto, all of whom are safeguarded by their respective villages. Among them, Gaara's sand village is the weakest. As time flows by, the 12 elite of Konoha finally prepare themselves. This time, Konoha embarks on a publicity campaign, heralding the strongest Chunin exams. Other nations, hearing of Konoha's prodigies participating en masse in the Chunin exams, dispatch their own talented ninjas. During this period, Orochimaru establishes the Sound Village and sends forth numerous genin to partake in the event. The Sand Village arrives at Konoha first. Konohamaru, after provoking Sakura, finds himself fleeing, only to accidentally collide with Kankuro. Kankuro swiftly seizes Konohamaru and, feigning injury, complains, "That hurt, kid. Shouldn't you compensate me for this?" Temari chastises, "Kankuro, stop it. You might get scolded later." Sakura apologizes on behalf of her friends. "I'm so sorry. It was an accident." At that moment, Naruto shouts, "Hey, you better let go. Don't bully my little brother." Following closely behind are Hinata and Sasuke. Sasuke coolly remarks, "Why waste words on these fools? Naruto, just take them down." Kankuro muses, "Are these guys really Konoha's genin? They're quite audacious." Before the annoying ones arrive, he decides to toy with them a bit. Konohamaru struggles to break free but finds himself ensnared. Unable to contain himself any longer, Naruto charges forward. Kankuro's fingers twitch, attempting to trip Naruto with chakra threads. Hinata warns, "Naruto, be careful. There are chakra threads on the ground." Upon hearing this, Naruto leaps into the air, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Kankuro's face. Kankuro raises his hand to block it, tossing Konohamaru aside, and exclaims, "Konoha has genin like you? How intriguing." Upon realizing they are foreigners, Sakura trembles in fear. Sasuke taunts, "Naruto, if you can't handle this, let me take over." Sakura, filled with dread, cautions, "Naruto, don't provoke foreigners. We can't afford to." Naruto continues his assault with taijutsu against Kankuro. Sakura reassures herself, "I am not the same as before." Kankuro sneers, "You little brat are truly infuriating. Despite being younger than me, you're so arrogant. I just want to obliterate you." Hearing such words, Sakura grows even more frightened. Temari shakes her head, declaring, "I don't care. If something goes wrong, it's on you." Seeing that he cannot gain the upper hand, Naruto surreptitiously unleashes the chakra of the Night Tails. His attacking power surges dramatically, instantly pushing Kankuro back. Kankuro's eyes widen in shock as he angrily exclaims, "You little brat." Temari was taken aback, unable to fathom that a mere boy with yellow hair from Konoha had managed to repel the seemingly invincible Kankuro. Sakura too was astonished by Naruto's performance, pondering the mystery of how he could stand up to someone several years his senior. Sasuke, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "I never expected him to be this weak. Even Naruto could handle him, pathetically inept." Kankuro's expression darkened at this. Just as he intended to retaliate against Sasuke, he was struck by a stone, hitting the puppet he had draped over his back. "What are you doing in someone else's village? So arrogant. Aren't you afraid we will take you down?" Kankuro hesitated. "You?" Sakura immediately swooned. "Sasuke, how handsome." Naruto, feeling slighted, interjected, "Sakura-chan, I won as well." Temari's cheeks flushed slightly. "What a fine man he is." Hinata comforted Naruto. "There is nothing we can do. Good looks are justice." Kankuro glanced at the demure Hinata and shook his head. Though she was beautiful, she was not his type. Sasuke glared menacingly. "Get lost." Kankuro grew wary. Naruto was already formidable, and Sasuke loomed like a predator. Was Konoha truly as legendary as the tales suggested? The golden generation was emerging one after another. The girls were all fawning over Sasuke. Konohamaru chastised, "Naruto, you're so weak. After all that effort, you're outdone by Sasuke in an instant." Naruto stubbornly retorted, "Fool, I could easily take down that guy too. I'm just hiding my true strength. I am, in fact, the strongest." Konohamaru scoffed, utterly unconvinced. Naruto seethed internally. "Sasuke, you jerk. Why do you always have to steal the spotlight? I already repelled him." Ultimately, Kankuro resolved to deploy his puppets, taunting Sasuke, "Hey, brat, come at me if you dare. I detest punks like you who only talk big." Temari expressed concern. "Hey, is it really necessary to use the crow?" Yet, in a bid to assert his prowess, Kankuro had already laid his puppet on the ground. At that moment, a cold voice echoed, "Kankuro, stand down." Gaara, bearing a large gourd, appeared behind Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke felt a jolt, having sensed nothing of Gaara's approach. Was this guy's speed comparable to Kakashi's? Gaara reprimanded Kankuro, "You disgrace our village." Sakura, Naruto, Temari, and the others were left astonished, unsure of Gaara's next move, while Hinata remained indifferent. Gaara continued his rebuke. "Do you think we came to Konoha for fun?" Kankuro, attempting to deflect, replied, "Listen, Gaara. It was these kids who provoked me first." Gaara's tone suddenly shifted to one of menace. "Shut up." Kankuro, wishing to argue, found himself silenced by Gaara's icy glare. "I'll take you down." With Gaara's voice, which seemed to promise imminent violence, the crowd was filled with trepidation. Kankuro's legs weakened as he stammered an apology. "I understand. I'm sorry, truly sorry." Temari too found herself at a loss. Gaara stiffly turned his head towards the people of Konoha and said, "I sincerely apologize." Sakura trembled in response. "And no, it's all right." Sasuke grew wary, thinking, this guy's gaze is truly unsettling. Hinata offered a gentle smile. "Since the Sand Village has already apologized, there is no issue. However, Gaara, do not be anxious. This is the loving family of Konoha, not the Sand Village." Transforming into fine sand, he appeared beside Kankuro and Temari. Gaara scrutinized Hinata, noting how she had never shown fear of him. "Love? How absurd. Since you know my name, you must also be aware of my past. I have investigated you as well. The strongest of the younger generation from Konoha, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga. However, do not assume I am flattering you. I apologize, but those nurtured by Konoha, in my eyes, are merely insignificant. I am not a waste like Kankuro from the Sand Village." The crowd was taken aback. Gaara truly was ruthless, even bringing his own village into insults, as if he were not a part of it. Gaara called for his brother Kankuro and sister Temari to leave, leaving behind a chilling remark. "You best hope not to encounter me in the Chunin exams, for I shall show you the meaning of cruelty. The injuries will be mild. I will take your lives." Hinata instantly recalled how Gaara nearly killed Lee during the Chunin exams. And it was only thanks to Guy that Lee sustained only a leg injury. Every village's Jinchuriki seems to have some form of madness, with Naruto and Killer Bee being the rare exceptions. No matter how much they are tormented, they treat their village with unwavering loyalty. Sasuke countered defiantly, "Should you encounter me, do not expect an easy time either." As the three moved further away, Naruto remarked curiously, "Gaara is such a peculiar fellow, with the word love on his forehead and such a harsh demeanor, as if someone owes him money." At that moment, Shikamaru approached. "I didn't expect people from the Sand Village to arrive. I wonder what they are like." Clearly, Gaara and Kankuro have already revealed their names. Yet, Shikamaru claimed ignorance of who they were. Considering Temari's fiery temperament and Shikamaru's future role as a henpecked husband, Hinata playfully teased, "Shikamaru, are you interested in Gaara's sister, Temari? She's quite charming and well-suited for you." Shikamaru quickly waved his hands. "Don't say such nonsense. But how do you know she is Gaara's sister? I would have thought she was a subordinate." Hinata paused, explaining, "Well, the Hyuga clan has been conducting business across various regions over the years, so it is normal to know a bit more. By the way, that timid Kankuro is actually Gaara's brother." Shikamaru suddenly enlightened, realizing, knowing more? Isn't that an intelligence network? Why would the Hyuga clan establish an independent intelligence network outside the village? That's rather unusual. At this moment, the ninjas from the Sound Village were also nearby, hidden and observing. "How do you feel?" The black-haired ninja from Konoha and the one carrying a gourd from the Sand Village seemed quite dangerous. The others should not pose much of a threat. Naruto contemplated stepping over the likes of Kankuro and Sasuke, boasting to Konohamaru, "Watch closely, young one, as I shine in the Chunin exams and embark on the legendary path of Hokage. It would be best for that foolish old man, the third Hokage, to retire promptly." Konohamaru appeared skeptical, but, disregarding the elder sister, Gaara seems quite formidable. Mima expressed admiration. "I truly appreciate the composed demeanor of the elder sister in such dire circumstances." At this moment, at the entrance of Konoha, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and others, disguised, mingled with the crowd under the pretense of participating in the Chunin exams, successfully infiltrating the village. To maintain the facade of the existence of Amage Cure, Konan had also dispatched her team, including the Aizawa flower, among them. In a small grove, Niji, Tenten, and Lee gathered after training. Lee remarked, "I've heard that Team 7 has become quite powerful. They were supposed to participate in the Chunin exams a few years ago, but were continuously thwarted, waiting for us to grow stronger." Niji coldly replied, "Aside from Hinata, how strong can the others truly be?" Tenten teased, "Stop fixating on your lady. Many talented ninjas from other villages have come as well. I heard that Gaara can be lethal even to his own village." Niji recalled family intel and shook his head. Or perhaps it is the people from his village who wish to eliminate him. Lee clenched his fists. "I've also heard that Sakura from Team 8 has grown significantly." Tintin wore a knowing expression. With Lee's personality, It's only natural he admires strong women. That's absurd, Lee retorted. Sakura is incredibly gentle, and her smile is utterly adorable. Tintin put away her kunai. Let us not linger. Time is of the essence. At the Ninja Academy, candidates for the Chunin exams gathered outside the classroom. Tintin attempted to enter, but was pushed back by two Chunin at the door. They chuckled. This is our kindness. What you feel now is merely a minor inconvenience. Should the exams proceed, it could be life-threatening. Do not mistake being a ninja for a mere game. Even if you survive, many end up mentally scarred, abandoning their ninja paths in despair. Moreover, Chunin can become team leaders. If a mission fails and team members perish, the responsibility lies with the leader. Hinata, Sasuke, and Naruto also arrived. Aren't these the gatekeepers of Konoha? Bullying children here, one mused. Yet, these two are indeed talents. Konoha has been destroyed multiple times. Yet they remain unscathed, particularly during that incident with the grain sack. Even Pain's divine power could not budge the gates of Konoha. Their strength must surely be at the Super Shadow level. Sasuke arrogantly remarked, enough with the prattle, we will pass through shortly. It would be wise to dissolve this rudimentary illusion barrier. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Hinata clarified, actually, we are on the second floor, and we need to reach the third. The Konoha Chunin smiled slightly, quite astute. As he spoke, the classroom door transformed from 301 to 201. In an instant, the Chunin launched an attack on Hinata. At this moment, Sakura, quick-witted and agile, stepped forward to shield Hinata from an impending attack. Another Chunin struck, targeting Sakura. Lee rushed in to protect her from harm. The two Chunin retreated, chuckling. Congratulations on passing this phase of the test. Lee, filled with excitement, stood at attention before Sakura and introduced himself. Hello, Sakura, I am Rock Lee. Sakura, puzzled, looked on. Lee flashed a wide grin, winking and giving a thumbs up. Sakura-chan, please go out with me. I will protect you until my dying breath. Sakura, taken aback, resolutely dismissed the idea of dating such a clumsy fellow. Your eyebrows are too thick. They're quite off-putting, she scoffed. Hinata stifled a laugh, while Sasuke shot a glare at Lee. Sakura continued unabashedly, moreover, I only fancy a genius as handsome as Sasuke. Crushed, Lee silently withdrew, clenching his fists and murmuring, soon, you shall realize that hard work can surpass genius. His voice lowered to a whisper, even outshine genius. Hinata could hardly contain her laughter. This thick-browed fellow had once attempted to woo a younger student in the original timeline. Now, as they graduated in the same year, they were peers. Tintin covered her mouth in amusement and remarked to the cool Sasuke, how adorable. The two Chunin behind the door chuckled. So these are the little geniuses Kakashi has kept hidden? Quite interesting. With that, they dispelled their transformation jutsu. As examiners, it seems this year's candidates can afford to have a little fun. As everyone ascended to the third floor, Sasuke exclaimed, wow. This Chunin exam is truly a gathering of monsters. I must say, they're all my sharpening stones. Naruto muttered. I hope there aren't any subjects I'm not proficient in. At that moment, a red-haired girl suddenly bumped into Naruto. Blushing, she asked shyly, are you Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto scratched his head, yeah? Karen adjusted her glasses, visibly disappointed, for Naruto's hair was golden, not the signature red of the Uzumaki clan. Oh, never mind. After saying this, her ruby-like eyes glanced at Sasuke. Her face flushed as she hurried away. Sasuke teased, I didn't expect there would be girls who fancy you. Huh? She's quite shy, reminiscent of Hinata back in the day. Hinata retorted, perhaps she likes you instead. You should pay more attention to her. Sasuke gazed into Hinata's large eyes, contemplative. While Karen was a coveted treasure among ninjas, Hinata possessed an abundance of chakra that rendered her unnecessary to covet. Better to leave her for Naruto to rescue. Without Karen, Sasuke might have met an untimely end, and the seventh team would never be whole. Upon arriving at room 301, they discovered it already teeming with ninjas from various villages, all searching for their designated examination areas. Ino, feeling anxious, clung to Hinata, suddenly exclaiming, why have you grown so much taller than me? Hinata furrowed her brow, urging for clarity on the matter at hand. To be frank, she had recently felt an overwhelming burden, sensing an imbalance in her body that starkly contrasted with her previous life. In the quiet of night, when she gazed at her own reflection, she was often struck by an immense sense of shock. How had she developed in such a way? What was the underlying principle? To what extreme could her potential reach? Sakura had leaned closer to Hinata, seeking a sense of security. The ninja from other nations appeared menacing, with fierce expressions and unsettling features, their eyes glinting ominously. Hinata comforted Sakura and Ino, embracing them gently, assuring them, "Do not worry. Stick with me during the CHNIN exams, and I shall assist you in navigating through them successfully. However, in the individual battles, you must rely solely on your own abilities." Sakura retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone, "I don't need your help. I am quite strong on my own." Ino playfully lifted Hinata's chin, declaring, "I could certainly use your support." Naruto, observing the closeness between Sakura and Hinata, yearned for a hug himself. With the confidence bestowed upon her by Hinata, Ino's spirits lifted considerably, and she seized the opportunity to embrace Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, have you missed me?" she inquired, brimming with anticipation at the thought of reuniting with him after such a long time. Sasuke, slightly irked, responded, "Who are you? Are we familiar? You can't just come up and hug me." As the aloof figure he was, Sasuke almost attempted to throw her off, but found himself immobilized, ensnared by Ino's mind-body switch technique. How dare she? This woman has clearly plotted this, he thought. Sakura, infuriated, broke free from Hinata's embrace and admonished, "Keep your distance from Sasuke, you gluttonous Ino." Ino, released from Sasuke's control, quickly let go and jumped in front of Sakura, sticking out her tongue and making a face. "Oh dear, isn't this the big-headed Sakura? Such an eyesore." Sasuke, however, secretly appreciates me. Shikamaru and Choji, the latter munching on chips, arrived, expressing, "It's best to conclude this examination swiftly. It's so bothersome with so many people around. The more individuals there are, the more troublesome it becomes." Hinata quickly spotted the disguised Orochimaru and Kabuto. Indeed, the latter had survived, proving to be a formidable presence. Due to his early exposure during the Three Tails incident, Kabuto had to conceal himself now. Despite the formidable individuals present, Hinata remained untroubled, for she knew their ulterior motives would keep them hidden until they achieved their goals. Unlike the original timeline, Kabuto had no opportunity to flaunt his ninja intelligence cards. Instead, he was meticulously assessing the strength of the Konoha youths and devising a response strategy. Just as the atmosphere thickened with anxiety, Naruto clenched his fists and hesitated momentarily before boldly declaring to the assembly, "I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I shall not be defeated by any of you. I am the strongest of Konoha, the successor of the Will of Fire. Do you understand?" The foreign participants reacted with surprise, disdain, and even anger, some revealing a murderous intent. Many silently resolved to eliminate this brash, attention-seeking, yellow-haired fool first. Sasuke stood beside Naruto, acutely aware of the menacing aura surrounding them. Yet, he remained unfazed, confident in his belief that his abilities had already reached the level of a Chunin, despite lacking the official certification. Thus, he felt entirely capable of supporting Naruto, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, proclaiming, "I've got your back, brother." The crowd was taken aback by the presence of someone even more audacious than Naruto, their attention shifting to Sasuke, including the fervent gaze of Orochimaru, filled with desire. Sasuke felt an uncomfortable sensation coursing through him, as if he were about to explode with tension. Hinata gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, offering a faint smile. "I'm rooting for you, Sasuke." Naruto recalled how Hinata had mastered her medical ninjutsu over the years, capable of healing nearly any injury. This knowledge bolstered his bravado, prompting him to boldly declare, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but in the presence of Team 7, you are all nothing." Were it not for the fear of disqualification from the Chunin exams due to a brawl, many would have rushed forward to confront Naruto. This examination had drawn over 200 participants from various nations, with Konoha boasting the largest contingent of 70 to 80 participants. However, few would ultimately graduate. For many, their destiny would be confined to that of a genin. In frustration, Ino exclaimed, "What an idiot. Why provoke everyone like that?" Now they had all become targets. Sakura lamented, "Thank goodness I'm not on a team with that fool. Otherwise, we'd be in a tight spot." Kankuro glared menacingly at Naruto. "That's the kid from before." Temari scoffed, "The weaker the dog, the louder it barks." The hidden ninjas from Konoha silently expressed their relief for not having drawn the ire of the crowd like the fools who had arrived last. Lee murmured, "What a passionate display." Niji observed calmly, "It seems these years of missions have not imparted them with sufficient lessons." Shikamaru complained, "What a pain. Now everyone is against Team 7. Thankfully, no one is focusing on me." Sakura timidly suggested, "Naruto, maybe you should take back what you said and apologize." Naruto retorted arrogantly, "Just speaking the truth, right, Hinata? Right, Sasuke?" Hinata smiled silently, secretly agreeing, yet as a lady, she felt compelled to remain discreet. Sasuke maintained his cool demeanor, as if Naruto's opinion was inherently his own. Team 7 truly exhibited a reckless disregard for danger. Sakura, resigned, took it upon herself to apologize on their behalf. He was just joking. Haha. After all, he can be a bit foolish. He's just used to playing pranks in the village. Please don't take it to heart. Regardless, it's merely the ramblings of a silly boy. Naruto attempted to counter, but was silenced when Sakura playfully constricted his neck with her arm. Just a thoughtless guy speaking off the cuff. Please disregard it, she continued, while still holding him in check. Just then, a plume of white smoke dissipated from the podium as Marino Ibiki, accompanied by a cadre of examiners, made his entrance. This scar-faced individual ominously outlined the rules for the first exam, which consisted of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. At the outset, each participant is assigned a perfect score of 10, with 1 point deducted for each incorrect answer. The determination of passing or failing is contingent upon the cumulative score of the trio within each team. Should any act of cheating or similar misconduct be discovered, a penalty of 2 points will be imposed for each infraction. This implies that even before the examination concludes, some individuals may find themselves expelled after having their scores reduced to nothing. All examiners will vigilantly observe the candidates, meticulously documenting any suspicious behavior. As ninjas, one must approach the examination with the finesse befitting an exceptional practitioner of the art. Moreover, if any member of the group receives a score of 0, the entire team will be deemed unqualified. The allotted time for the examination is 1 hour, with the final question being revealed only after the first 45 minutes have elapsed. Upon hearing this, Naruto began to feel a surge of anxiety. Despite having learned a considerable amount under Hinata's guidance, the panic of a struggling student is deeply ingrained. Once the rules were conveyed, everyone returned to their respective examination locations. Hinata's seat, aligned with the original timeline, was conveniently situated beside Naruto, filling him with elation. This was fortuitous, as he could simply copy from her. However, proctors were stationed on all sides, making the task exceedingly challenging. Hinata understood that the detailed explanation regarding cheating and the expectation to perform like a true ninja served as a reminder for everyone to engage in dishonest practices without getting caught. The secret to evading detection lay in utilizing ninjutsu or bloodline limits to cheat. Naruto pondered. Realizing that both Hinata and Sasuke were exceptionally talented and would likely answer many questions, he could not afford to drag them down with a score of 0. Hinata was one matter, but if Sasuke were to fail due to his performance, Naruto feared for his life. In stark contrast to Naruto's turmoil, Hinata remained composed, recognizing that the genuine challenge lay in the final question, while the preceding ones were mere distractions. The exam papers were soon distributed, and the examination commenced. As the participants began to prepare their answers, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. The questions were extraordinarily difficult, leaving the majority unable to answer even a single one. Naruto felt tears welling up. Would he truly burden his teammates with a score of 0? After having previously looked down upon everyone, he now squirmed in discomfort. Failing the initial round would render him a laughingstock, confirming his status as the bottom of the class. Perhaps he was indeed the only one incapable of answering any questions. With no other recourse, he resolved to copy from Hinata. Turning to glance at her, he was dismayed to see that she had yet to attempt any questions. Impossible, he thought. Perhaps she was contemplating the most suitable methods for solving the problems. To avoid drawing the proctor's attention, Naruto dared not look too long. He could only wait silently for Hinata to finish before he began to copy her work. If he could manage to answer even one question, he would avoid a score of 0. As for the average score, he had faith in Hinata and Sasuke. Sasuke, racking his brain, managed to write down just one answer. He thought to himself, if he struggled this much, Naruto was surely doomed. Meanwhile, Hinata sat in tranquility, fully capable of answering the questions. Yet she lacked the desire to write anything down. It was merely a game to her. Naruto had initially expected Hinata to begin writing soon, yet after a lengthy pause, she remained in a state of calm contemplation. What a joke, he mused, to be so relaxed in such a critical moment. Unable to contain himself, Naruto slapped his own face a few times to regain his focus. He diligently reviewed all he had learned throughout his life. He felt compelled to complete at least one question, lest he burden his teammates. He certainly did not wish to be ridiculed by others. Look at him, so arrogant, yet so incompetent. Is this the bottom of Konoha's ranks? How pathetic. He resolved to remain humble and composed, to review all the questions, tackling the easier ones first, and then progressing to the more challenging. He would devote himself wholeheartedly to solving those he could manage. Yet, Naruto soon realized he was utterly lost. He analyzed vigorously, reflecting calmly, but still could not answer a single question. The code? He was clueless. The parabolic trajectory of shurikens? No idea. Finally, he spotted someone who could answer a question, Sakura Haruno, but she was too far away. At that moment, Sasuke reviewed a question he had answered and discovered he was mistaken. So that was it. He chuckled in relief. Hearing Sasuke's faint laughter, Naruto felt tears welling up in his eyes. What to do? Such a brilliant companion would be dragged down by his incompetence. He could not bear the thought of being resented by Sasuke for scoring a 0. Hinata? Hinata, please help. Then, Naruto's eyes widened. Hinata had yet to write a single answer despite all this time. Her expression was calm, her breathing steady. Was she perhaps afraid of writing too early and being copied? Naruto felt despair. Could she hurry? He feared he wouldn't have time to copy later. Soon, he had an epiphany. It seemed he would have to cheat without being detected. Yet, Hinata had written nothing, and those around her appeared equally clueless. The individuals in front were writing fervently. An idea struck Naruto. He would simply mimic the notes from the front and scribble the answers on his draft paper, then find the corresponding questions to fill in. Ingenious. But soon, despair engulfed him again. The person ahead seemed to be doodling a turtle. Was this a mockery? Indeed, the front was insufferable. Finally, Sasuke grasped the reality. This was no ordinary exam. It was an assessment of their ability to cheat using transformation and concealment techniques, a test of intelligence. Just as Ibiki had mentioned, answering like a ninja. The examiners sought not shameful cheating, but the clever art of undetected deception, collecting all the correct answers through intelligence gathering. Therefore, cheating would deduct only 2 points, unlike typical exams that would result in immediate disqualification. At this point, many began to comprehend the situation. Sasuke quickly focused on Sakura, using his Sharingan to copy her answering methods. Yet, his true concern was for Naruto. If Naruto could not grasp this, Team 7 would surely fail. Meanwhile, others began to showcase their unique talents. Gaara utilized his bloodline limit, the Eye of Sand, to sneak a peek at the answers. Kankuro had already disguised a puppet as an examiner. Kiba observed with Akamaru perched atop his head, communicating through barks. The Sound Ninja employed rhythm, writing order, and stroke count to deduce each other's answers. Shino dispatched a small fly to observe answers up close. Tintin reflected answers to Lee using a mirror. Neji had it simplest. He merely activated his Byakugan. As time passed, Naruto finally came to a realization. It turned out that Hinata was waiting for others to complete their answers before using her Byakugan to copy. She, too, was struggling. Naruto felt a sense of relief. It was not just him who found the task daunting, but everyone else as well. Gradually, he noticed that many were resorting to dishonorable means to succeed. Panic began to set in again. If this continued, the 7th squad would inevitably face elimination due to his inability to cheat effectively. At that moment, those who had failed to cheat 5 times began to be disqualified, taking their teammates down with them. In the back, Ino observed Sakura finishing her work and thought to herself that she still appreciated Sakura's broad forehead and clever mind. She then utilized her mind-body switch technique to control Sakura's eyes and see all the answers, completing her own work in the process. She then used the technique to assist Choji in finishing his answers as well. This scene brought amusement to Shikamaru, who realized that with Ino's help, the task was remarkably easy and devoid of hassle. It was almost certain that the Ino Shikacho trio would achieve the highest scores. If word of their effortless success got out, it would surely breed resentment. 45 minutes had passed. Naruto eagerly anticipated the last question, hoping to guess the answer despite having no knowledge of the previous ones. Just then, Hinata yawned, bored by the relentless efforts of those around her. Surprisingly, half of the candidates had been eliminated not for their inability to answer, but for their attempts to cheat. The crux of the matter lay in the final question. Ibiki, taking on the demeanor of an interrogator, spoke loudly, explaining that the last question would allow candidates to choose to forego answering. Those who opted not to respond would receive a score of 0 on the spot. Choosing to answer incorrectly, however, would result in a permanent disqualification from participating in future Chunin exams. This new rule left all the candidates in shock. The choice to answer could jeopardize their entire future, condemning them to a life as a mere genin. Yet, not answering would also implicate their teammates, forcing them to withdraw from this Chunin exam and wait for the next opportunity. Those who had previously succeeded were painfully aware that a single mistake could lead to a year of unnecessary suffering. Infuriatingly, if even one person chose not to answer, others who might have answered correctly would also face elimination. Ibiki soon inquired, Those who choose not to answer, please raise your hands. A significant number of candidates, unable to bear the thought of remaining a genin forever, decisively chose to abandon their teammates. The remaining individuals were those who preferred to endure the burden of being a genin rather than dragging their companions down with them. Sasuke looked at Naruto with admiration, believing that Naruto must be doing this for his sake. After all, he was convinced that Naruto would not be able to answer any question posed. Reflecting on Naruto's dreams, Sasuke felt a twinge of sadness, recognizing that a genin could never become Hokage. Meanwhile, Hinata, confident and composed, seemed to anticipate everything that was to come. She gazed at the ninjas who were collapsing under their internal struggles and giving up. In her heart, she wanted to convey that those who remained would surely succeed. She could not articulate her thoughts. For the primary objective of the first examination was to eliminate those incapable of sacrificing for their comrades. The process would not cease until the numbers were sufficiently diminished. This situation bore a resemblance to the phenomenon of internal competition. As the number of astute individuals increased, everyone would endure, awaiting the moment when one could no longer withstand the pressure. Suddenly, Naruto raised his hand, slamming it onto the table with resolute defiance. Do not underestimate me. I will not flee in the face of adversity. Even if I must remain a lowly genin for life, I shall not jeopardize my teammates. He scoffed, asserting that they could not intimidate him. Ibiki cast a glance of admiration towards him. This scene moved Sasuke to tears. He had been anxious that Naruto might choose to abandon their mission, further delaying his quest for vengeance against Itachi Uchiha. As the number of participants dwindled, Ibiki inquired several times, and upon discovering that no one had chosen to forfeit, he gently remarked, "You all exhibit commendable spirit. Those who remain here cherish their comrades. Excellent. You are all qualified." The assembly was left in stunned silence. Naruto was taken aback. What was this? Passing without answering a single question? He then glanced at Hinata, who too had not responded to any queries. Could it be that she possessed some form of foresight? Otherwise, she alone seemed so composed amidst the tension, while he, Naruto, was on the verge of losing control. After all, making the decision to forsake oneself for the sake of a comrade was no trivial matter. Some understood this to a degree and likely calculated their odds. Yet Naruto was fully aware of his own limitations. He had no aptitude for written examinations. Hinata offered a gentle smile, relieved that it was finally over, and that the true test of their abilities was about to commence. Ibiki began to elucidate the examination questions and the intricate relationship between comradeship and duty. However, before he could finish his captivating explanation, a figure clad in chainmail, the exuberant Anko, burst into the examination room to announce the timing of the second stage. The crowd dispersed. As Ibiki collected the papers, he was surprised to find 2 blank sheets among them, those of Team 7, Hinata and Naruto. How intriguing. It seemed that even delivering blank sheets could lead to success. Yet, was this not the legendary team of geniuses led by Kakashi? Curious, he sought out Sasuke's exam paper. It was not blank, it was filled to the brim. Alas, every answer was incorrect. In the end, the strongest team turned out to be Kyoujuu, which was truly unexpected. The following day, the candidates who had passed the first examination gathered once more. Anko introduced the rules. They would compete within a training ground known as the Forest of Death to obtain 2 distinct scrolls. Each team would possess one type of scroll, necessitating the acquisition of the other from rival teams. This meant that half of the participants would inevitably be eliminated. All teams would enter through various entrances of the forest. The solitary piece of good news was the freedom to choose their entry point. The bad news was that this dispersion would complicate the search and prolong the need for survival. All participants were required to sign a life and death agreement, with the examination lasting 5 days, during which no one could withdraw. A team that emerged unscathed and successfully secured both scrolls would achieve victory by reaching the central tower of the Forest of Death on the final day. It was important to remember that even upon obtaining both types of scrolls, they would have to endure 4 days within the forest. It signifies a constant risk of being ambushed, testing one's ability to remain undetected. Moreover, one cannot carry conspicuous supplies. This serves as an assessment of wilderness survival skills. The final rule dictates that the contents of the scroll must remain unseen until they reach the tower, evaluating a ninja's resolve when tasked with escorting confidential documents. Redbean felt a sense of cleverness. This approach was far superior to Ibiki's unwavering method. Ultimately, the remaining team members were undoubtedly less than half. Orochimaru gazed intently at Sasuke, unable to suppress a lick of his lips. With the upcoming free activity period, he would not hold back. Hinata sensed the impatience of her uncle, Or was it her aunt? The very thought of Sasuke being embraced and licked from behind by the serpent ant sent a shiver down her spine. To avoid a violent start, they were organized into small teams, each opting for a single entrance. As the time arrived, everyone entered the forest of death through various entrances. Other teams rushed in, either aiming to seize resource points or stealthily crafting traps. Due to the distance, no conflicts erupted in the short term. Observing Hinata's leisurely demeanor, Naruto expressed his discontent. "Hinata, aren't we supposed to seize the scroll?" Hinata waved her hand dismissively. "We have a full 5 days. Do you wish to go to the central area and get beaten up? Or do you intend to block the entrance of the tower and snatch everyone's scrolls?" Sending them all home, Naruto clenched his fists, excitedly declaring, "What a splendid idea. It'll show them I speak the truth." Sasuke frowned, but avoiding conflict means fewer practical opportunities, which is detrimental to our improvement. "Don't fret, Sasuke," Hinata reassured him with a calming expression. "Your external assistance will be provided." Sasuke, puzzled, wondered what she meant by external assistance. In truth, Hinata referred to the curse mark of heaven. At that moment, Orochimaru was likely frantically searching for Sasuke. Hinata pulled a barbecue grill from the scroll, set up a folding chair, and began grilling meat. "We possess the heavenly scroll. Even if we do not actively seek others, they will come to us. Even ninjas need to relax a bit. It's best to be well fed before engaging in battles." As Naruto inhaled the savory aroma of the meat, he completely forgot about the exam. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke realized that even if he wished to act alone, he could not, for any misfortune that befell his teammates would lead to his own elimination. The smoke soon attracted the attention of nearby grass village ninjas, among whom was Cheyenne. However, as a support, she had no need to rush into the fray. How foolish to not understand that smoke reveals one's position, a basic principle of combat. You leaf ninjas truly lack battle acumen. Hinata smiled slightly. "Is it not possible that I am merely fishing?" The grass village ninja laughed. "With your kind, I could easily dispose of you with a mere flick of my hand." With that, he threw several kunai. Sasuke was the first to act, hurling shuriken to deflect the kunai, and then propelled himself into action. With a ferocious knee strike, a ninja from the grass village was sent sprawling, severely injured. Following this, a whirlwind kick toppled another adversary. The wounded grass village ninja, rather than retaliating, hastily took a bite of his energy supplement. At that very moment, Hinata intervened. With a swift motion, she pierced the throat of the grass ninja with her Kusanagi sword, and then, cradling the energy supplement in her arms, she deftly sidestepped the direction of the falling corpse. The energy supplement, feeling a sense of fondness for this girl she had only just met, was taken aback by her unexpected act of protection towards an enemy ninja. Moreover, she was enveloped in an enticing fragrance, reflecting on her own disheveled appearance. The energy supplement felt a wave of inferiority wash over her. Hinata gently whispered in the energy supplement's ear, "Little Rin, you are all alone now, and you will inevitably be eliminated. Why not join us instead? At least you will survive. My name is Hinata, this is Sasuke, and that is Naruto." Although puzzled by how they knew her name, the energy supplement felt a surge of gratitude and replied, "Thank you." Naruto, inexplicably drawn to the red-haired Rin, called out, Rin, come eat some grilled meat. It's delicious with my special seasoning." Hinata playfully nudged Rin closer to Sasuke, teasingly remarking, "From now on, she's your responsibility, Sasuke." Sasuke turned his head, dismissing the notion of needing a burden. Rin shyly added, "Sasuke-kun, I can actually be quite useful. Just one bite from me can restore your chakra." Sasuke recalled the earlier actions of the grass ninja and quickly understood the value of the girl. No wonder Hinata had saved her. Every action of hers was imbued with deeper meaning. In the presence of such a formidable team, attracting additional assistance was indeed advantageous. Sasuke pulled out the scroll from the fallen ninja, disheartened to discover it was the Heaven Scroll. Just as he contemplated discarding it, Hinata stopped him, saying, "No. Let us keep it. We'll eliminate an entire team." Sasuke suddenly realized the wisdom in her words. By possessing the scroll, they ensured that another team would be unable to complete their set. Hinata was indeed astute. Having satisfied their hunger, the four of them began their slow trek towards the heart of the forest of death, neither hiding nor seeking shelter. Naruto boldly proclaimed his intention to take on the role of bait, striding ahead with an audacious gait. At that moment, several Rain Village ninjas appeared atop the massive tree trunks, spotting Hinata and her companions. One of them sneered, "These leaf brats are so desperate for attention, it's pathetic." Among them was a member of the Hyuga clan, yet they failed to notice their position. The trio then prepared to teach these newcomers a lesson in brutality. As they approached, Hinata continued forward, discreetly signaling Sasuke with her fingers. Sasuke placed one hand on his wrist, and just as the enemies closed in, the forest erupted with the sound of birdsong, blinding flashes of lightning nearly searing the eyes of the rain ninjas. In an instant, they were left momentarily incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke, using his Sharingan, unleashed his Chidori, swiftly eliminating one ninja before charging towards another. As one individual attempted to flee, aiming to toss an explosive shuriken for cover, he was swiftly silenced by Hinata, whose precise throw pierced his throat. Naruto, scratching his head in exasperation, remarked, "What is this? I haven't even made a move yet, and my opponent is already gone. Can I be left one next time?" Hinata sheathed her longsword, stating, "These ninjas from small nations are hardly worth our concern. When we face a formidable enemy, you'll have your opportunity." Sasuke continued to rummage through their spoils, discovering yet another heaven scroll. He pondered the fairness of such odds. The only reason he felt emboldened to unleash his Chidori was due to a recent experience with Konan, which had indeed proven exhilarating, a refreshing surge of vitality. Henceforth, Sasuke would not be lacking in chakra, having envied Hinata and Naruto for quite some time. Konan was truly addictive. He even contemplated imprisoning her within the Uchiha clan's dungeon. Of course, if she complied, such drastic measures would be unnecessary. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the area. Hinata immediately released her chakra, forming a protective shield around her comrades. Orochimaru appeared before them, accompanied by two subordinates. He gestured for his subordinates to attend to other matters, indicating he could handle the situation alone. Sasuke observed the deep trench carved into the ground by the wind, becoming acutely aware that a true powerhouse had finally arrived. Orochimaru, with his slick tongue licking his lips, smirked, "Impressive, isn't she? The young lady from the Hyuga clan. Alas, she has encountered me." Hinata regarded Orochimaru's feminine appearance, noting a certain beauty, likely a consequence of the rebirth technique that had usurped a female form. In a sense, she bore a resemblance to Hinata. Naruto felt a wave of discomfort as he beheld the slick-tongued figure before him, while Konan quietly retreated behind her allies. Yet, Orochimaru's gaze landed on her. "Ah, a member of the Uzumaki clan, little sister. Why not join me?" Naruto, realizing Konan was of the Uzumaki lineage, stood protectively in front of her, exclaiming, "Wretched woman, you shall not harm my kin. You must first step over my lifeless body." Konan's eyes widened as she sensed a warm chakra emanating from Naruto. Orochimaru chuckled, "Perhaps you should focus on your own well-being first." With that, he summoned a massive python that lunged toward Naruto. Sensing the terrifying aura, Naruto wasted no time in forming a Rasengan. However, the python ensnared him instantly, swallowing him whole before retreating from the battlefield. Orochimaru then produced his own scroll, the Earth Scroll. With a triumphant grin, he declared, "Yours is the Heaven Scroll. Is it not? Would you like it?" To demonstrate, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the entire scroll. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Sasuke, in that moment, seemed to envision the horrifying scene of Naruto and Hinata being swiftly eliminated, plunging him into a state of terror. Hinata promptly placed her hand on Sasuke's shoulder, channeling her chakra to bring him back to reality. "It's an illusion born from murderous intent, Sasuke. Be cautious." An illusion? Sasuke activated his Sharingan, filled with trepidation as he thought, "Who exactly is this individual?" Hinata smiled faintly and teased, "Selling hanging charms, old lady." Her tone eased Sasuke, who was already prepared to flee. Orochimaru sneered, "Are you so frightened that you cannot move? However, your eyes are truly beautiful. I shall take them all." Sasuke shouted, "Do not belittle us. Do you think we are lambs to the slaughter?" He promptly unleashed a flurry of shuriken imbued with explosive tags. Orochimaru smirked, swiftly dodging with a teleportation technique, and reappeared before Karui. "I find you quite charming, little girl. Come with me." Karui was taken aback. The murderous intent radiating from Orochimaru had already sent shivers down her spine, causing her legs to weaken. Overwhelmed by the terrifying chakra that reeked of death, she fainted. "You ought to consult me first." Hinata flashed in front of Orochimaru, her Kusanagi sword drawn. Orochimaru produced a kunai to parry, expecting to easily deflect Hinata. To his surprise, she feigned a strike, retracted the sword, and lunged, pressing dangerously close to his throat. Orochimaru, taken aback, had no choice but to abandon his playful demeanor and treat the situation with seriousness. Meanwhile, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique, causing the massive serpent's belly to burst open, allowing him to escape. The lingering stench of snake left him feeling nauseous. and he spent considerable time cleaning himself up. Reacting quickly, Sasuke dashed behind Orochimaru and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Orochimaru evaded swiftly as the fireballs hurtled toward Hinata. She countered by conjuring a water sphere to block the flames and continued her pursuit of Orochimaru. Once more, Orochimaru summoned a gigantic serpent to confront Sasuke. Without hesitation, Sasuke unleashed a Chidori, decapitating the beast, much to Orochimaru's astonishment. As one of the legendary Sannin, could he truly not handle these two youngsters without revealing his true power? Just as Sasuke relaxed his guard, the serpent's body suddenly split open, revealing another Orochimaru. With a long serpentine tail, she coiled around a tree and lunged at Sasuke. Hinata was momentarily stunned, questioning if this was a serpent clone. In a swift motion, she cleaved the Orochimaru before her in two. So, which one was the true body? Sasuke, I shall assist you. Naruto shot forth several kunai, obstructing Orochimaru's advance. Orochimaru, visibly irritated, found herself unexpectedly surrounded by these Konoha youngsters. You managed to slay the giant serpent. Well done, Naruto, she remarked coldly. Naruto, perplexed, wondered how this snake-like woman recognized him. He boasted, 3 against 1. The advantage is ours. Wait until I, the great Naruto Uzumaki, teach you a lesson. With that, Naruto summoned his shadow clones and rapidly formed a Rasengan. Orochimaru gritted her teeth and evaded just in time. Boom. The massive tree exploded under the impact of the Rasengan. Sasuke completed his hand seals, targeting Orochimaru's trajectory in midair. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball enveloped Orochimaru's figure. Naruto questioned, did we kill her? Yet, the laughter that followed indicated otherwise. Orochimaru appeared on the opposite side, once again summoning a serpent far more immense than the previous one. Hinata was at a loss. Was this serpent from the Dragon Cave? Or was it one that Orochimaru had personally nurtured? He treated it purely as a disposable tool. The colossal tail of the serpent struck down a massive tree. And as Naruto descended from the branches, he was forcefully thrown away by the sweeping tail. The blow was undeniably severe, causing Naruto to expel a mouthful of blood. Instantly, he unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails, swiftly regaining his composure and stabilizing his stance. Orochimaru, astonished, mused, this little brat, could it be? He had dispelled the 5-element seal he had placed before leaving Konoha. Furthermore, the spiraling sphere was undoubtedly a gift from Jiraiya to Naruto. So, was Jiraiya nearby Konoha at this moment? Orochimaru no longer held back, delivering a punch that sent Naruto flying, just as he intended to pursue. A Chidori spear shot towards him, forcing Orochimaru to evade. At that moment, Hinata had closed the distance. With the 8 trigrams, she unleashed a barrage of strikes. Countless palms flew towards Orochimaru with astonishing speed. Upon the first strike, Orochimaru felt the unmatched force. The subsequent attacks nearly shattered her bones, and with the third strike, her previous meal threatened to resurface. She could not help but begin to doubt herself. Could she truly not handle these little brats today? Hinata's 8 trigrams continued relentlessly, directly restraining Orochimaru, leaving her no avenue for escape or evasion. She could only rely on her formidable serpent body to withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, Orochimaru plummeted like a falling leaf, spitting out blood. Originally, she had intended to tempt Sasuke with her absolute strength, but now she realized that she was the true fool. If she exposed herself here, her subsequent plans would fail. Patience in the face of adversity is essential for grand schemes. Shadow clone technique. Orochimaru suddenly produced multiple clones, charging towards Naruto and Hinata. Meanwhile, her head elongated like rubber, swiftly biting into Sasuke's neck and injecting a substance. The cursed seal markings appeared on the back of Sasuke's neck. Hinata smiled faintly. She could indeed stop Orochimaru. Yet, she refrained, as this scheming old man was merely a sycophant to Sasuke. Orochimaru then began to withdraw, saying, Sasuke, I am Orochimaru. If you wish to gain power, reveal your talents in this Nin exam, and then seek me out. Sasuke suddenly fell to his knees, his body reacting adversely to the cursed seal. In excruciating pain, he ultimately lost consciousness. After Hinata dispatched all of Orochimaru's clones with her Kusanagi sword, she performed the shadow clone technique, swiftly transporting Sasuke, Karin, and the injured Naruto to a hollow within a tree. Shortly thereafter, Karin awakened first. Seeing Hinata tending to her, she was instantly moved. Biting her crimson lip shyly, she said, Thank you, Lady Hinata. Hinata smiled sweetly, assuring her that it was no trouble at all. She then utilized her medical ninjutsu to infuse chakra into Sasuke. suppressing the purple energy emanating from his cursed seal. Hinata could distinctly sense that the so-called cursed seal was, in fact, a form of natural energy. In the future, Sasuke will utilize a cursed seal mode, akin to the youthful sage mode. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his senses, feeling an unfamiliar power surging within him, accompanied by a faint itch at the nape of his neck. In a daze, he grasped Hinata's hand, his gratitude evident. Hinata gently patted his head, reassuring him with her presence. As for Naruto, he stretched leisurely and cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, a good nap feels wonderful." The group continued on their journey until they suddenly noticed a few figures lurking in the grass. Sasuke drew his kunai, preparing for battle. However, Hinata urged him to refrain from violence and kindly said, "Come out, everyone." Ino sheepishly remarked, "You caught us. How embarrassing, haha." At that moment, Choji and Shikamaru also emerged, holding the Earth Scroll, which immediately caught Sasuke's attention. Ino quickly released her hair, revealing her stunning beauty, and struck a charming pose. With a playful tone, she asked Sasuke, "Are you going to fight me?" Unmoved by her beauty, Sasuke prepared to seize the scroll. This made Shikamaru and Choji tense up, quickly forming hand signs, ready to counter. Hinata chuckled, "We are all from the same village. Why create such a standoff? We may need to cooperate in the future." Sasuke, "We do not have any surplus of the Heaven Scroll. Why not give them one?" Naruto added, "Indeed, Choji and Shikamaru are my good friends." Ino is also Hinata's close companion. Although Sasuke was displeased, he had no choice but to hand Shikamaru a Heaven Scroll, given their strong ties. Shikamaru joyfully said, "Thanks. That was surprisingly easy. It saves us quite a bit of trouble. We can find a place to hide and wait for the final day." This scene left Kin, who was hiding in a corner, feeling envious. The people of the Land of Grass showed no mercy towards their own. As they proceeded, Kin suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. 3 ninjas from the Sound Village emerged. One of them arrogantly declared, "Cursed Seal? Is that dark-haired one the target of Orochimaru? We were sent to eliminate him. But it's merely a test. Do you really think we'll kill him? We'll take the dark-haired one and eliminate the others." "Oh, and this red-haired one seems useful too. However, it appears Lord Orochimaru does not prioritize him. We might as well capture him and enjoy some fun." One of them launched the first attack, unleashing a soundwave technique. He reveled in his superiority, believing that these young leaf ninjas had never encountered such an attack and would surely meet their demise in their foolish ignorance. It would shatter eardrums and disrupt internal organs. Sound waves are an omnidirectional assault that cannot be defended against. The rocks surrounding Hinata and the others were obliterated by the invisible sound wave, but when it reached Hinata, it suddenly vanished. She smiled slightly, having utilized the principle of sound traveling at different speeds through various mediums, employing a special chakra structure to block the attack. Thus, the Sound Ninja's sonic assault was rendered ineffective. In the original timeline, these individuals were later used as sacrifices by Orochimaru, who resurrected the first and second Hokage using the reanimation jutsu. One of them even forced Sakura to cut her hair. However, Hinata is not inclined to grant them a chance to leave this world alive. The Sound Ninjas exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Soundwave attacks are ineffective. How have they achieved this?" It was as if this girl could see through everything. "Ask the King of Hell," Hinata retorted, uninterested in providing an explanation. She declared, "Fire style, great fire annihilation. A vast inferno, akin to a tidal wave, instantaneously engulfed the 3 Sound Ninjas. Their attempts to resist or flee were utterly futile. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Towering ancient trees were incinerated, revealing the sky that had been obscured by foliage. This spectacle attracted the attention of numerous nearby teams, who marveled at the power that could unleash such an attack. Such overwhelming strength, could she still be considered a mere genin? The crowd hastily retreated, eager to avoid encountering such a monstrous adversary. "What is this?" Sasuke observed the fire technique that had scorched an area spanning hundreds of meters, trembling with disbelief. What magnitude of chakra would allow one to execute such a feat without breaking a sweat? Moreover, it sounded reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's secret arts. Could Hinata possibly be a long-lost member of the Uchiha? Why was she more adept and knowledgeable than he? Suddenly, Sasuke perceived a troubling realization. Prior to Hinata becoming the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, she, like him, possessed both fire and lightning styles. Thus, they could potentially be half-siblings. Sasuke slapped his own face, berating himself for such wild thoughts. What he ought to contemplate is that his teammates had surpassed him significantly. Naruto wielded the Nine Tails, and Hinata possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of ninjutsu. What did he have? Perhaps Orochimaru was right. He indeed needed Orochimaru's guidance. From the moment Hinata surpassed him in the physical test to the present, he had been progressing as well. Yet the harsh reality was that the gap between them continued to widen. If he, Sasuke, were merely the tail end of the pack, it would be one thing. However, bearing the title of a genius, yet being unable to catch up was the true despair. Had he possessed power back then, his parents might not have been slain. Perhaps as a seeker of vengeance, even if it meant selling his body to a demon, he must tread the path to acquire strength. If Konoha could not empower him, he would have no choice but to abandon it. That was close. The scroll almost got burned, Hinata remarked, shaken. She utilized water style to envelop the scroll and retrieved it. These individuals had already stolen a team's resources, possessing both the Earth Scroll and the Heaven Scroll. What should we do next? Vacation somewhere, or cause trouble for others? Hinata's words jolted Sasuke from his reverie. He glanced at his companions and pondered the notion of aligning with Orochimaru. Such a decision could wait until he was truly at a dead end. They had shared countless years together. How could he easily abandon them? He suddenly spoke coldly. Of course, we shall continue to deal with others. The weak have no reason to persist in existence. Naruto expressed his agreement, then patted his stomach and lamented, "It seems I am hungry once more." Engaging in battles daily certainly makes one ravenous. Fortunately, we have Lady Hinata. Otherwise, we might have to resort to fishing in the river. How different it is now. With our needs abundantly met. Hinata smiled sweetly and said, "Instead of idling away our time, why don't we indulge in some fish?" She then retrieved the sea fish she had obtained from the land of water from her sealed scroll. Kankaro's eyes sparkled with delight as he followed Hinata everywhere, transforming into a little foodie. Growing up in the hidden grass village, she had never truly enjoyed a day of happiness. Now, with someone to protect her and delicious food to savor, she felt utterly blissful, even if she were to be dragged behind a tree by Sasuke for a few bites. The experience of being with such a handsome man was a pleasure in itself. The group gathered together to feast on grilled squid. Suddenly, Naruto inquired with curiosity, "By the way, what exactly is in that scroll?" Sasuke replied sternly, "Naruto, do you wish for us to be disqualified? Sneaking a peek is against the rules." Unfazed, Naruto retorted, "There is no one around. What harm is there in taking a quick glance? If you don't tell, and I don't tell, who would ever know?" Kankuro expressed concern, "But what if the scroll contains a trap technique specifically designed to target those who pry?" Naruto pondered for a moment, acknowledging the possibility. Yet he still yearned to take a look. An idea struck him. "I could use a shadow clone to open it. That would be perfect. And with so many scrolls, even if one cannot be restored, we can simply discard it. I truly am a little genius." Hinata interjected, "No, that's not permissible. There is nothing significant in there. It's merely a hypnosis technique. Once opened, everyone nearby would fall into a deep sleep until the assessment is over, leading to our inevitable failure." Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. "Hinata, how do you know this?" Hinata suddenly froze, realizing she had slipped up. She couldn't very well say she had read the script. With an awkward smile, she replied, "Actually, I learned it from someone who participated before." Understanding dawned on Naruto, and he immediately lost interest. After they had eaten to their fill, Hinata rose and announced, "Now, it's time to enter the final round. There may already be many waiting to snatch our scrolls. Or perhaps those without scrolls have set ambushes around the tower." Sasuke suddenly had a thought. Perhaps excess scrolls could also be used to exchange for valuable information. Hinata shook her head, insisting, "With me here, we don't need any information." As night fell, the tower, bathed in moonlight, loomed before them. Naruto boasted, at this point, "Other teams are likely proceeding cautiously, while we, as the strong, shall walk boldly." Sasuke began to remain vigilant, and Hinata led the way as they cautiously approached the tower. However, despite its proximity, they found themselves unable to reach it. Sasuke made a mark, and they continued to walk in circles, only to realize they had returned to their original position. Exhausted, they gasped for breath. Even after Sasuke activated his Sharingan, it proved ineffective. "What sort of illusion is this?" he questioned. Hinata calmly explained, "This phenomenon is known as the ghost wall. It may not be an illusion at all, but rather a manipulation of the maze's terrain and certain visual cues, causing us to endlessly circle, having lost their sense of direction. The only course of action was to continue toward the tower, ultimately leading them in circles." Naruto scratched his head, pondering the predicament. Hinata considered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps the proctor does not wish for us to reach the vicinity of the tower just yet. Or maybe there are those who intend to exhaust our stamina. Let us divert our path." Suddenly, The surface of the trees and the ground were obscured as a multitude of shadows transformed from transparency into solid forms. To their astonishment, it was the ninjas from the village hidden in the rain. These masked figures surrounded Hinata and her companions like lifeless husks, numbering in the hundreds. The rain ninjas boasted, "This is too easy. It's like catching fish in a barrel." Hinata, employing her Byakugan, surveyed the area and declared, "They are all water clones." Sasuke smirked and remarked, "Then let us counter with fire. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique," he shouted, unleashing a torrent of fireballs that obliterated a significant portion of the surrounding water clones. Yet, the damaged clones quickly reformed as if minted by glue, emitting a chilling chorus, "Hand over the scroll. Hand it over. Quickly, hand over the scroll." Naruto, in a moment of desperation, thrust his kunai at them, only to find that it passed through without consequence. They continued to regenerate. Fear gripped him as he exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Normally, clones vanish upon injury. Hinata was taken aback, realizing it appears to be some form of half-real illusion, impossible to eradicate. Merely draining our chakra. The true enemy lurks in the shadows. But isn't the village hidden in the rain proficient in water style? In that case, let us compete in water techniques. With a swift hand sign, Hinata called out, "Water style, water tornado technique." Instantly, numerous water tornadoes materialized, sweeping away a multitude of water clones and clearing the towering trees around them. At that moment, 3 rain ninjas clad in biochemical suits and breathing masks appeared. "Have we been discovered? I didn't expect ninjas of this caliber to participate in the Chunin exams," Hinata mused with a slight smile. "This is what they call overwhelming strength." The rain ninja coldly replied, "Such a pity. Even so, you shall still perish. The consumption of such large-scale ninjutsu must be immense. Coupled with the energy expended from your earlier circling, you must be running on empty." Sasuke and Naruto exchanged knowing smiles, one possessing the Nine Tails, the other with Kaguya. In unison, they unleashed their trump cards, Chidori and Rasengan. The rain ninja widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming, "What is this chakra they wield? Could it be chakra on a different level?" They immediately attempted to use the clone technique, yet it was insufficient against Sasuke and Naruto. In no time, they were all eradicated. Sasuke reveled in the thrill of battle, emboldened by Kaguya's presence, allowing him to use his Sharingan freely without concern for exhaustion. Chidori struck one after another. Meanwhile, the true form of the rain ninja lay hidden beneath the ground, preparing to ambush Naruto and Sasuke. However, Hinata activated the powers of the Six Tails, transforming the ground beneath into a corrosive liquid. The direct corrosion of half one's body, how could this be possible? The rain ninja, engulfed in disbelief and despair, lost all vitality. After several days of fierce combat, the 5th day finally arrived. All the numerous red gates surrounding the tower swung open. The surviving ninjas rushed into the tower, with no one preoccupied with eliminating others, as time was of the essence. Those who had been eliminated but remained alive would be escorted away by the relevant personnel. Sasuke and Karen, with lingering glances towards each other, were forced to part ways, one yearning for chakra, the other for touch. Within one of the chambers, Kabuto was reporting the data of other ninjas to Orochimaru, primarily focusing on Sasuke's battle statistics. Orochimaru licked his lips, expressing satisfaction with Kabuto's cleverness. With that, he vanished into a cloud of white smoke. In Hinata's room, there lay a calligraphic scroll conveying profound truths. Sasuke noticed the absence of several Chinese characters. Was it necessary to open the Heaven and Earth scroll to complete it? Hearing this, Naruto eagerly unfurled the scroll. Inside were 2 scrolls, each inscribed with the character for person. Hinata understood the meaning of this examination, which was the concept of heaven, earth, and man. As a puff of smoke dissipated, it revealed that the character represented a summoning technique. Iruka, arms crossed and beaming, greeted the candidates, stating how long it had been since they last met. It turned out that at the conclusion of the 2nd exam, the Chunin would be welcoming the candidates. Iruka, acting as the messenger, congratulated everyone on passing the 2nd exam. He elaborated that the characters on the wall were insights into Chunin written by the Hokage. Heaven refers to the mind, earth to the body, and a ninja's completion of tasks requires a harmonious blend of intellect and physical prowess. Lacking either, one must find a way to compensate. The 3rd exam would no longer assess teamwork, but rather individual combat, although dissuasion was not possible. Iruka hoped his students would exercise utmost caution, as individual battles not only involved life and death struggles, but also lacked the support and safety net of teammates. Under Iruka's guidance, Hinata and the others made their way to the plaza. Hinata noticed that over 20 candidates had passed, with half of them being from Team 7 of Konoha. The ninjas from Konoha constituted a significant majority. It was evident which of the 5 great nations was the strongest. The third Hokage and various instructors were also present. I stood beside Kakashi, mocking, "Your class has reached its limit. The next phase will rely on true skill. As long as my team is present, you can forget about winning. Under my strict guidance and secret training regimen, my students are nothing short of exceptional." Kakashi, unfazed, responded, "Is that so? I'm looking forward to it." His tone seemed to address Guy, yet it also felt like a monologue. Guy, dissatisfied, retorted, "What kind of tone is that? You don't sound excited at all. Could it be that you know your class is too weak and are already prepared to concede?" Kakashi, indifferent to such taunts, suddenly turned his head in confusion. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Kai exclaimed, bewildered, realizing that amidst his earlier words, Kakashi had not heard him at all. To repeat himself would be exceedingly awkward. "Well done, my opponent, Kakashi. It is precisely this aspect of you that exudes a certain stylishness. How infuriating." He gazed towards Kai, pondering whether this was indeed the lifelong rival of his teacher. It appeared that their recent confrontation had resulted in a complete defeat for Kai. The third Hokage introduced the origins of the Chunin exams, which stemmed from the wars among the nations. To mitigate losses, it became customary for the victories of young ninjas to reflect the triumphs of their respective countries, akin to an Olympic event. Thus, during the third exam, dignitaries and notable figures from various nations would witness the proceedings. The hope was for everyone to present their finest spirit, showcasing the grandeur of their nations. As this competition bore significant implications for each individual's future, powerful nations would receive considerable monetary rewards and commissions, while weaker ones would see a reduction in opportunities. To validate a ninja's strength, it was imperative to demonstrate it in life-and-death battles. In this competition, the Moonlight Gale would serve as the referee. Hinata mused that this individual could very well be the protagonist of the Gale series, given such an impressive name. Kishimoto had also cast the stunning beauty Yugao in the proceedings. Moonlight Gale announced that due to the simplicity of the written test and the second phase of outdoor survival, the remaining participants were too numerous. Consequently, prior to the public duel in the third round, a preliminary round would be held to eliminate half of the contenders. At this moment, Sasuke felt a faint pain from his curse mark. He realized that utilizing his chakra would cause the mark to stir restlessly. If this continued, would he be misconstrued as a spy for Orochimaru? Sensing his distress, Hinata immediately infused him with chakra to suppress the curse mark. "Thank you," Sasuke said, feeling inexplicably moved. In the original timeline, Sakura had urged him to withdraw for the very same reason, inadvertently stepping on a landmine. In her fear, she had even wept and begged him to concede, which only served to aggravate Sasuke further. Ultimately, she had worried that he might report to their teacher. The third Hokage observed Sasuke and, noticing Hinata's intervention, found no objection to the situation. On stage, another possessor of a curse mark, Anko, proposed to the third Hokage that Sasuke withdraw due to the potential for his mark to go out of control, but was met with Kakashi's stern refusal. Suddenly, Kabuto raised his hand and chose to forfeit, capturing the attention of the crowd. Hinata harbored serious doubts about his intentions, suspecting he was conspiring with Orochimaru to execute a plan for the destruction of Konoha. A J-level expert participating in the Genin exams to gather intelligence while simultaneously overpowering weaker opponents, truly the mark of a masterful actor. Soon after, several other ninjas withdrew. The preliminary rounds commenced. In the first match, Sasuke faced off against another Leaf Ninja, who, unbeknownst to him, was also an undercover agent for Orochimaru. Disguised as a member of the Sound Village, Orochimaru observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. In a flurry of shuriken exchanges, Sasuke felt reassured that with Hinata's chakra suppressing the curse mark, it should remain under control. With resolute determination, Chidori concluded the battle, leaving the opponent unable to harness their unique ability to absorb chakra. A startled Aki exclaimed, "How could Kakashi pass down such a technique to his disciple?" Gaara, filled with conviction, recognized that this individual was indeed extraordinary. This revelation left Orochimaru, who had anticipated Sasuke relying on the Cursed Seal's power for a counterattack, in a state of disillusionment. His original plan involved Sasuke being drained of chakra before unleashing the Cursed Seal's fury. Alas, it seemed that this entire scenario was influenced by that young girl, Hinata. Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Hinata. Her body was commendable, yet, when compared to the Sharingan, the Byakugan ultimately lacked evolutionary potential. Sakura called out, "Sasuke, you're amazing." In a similar vein, Ino declared, "Long live Sasuke." Kakashi, lost in the bliss of camaraderie, murmured, Well done. Naruto, feeling irked, thought of Sasuke as nothing more than a pretty boy. Sasuke approached Hinata, gently saying, "Thank you, my sweet." He could distinctly sense the cursed seal stirring during the battle, but Hinata's chakra had subdued it. Otherwise, he would have become the target of all. Hinata smiled sweetly. "We are all companions. No need to worry, Sasuke-kun." This scene ignited a fierce jealousy in Sakura. She would not permit the object of her affection to be taken by those Byakugan eyes. She moved closer to Sasuke, linking arms with him. While Ino refused to be outdone, Hinata sighed, realizing that being handsome was indeed a powerful advantage. Sasuke had intended to observe the battle, but Kakashi found him and suggested sealing the cursed mark, so he reluctantly departed, wishing he could witness the techniques of other ninjas. Finally, it was the fourth match, Hinata versus Ino. Hinata beamed, thinking this was a mere mismatch. She had taken Sakura's place in the original timeline, meaning Sakura's opponent would be Neji. Alas, one could only mourn for Sakura, for Neji would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries upon her. In the original timeline, Neji had dealt Hinata a brutal defeat. However, since Neji bore no personal grudge against Sakura, as long as she remained sensible, the outcome wouldn't be too dire. Upon receiving this information, Ino felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, aside from being a childhood friend, Hinata was widely recognized as the top prodigy during their school days. Years had passed, and Ino was uncertain of how much Hinata had improved, but she was acutely aware of her own stagnation. Resolute, she decided to employ the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan to seize a glimmer of hope. The two stepped onto the dueling stage. Ino spoke. "I never imagined I would face you, Hinata. Are we finally going to settle the duel we missed in the Forest of Death?" Hinata smiled faintly. "Ino, you should concede quickly. I wouldn't want to hurt you or leave you in tears." "Ino, incensed," retorted Hinata, "don't underestimate me." Asuma, watching from the sidelines with a cigarette in his mouth, mused that Ino stood out among the new female ninjas, while he rarely paid attention to Hinata. Shikamaru expressed his exasperation, remarking that he had not anticipated these two facing each other, finding it quite troublesome. CHG leaned against the railing, inquiring about Ino's well-being, recalling how Hinata had previously provided them with a scroll. Naruto, shouting at the top of his lungs, encouraged, "Hinata-chan, do your best. Don't let her defeat you." Hyuga swiftly announced the commencement of the match. Hinata and Ino initiated their taijutsu duel. Without exerting herself, Hinata's strike left Ino's arm tingling from the impact. This was the result of Hinata's rigorous training over the years. When she activated her chakra, she could be likened to an indestructible entity. Naturally, she remained quite gentle when not in combat mode. Next came the shuriken confrontation. Ino hurled several kunai, while Hinata effortlessly deflected them with a single shuriken. Naruto beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, Hinata is truly formidable," completely dominating the match. Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, pondered aloud why she chose to prolong the match instead of finishing it swiftly, as if to spare her friend's feelings. "How troublesome," he muttered. Gaara scoffed. "Is this truly the level of female ninjas in combat?" Tamari interjected, "Please do not include me in that assessment." Tenten remarked, "They are merely too relaxed in their duel." Soon enough, Ino found herself panting heavily. Despite her desire to continue the taijutsu contest, she realized she had exhausted her strength. Hinata teased, "Ino, I haven't even started yet. And you're already out of breath." Ino reminisced about their childhood, when Hinata had bought gifts for her and Sakura, and the three of them had enjoyed delightful times together in Konoha. How had they come to such a disparity in skill? Hinata loomed before her like an insurmountable mountain, rendering Ino powerless. No. Ino noticed that Hinata had not attacked, seizing the opportunity to form the hand signs for the mind-body switch technique. This was her last gamble. If she could control Hinata and prompt her to concede, it would suffice. If she could not even manage that, she would accept her defeat with grace. Hinata refrained from interrupting, genuinely curious to experience whether this so-called secret technique could pose a threat to her. With the power of both the Sharingan and Byakugan, along with four-tailed beast residing within her, and her inherently formidable mental prowess, she stood ready. Asuma privately mused that the mind-body switch technique was originally intended for espionage rather than combat. Ino, executing this technique in isolation was akin to courting disaster. Once the opponent moved, it would be challenging to land a hit. Typically, it was employed in conjunction with shadow binding techniques. A miscalculation would leave Ino vulnerable, devoid of any means to defend herself. With her hand poised toward Hinata, Ino shouted, "Mind-body switch technique," concentrating her mental energy into a single point. She launched herself toward Hinata. Hinata gazed, seemingly unperturbed, as Ino's consciousness brushed against her spirit. Suddenly, Ino felt as though she were an ant gazing up at a colossal elephant. What? This? Hinata's mental energy resembled an infinite ocean, one that Ino could not hope to disturb in the slightest. How could a flickering candle compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? Hinata chuckled inwardly. Ino, your secret technique is rather lackluster, isn't it? Upon hearing these words, it felt as though a colossal wave had crashed upon a fragile blade of grass. Ino's secret technique was instantaneously shattered. She collapsed weakly onto the ground, gasping for breath, tears streaming down her face, murmuring, I cannot do it, I cannot do it. The spectators were left bewildered. Reflecting on the past, Sakura was touched, exclaiming, I never imagined Ino was such a sentimental person. In an effort to spare her comrades from harm, she chose to forfeit. Ultimately, her heart proved too tender. Hinata approached Ino, lifting her up gently, offering solace. Little Ino, are you all right? Ino waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. I merely yearn for the days gone by. Perhaps they have all been squandered. At this moment, I find myself devoid of any confidence to rise and pursue my ambitions, as well as the determination to surpass. Witnessing this, the swift moonlight gale declared, Hinata is the victor. This scene left Orochimaru utterly perplexed. How could Hinata, without any apparent action, lead to Ino's defeat? Was there truly nothing remarkable about her? Was it merely profound sisterly affection? To forsake one's future for the sake of a trivial bond seemed to diminish the Yamanaka clan's worth. Kai exclaimed with fervor, I sense the essence of youth and the spirit of camaraderie. Isn't that right, Kakashi? Kakashi merely cast a disinterested glance, indicating his lack of concern. Shikamaru understood well that it was not a matter of Ino's softness, but rather her defeat indicated that Hinata's spiritual prowess had reached an alarming level. Perhaps even that of a jonin. Returning to the second floor, Hinata and Ino continued to observe the battles. Ino was self-aware. With her current strength, should she face others, she might meet a fate similar to those who had perished before, either suffering a tragic end or being carried away. She truly was ill-suited for individual combat, only able to realize her fullest potential with the support of her teammates. Sakura approached to comfort Ino, their bond evidently deepening. The next match saw Temari decisively defeat her opponent with her fan, leading to a dismal defeat. Following that, Shikamaru effortlessly claimed victory using his shadow bind technique. The battle between Naruto and Kiba was anticipated to be evenly matched, yet Naruto's mere fart inflicted severe injury upon Kiba, whose sense of smell was exponentially sharper than that of an average person. He didn't even need to employ the Rasengan, causing the crowd to erupt in laughter. This incident was likely to haunt Kiba for a lifetime. Naruto joyfully approached the trio of Hinata, Sakura, and Ino, exclaiming, See, I am incredibly strong. The entire 7th squad has advanced. Ino retorted with disdain, What a disgusting fellow. Sakura leaped up and struck Naruto on the head, scolding, Keep your distance. Hinata is the best, sweet and soft, she added. Hinata patted Naruto on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, Naruto-kun. Haha, little Hinata. I haven't even showcased a fraction of my strength yet. Sakura voiced her discontent towards Naruto. Little sweetie? Ino echoed her dissatisfaction. You jerk. Is that what you can call him? Only our close friends can use such terms. Naruto protested. I've been calling him that for years. The 7th class is indeed a formidable trio. Sakura harbored intentions of striking Naruto, but suddenly her name appeared on the bulletin board. Haruno Sakura versus Hyuga Neji. Hinata, ever gentle and concerned, advised, Sakura-chan, if you cannot overcome my brother, it may be wise to concede early. Sakura clenched her fist resolutely. I can do this. In the arena, Neji coldly remarked, Haruno Sakura, you hail from a common background, lacking both secret techniques and innate talent. It is said that you possess a modicum of illusion techniques, but that is of no consequence before my Byakugan. Engaging me is merely an exercise in futility. Sakura gritted her teeth. Naruto shouted, Sakura, take him down. With determination, Sakura tightened her forehead protector and proclaimed, Please, do not hold back. After all, I'm a ninja too. Neji smirked. People are judged based on their appearances, intellect, abilities, physique, and character. These attributes are immutable. Thus, even before we engage, your fate is sealed. If you can surrender so easily, why risk your life? After years of mediocrity, do you truly believe this moment can alter your destiny? Such naivety. Fate is unchangeable. Hinata shook her head, realizing her brother had not changed. Despite his gentle demeanor towards her, he remained as arrogant and cold towards others as ever. The root of his belief stemmed from his father's late birth, which condemned him to a life of separation. Unable to rebel, he embraced fatalism. Indeed. In the original timeline of the Ninja World War, Niji too could not escape his destined fate. The child of the Hokage remains the child of the Hokage. Even in his branch family, he died protecting the main family. Reflecting on this, Hinata felt a sense of relief. She no longer required Niji's protection. Sakura shouted defiantly. I do not believe it. Hinata was no longer the frail Hinata of the past. Why can't I affect change? Niji chuckled derisively. Foolishness. My Byakugan has long perceived the truth. No matter how resolute you are, your weakness cannot be altered by mere will. With that, he formed hand seals and commanded, Byakugan, activate. In an instant, he discerned Sakura's physical structure and chakra flow. Hinata inhaled deeply as she watched. Truth be told, she felt a desire to confront her brother. He had completely exposed Sakura. However, for combat purposes, the Byakugan instinctively prioritizes the observation of an opponent's chakra network, unless deliberately adjusted to perceive other aspects. Niji taunted. I see it. Your chakra quivers. You are anxious. You wish to flee. Sakura shouted fiercely and charged at Niji, declaring, do not underestimate me. Hinata was speechless. Her brother was indeed a master of psychology, capable of inciting frustration with mere words. With a swift motion, Niji raised his hand, having fully anticipated Sakura's every move. Gathering a substantial amount of chakra, he struck, sending Sakura flying to the ground. In the heat of the moment, Ino urged, Sakura, rise and vanquish this pretentious fool. Sakura, clutching her abdomen, felt disoriented, having entirely underestimated the formidable power of the Hyuga's gentle fist. Previously, she had engaged in playful banter with Hinata. But now she truly sensed the immense chasm that lay between them. She yearned for greater strength, the kind capable of shattering boulders with a single blow. Guy analyzed. Gentle fist is not something an ordinary person can withstand. It directly inflicts damage to the internal organs by infusing chakra. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, after all, one cannot train their internal organs. Guy's spirits lifted, declaring, it seems that rivals are always attuned to one another. Suddenly, Kakashi raised his hand in a sign of indifference, indicating he hadn't heard a word. At that moment, Hinata felt a surge of pride. Who said she was weak? Every cell in her body could be fortified. Even a strike from Niji at this level could not harm her internal organs. Sakura and Niji clashed once more. Having seen through her shuriken throw, Niji easily evaded it, forcing her to engage in close combat instead. The outcome was grim. As Niji struck her shoulder with a powerful blow, Sakura felt as though her shoulder was collapsing. After several hits to her arm, she could barely lift it. She gradually realized that her chakra was becoming increasingly difficult to mobilize. Naruto and Ino, perplexed, continued to cheer her on, urging her to retaliate. However, Hinata discerned the truth. Oh dear, Sakura's chakra pathways had been severely damaged. Had she not been there, Sakura would likely have spent a long time in the hospital following this battle. Sakura was determined not to concede defeat. To do so would not only subject her to ridicule but would also strip away her dignity as a ninja. Niji's expression was cold. Is this truly your limit? Yet you cling to your so-called pride? It seems you require a lesson. With that, he unleashed a brutal attack, striking Sakura in the abdomen. A mouthful of blood erupted from her lips as Niji continued to rain blows upon her, injuring her internal organs. In that instant, Sakura resembled a marionette with severed strings, unable to hold herself up. Just as she was about to collapse, Niji delivered a ferocious kick that sent her flying. This scene left Naruto and Ino in stunned disbelief. Why was Niji so merciless? Naruto clenched his fists, vowing that if he faced Niji in the upcoming matches, he would ensure the latter faced dire consequences for injuring his beloved Sakura. How despicable it was to inflict such harm upon her. As Sakura teetered on the brink of falling, while Anko looked on with furrowed brows, Hinata leaped forward to catch her. At that moment, Sakura was utterly incapacitated. Her spirit deflated. The swift moonlight gale declared, Niji is the victor. Niji arrogantly proclaimed, this is merely the conclusion of fate. Sakura shot Niji a resentful glance, while Hinata rapidly channeled a considerable amount of chakra into Sakura's body, working to restore her damaged chakra pathways and internal cells. Weakly, Sakura murmured, am I truly so ordinary? Hinata, do you think I shall have another chance in this life? Hinata comforted her. It's all right, Sakura-chan. Tsunade, one of the legendary three of Konoha, is exceptionally strong. In the future, you may take her as your mentor and become stronger than Niji. Sakura smiled with a hint of melancholy. Is that true? Can the Hyuga clan truly perceive destiny? Hinata replied gently, what destiny? This is merely deduction. Do you think Niji is so arrogant for no reason? It is because he utilizes information to understand you well enough to strike at your vulnerabilities. Just observe how he dares not speak to me in such a manner now. With that, Hinata suddenly turned towards Niji and softly urged, Niji, please come over and apologize to Sakura. Instantly, Niji's icy demeanor transformed into something more animated. He approached and bowed, saying, I apologize, Miss Sakura. Hinata, my intention was merely to teach Sakura the harsh realities of being a ninja. After all, life and death duels are not a mere feast. Hinata smiled subtly, thinking to herself that it was all right, for Naruto would surely avenge Sakura later. Thanks to the immense chakra used for healing, Sakura swiftly regained her mobility, shaking off her fatigue and moving freely once more. This scene left the teachers in awe. Could it be that Hinata is a prodigious medical ninja? Naruto, Ino, and Kurenai surrounded Sakura, with Ino teasing, you recovered so quickly. It seems your injuries weren't too severe after all. Sakura came to a realization that she ought to learn more medical ninjutsu in the future. After all, Hinata had proven that medical ninjutsu could significantly enhance a teammate's combat effectiveness. Originally severely injured, she could now muster the strength to fight again in such a short time. If this were a battlefield, she could continue battling Niji. Unfortunately, this was merely a competition. Niji, noticing Naruto glaring at him, couldn't help but mock. The bottom feeder will always remain a bottom feeder. That won't change. I distinctly remember your graduation exam from the Ninja Academy. Having spent all these years with Hinata, I doubt you have made much progress. Furious, Naruto retorted, do you want to test that theory? Without hesitation, he charged at Niji. Niji smirked, thinking, as expected, the hot-headed youth wears his anger on his face. At that moment, Lee stepped in front of Naruto, saying, I completely understand your feelings, Naruto. But victories should be earned in formal competitions. Wouldn't it be more thrilling to see if a bottom feeder can defeat a genius through sheer determination? Hearing this, Naruto gritted his teeth and reluctantly backed down, declaring, Niji, you had better pray you don't encounter me. Hinata stifled a giggle, recalling that in the original timeline, little Hinata had been beaten and sent to the emergency room. At that time, Naruto had not cared much for Hinata. Now, Niji was the one striking at Sakura, whom Naruto cherished. What a twist of fate. The next match featured the Azalea from the Land of Rain against another ninja from the same land. Hinata found herself quite curious about this lowly-voiced girl. Unfortunately, as the match began, the other ninja conceded without a fight. Azalea advanced to the formal competition without any challenge. This was hardly the spectacle one hoped for. However, Hinata still noticed the unity among the ninjas from the Land of Rain, with Azalea being a disciple of Conan. It was only natural for the others to step aside. The electronic display flickered once more. Gaara faced off against Lee. Soon, Lee found himself at a disadvantage, as the sand in Gaara's gourd provided him with an impenetrable defense. Even when Lee discarded the weights on his legs, greatly enhancing his speed and shattering the absolute defense, he was still relentlessly overpowered by the frenzied Gaara, who unleashed a devastating assault with his sand. The lethal technique, sand-binding coffin, resulted in the loss of one of Lee's hands and a leg. Initially, Gaara sought to finish Lee off with a sand waterfall funeral, but was interrupted by Guy, who intervened to save Lee. Although Lee's strength was formidable compared to his peers, even capable of besting Sasuke, his encounter with Gaara cost him his chance to advance to the official tournament. It was a stroke of misfortune. After opening the fifth gate, he had been able to dominate the other Konoha ninjas in the original timeline, yet now he was left incapacitated, having lost a leg. The medical ninjas present examined him and informed Guy that Lee's condition was dire. While he could still breathe, he suffered from shattering fractures and muscle tears throughout his body. Complete recovery? With the current medical capabilities of Konoha, it was an impossibility, especially given the severity of the injuries to his left hand and foot. From that moment on, he would have to bid farewell to his ninja career. Guy reminisced about Lee's relentless dedication and effort over the years. He had worked harder than anyone else, driven by the desire to prove that, even without ninjutsu or genjutsu, he could become a ninja through taijutsu alone. Despite lacking innate talent, he resolved to surpass all prodigies through sheer hard work. Now, with Lee rendered incapacitated, Guy trembled, yet despair had not fully consumed him. Gently, he cradled the unconscious Lee and approached Hinata. Tears streaming down his face, he implored, Hinata, please save my disciple. Hinata, with her gentle demeanor, replied, Guy-sensei, how could I bear to watch Lee's youth slip away? Leave it to me. After saying this, Guy laid Lee on the ground, while Gaara observed coldly, disdainful of the apparent excess of compassion shown by the people of Konoha. Hinata's fast chakra flowed into Lee's body, mending all his meridians and rapidly healing his wounds. She then utilized her chakra to realign the shattered bones and reassemble the fragments. Furthermore, she stimulated Lee's bodily vitality, significantly enhancing his regenerative capabilities for a brief period. Proteins and calcium quickly coalesced, effectively achieving the results of modern medicine through medical ninjutsu. It seemed that the ninja world still had to acknowledge a degree of science. Dazed, Lee slowly regained consciousness and beheld Hinata's concerned gaze, her tender touch, and her formidable healing abilities. Her beauty radiated like starlight, forever etched in Lee's memory. She selflessly aided him, treating him as a comrade. Overcome with emotion, Lee felt a lump in his throat, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Hinata, puzzled, asked, "Did I hurt you?" Lee responded passionately, "No, it's just that you are so kind, Hinata. I'm deeply moved." In that moment, Lee realized that Hinata was a treasure, far superior to Sakura. Sakura pales in comparison to Hinata, who embodies both gentleness and strength. He resolved to redirect his affections, however. He lacked the courage to confess to Hinata as he did to Sakura. Such a remarkable girl deserved to be approached with the utmost caution, leaving no room for error. He resolved to grow stronger, vowing that only upon defeating Gaara and redeeming his past failures, or when he became the finest young ninja of Konoha, would he earn the right to express his feelings to Hinata. This became his future aspiration. Unbeknownst to Hinata, she had captivated this passionate young man. Had she been aware, she would have decisively broken Lee's leg once more to extinguish any such thoughts. Witnessing Lee's recovery brought tears of joy to Gaia's eyes. "Lee, your ninja way has not perished. It can continue, thanks to Hinata. Miss Hinata, from this day forth, you shall be our benefactor. I shall honor you as Konoha's foremost medical technician." With a gentle smile, Hinata reflected that her skills were hardly divine. It was merely a matter of brute strength. Soon, the preliminary rounds concluded. Orochimaru departed from the arena, with Kabuto approaching his side, gazing at the radiant sunlight, the chirping birds, and the fragrant blossoms outside the barrier. Orochimaru mused, "This nation has indeed become quite peaceful. The so-called ninjas are growing increasingly feeble, while other nations busy themselves with military expansion." Kabuto, filled with excitement, inquired, "Are we to commence our takeover now?" Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile, "Not yet. There are still several captivating spectacles to behold. To what extent can my dear Sasuke ascend? Moreover, I remain uncertain of the value in obtaining that old man's head." Kabuto replied indifferently, "Is that so? It seems you are still hesitating." In the forthcoming confrontations among the various ninja villages, tensions would escalate significantly. The Sound Village would serve as one of the catalysts. Orochimaru scoffed, "Your cleverness irks me." Kabuto calmly responded, "Not at all. It is you, Orochimaru, who is the master strategist." Orochimaru felt no gratification from such flattery, as he sensed a potential variable, Hinata Hyuga. After witnessing the strength of the candidates in the preliminary rounds and Gaara's brutality, many who had advanced chose to withdraw from the official competition. Thanks to Hinata, Sasuke had regained his strength, leaving the remaining contestants as follows: Hinata, Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, Neji, Shikamaru, Temari, and Kurenai, a total of 8. The third Hokage decided to implement a group battle format, followed by semifinals and finals. The first place would guarantee a 100 promotion to Chunin, while the subsequent placements, irrespective of victory or defeat, would be subject to comprehensive evaluation at a meeting. As this was an open competition, all participants were expected to exert themselves fully. The official tournament would commence 1 month later, allowing time for dignitaries and ninja leaders from various nations to attend. Next, Hondo took out a box for everyone to draw lots. Those who drew number 1 and number 8 would become opponents. The matchups were Hinata versus Hydrangea, Naruto versus Neji, Sasuke versus Gaara, and Shikamaru versus Temari. Thus began a month of intense training. Kakashi initially intended to seek out Ebisu to guide Naruto, but Naruto resolutely declined, asserting that Ebisu was a lecherous and overly reserved individual. He recalled that he and Konohamaru had once discovered Ebisu's home filled with adult magazines, which compelled Kakashi to abandon this idea for the sake of his students' mental and physical well-being. Unable to teach Naruto, Kakashi opted to mentor Sasuke instead. With Jiraiya absent from Konoha, Naruto decided to train with Hinata instead. Before long, the third Hokage learned of the news regarding the death of Moonlight Gale in Kaiki City. Kakashi speculated that a sound ninja spy named Kabuto was responsible, and that he was closely associated with Orochimaru. During his previous care of Sasuke, he had encountered them. Some suggested halting the Nin exams to capture Orochimaru, But the third Hokage believed that the villagers would protect Konoha and thus did not intend to suspend the exams. Meanwhile, Sunagakure, disgruntled by the daimyo's budget cuts and oppression of ninja villages, decided to ally with Orochimaru to obliterate their former ally, the Land of Fire, in an attempt to incite conflict within the ninja world. Naturally, Sunagakure aspired to re-establish itself as the core of the Wind Country. Hinata brought Naruto home, where Hanabi had just returned from the Ninja Academy, exclaiming, "Sister," and leaping into Hinata's arms. Over the years, Hinata had imparted physical training techniques to Hanabi. However, despite Hanabi's considerable talent, her mental fortitude was insufficient to manipulate chakra independently for physical training, necessitating external assistance, which proved to be a frustrating endeavor. Hinata had no choice but to concede that not everyone possessed her extraordinary aptitude. Hanabi scrutinized Naruto and muttered, "You wouldn't be my sister's boyfriend, would you?" Naruto, taken aback, scratched his head awkwardly before blushing and replying, "Actually, I like Sakura-chan." After pondering for a moment, Hanabi expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Then why are you following my sister home? Sounds suspicious, almost like a cat." Hinata gently pinched Hanabi's cheek and said tenderly, "Little one, why are you being so nosy? Have you been reading something you shouldn't?" Hanabi pouted, "I haven't." Hinata ruffled Hanabi's hair and explained, "Naruto and I are merely training together." As she spoke, she led Naruto to the yard. Hanabi murmured, "Training together seems a bit strange. Is that what they call dual cultivation?" At that moment, Hinata's younger brother, Hinata D, was in the yard playing with Abayo, who was preoccupied with devouring meat, relentlessly eating chopstickful after chopstickful without pause. After so many years of feeding him, Abayo had not grown at all, remaining as endearingly clumsy as ever. Naruto exclaimed, "Hinata, your summoning beast can really eat. It seems to consume food dozens of times more than Choji. Keeping it at home won't bankrupt the Hyuga clan, will it?" Hinata shrugged her shoulders. A few years ago, she harbored similar concerns. Now, the Hyuga clan has amassed wealth rivaling nations. The extent of their riches remains a mystery to Hinata. Nonetheless, as Hyuga Hayashi has indicated, with Hinata's ingenious ideas and control over the Land of Water along with several smaller nations as production bases, the commercial empire of the Hyuga clan now boasts an abundance of wealth that seems inexhaustible. With a smile, Hinata remarked, "We are wealthy enough to afford it. Though, I must admit, Abayo is rather useless, merely a glutton, were it not for his status as a national treasure and the effort he puts into being adorable. I would have long since given him a good thrashing." As they traversed the courtyard, Hinata led Naruto to the basement. This was a training chamber she had meticulously crafted at great expense, utilizing an array of sturdy materials in conjunction with various magical formations. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are all these scrolls ninja tools? There are so many boxes." The room was filled with military rations as well. "This is quite a fortune," he exclaimed. Hinata waved her hand dismissively. "It's merely the result of financial prowess." Finally, they arrived at the training room. Naruto felt a sense of awe. Had it not been for his unwavering trust in Hinata, he would have been suspicious of anyone bringing him to such a dark and foreboding place. Hinata sat cross-legged, stating, "During our time here, I will assist you in refining your body. Do not worry, we can create as much noise as we like. No one outside will hear us." Naruto, perplexed, asked, "What should I do?" Hinata replied calmly, "Just remain still. I will handle the rest. I only need to borrow a bit of chakra from the nine tails within you." Naruto recalled the great fox within him. The red chakra belonged to it. The last time he collected rent, he had summoned the Toad Elder with its assistance. As Naruto settled into a cross-legged position, Hinata's Byakugan suddenly manifested 3 tomo. Startled, Naruto exclaimed, "Hinata, your eyes resemble Sasuke's. Yet, he only possesses 2 tomo, while you have 3. With a shushing gesture, Hinata explained, "The Byakugan and Sharingan share a common lineage. The evolution into the Sharingan is not particularly surprising. However, you must remember that this is a secret and must not be disclosed. Otherwise, others may covet my abilities and seek to harm me. Similarly, you should not reveal the existence of the 9 tails to anyone." Naruto nodded earnestly. He understood the depth of Hinata's kindness, which had long been etched into his very being. Not only had she arranged for a caretaker for him, but she also selflessly supported all his training endeavors. Even more remarkably, Hinata interacted with him, a commoner without any background, on equal footing, even having the maid address him as young Master Naruto. Hinata's ocular technique was activated in an instant. Naruto felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Soon after, their figures materialized in the peculiar space of the mindscape. They traversed a long corridor, arriving at the sealed chamber of the 9 tails. The Ninetales sensed the presence of strangers and, taken aback, exclaimed, "The Otsutsuki clan? The Hyuga clan? No. It is the nefarious Uchiha. Naruto, have you fallen under someone's control? This wicked little girl seeks to possess you, doesn't she? You must require my strength. Come. If you merely lift the seal, I shall assist you in repelling any adversary." Naruto replied foolishly, "No, Hinata is here to aid my training. Perhaps I might need just a smidgen of your power." The red chakra of the Ninetales surged forth from its prison, forming a colossal bubble-like visage of a fox's head. Each of its razor-sharp fangs loomed half the height of a human. It crouched before Hinata and Naruto, as if scrutinizing its meager prey. Naruto felt a surge of fear, apprehensive that this creature might devour him in an instant. "Kurama, cease your pretense. Had you the ability to escape, you would have done so long ago." Hinata retorted with a cold smile. The Ninetales' immense pupils fixated on Hinata. "To know my name, you must be an ancient being who has lived for eons. As for those peculiar eyes, you must have slain members of the Uchiha clan and transplanted their Sharingan." Upon hearing these words, Naruto, though steadfast in his belief in Hinata, could not help but ponder the validity of Kurama's claims. After all, Hinata's behavior was rather perplexing. Unfazed, Hinata smiled softly. "You are mistaken. I am merely an unremarkable teenage girl. I've read a few books. As for these eyes, the Sharingan is merely a divergence from the Otsutsuki clan. It is not unusual for the Byakugan to exhibit minor variances." Naruto nodded, finding Hinata's explanation increasingly plausible. The Ninetales continued its scrutiny, contemplating the possibility. "Who would have thought that the mundane Hyuga clan could produce a talent such as you? You have grown to such an extent. This forbidden Sharingan is indeed a power cursed by the clan." Hinata taunted, "Are you afraid? After all, you have been controlled by this pair of eyes on several occasions." The Ninetales growled fiercely, "That your chakra feels ominous, reminiscent of the loathsome Uchiha Madara. You are still unworthy." Hinata jested, "Oh, fear not, Kurama. I am far gentler than Madara. Will you cooperate willingly, or shall I force your compliance?" The Ninetales narrowed its eyes, seemingly eager for a contest. Hinata's three-tomo began to spin. The Ninetales was instantly thrown into disarray. Such a level of ocular power, yet it is merely three-tomo? Terrifying indeed. "Wait, I will cooperate." Naruto is easily deceived and manageable. However, those sinister Sharingan are inherently designed to restrain the Ninetales. Witnessing the Ninetales submit, Hinata withdrew from Naruto's consciousness, channeling her magic to absorb Kurama's chakra into her own body. Naruto observed as Kurama's chakra was consumed by Hinata, and he felt no particular concern. There was nothing to lament. If Hinata desired it, she could take it all. Besides, Kurama's chakra seemed boundless. In the ensuing days, Hinata continuously absorbed the chakra of the Ninetales. As she absorbed each fragment, she dedicated half of it to refining Naruto's body. Naruto's meridians and cells were continuously honed. The chakra of the Ninetales had effectively ceased to be that of the Ninetales. It had transformed into Naruto's own chakra, compressed into every cell within him. Yet, in relation to the entirety of the Ninetales, it remained a minuscule fraction. After half a month, Naruto sensed a significant enhancement in his physical strength. The chakra at his disposal was now more than tenfold compared to before, eliminating the need to borrow chakra from the Ninetales. The Ninetales, however, was left in a state of despair, witnessing its chakra diminish day by day. A few days later, the chakra of the Ninetales within Hinata had autonomously coalesced into a tailed beast form. 10 days later, this chakra had developed consciousness, marking the formation of a split entity of the Ninetales. At this moment, the tailed beasts within Hinata could no longer contain themselves. To their astonishment, even the prominent Ninetales had been ensnared. The Ninetales pointed incredulously at its fellow brethren, exclaiming, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 6 tails. How could you all have been captured by this little girl? The 2 tails nonchalantly replied, "I merely wish to follow the strong." The 3 tails stretched lazily, remarking, "I feel splendid." With no discomfort at all. The 4 tails, resigned, stated, "After all, we can't win, so this is how it must be." The 6 tails calmly asserted, "Actually, I volunteered." Do you believe me? Seeing so many of his brethren in such a state, the 9 tails resigned himself to fate. After all, the other party possessed the Sharingan, rendering him powerless in the face of their will. Hinata, having gathered so many tailed beasts, could at least have a semblance of camaraderie among them. Although they might compete fiercely outside, within this shared circumstance, harmony prevailed. The 9 tails sensed Hinata's profound sage power and vaguely realized that this individual might one day surpass even the Sage of 6 Paths. As the official competition drew near, after imparting the techniques for controlling strength to Naruto, the two ventured into the streets of Konoha. Naruto was elated, aware of his newfound strength, yet oblivious to its true extent. Regardless, the upcoming competition would serve as a test, and there was no need for haste. As they approached a gathering crowd, they discovered the procession of the daimyo of the Fire Country. Indeed, he was a regional lord, with 4 oxen drawing his grand carriage, accompanied by many guards and attendants. Hinata suddenly felt inspired, exclaiming, "A true man should be like this. One could take his place." This echoed the words spoken by Liu Bang and Xiangyu regarding the carriage of the first emperor of Qin. Naruto felt a jolt in his heart. Was Hinata encouraging him? Was she reminding him to aspire to become a leader like the daimyo? He vowed to strive earnestly. At the Konoha Coliseum, participants and judges gathered at the center of the arena, and the audience swelled. Not only were there dignitaries from various ninja villages, but also feudal lords and prominent merchants. Additionally, numerous ninjas from different nations and civilians who had purchased tickets filled the stands. For the common folk, witnessing a spectacle of life and death in a secure environment was exhilarating. Many who had previously been eliminated from the competition were also among the crowd. They too were eager to discern who the ultimate victor would be and the extent of the disparity between them. As Hinata and Naruto leisurely entered the arena, the audience in the high-walled stands erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Shikamaru sighed, "Why are you all slower than me?" Upon glancing at the time, he realized they had arrived precisely on schedule. TCH. Naruto, noticing Sasuke's cool demeanor, assumed he had recently made progress in training. He approached and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, brother, I'm incredibly formidable now, nearly invincible." Sasuke, with a hint of disdain, replied, "We'll see each other in the finals." Naruto shrugged, "What a pity. The finals will be exclusively between Hinata and me." This arrogant attitude irked Sasuke. He felt belittled. With the departure of Tsukuyomi Shikaku, the referee had now become the toothpick-chewing Irika. He announced that the first match would be Hinata against Aoi. The duel between the two young girls didn't captivate the ordinary audience. However, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire was particularly invested, having received substantial benefits from the Hyuga clan in private. As he fanned himself with a small fan, the lord schemed, "If Hinata proves exceptional, I shall endeavor to court her as my daughter-in-law." Such an alliance would strengthen his position, for after all, the ninja villages relied on the state's funding. The wealthier the feudal lord, the greater his influence. In the arena, Hinata meticulously observed Aoi. This young girl appeared rather unremarkable in comparison. Her light purple hair, delicate features, and simple attire possessed a unique charm. Aoi spoke, her voice youthful and sweet. "Please be kind to me, I am Aoi." Though this girl was merely passable in looks, her charming voice was delightful. Indeed, she was destined to become a formidable ally in the future. "I am Hinata Hyuga. Please guide me." Despite assuming a combat stance, Hinata had no intention of ruthlessly overpowering her opponent just yet. In the original timeline, this girl had forged a friendship with Tenten. When Conan perceived her acknowledgement of the great nations, she deemed her no longer innocent, prompting her promotion to participate in S-class missions. After her death, she was transformed into a beast under Pain's control. Having previously witnessed the battle between Hinata and Ino, Aoi viewed her opponent as a pampered noblewoman, fair-skinned and perhaps appealing to some men, but as a ninja, her strength seemed lacking. This prompted Aoi to ponder deeply. The fighters who made it to the end were predominantly from powerful nations such as the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, while she alone hailed from a smaller nation. Undoubtedly, there must have been deception and underhanded dealings at play. This was the despicable tactic of the larger nations. Was she merely a survivor, or had she been intentionally left behind as a stepping stone for the noblewoman opposite her? Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to seize this opportunity to decisively defeat her opponent, for she represented the honor of the Land of Rain. She must never betray the kindness of her master, Xiaonan, and must demonstrate to the world that the Land of Rain is no less formidable than any great nation. With her thoughts collected, Zihua immersed herself wholeheartedly into the battle. Even when facing an opponent who had risen to prominence solely by defeating illusion-type ninjas, she fought with the fervor of a lion hunting a rabbit. Producing a sealing card, Zihua declared, "Release technique, paper snowstorm." A torrent of paper surged forth, cascading like an avalanche toward Hinata. Hinata swiftly formed a hand sign with 2 fingers and proclaimed, "Fire release, great fireball technique." This spectacle caused Sasuke and the audience to furrow his brow. The expansive reach of Hinata's great fireball instantly engulfed Zihua's paper snowstorm, reducing it to cinders. The Hyuga clan is renowned for their ocular techniques, and their chakra levels are not significantly inferior to those of the Uchiha clan. Is this the advantage of possessing a tailed beast within? After all, that fellow Naruto is similar in nature. Zihua discerned that her adversary was a fire-release ninja, undoubtedly a counter to her paper techniques. Cleverly shifting her strategy, she invoked another sealing technique, release technique, shuriken, with a seemingly innocuous incantation. Dozens of shurikens burst forth from the card, launching towards Hinata from all directions. In response, Hinata quickly drew the Kusanagi sword from her sealing scroll, wielding it with agility as the blade shimmered, deflecting all the shurikens. Zihua felt a chill in her heart. Such speed was astonishing, likely due to Hinata's Byakugan, which seemed to possess remarkable insight. Cursed bloodline limit. It was merely an advantage of lineage. Ah, truly, she is the young lady of the house. Tion in the audience gazed on with envy, recognizing that Hinata's scroll contained not only the Kusanagi sword, but also a plethora of other valuable items, evident from the intricate sealing patterns and inscriptions. Such a treasure she longed for, yet could not afford. Zihua's teammates, Water Lily and Lotus, were also present in the audience. As sensory-type ninjas, their purpose in attending was to investigate the Jinchuriki of Kanagakur. They had heard rumors that the higher-ups were capturing tailed beasts. And due to the fear of the Akatsuki organization, many tailed beasts had hidden away, with numerous Jinchuriki abandoning their identities. Lady Angel speculated that it was the machinations of the great nations at play. Suddenly, the two women sensed something surprising. They could perceive a layer of chakra cloaking Hinata's body, although they could not ascertain the exact amount of chakra she possessed. It was undeniable that she was a ninja capable of maintaining such a chakra cloak. Her chakra must be immense. But they wondered, could she be the fabled Jinchuriki? While Zihua pondered her next move, Hinata had already sheathed the Kusanagi sword and approached at a breathtaking speed. A palm struck her chest, followed by another to her abdomen. The gentle fist technique forced chakra into Zihua's body, causing her to spit blood. Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi, seated among a group of affluent merchants, proudly proclaimed, "Did you see that? This is my daughter." The others complimented, "President Hyuga truly has a remarkable daughter. Although I fail to comprehend this gentle fist technique, I cannot help but be increasingly impressed. Indeed, it evokes a sense of awe despite my ignorance." Meanwhile, the hidden figure of Danzo reveals a disdainful expression. He scorns Hyuga Hazashi, deeming him a failure for abandoning the path of a ninja to pursue commerce, initially suspecting some nefarious scheme. He ultimately realizes that Hazashi has merely transformed into a businessman. It seems that, having aged without progress in the ninja arts, he has resorted to commercial pursuits as a means to indulge in extravagance. Danzo has heard that Hazashi has married the daughters of several wealthy merchants and has taken numerous beautiful women as mistresses. What value is there in amassing wealth when, in the face of formidable adversaries in the ninja world, it can be seized in an instant? Since Hazashi poses no threat to his standing and can even contribute financially to Konoha, Danzo considers him a useful asset and decides to let him be for now. As the purple flower falls, Hinata retreats to the side. Just as Noera Hyuga prepares to announce Hinata's victory, the purple flower rises once more. In a childlike voice, she proclaims, "You shall not easily defeat me. You despicable ninja from the great nations, every time war erupts, we, the small nations, become the battleground. Once you finish your fighting, all the pain must be silently endured by us." Why should this be so? Hinata gazes at this earnest opponent and muses. The reason is simple. It is because you are weak. The purple flower chuckles. Weak? Little do you know I have a hidden card. At the same time, she keenly senses Hinata's arrogance, recognizing it as an opportune moment for a surprise attack. With a sudden clap, she performs a summoning technique. As the smoke dissipates, a gigantic panda, towering at 10 meters, swings a fist towards Hinata. The audience gasps in astonishment. What kind of summoning beast is this? It seems they have never seen anything like it before. This ticket was worth it. Hinata chooses not to confront it head-on, instead deftly evading the attack. She recalls that the name of the purple flower was indeed inscribed on the contract scroll of the Panda clan. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Hinata sends one clone to distract the enormous panda. Simultaneously, with a slight smile, she calls out, "Come forth, a bow." Boom. As the smoke clears, the purple flower, expecting a formidable summoning beast, is taken aback to find only a plump little panda, who, even when standing, barely reaches 2 meters. The purple flower mocks. "What have you done to your panda? Haha. Do you big nation ninjas think that summoning beasts are mere tools to be exploited? Neglect them, and they will fight for you?" Hinata is at a loss for words. A bow consumes so much daily, it has not grown at all. No wonder its father abandoned it. The giant panda has already obliterated Hinata's shadow clone and leaps into the air, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Hinata, resigned, recognizes that Abao has no intention of fighting. She reluctantly lifts Abao to meet the panda's iron fist. The purple flower sneers, "Indeed, you show no compassion. Is this how you big nation ninjas treat your comrades?" However, the result was that the giant panda was pushed back several steps. Hinata was still quite satisfied. Although Abao disliked fighting, he proved to be quite effective as a defensive sandbag. It appeared that all of his skill points had been allocated to defense. Abao turned around with displeasure and exclaimed, "Cousin, what are you doing? Why do you attack me upon meeting?" This left the giant panda at a loss for words. "You are just the worthless grandson of that old man Jiang." Hinata and Hydrangea were left speechless, bewildered by the unexpected exchange between the two. From the audience stand, Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly, "I heard that talking ninja beasts are quite formidable, as expected of the big sister." Upon hearing this, Naruto swelled with pride, as both the nine tails within him and the toad sage could speak. "Konohamaru, my brother's summoning beast can also talk, and it stands several meters tall." Although he thought Naruto was boasting, Sasuke felt displeased, as his family's eagle was small and unable to speak. It seemed he would need to acquire a talking creature in the future. Abao retorted in a thick accent, "I won't allow you to insult me or my old man. You're finished." In the midst of Hinata's doubtful gaze, Abao charged at the giant panda with a comical sweeping kick, attempting to trip it. The audience erupted in laughter at the sight of this little one trying to take on a giant panda, which was taller than his knees. However, the giant panda adeptly leaped to evade the attack. Konohamaru exclaimed in excitement, "Look, he's quite the agile chubby one. This is entertaining." The giant panda soared into the air, landing some distance away, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath it. Taking a deep breath, it channeled its chakra and shouted, "8 extremities collapse." Abao, not to be outdone, gathered his strength and struck with an open palm. The larger and smaller paws collided, yet nothing happened. The scene was comical, and the crowd was in stitches. Suddenly, a shockwave erupted. Both Abao and the giant panda were sent flying. The ground instantly formed a massive crater several meters wide. Fortunately, security ninjas had promptly reinforced the protective barrier around the audience, preventing the shockwave from reaching them. Hinata swiftly caught Abao and shielded him from the blast. The giant panda opposite them vanished in a puff of white smoke. Without a doubt, Abao emerged victorious. However, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The shockwave had struck Hydrangea, sending her soaring into the air like a falling leaf before crashing down heavily, blood pouring from her mouth. Hinata gently said, "Abao, you have achieved a great feat. When we return, let Sister Dong prepare you some delicious Sichuan cuisine." Abao joyfully shouted, "Hooray!" Subsequently, Hinata dispelled the summoning technique. Drawing upon her remarkable will, Hydrangea stood up once more. She could not afford to fall. This was for the dignity of her small nation, for the grace of the angel lord, and for the expectations of the divine lord. Moreover, this was indeed an opportune moment. The opponent had foolishly chosen to return such a powerful ninja beast instead of sending it to attack her. It was undoubtedly a grave miscalculation and an underestimation of her capabilities. In a sweet voice, she declared, "Summoning technique, Hellhound." A menacing hound, towering several meters high, with sharp teeth and wicked claws, emerged before the crowd. Would Leafmaru exclaimed, "How many summoning techniques does this young lady possess? Can our leader contend with her?" Upon hearing this, Hydrangea felt a surge of delight within. Her greatest passion lay in collecting summoned beasts and sealing various entities within cards. Presently, she could summon numerous creatures, including giant centipedes, rhinoceroses, and fierce bulls. Defeat was simply not an option. Hinata scrutinized the so-called Hellhound, noting that it did not bear the appearance of the Rinnegan, nor did it possess any peculiar black rods. It seemed unlikely to be an enhanced version of Pain. She promptly declared, "Ninja art, cash ability," and chose to unleash a scroll. Upon its release, an unfathomable number of shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags erupted forth, akin to a Gatling gun in action. When desperate, one resorts to tactical interspersing. When prosperous, one employs overwhelming firepower. While ordinary ninja tools could inflict minimal damage on the Hellhound, the explosive tags proved to be a different story, blasting the creature back with resounding force. Severely injured, the Hellhound was reduced to 3 entities. Yet, as the explosion subsided, they merged once more, transforming into 3-headed Hellhounds. Hinata gasped in exasperation at this sight. The Hellhound possessed the bizarre ability to split and mitigate fatal injuries. Was it not true that the more one attacked, the more it divided? And the more it divided, the more formidable it became? Hydrangea, brimming with pride, declared, "You so-called great nation ninjas stand no chance against me. The Land of Rain is the strongest." The peculiar capabilities of the Hellhound left the spectators in astonishment. Some murmured, "Who would have thought the Land of Rain had such youthful prowess? Hanzo of the Salamander has successors indeed. This level of strength is surely nearing that of a Jonin. Lady Hinata, it seems, may not withstand this onslaught. Relying on external forces, while possessing only average strength, would likely lead to defeat." Hydrangea smugly proclaimed. "Our leader shall surely end this war with sheer might." Hinata smiled, retorting, "One cannot merely end a war with strength alone. Only in a world where individuals truly understand one another can lasting peace be achieved. To realize this, unification is essential, along with standardized communication and transportation. What matter great nations or small? Only one nation can pave the path to peace." Hydrangea scoffed, "Navi, you shall perish." With that, she commanded the three-headed Hellhound to pursue Hinata. Swiftly, Hinata fled. In an instant, she smiled serenely and thought, "If I cannot contend with the Hellhound, can I not deal with you?" Releasing chakra from her feet, she propelled herself forward, arriving beside Hydrangea in an instant and knocking her unconscious. The three-headed Hellhound dissipated into white smoke. Inuzuka Hikari announced, "Hinata Hyuga is victorious." The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. He admired her calmness in the face of danger. Her ability to think critically, evade the enemy's sharpness, and outwit her opponent. Perhaps Hinata could be cultivated as a potential successor to the Hokage. However, if this were to lead to the Hyuga clan's ascendance, the ramifications could be troubling. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan seems to have recently embarked on a pursuit of commerce, differing significantly from the Uchiha clan, which venerates strength and power. Moreover, Hinata and Hanabi are destined to marry. Thus, under Hinata's stewardship, it may not prove difficult for Konoha to attain prosperity. Of course, all of this lies far in the future. Perhaps in a century, one of his disciples will ascend to the position of Hokage, and subsequently, Kakashi also possesses considerable potential. After that, it would be Hinata. The second match pits Naruto against Hyuga Neji. As Naruto steps onto the arena, Neji activates his Byakugan to scrutinize him closely. He discerns that Naruto's chakra is remarkably robust. A striking blend of blue and red, and intriguingly, the two types of chakra do not clash. Neji notes his calm demeanor, confident gaze, and fierce expression. With a sense of pride, Neji remarks, "You are rather impressive. It will be interesting to fight you. As a genius, it is only natural that I astonish you." Naruto raises his fist and declares, in deference to Hinata, "I shall only beat you half to death." With a cold scoff, Neji retorts, "Typically, individuals like you panic immensely when confronted with the harsh realities of life. Only those lost in illusions can find confidence. I have encountered many like you. When it comes to actual combat, they only end up in tears." Grinding his teeth, Naruto responds, "You have quite the sharp tongue, older brother-in-law. Enough chatter. Let us get started." He is eager to test the body-refining techniques imparted to him by his mentor. As both sides prepare to engage, Hyuga Hizashi explains to Hanabi, "Neji has excellently inherited the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, second only to your sister." Hanabi, with a hint of innocence, inquires, "Is he stronger than me?" Hizashi ponders for a moment. "That depends on whether you can catch up to your sister." Shikamaru, lounging with his legs crossed, gazes at the sky, thinking how bothersome it is to wait for his turn. He muses that Naruto should avoid close combat with Neji lest he be incapacitated. Zinnia, having regained her composure, is with her teammates, gazing at the sky. She cherishes the clear skies, the flora of Konoha, and the air. The sunshine here is delightful, a stark contrast to the perpetual rain of the Land of Rain, which carries a musty scent. She hopes that this golden-haired youth will emerge victorious, for he resembles the sun. With a loud cry, Naruto charges at Neji, engaging in a direct clash of martial arts. Observers familiar with the art lament that Naruto is likely to lose. Sakura cannot restrain herself and exclaims, "Naruto, this won't work. You can't engage in close combat." She understands that Naruto's reckless behavior stems from his eagerness to avenge her. Before long, Neji strikes Naruto in the abdomen with a swift palm, causing him to recoil in pain. However, he is not severely harmed and taunts, "Older brother-in-law, haven't you eaten? You seem quite weak." Neji's expression turns icy as he lunges toward Naruto once more, and the two engage in another exchange of martial techniques. Utilizing his keen sense of hearing, Naruto swiftly adapts to Neji's moves, responding with remarkable proficiency. Firstly, it was due to his prior observation of Neji's techniques, and secondly, because Hinata had previously demonstrated the gentle fist techniques to him. Although he could not execute them himself, he was adept at countering them. Soon, Niji realized that his palms, striking against Naruto, felt utterly ineffective. Chakra could not be infused into Naruto's body, nor could he hit any of his chakra points. Naruto seemed acutely aware of this fact, often teasing him both intentionally and inadvertently. Unable to contain himself, Niji exclaimed, "What is wrong with you?" Seizing the opportunity to show off. Naruto replied with a sense of pride, "Big brother, this is a technique taught to me by little Tintin. What do you think? Am I completely immune to your gentle fist? The principle is not complex. It merely involves forming a chakra cloak around the body. However, even if I were to share this technique with you, you would be unable to master it due to your pitifully low chakra reserves, which are truly laughable." Niji was at a loss for words. How could Hinata's loyalty sway her to support Naruto? In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Naruto delivered a kick that sent him flying. Niji had anticipated the blow and attempted to counter it with his palm, but Naruto's strength seemed to be several times greater than his own, rendering his defense futile. This time, Niji sought to create distance, but Naruto was relentless in his pursuit. Soon, Niji found himself on the ground, as Naruto stepped on him, saying, "With your level of skill, I don't even need to use ninjutsu. What a pity that you won't witness my shadow clone technique." With a puff of white smoke. It turned out to be Niji's substitute. At that moment, Niji appeared behind Naruto and shouted, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. The gentle fist struck Naruto relentlessly, each blow landing with precision. Naruto was sent flying, and with the final strike, he was propelled away. Niji thought he had achieved victory, but to his surprise, Naruto executed a quick maneuver, leaping up and wiping the slight trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. With a grin, Naruto taunted, "Is that all you've got, Niji?" As little Tintin would say, "You're just a novice." Having merely tested Niji's strength previously, he declared, "Now, I am truly going to get serious." Multiple shadow clone technique. With a flurry, dozens of Narutos appeared before Niji. Niji's Byakugan scanned the multitude, and he sighed inwardly, realizing that as long as the chakra was evenly distributed among the clones, even with his Byakugan, he could not discern the real one. However, he thought, ultimately, there is only one true body. Come at me, he challenged. Countless Narutos brandished various ninja tools and charged towards Niji. Heavenly Spin. Niji immediately initiated his absolute defense. Soon, he managed to dispatch most of Naruto's shadow clones. Hyuga Hizashi's expression shifted slightly. So it is the 8 trigrams, Heavenly Spin. This kid Niji possesses truly remarkable talent. The Heavenly Spin was originally a secret, advanced technique of the main branch, utilizing the chakra points within the body to release a vast amount of chakra, rebounding all physical attacks through rapid rotation. It was astonishing that Niji had managed to learn such a technique, which the main branch had never taught him. He had indeed taught himself, evoking admiration. Had his strength already surpassed that of the main family? However, Niji, gasping for breath, was taken aback. Suddenly, in the second wave, 4 or 5 Narutos charged forward simultaneously, each wielding a dangerously potent chakra sphere. Spiraling sphere. Boom. Boom. Niji was sent soaring into the air, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. The third Hokage nearly leapt from his seat in astonishment. Such a technique. And Naruto had mastered it at such a young age. The third Hokage seemed to glimpse the shadow of Minato Namikaze from years past. Naruto strode over with an air of disdain, declaring, "Uncle, a small fry like you could never hinder my path to becoming Hokage." Niji, reflecting on the situation, remarked, "I never imagined you could reach such heights with my sister's assistance, but I have not yet conceded defeat. From birth, everything is predetermined. I was superior to you before, which means you can never surpass me." With that, Niji rose once more. Naruto retorted coldly, "Why do you always jump to conclusions? Is hard work not significant? It seems that only by unleashing my true power can I subdue you, stubborn as you are." Lee shouted, "Come on, Naruto, defeat the arrogant Niji for me." Naruto arrogantly replied, "Uncle, if I beat you, don't go running to Hinata to complain." In that moment, Niji felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. As an elder brother and a genius of the Hyuga clan, how could he seek his sister's help after being defeated? Preposterous. Suddenly, Naruto's entire being erupted with a blazing red-blue chakra, resembling a fiery inferno. Niji exclaimed in surprise, 8 gates? Naruto, with a proud smirk, corrected him, No. Hinata called this the Super Saiyan transformation. The moment it is unleashed, my cellular activity is pushed to its absolute limits." Konohamaru shouted, "Brother, so cool." Hanabi marveled, "Is this the result of the dual training between sister and Naruto?" Sasuke, unable to remain composed, thought, What is this? Hinata taught Naruto such an impressive jutsu? I hope it's just a facade. Otherwise, what does that make my efforts? Gaara, completely wrapped in his own thoughts, furrowed his brows. The ability to manipulate the chakra of the Nine Tails so effortlessly raised questions about the effectiveness of his five-element sealing technique. Whoosh! Naruto transformed into a streak of red light, delivering a powerful punch to Neji. Heavenly spin. Neji began to rotate. However, Naruto moved as if in an unchallenged domain, effortlessly breaking through Neji's defenses. His fist struck Neji's face, causing it to twist and sending a torrent of blood spewing forth. In the stands, Gaara felt a surge of tension. He had always believed Neji's absolute defense could rival his own, yet now it had been shattered by Naruto in a single move. This revelation indicated that Naruto could similarly confront him. This was crucial intelligence that demanded careful consideration. Hinata's father, Hayashi, gasped, "How is this possible? Heavenly Spin has been defeated. What technique is Naruto employing, and why does he possess red chakra? Could it be the power of that demon fox?" Moreover, as far as he knew, it was Hinata who had nurtured his abilities. Could it be that Hinata has already surpassed her father? Neji was knocked to the ground by Naruto's punches. Naruto taunted, "What's the matter, dear cousin? Are you feeling resentful? Unfortunately, you can only kneel before the power you cannot change." At that moment, Neji rose to his feet. Boom! Naruto delivered another powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground once more. "Cousin, no matter how much you resent me or wish to defeat me, it is utterly impossible in the face of absolute strength. I have begun to appreciate the expression of hatred you wear, yet find yourself unable to vanquish me." Naruto couldn't help but burst into laughter. Neji had intended to convey that with hard work and dreams, one could achieve their aspirations, but it was merely an illusion. Yet, Naruto demonstrated through reality that even a bottom-tier individual could easily overpower him. Neji. Perhaps this was not solely a matter of effort or talent. Perhaps the true reason lay in Hinata's excellent training. Should one seek dual cultivation with Hinata? Neji was not the only one harboring this thought. Sasuke's eyes widened, his mind buzzing. He was thoroughly astonished by Naruto's strength, which was undoubtedly crushing Neji. Sasuke had to begrudgingly admire Neji's prowess as well, which indicated that Naruto's capabilities far exceeded his own. As longtime teammates, Sasuke was well aware of Naruto's previous strength. He glanced over at Hinata, who was quietly observing the scene, maintaining her gentle and serene demeanor. He was intensely curious about what Hinata and Naruto had been up to this month. Suddenly, he recalled Hanabi's words. He felt an immediate urge to rush over and implore her to engage in dual cultivation together. This was undoubtedly a shortcut to becoming stronger. Hinata's large eyes met Sasuke's gaze. Their eyes locked. Sasuke felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Hinata was acutely aware of his thoughts. However, Naruto possessed the Nine Tails, which he could utilize. What did Sasuke have? He couldn't possibly sacrifice his own chakra for his benefit. Such a losing proposition was not something she would entertain. Moreover, Naruto's Nine Tails chakra could be sustainably replenished. Even if she helped Sasuke, it would be a one-time benefit. Where lay Sasuke's hidden reserve of energy? Frustrated and unwilling to accept defeat, Neji summoned all his strength to rise. He shouted, "Neji-kun, go for it." Yet Naruto struck him down with a single palm. He placed his foot on Neji's face. "Neji, can you now comprehend the feeling Sakura experienced when you assaulted her? Can you now grasp the sensation of bullying those so-called bottom-tier individuals, while arrogantly believing you could foresee the fates of others? You are the true bottom tier. You are inferior to me, even more so than Hinata, and even Gaara, Lee, and Sasuke could defeat you. You cannot decipher anyone's fate, including your own." Sasuke was taken aback. He had not anticipated Naruto would acknowledge his strength. Frankly, he had only considered himself on par with Neji. In that moment, Neji's faith shattered completely, for his pride had been trampled underfoot. Clenching his fists, Neji felt a surge of hatred. Even if he were cursed like a caged bird, he still believed that the branch family would not be inferior to the main family. Until later, when Hinata surpassed him, he could never catch up. Now, it is not just Hinata. In the blink of an eye, so many have outstripped him. What kind of effort would it take to catch up to these individuals? Perhaps it is simply impossible. His fate seems to have reached its conclusion. True destiny belongs to someone like Naruto, who was destined to rise above from the moment of his birth. Neji initially intended to seize the opportunity presented by the gathering of dignitaries from the Land of Fire to expose the injustices faced by the caged bird and the main family. Why should one's lifelong fate be determined solely by the order of their birth, relegating them to the status of an inferior branch member? He wished to seek justice in the eyes of the world. However, in the end, he relinquished this desire, deeming it unnecessary. Neji realized he was not stronger than the members of the main family, nor superior to anyone else. Everything he suffered, including the humiliation from Naruto, was perhaps deserved. Naruto, once labeled a demon fox, had now fully proven himself. This was the reality Neji could no longer evade. In the stands, Hinata observed Neji's desolation. Even with her good intentions, she had to acknowledge the significance of the caged bird. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan serves as a stark example, all clan members slaughtered. Their eyes gouged out. Had there been no cursed seal techniques, but rather an abundance of geniuses. It is feared that Konoha's foremost clan would have long since been devoured by ambitions like those of Danzo and Orochimaru. Even the third Hokage might have intervened with ruthless suppression. All she could do was ensure that the unfortunate Neji lived on. To lead a happy life as a member of the Hyuga clan, Neji could no longer rise. The announcement came: Uzumaki Naruto wins. For reasons unknown, the third Hokage could not help but applaud. He recognized that the red chakra belonged to the Nine Tails. This meant that Naruto had managed to harness a portion of the Nine Tails chakra while maintaining his composure. He was on the path to becoming a formidable force. Perhaps Naruto truly could become Hokage. If Naruto were to inherit the title of Hokage, then Hinata, being close to him, might very well be a fated pair. Reminiscent of Minato and Kushina, no wonder Naruto often referred to himself as Big Brother. At this thought, the third Hokage's face wrinkled slightly, and he began to tap his pipe with increasing urgency. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire, out of courtesy, also began to applaud. Soon, thunderous applause erupted. The captivated audience cheered with delight. Kakashi mused, is the red flash signaling the rise of a new star in Konoha? He glanced at Hinata, whose face shone with joy. He had not anticipated that this child would collaborate with Naruto to create such a remarkable technique. Truly, a prodigious talent. Sakura exclaimed, he won. I can't believe Naruto has become this strong. Shikamaru grasped the railing in disbelief. That guy won? Is that for real? I thought he was just another outcast like me. Shino was taken aback. An outcast? Yet Shikamaru ignored him, continuing his own train of thought. That guy, I probably couldn't win against him. How frustrating. It feels so discouraging. Red remarked in astonishment. He drew forth the power of the Nine Tails without losing himself, maintaining his identity. Naruto did not dash across the arena in the exuberant manner he had envisioned. At this moment, although he was enveloped in joy, he remained remarkably composed. This outcome had already been foretold by Hinata. She was the true architect of this victory, the most astute among them. Alas, he had inadvertently expended too much chakra. How would he navigate the forthcoming matches? Neji was being carried into the medical room. Suddenly, Hinata entered, and Neji, struggling to rise and greet her, found himself utterly immobilized. Not only had he exhausted his chakra, but his muscles were also battered from Naruto's blows. Hinata refrained from uttering any sentimental words of consolation. Instead, she grasped Neji's hands with both of hers. A vast ocean of chakra surged into Neji's body, rapidly healing his injuries, allowing him to sit up with ease. Thank you, Hinata, he said. My lady. Hinata smiled sweetly. Neji, big brother. You must strive harder from now on. Keep up the good work. Neji's lips twitched, on the verge of speech, yet finding no words. Despair enveloped him. He had already exerted himself to the utmost. However, this instantaneous restorative ability implied that Hinata's chakra reserves were perhaps several dozen times greater than his own. How could one bridge such a chasm? Perhaps only envy remained as a path forward. In the audience, the Wind Shadow chuckled. This is becoming increasingly thrilling. I can hardly wait for the next match. The third Hokage smiled in agreement. Indeed, this time Konoha has truly produced a plethora of talents. To avoid discouraging the Wind Shadow, he refrained from mentioning that Konoha had 8 participants in the top 5, while Suna had only 2. Nonetheless, the Wind Shadow shifted the conversation. The next match is what the dignitaries and leaders of the ninja nations have been eagerly anticipating, the clash between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara. Upon uttering Sasuke's name, the Wind Shadow's eyes ignited with fervor. Streams of sand coalesced in the center of the arena, forming Gaara's silhouette. With a dismissive grunt, Sasuke leaped down from the high platform. The foreign dignitaries erupted in excitement. After all, this was the last of the Uchiha, a descendant of Uchiha Madara, who had once joined forces with Senju Hashirama to suppress an era. Sakura and Ino, along with other girls, cheered loudly. Sasuke. Naruto, still present, bumped fists with Sasuke. I've already won. You can't lose. I'm looking forward to our showdown at the pinnacle. Though Sasuke felt uncertain, he managed a cool smile. You'd better keep your eyes wide open. Humph, I still have a battle with you ahead. There's no way I'll falter here. Me too. With that, Naruto leaped back to the audience. Ino exclaimed, so many people came just to watch Sasuke compete. Stretching his neck, Sasuke strode directly towards Gaara, seemingly unfazed, yet silently provoking him. At that moment, Gaara clenched his jaw, his eyes bloodshot, and his expression began to contort. The indifference of those around him irked him greatly. Those who dared to provoke him, like Sasuke, had always met a swift demise. This time would be no different. Shikaka sensed Gaara's fury and grew agitated as well. Gaara, however, restrained himself, indicating that the moment for action had not yet arrived. Simultaneously, he addressed the sand behind him, saying, Mother, soon there will be fresh blood offered to you. You shall be pleased. Temari was taken aback. At last, they have started to converse. This is indeed troubling. Sasuke quickly regained his composure, entering a combat stance. He reached into his pouch and retrieved shuriken, launching them forth. 2 were aimed to the left and behind. But as they neared Gaara, an additional 2 split off to attack from the rear. The front shuriken embedded themselves into the sand, while the rear ones were thwarted by a sand shield. Sasuke widened his eyes, realizing that Gaara's impenetrable defense did not require observation of the rear. Moreover, the behavior of the sand, moving autonomously to defend its target, suggested a consciousness of its own. What had Gaara just called out, Mother? This thought sent a chill through Sasuke's body. Could this man have transformed his mother into a weapon? Soon, the sand shield morphed into sand clones, rapidly launching sand projectiles at Sasuke. He deflected them with kunai and dashed towards the seemingly stationary Gaara. With a punch, he shattered a sand clone and then struck at Gaara's true form, just as the sand shield formed in defense, with Gaara appearing unconcerned. Sasuke feigned an attack and swiftly appeared behind Gaara. His speed surpassed that of the sand shield's defensive maneuvers, delivering a punch that knocked Gaara to the ground. Is this the famed sand armor? It seems rather unimpressive. With a dismissive wave, Sasuke taunted, Bring it on. Gaara attempted to retaliate with a long-range sand attack. Yet Sasuke rushed in, employing a feigned assault to trick the sand shield into misjudging its defensive position. Seizing the opening, he delivered a kick that sent Gaara flying once more. Is this all the strength you possess? Guy exclaimed in astonishment. Essentially, he moves at the same speed as a weightless Lee. How is he achieving this? Lee reflected inwardly, acknowledging Sasuke's genius. That speed, which had taken him years to attain, had been effortlessly reached by Sasuke in merely a month. Before long, Sasuke found himself fatigued, breathing heavily. Gaara, too, rose to his feet, panting due to the significant drain of the sand armor. He promptly formed hand signs, enveloping himself in a sphere of sand, its surface bristling with sand spikes. Sasuke smirked coldly. My rigorous training will not be hindered by a cowardly turtle. Unbeknownst to him, Gaara was continuously forming hand signs within the sand sphere. Suddenly, a sand eye appeared in the sky. Sasuke paused, realizing he could hesitate no longer. Extending his hand, brilliant arcs of electricity ignited in an instant. Chidori sharp spear. The lightning-formed lance struck Gaara's sand sphere, yet failed to shatter it. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke felt a surge of frustration. In that moment, he experienced a sense of helplessness. While Naruto could effortlessly pierce Neji's Kaden, he could not breach Gaara's absolute defense. Was Kakashi's training truly inferior to Hinata's? He refused to believe it. Doubling the chakra infused into the Chidori sharp spear, he managed to partially penetrate the sand shield. Even Gaara, within the confines of his sand cocoon, perceived the blazing electric light and heard the piercing crackle. Kai exclaimed, Is this the unparalleled technique of Konoha's mightiest craftsman, Kakashi? A treasured assassination jutsu, a variation of Chidori? To think it possesses such formidable penetrating power without the need for a sprint. Hope flickered in his heart. Sasuke's lips curled slightly as he unleashed another surge of chakra, penetrating directly through. Maki, a seasoned jonin from Sunagakure, was taken aback, exclaiming, I never anticipated that absolute defense could be breached. Kankuro's mouth fell agape, no way. Temari added. Incredible. At that moment, Hinata returned from the infirmary, standing beside them and quipping, Is this truly surprising? Maki jumped. When did you, this Konoha brat, suddenly appear behind me? Hinata shot him a glance, her confidence unwavering. Worry not. We are allies and shall not harm you, unless some individuals wish to betray Konoha. Maki pondered this, realizing these Konoha ninjas naively believed themselves to be allies, completely unaware that he had previously slain the swift moonlight. He felt no concern over potential treachery. Hinata returned to her seat. Orochimaru remarked with satisfaction, Impressive indeed. The third Hokage appeared astonished. I didn't expect Sasuke to show such growth. Although he is a descendant of the Uchiha, he could certainly be considered for the Hokage candidacy. It was a pity for Itachi. Within the sand sphere, Gaara's body was pierced, blood gushing forth as he cried out in agony, "My blood! Mother, it hurts so much." Shikaka's hand shot forth from the sand sphere, reaching for Sasuke. What manner of creature is this? Sasuke rolled back, tossing several shuriken that entwined with Shikaku's arm. With a forceful pull, he attempted to sever this strange appendage using the threads. However, to his dismay, Shikaka's arm swelled to the thickness of a tree trunk, snapping the threads effortlessly. It was no ordinary flesh and blood. The arm retracted, revealing the dark entrance of the sand sphere, where a grotesque form writhed within. Sasuke trembled, engulfed by an unknown terror, coupled with a sense of nausea. A terrifying eye flickered at the entrance, clearly discernible through the Sharingan. Was it transforming into a tailed beast again? Was defeat imminent? Could he truly not compare to Naruto? He envied that boy, who, without Hinata's assistance, found combat against Naruto to be exceedingly strenuous and arduous. Perhaps that girl was the true mentor he needed. Yet, a child raised without a mother would indeed struggle as he did. Suddenly, the sand sphere shattered, revealing Gaara's true form, not a tailed beast transformation. He clutched his wounded shoulder, his gaze steely with murderous intent as he initiated an offensive, launching dozens of sand shuriken. Sasuke narrowly evaded, swiftly dodging the onslaught. Gaara extended a hand, invoking the sand-binding coffin technique. A torrent of quicksand surged towards Sasuke like a venomous serpent, intent on engulfing him and binding him to his demise. In a moment of urgency, Sasuke unleashed the Chidori, electric currents dancing across his body, scattering the sand. However, he immediately sensed that his chakra reserves were dwindling. Gaara, with a swift clap of his hands, offered no respite to Sasuke. The battlefield rapidly transformed into a vast sea of sand. Hisashi, taken aback by Gaara's immense chakra, swiftly leaped away. Sasuke was compelled to dash up a vertical wall, using the chakra in his feet to adhere to his escape. The sand flowed like turbulent waves, crashing violently against the wall, sending tremors that startled the audience in the stands. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke reminisced about the days with Karin, even contemplating the use of cursed seals, but ultimately restrained himself. He once again launched a long-range attack with the Chidori sharp spear towards Gaara. Gaara grinned malevolently, forming hand seals. Sand lightning rod. The sand crafted a lightning rod that redirected Sasuke's electrical assault into the ground, dissipating its energy. Hinata, speechless, realized that Gaara possessed a scientific understanding. Sasuke felt a wave of despair wash over him. His fire techniques could not reach such a distance, and the sand shield effortlessly defended against his flames, which lacked penetrating power. Should he step into the sand, it would likely mean his swift demise at Gaara's hands. He could not afford to perish. Gaara bellowed, "Sand rain." Countless grains of sand rained down upon Sasuke. In haste, he summoned a falcon and soared into the air. The once solid wall was reduced to a pockmarked ruin. At this point, Gaara had completely lost his composure, bringing his hands together. Sand waterfall funeral. An array of sand streams coiled around Sasuke like tendrils from above. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke felt a surge of frustration. Was this the behavior of a normal ninja? Was he truly classified as a genin? Escape was feasible, but only out of the arena. An offensive was out of the question. His meager chakra reserves denied him that option. He could not help but glance at Hinata, who was calmly watching the spectacle. Had it been her, she would surely have devised a counter-strategy, but Sasuke found himself devoid of options. "I concede," he shouted. He firmly believed that his performance had reached the level of a CH Nin, unless those elders were utterly blind. As for Gaara, to label him a CH Nin was an insult. Hisashi promptly declared, "Gaara wins." The Kazekage was incredulous. How could Sasuke have lost? "This is unfathomable." The third Hokage inquired. "Isn't it commendable that your village's Gaara emerged victorious?" The Kazekage remained silent, uninterested in engaging further. Meanwhile, Kabuto, disguised as a member of the Umbu, gestured to him, inquiring whether to initiate the Konoha collapse plan. Sasuke's match was the scheduled moment for activation. The Kazekage did not respond but proclaimed loudly, "What an exhilarating spectacle! Since Sasuke has faltered, perhaps other dark horses may emerge. Why not watch a few more matches?" Upon hearing this, Kabuto was left speechless, yet resigned. The initially prepared Kankuro, Temari, and others, upon hearing the Kazekage's words, could only await further developments. Outside the Konoha perimeter, the armies of Tsunagakure and Otogakure have arrived, finding a place to lie in wait, ever ready for the command to strike. In the arena, Gaara, upon hearing of his victory. Smirks with pride and dispels his sand technique. He casts a disdainful glance at Sasuke, as if to say, "You are but a trifling nuisance." Sasuke lands beside Hinata and, noticing that she has not immediately tended to his wounds, turns his head aside in irritation. Hinata, perplexed, thinks to herself, "Brother, you are uninjured. What is with this haughty demeanor?" As the match concludes, Temari eagerly leaps from the arena, exclaiming, "It's my turn." Shikamaru, with a teasing tone, remarks, "You certainly have a thirst for battle. What about you, Shikamaru?" Reluctant, Shikamaru had been hoping for Gaara to demolish the arena, leading to an unexpected incident, thereby freeing him from competition. To his astonishment, Sasuke, who appeared formidable, voluntarily conceded. "Hey, why is that woman so enthusiastic? If this continues, she might as well forfeit." He muses. Just then, Naruto leaps into the fray, shouting, "Awesome, Shikamaru. Go for it." He gives an unwilling Shikamaru a shove off the platform, sending him tumbling. Lying on the ground, Shikamaru remains calm, thinking, "Naruto, you rascal. Ha ha ha, Naruto, you're so wicked." Hinata can't help but laugh at the ridiculous scene. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Shikamaru resolves to take things a bit more seriously. Yet, he finds himself reluctant to rise. Moments later, the audience erupts in discontent and protest, hurling banana peels, paper balls, and cans, demanding the match commence. Seeing Shikamaru still sprawled on the ground, Temari taunts, "What's the matter? Are you conceding?" Shikamaru replies, "It's particularly troublesome when the opponent is a beautiful woman." With no response forthcoming, Temari, clad in a dress, can no longer restrain herself and charges at the still-lying Shikamaru. With a fierce shout, she leaps into the air, bringing down her large fan. Boom! As the dust settles, Shikamaru has already evaded, leaning against the wall with an air of nonchalance, stating, "Whether I become a nin or not is of little consequence. However, I know that a volatile woman like you will not let me off easily. Thus, I must engage." With her temper flaring, Temari's eyes gleam with a cold light. She unleashes a tremendous wind blade with her 3-star fan, sending dust swirling in the air. Yet, as the haze dissipates, Shikamaru has once again escaped. CHG. Munching on chips, approaches Hinata, Sasuke, and Naruto, offering, "Want some?" Naruto declines, eager to witness the unfolding battle. He bypasses Sasuke and instead asks Hinata, "Would you like some?" Without hesitation, Hinata reaches out to take some. Consequently, CHG stands beside her. Sasuke, his eyebrows twitching, feels displeased with this rotund companion. Shikamaru, seeking a favorable environment, hides beneath a tree where shadows abound, gazing at the azure sky and the free-floating clouds, utterly lacking in motivation. The significance of ninjas is trivial. All one desires is to lead a leisurely life and enjoy a fulfilling existence. Temari found herself vexed by this languid individual. Did he look down upon her? She exclaimed with fury, "Wind style, dust devil." With a flutter of her fan, a tempest arose, filled with countless invisible blades of vacuum. Trees were marred with innumerable cuts. Yet, Shikamaru chose to withstand it. Subsequently, he decisively utilized smoke to cast the shadow possession technique. Temari retreated, ultimately crouching low to draw a line at the maximum distance of the technique. With a sense of pride, she declared, "It appears that despite its ability to extend freely, a shadow is not without its limits. I believe it corresponds to the size of the shadow cast by the spot where you currently stand, specifically the area of the shadow on the wall." Upon mentioning shadows, Shikamaru's gaze fell upon the crouching Temari. He beheld what he ought not to have seen. Momentarily rendered speechless, this woman, clad in such attire, should refrain from engaging in combat in such a posture. Could this be one of the psychological tactics employed by female ninjas to undermine their adversaries? Indeed, caution was warranted. Temari discreetly calculated Shikamaru's attack range, estimating it to be over 15 meters, and felt assured. As long as she maintained her distance, she could launch remote attacks with her fan and secure victory. Shikamaru, concealed in the shadows, was undoubtedly engaged in calculations of various scenarios. The initiative lay in his favor as he meticulously analyzed Temari's every move in detail, devising 100 potential countermeasures. After all, he was a super genius with an IQ exceeding 200, one of the most intelligent individuals in the history of the ninja world. Meanwhile, Hinata instinctively reached into CHG's bag of chips, extracting the last piece. In an instant, Ino, Sakura, and the others tensed up. For CHG was adamant that no one should consume the final chip. That was his cherished moment. Even Naruto instinctively stepped back, fearing that CHG might suddenly lash out, involving him in the fray. Hinata, I have another bag, CHG said, his expression betraying no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, he naturally produced a new bag of chips, tore it open, and offered it to Hinata. She glanced at CHG's original seat. Where dozens of bags still resided, he was essentially carrying a convenience store. The chips were endless. Suddenly, Sakura expressed envy. I wish I could have some. CHG, despite being a teammate, was indeed possessive. Ino grew irritated, recalling an instance when she merely wanted a taste, and he nearly struck her. Such stinginess. In the arena, as Shikamaru launched another assault, though still out of reach, the length of his shadow increased. Thus, Temari discerned Shikamaru's tactic of delay. As the sun dipped further west, the area of his shadow expanded. This meant that the range of the shadow possession technique grew wider. If he could stall until the end, victory would belong to him. However, Shikamaru's true strategy was just beginning. Soon, Temari noticed a balloon in the air. The shadow cast by this balloon instantly extended the reach of the shadow possession technique. She hurriedly retreated, but this retreat led her directly into Shikamaru's trap. As the previous battle had left numerous large pits in the ground, each harboring shadows of their own, the shadow binding technique veered, linking the shadows together. Emerging from another pit, it instantly ensnared Temari, who had just landed. Unbeknownst to her, as she prepared to counterattack, she lost control over her own body. She had witnessed Shikamaru's battles before. Once this technique succeeded, it meant she would be at his mercy. However, the length of shadows in this area should have been insufficient. With a sense of triumph, Shikamaru declared that the shadow imitation technique had finally succeeded. Temari turned with great difficulty, suddenly noticing the large pit around her, the aftermath of Gaara's destruction. Speechless, she thought, my brother has betrayed me. Shikamaru had calculated the angle of the sunlight and the position of the previous balloon, all to maneuver her into this very spot. Such a cunning strategist. He controlled Temari to approach him. Despite her reluctance, she was compelled to comply, unable to resist. In the audience, Hinata remarked, "Is this what they call an involuntary mutual engagement?" Naruto shouted, "Take her down, Shikamaru." In excitement, Ino urged, "Go for it, Shikamaru." As he commanded Temari to raise her hand, she resisted fiercely, trembling with defiance. She knew she was stronger than this man. Why was this happening? Yet, with a hint of resignation, Shikamaru said, "I concede, I give up." The crowd gasped in surprise. After all, he had effectively won by making Temari submit. Shikamaru explained, "I apologize, but my chakra is running low. In 10 seconds, I want to be able to continue." Temari was left in a daze. Shikamaru added, "Things have become too complicated. At least I've done my best. I trust no one will complain." Was that truly the reason? Temari found herself intrigued by this man. Inazuka Kiba announced, "Temari is the victor." The Wind Shadow commented, "Your Leaf Village certainly has its share of peculiar characters." The third Hokage tapped his pipe thoughtfully. This child ultimately lacks a bit of drive. The first round concluded, leaving Hinata, Naruto, Gaara, and Temari as the remaining competitors. Hydrangea marveled, this must be a conspiracy. Despite the Leaf having more participants, it has turned into a 2v2 match between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Especially that Shikamaru. He is clearly an actor. With so many spectators, this arrangement must be for the enjoyment of the prominent figures. Perhaps there is even external gambling manipulation at play. Great nations truly have deep schemes. The second round commenced with the drawing of lots. Naruto arrogantly addressed Gaara. "Don't think that defeating Sasuke means you can take me down. You're about to witness the strength of my fists." However, when the semi-final draw results were revealed, it was Naruto versus Temari in the first match and Hinata versus Gaara in the second. Naruto was momentarily at a loss, left to hope that Hinata would avenge Sasuke by giving Gaara a beating. Yet, in the end, wouldn't the finals become an internal conflict within Team 7? The act of striking down Tenten is quite a daunting task. In her battle against Shikamaru, Temari hardly expended any chakra, while Naruto had nearly depleted the chakra of the Nine Tails within him. The currently exhausted Nine Tails was in a furious state, refusing to lend him any chakra. However, considering that Temari was merely a woman, Naruto felt somewhat reassured. Although his chakra strength was relatively low, it was still substantial. Moreover, after his physical training, his body was remarkably robust, akin to steel and iron. All he needed was to close the distance to secure victory over Temari and advance to the finals. On Temari's end, she began to analyze the situation. Based on Naruto's previous combat style against Neji, she surmised that she was not his match. Yet, having reached the semifinals, she resolved to give her all, striving to leave no regrets, even in defeat. As the battle commenced, announced by the referee, Naruto launched himself forward with a burst of speed, aiming directly for Temari. However, Temari immediately began to retreat frantically, creating distance between them, and shouted, "Wind release, great sickle weasel." This was one of Temari's signature moves, its power magnified several-fold compared to an ordinary sickle weasel. A tempest engulfed Naruto, lifting him into the air, while countless blades of wind shredded his clothing, exposing his skin. To the astonishment of both Temari and Sasuke, Naruto's body appeared impervious, like armor against the wind blades. Temari gasped, "How is this possible?" Sasuke was taken aback, pondering whether this was a result of his dual training. In a moment, Naruto sensed something amiss. Within the radius of the great sickle weasel's attack, the air was being gradually siphoned away, creating a vacuum that made breathing increasingly difficult. However, the scope and duration of this attack far exceeded that of the usual sickle weasel technique. A realization struck Naruto. It was a battle of endurance. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a resounding boom, hundreds of Narutos appeared, only to be swiftly extinguished by the wind blades. Nevertheless, the tactic had achieved its purpose. The great sickle weasel technique ceased, and Naruto fell to the ground. Rising to his feet, he pointed at Temari's chest and declared, "Woman, I acknowledge your strength. Now I shall get serious." Temari, alarmed, quickly increased the distance between them. Since the widespread wind blades could not harm Naruto, she called out, "Wind release, wind cutter." As she shouted, a razor-thin blade of air, born from a fierce gale, surged toward Naruto, slicing through the dust and air along its path with incredible speed. In an instant, Naruto was struck, a small cut appearing on his arm. Temari's eyes widened. She was acutely aware of the potency of this technique. An average genin would likely have suffered a severed arm by now, yet this individual merely sustained a minor injury. Naruto, equally astonished, acknowledged that this wind cutter had indeed managed to wound him. However, with its concentrated power came the drawback of limited quantity. Immediately, he formed hand seals and shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Hundreds of Narutos surged from all directions to assault Temari. She chuckled, thinking, is this all he can do? With a swift motion of her giant fan, she countered, "Wind release, tornado." In an instant, dozens of whirlwinds erupted on the battlefield, extinguishing all of Naruto's shadow clones. Just as Naruto's true form materialized, Temari's wind blade struck him. He staggered backward, his chakra nearly depleted after multiple uses of the shadow clone technique. In the depths of his mind, Naruto cursed, "Kai Bai. Hurry and lend me some chakra." No, I should be paying the overdue rent instead. From within the cage, the fox's long snout emerged. "No way. With your abilities, why not use the Sharingan to control me?" With that, the Ninetales retreated into the shadows. It was merely a match, devoid of life-threatening danger, and it couldn't be bothered. One wind blade after another ultimately rendered Naruto unable to rise. He glanced at Temari, who remained half a Colosseum's distance away, with no opportunity for close combat. With his chakra depleted, he had no time for the Rasengan. The summoning technique might only call forth tadpoles. What else could he rely on but taijutsu? He could only endure the blows, becoming a spectacle for others to laugh at. Sighing, he raised his hand in surrender. Naruto's defeat was utterly unexpected for Sasuke, who immediately turned to Hinata, asking, "Sweetheart, doesn't Naruto have a Super Saiyan mode? Why isn't he using it?" Hinata smiled softly. "Well, it requires charging. Naruto's charging speed is quite slow, so he can typically use it only once a month." After explaining, she too was perplexed by Naruto's surrender. It seemed that over the years, Naruto had experienced less prejudice, fewer hardships, and had become somewhat dulled in his once unyielding spirit of perseverance. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, addressed the Wind Shadow. "Congratulations, your participant has advanced to the semifinals." The Wind Shadow, indifferent, had no interest in Temari. His gaze was fixed on Hinata. The third Hokage also noted this and complimented, "This little girl is impressive. She was the top of her class in the Ninja Academy." The Wind Shadow smirked slightly. "Then I shall begin to anticipate the outcome." Hinata and Gaara took the stage. Gaara coldly stated, "I have no desire to kill a woman. Surrender quickly." Hinata shot him a glare. "I have no desire to kill a man either. You should surrender." "Humph." Gaara raised his hand and declared, "Sand coffin." A stream of sand surged toward Hinata like a dragon. She raised her hand, unleashing a burst of chakra that dispersed the attack in an instant. The audience gasped, then erupted in cheers. What they had assumed was Hinata's mediocrity revealed her true prowess. The Wind Shadow was intrigued, noting that technique requires a significant amount of chakra. She undoubtedly possesses strength beyond that of a Ch Nin. Gaara was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Hinata to display such dominance, reminiscent of Might Guy when he saved Lee. He could not underestimate her. Resolutely, he executed the desert wave technique, encasing himself entirely in a sphere of sand. A second attempt? Hinata had no intention of granting Gaara the opportunity to hide within and unleash some ultimate technique. Her crimson chakra swiftly enveloped her body, igniting into fierce flames. Sasuke, astonished, nearly leaped over the railing to observe up close. Yet again, the Super Saiyan mode was unleashed. Naruto possesses this ability, and so does Hinata, which suggests that this technique can indeed be replicated. The third Hokage nearly slipped from his seat in astonishment. What is happening? Hinata also harbors the chakra of the Nine Tails. What has she done to Naruto? The wind shadow trembled with excitement, proclaiming it to be magnificent, utterly perfect. His tongue involuntarily began to lick his lips. Suddenly, he entertained the notion of having Hinata as a new vessel. This is the exhilarating rush of youth. Guy, pushing his physical limits, shouted from the railing. Kakashi, rendered speechless, wondered if this man could be any more animated. Guy turned to Kakashi and gave him a thumbs up. Kakashi, you truly are my lifelong rival. You must be envious of the 8 gates, which inspired you to develop this Super Saiyan mode. Kakashi shrugged, too lazy to explain. This had nothing to do with him. Sasuke's eyes shimmered with longing. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire became increasingly excited. He was particularly fond of this girl. If not for his age, he would not want to undermine his beloved son. Once Hinata becomes a Jonin, he would propose. Given his status, rejection seemed implausible. The lord grew more satisfied with each passing moment. There was no doubt that Hinata was the undisputed choice for the position of princess. Meanwhile, Danzo, observing from the shadows, began to contemplate. Shikamaru was too clever, Naruto too reckless, and Sasuke he dared not touch. Hinata was just right. Among the Nin, she was both powerful and composed. If she were to be absorbed into Root, it would undoubtedly strengthen the Hyuga clan's influence. In the arena, Hinata transformed into a streak of light, charging directly at Gaara's impenetrable sand shield. The surface of the sand sphere erupted with countless spikes. Yet, Hinata remained undaunted. Her crimson chakra morphed into a sharp cone, piercing through fiercely. The sand wall shattered. Gaara was sent flying by Hinata's kick, crashing against the wall. The massive cloud of sand and dust exhilarated the spectators. Gaara's sand armor gradually began to peel away. He became frenzied. Woman, while you may surpass Sasuke, you are ultimately no match for me. With that, he began to form seals. Countless sand tornadoes surged towards Hinata. As the sound of chirping birds echoed, Hinata was enveloped in brilliant electric light. The surrounding sand was sent flying. Guy exclaimed in excitement. Another Chidori. Kakashi, have you taught this to Hinata as well? So, you've imparted Naruto's Super Saiyan mode and Sasuke's Chidori. They each only mastered one technique, yet you've bestowed both upon Hinata. This level of favoritism is outrageous. Could it be that Hinata is your most cherished disciple? Kakashi dismissed him, choosing to ignore Guy entirely. Gaara scoffed. A technique akin to Sasuke's? Too bad I am neither Neji nor Sasuke. Countless sand lightning needles were scattered throughout the arena. Seeing that much of the electric energy was being drained from her, Hinata remained unfazed. With a shout, she declared, Chidori Sharp Spear. A blazing beam of light instantly pierced through Gaara's body. He initially intended to employ a sand shield for defense, but it proved to be as fragile as parchment, failing to provide any protection. Sasuke grasped his own face in disbelief. How could this be? The technique he had painstakingly mastered was effortlessly wielded by Hinata, exhibiting unparalleled power. A stark contrast emerged between the two. Gaara, disregarding his injuries, swiftly evaded. He raised his hand to summon a rain of sand, unleashing countless sand projectiles that fell upon Hinata like raindrops. Hinata activated her Byakugan, nimbly dodging and closing in on Gaara. In a hurry, Gaara formed hand seals with both hands. Quicksand waterfall. The entire arena was transformed back into a desert. Waves surged forth like the tentacles of a colossal sea beast, converging upon Hinata. Simultaneously, Gaara's hand aimed at her, poised to entrap Hinata in sand and deliver her demise through the sand waterfall technique. The audience held their breath, remembering how Sasuke had once succumbed to this very move. They wondered how Hinata would respond. Suddenly, the crimson flames enveloping Hinata expanded exponentially, scattering the sand. The wind shadow exclaimed, How magnificent! What an astonishing amount of chakra! The third Hokage, unable to contain his astonishment, put away his pipe and focused intently on the match. It was unreasonable. If Hinata was channeling the Nine-Tails chakra, why was her performance so vastly superior to Naruto's? Hinata extended a hand toward Gaara, gathering red chakra that coalesced into a dense, tangible form. The third Hokage, unable to remain seated, approached the railing, stunned. Could this be the legendary tail beast ball? A sphere of energy shot toward Gaara, who hastily commanded the quicksand to form a formidable defense in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. Hinata made a grabbing motion with her fist, and the energy sphere detonated instantaneously, scattering the yellow sand. Gaara was struck by the shockwave, his body feeling as if it would shatter, and he coughed up blood. As the dust settled, Gaara's eyes widened. There stood Hinata, her hands shaped like a flower bud, positioned at her waist, gathering a red orb of light in the palms of her hands. The third Hokage rubbed his eyes, puzzled by this new technique. The wind shadow could no longer remain still, moving behind the third Hokage. Chakra wave, Hinata declared, and with those words, a shock wave resembling a red comet surged toward Gaara, incapacitating even Shikaku before it could react. The wind shadow lamented, such incredible power, yet why is its impact so diminished? The third Hokage replied tersely, shouldn't you be more concerned about your son? The wind shadow gazed intently at Hinata, dismissing the elder, an obsessive glimmer appearing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kabuto felt a surge of urgency. Intelligence from the front lines indicated that Leaf Village ninjas had discovered some Sand Village ninjas lying in ambush outside the village. Due to their alliance, they explained that they had come to protect the wind shadow amidst the recent rampancy of the Akatsuki. Although this could buy some time, the clock was ticking, and the longer they waited, the greater the risk. He quickly exchanged glances with the wind shadow, as the audience sat in rapt attention, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. The pharmacist Doe could only endure the agony of waiting for directives. In a decisive moment, Shiranui Jenkin proclaimed, Hinata is victorious. Enthusiastically, Guy raised his fist, brimming with fervor, exclaiming, next comes the pinnacle showdown between the youthful champions of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. How exhilarating! It felt as if they were transported back to the days of fervent passion. As the flames surrounding Hinata extinguished, Temari cautiously stepped onto the battlefield. Often, she pondered whether her advancement to the finals was merely a stroke of luck or a testament to her true prowess. She analyzed Hinata's Super Saiyan mode, akin to Naruto's, realizing it could only be utilized once within a short span. This revelation suggested that she had indeed stumbled upon an advantageous opportunity. Having recently replenished her chakra reserves, she resolved to employ the same tactics against Hinata that had worked against Naruto. However, Temari cautiously remarked, Hinata, as this is a decisive battle, you ought to honor your opponent. Activate your Super Saiyan mode and engage with me. Despite her words, a resolute determination surged within Temari. Should her adversary truly unleash her power, she would not hesitate to retreat in haste. Hinata flashed a sweet smile. I apologize, Miss Temari. There's no need for a Super Saiyan mode to deal with you. Temari scoffed, if you lack chakra, just say so. I distinctly heard you mention that Naruto can only activate his ability once a month. Hinata fell silent, drawing a shuriken and launching it at Temari. Unfazed, Temari elegantly waved her fan, deflecting the projectile with ease. She understood well the formidable taijutsu of the Hyuga clan and opted for a strategy of attrition. With both combatants at an impasse, it was time for a battle of wits, as Hinata likely had limited chakra. As this thought crossed her mind, Temari recalled Shikamaru's infuriatingly smug demeanor. The third Hokage retrieved his pipe, lit the tobacco, and took a few puffs, forming a judgment on the situation. Indeed, Hinata, in her youthful impulsiveness, had exhausted her trump card too soon. Now, they could only engage in a drawn-out struggle. However, facing an opponent like Gaara was undeniably challenging. The Kazekage awaited to see just how many tricks Hinata had yet to unveil, having postponed the destruction of Konoha multiple times for this very purpose. This girl exuded an aura of confidence, suggesting she must have a backup plan for the finals. Come on, little Hinata, show me your true skills, he thought. Through careful observation, Zinnia swiftly compiled intelligence on Konoha. The first entry detailed a newly discovered ninjutsu called Super Saiyan mode, enveloping the user in red. Flame-like chakra and capable of unleashing shockwaves, requiring a substantial amount of chakra, possibly linked to Jinchuriki. She recalled how Shikamaru had surrendered despite winning, alongside Naruto and Sasuke's abrupt resignations, ultimately leading to the finals between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Zinnia continued her notes. The second entry indicated that Konoha's ninjas enjoyed theatrics and were adept at disguise, making it difficult to ascertain their true strength in a short time. Temari and Hinata exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Unable to restrain herself, Temari activated her 3-star Iron Fan, declaring, "Wind style, Great Scythe." A massive gale, laden with razor-sharp winds, surged toward Hinata. Hinata retorted, 8 trigrams, Heavenly Spin. She executed the ultimate defense of the Hyuga clan. Niji gasped, believing Hinata had abandoned her family's secret techniques after training with Kakashi. To his astonishment, he realized that Hinata's Heavenly Spin could move, slowly closing in on Temari. This signified that she had surpassed Niji. Typically, the technique could only rotate in place, with the requirement for directional control being exceedingly stringent. Temari felt a surge of fear as Hinata utilized Heavenly Spin to isolate herself from the external environment, meaning there was still air within, preventing a vacuum. Indeed, Hinata proved to be more formidable than Naruto. Should they close the distance, Temari would find herself in dire straits. Thus, she began to retreat, taking advantage of the ongoing Great Scythe technique. After a prolonged period, the Scythe technique concluded, leaving the arena in disarray, and Hinata's Heavenly Spin came to an end. Temari quickly shouted, "Wind release, Wind Cutter." The high-speed wind blades re-emerged. However, Hinata instantly evaded, skillfully avoiding the onslaught, biting her lip in realization. Temari understood the capabilities of Hinata's Byakugan. Naruto lacks the bloodline limit necessary to evade the impending danger. In contrast, the Byakugan possesses unparalleled insight, capable of perceiving the so-called transparent wind blade with utmost clarity. The wind blade, in essence, is a form of compressed chakra. How infuriating. Wind release, Whirling Gust. Temari unleashed a torrent of wind to disturb Hinata's line of sight, propelling grains of sand and leaves into disarray. Immediately thereafter, she summoned her spirit beast, a white weasel wielding a scythe, which lunged at Hinata, executing a series of ferocious slashes imbued with wind chakra. The arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust and confusion, drawing the attention of all spectators to the swirling haze. As the dust settled, Hinata was seen brandishing a bow, forcefully driving the white weasel into the ground, resembling a nail being driven in. Ultimately, the weasel dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata hurled a bow towards Temari. Temari gazed at the black and white creature that was making playful faces at her, finding it both amusing and endearing. Just as she contemplated swatting it away, before she could raise her fan, a bow collided with her, knocking her to the ground. Soft and fluffy, Temari, in a state of panic, realized that a bow had not attacked her. Instead, it was nuzzling against her chest, as if it were an all-too-familiar sensation. A smile broke across Temari's face, reminding her that this was not the time for petting but rather for competing in the CHNIN exams. For the glory of the Land of Wind. She clenched her fists and summoned her utmost strength to strike A Bao on the head. A Bao tilted its head in response, seemingly approving of the gentle yet firm touch, as if it desired more. What? How could she continue to fight? Temari felt utterly defeated. Hinata smiled slightly and said, "Temari, it seems A Bao quite likes you. Why not keep it for a few days? Dream on." Temari retorted angrily, "Get your spirit beast away from me, immediately." Noticing Hinata's lack of response, Temari reluctantly conceded, "All right, I admit defeat." Shiranui Genma promptly announced, "The CHNIN exams are concluded. The victor is Hyuga Hinata." In an instant, thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. Teachers and the 12 ninja guardians alike rushed down to congratulate Hinata. In the surrounding woods of Konoha, the Umbu patrolled swiftly, only to discover it was merely the sound of birds chirping. After their departure, the allied forces of the Sound and Sand villages quickly prepared a large summoning technique formation. Kabuto had finally awaited this moment. Stealthily, he unleashed a grand illusion, causing all spectators to fall into a deep slumber. White feathers began to fall from the sky. Naruto, Sasuke, and others suddenly felt their eyelids grow heavy. Realizing the dire situation, Hinata hurriedly attempted to rouse Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi and Guy recognized the genjutsu and immediately set about dispelling it. The Wind Shadow's menacing gaze turned towards the third Hokage, who returned the astonished look. Suddenly, a smoke bomb exploded. Below, Kankuro hoisted Gaara, and Temari sprang into action. Guy and several Umbu rushed towards the third Hokage's position, while more Konoha ninjas mobilized to protect the daimyo and other important figures. Amidst the smoke, the third Hokage calmly inquired, "Kazekage, what are you doing? Surely you do not wish for the Fire Nation to emerge victorious." This was a contest of fairness, witnessed by all. However, in an instant, the third's bodyguard was slain. Kazekage seized the third Hokage by the throat, brandishing a kunai, and both leapt onto the rooftop. For sound, ninjas materialized in the corners of the rooftop, proclaiming in unison, ninjutsu. For purple flames formation. A transparent, rectangular barrier of purple flames swiftly expanded, sealing the area. The umbu of Konoha, upon approaching, were incinerated by the flames. Guy stood outside, momentarily stunned, witnessing a multitude of invading ninjas below, and despite the solitary Kazekage before him, he chose to trust the third Hokage. Turning, he descended the stairs to fight alongside Kakashi. The third Hokage lamented, "Kazekage, I never anticipated that Tsunade would betray Konoha." Kazekage scoffed, "Such alliances are merely a ruse to lull one's opponent into complacency. History shall irrevocably change from this day forth." Even when threatened, the third Hokage remained composed. Asking once more, "Do you wish to incite war?" Kazekage replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." The third Hokage's tone turned menacing. "We must strive to avoid the use of force and resolve our issues through diplomacy. It is not too late to change, Kazekage." Kazekage chuckled coldly. "With age comes a fog of peace, doesn't it, Sensei Sarutobi? You seem to regress, becoming increasingly feeble." At the walls of Konoha, the allied forces summoned a multi-headed giant serpent, which instantly collapsed the walls. The explosive tags wielded by the Konoha guards had little effect on the serpent. Any attempts to intercept were akin to a menace attempting to stop a chariot. Hundreds of allied forces swiftly breached Konoha, overwhelming the ordinary defenders. On the rooftop, the third Hokage finally grasped the truth. "It is you, Orochimaru. I knew you would return one day." Orochimaru laughed mockingly. "It seems you are not completely senile yet. I had intended to use the chaos to have Gaara take Sasuke away, but the current turn of events has truly surprised me. Konoha indeed possesses exceptional talent." With that, Orochimaru tore off his human skin mask, revealing his true form. The third Hokage regarded this once student with a sidelong glance, threatening, "But it will not be so easy to kill me." His eyes glinting coldly, the third Hokage spoke, "Orochimaru, I suspect your intentions are far from simple. Is it merely for Sasuke, or for some so-called hatred?" Orochimaru surveyed the surroundings. "My dear teacher, you find yourself in a precarious position. This four purple flames formation has been tailored to enhance your capabilities. You cannot escape. Even if Jiraiya and Tsunade were to join forces, they could not breach from the outside. Thus, we have created a rare opportunity for reminiscence. It has been far too long since we last conversed." With that, Orochimaru released the third Hokage, retreating a short distance. The two sides stood opposed. The third Hokage raised his hand, unleashing a water dragon bullet at the four purple flames formation. It remained utterly unmoved, leading him to surmise that even with all his might, he could not break through. A chill swept through my heart. Orochimaru smiled and remarked, "This formation can only be undone by my command from within. Each of them has activated the inner barrier. You are likely powerless to intervene." The third Hokage's gaze was piercing. "Orochimaru, you were never this verbose before. Or perhaps, the thought of killing your former master weighs heavily on your heart." Orochimaru replied coldly, "Once, I made significant contributions to Konoha, only to have you dismiss them so easily. During the assassination of the previous 8 tails, I risked my life and succeeded. What did I ultimately gain? You accuse me of having ill intentions." The third Hokage scoffed. "So you resent me for not granting you the position of fourth Hokage?" Orochimaru laughed heartily. "Konoha is about to be utterly destroyed by me. I have become a sovereign ruler, and the title of Hokage holds little significance now. Master, your demise is imminent. I hope you have prepared your will, lest this group of people quarrel over the position of fifth Hokage." The third Hokage's eyes narrowed slightly. "Orochimaru, do not cling to your delusions. If you return now and cease hostilities, perhaps there is still a chance for redemption." Orochimaru reflected on how he had once betrayed Konoha to join the Akatsuki, becoming a public enemy. Now, having left the Akatsuki to establish the Sound Village, he was still being hunted by them. There was no retreat left. "Ha, master? Do you think I could be deceived by you? Others may not know you, but I do. You forced the Sannin to undertake perilous missions solely to exploit our worth. The revered Konoha White Fang ended his life in disgrace, and the Uchiha clan was annihilated in silence. You only wish to cling to your power, you cunning old fox. Beneath your benevolent facade lies a heart that seeks to eliminate dissent. In my naivety, I once believed you favored me. It was all just pure exploitation. And those lofty parasites who sweet-talk me when in need, yet offer no support in critical moments, they all deserve to perish." The third Hokage's tone bore regret. "It was my oversight, but I have been busy and have done my utmost." Orochimaru sneered, Continue your charade. The third Hokage pondered. Once the seeds of hatred are sown, there is no salvation for one like you, who has strayed due to obsession. Today's battle is inevitable. I must clean house. Since you masquerade as the Kazekage, the true Kazekage has likely already met his demise at your hands. What a pity that Tsunagakure must wage war against Konoha for the sake of an enemy. Orochimaru's slick tongue licked his lips. What a pity. Knowing this, you can do nothing. You can only watch as the village you built crumbles and the ninjas you nurtured perish uselessly. It seems you care for Konoha more than you let on. The third Hokage sensed something. Otherwise, why would you go to such lengths to return and wreak havoc? Do you wish to see Konoha reborn from the flames? Orochimaru taunted. You are mistaken. My sole desire is to extinguish the flames, ensuring that peace shall never grace the ninja world again. With the winds of my destruction upon Konoha, I shall set the world's windmills into motion. The truth gradually unveils itself amidst chaos and disorder. In reality, Orochimaru had plotted the assassination of the third Hokage. Regrettably, his executioner, Kimimaro, was slain by the Three Tails, leaving Orochimaru no choice but to take matters into his own hands. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment, his gaze resolute. I have faith in the younger generation of Konoha. Even in my absence, they possess the strength to stand firm and shatter crises. Orochimaru began to revel in madness. Once you are gone, I will be free to explore Konoha's Byakugan, Sharingan, and various clan secret techniques unimpeded. The pursuit of ultimate truth and the realization of immortality. Do you comprehend this sensation? The third Hokage retorted coldly. Orochimaru, look at what you become, a grotesque amalgamation of man and monster, neither male nor female. What purpose does this serve? Turn back. In the arena, the battle between Tsunagakure and Konoha had commenced. Kakashi and Guy clashed with the invaders in the spectator area, due to Gaara's severe injuries. Kankuro and Temari had taken him away in search of a place to heal. Meanwhile, Maki confronted Shiranui Ginma. Sasuke shouted, Naruto, Hinata, we must not allow the invaders to escape. We must pursue Gaara. On the rooftop, Orochimaru suddenly pierced his own arm with a kunai. Blood gushed forth, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having just been slightly drowsy, he now felt much more alert. In that case, let us commence our battle. The third Hokage ceased his verbal exchanges and charged at Orochimaru, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, tile shoiken. Numerous tiles from the rooftop soared into the air, hurtling toward Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru executed the hidden shadow snake hand technique, unleashing a serpent from his mouth that latched onto the third's neck. The third Hokage transformed into a puddle of mud, merely a shadow clone. Meanwhile, the third Hokage successfully completed his hand seals. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground beneath Orochimaru morphed into a quagmire, sweeping him away. The third then continued with earth release, earth dragon bullet, and fire release, fire dragon bullet. First restraining Orochimaru's movements before combining the two elemental techniques. Such a dual-element fusion attack would be insurmountable for an ordinary ninja. Once the assault dissipated, Orochimaru emerged from the debris, remarking, as expected of my master. However, you have underestimated me. The third Hokage expressed his disdain. You remain as insufferable as ever. Orochimaru, invigorated, replied, do not be so harsh. Is it not said that the more troublesome students are, the more endearing they become? Ah, my dear Sarutobi-sensei. Nevertheless, the warm-up ends here. Both combatants discarded their cloaks of shadow, preparing for an all-out confrontation. Their chakras surged, causing the surrounding tiles to crack. Orochimaru shouted, reanimation jutsu. He summoned several coffins to block the third Hokage's shuriken, each inscribed with the characters for 1 and 2. Soon after, the character for 4 appeared. The third Hokage, alarmed, hastily began to cast a counter-jutsu. Understanding his intent, Orochimaru sought to summon the former Hokage. In truth, the third Hokage had failed, as the soul of the fourth resided within the belly of the death god, resulting in the unsuccessful summoning. The coffin lid creaked open, revealing the true forms of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Orochimaru, brimming with satisfaction, taunted, what will you do now, Sensei Sarutobi? No. Esteemed third Hokage? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage broke into a cold sweat. Drenched and realizing that his so-called title of the strongest Hokage was merely a boast of the younger generation. Having experienced that era, he understood well that against the true god of shinobi, the first Hokage, and the master of forbidden techniques, the second Hokage, he had no chance of victory. Hashirama jested. Long time no see, monkey. Tobirama tilted his head. Ah, Sarutobi, I didn't expect you to have aged. The young version of you now only exists in my memories. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though decades had slipped away, and the third Hokage's eyes moistened as he apologized. I am sorry. You too. I had not anticipated your involvement. Tobirama turned to Orochimaru. It must be the impure world reincarnation. This young man has summoned us with forbidden techniques. The youth is indeed formidable. Hashirama sighed. In that case, little monkey, we have no choice but to engage in battle. He proceeded to insert control talismans into the two corpses. Orochimaru expressed regret, for the impure world reincarnation was not yet perfected, perhaps allowing them to exhibit only a fraction of the god of shinobi's true strength. Nevertheless, with the addition of the second Hokage and the element of surprise, it should suffice to confront the third Hokage. Orochimaru jested. Soon, Sensei Sarutobi, you too shall experience the satisfaction and joy of witnessing your former students' achievements. Are you overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing the second Hokage? As the arena unfolded, Maki and the likes of Shiranui Ginma were embroiled in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a chill ran through Maki's heart as Hinata appeared behind him, driving the Kusanagi sword through his heart. Sasuke's eyes widened, so swift. In the original timeline, Maki did not perish here, having evaded death after slaying Tsukuyami. However, Hinata, aiming to weaken the Wind Country, could not let such an opportunity slip away. Without further explanation, she disregarded the stunned Shiranui Ginma and others, activating her Byakugan. Hinata called upon Naruto and Sasuke to pursue Gaara, while the encroaching Orochimaru would soon face Jiraiya or the approaching Danzo, who would likely intervene as casualties mounted. As the group departed the village, a ninja dog caught up, leaping onto Hinata's shoulder. It's Pakin, Hinata exclaimed joyfully. Pakin explained, Kakashi was concerned for your safety, so he dispatched me, the ace of tracking. Then, sniffing Hinata's scent, he remarked, so delightful. Hinata's heart sank momentarily, fearing he would utter something akin to the original timeline about Sakura using the same brand of shampoo, which had tormented her for an entire year. Pakin continued, next time, I must get this brand of perfume. It seemed she could not escape the inevitable. Hinata quickly interjected. Parker, this is actually a unique fragrance, something unattainable. It belongs solely to me. Parker, puzzled, replied, is that so? Under the combined efforts of Hinata's keen sight and Parker's acute sense of smell, the group swiftly caught up with Gaara and his siblings. Temari, determined to protect her younger brother, resolved to stay behind and confront them. As soon as Hinata and the others appeared, she unhesitatingly unleashed the great scythe technique, slicing through trees in large swathes, and a furious gale swept the area clear. Unexpectedly, however, Hinata's immense chakra surged forth, forming a protective barrier that allowed her and her companions to effortlessly advance to Temari's side. Sasuke delivered a powerful punch that sent Temari flying. In a swift motion, Hinata embraced Temari's body, executing a fierce slam against the ground. Struggling to rise, Temari gasped, trembling, how is this possible? Haven't you exhausted your chakra? Hinata smiled softly. Did I not tell you that there was no need for theatrics in dealing with you? Deceiver. Temari found it hard to accept the reality. Meanwhile, Naruto's body began to envelop in crimson chakra, delivering several blows that rendered Temari unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, Parker stepped forward, relishing the moment. Everyone, stay focused and continue the pursuit. Kankuro, burdened with his puppet and his brother, was drenched in sweat. Ultimately, he was caught up by Hinata and her group, contemplating that Gaara would need time to recover. Thus, Kankuro set his brother down and activated his puppet technique, directing it toward Hinata. With no alternative, he could only hope to swiftly eliminate Hinata before turning his attention to the more troublesome pair. Naruto and Sasuke took advantage of the flanks. Hinata, with a slight smirk, infused chakra into her Kusanagi sword. Her Byakugan discerned Kankuro's chakra threads with utmost clarity, allowing her to evade the puppet crow's toxic dart attack. Just as the puppet prepared to unleash a smoke bomb, Hinata swung her sword, severing all the chakra threads. In an instant, Kankuro lost control of his puppet, momentarily dazed. He hurriedly shot out another chakra thread, but this remedial effort was thwarted by Hinata's outward chakra shield. Panicking, Kankuro found himself at a loss. The multitude of traps concealed within his puppet could not be activated. His entire focus was consumed by the puppet, causing him to overlook his surroundings. Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's Rasengan executed a combined strike. Boom! Blood splattered as Kankuro was severely injured and fell unconscious. At that moment, Gaara awakened, no longer able to suppress the power of the tailed beast within him. One side of his body began to transform into the beast, his exterior taking on an indescribable, terrifying visage. Sasuke recognized the eyes from the sand sphere, shuddering at the sight. After overcoming his fear, he launched a series of shurikens, all unexpectedly embedding themselves within Shikaku's body. Gaara taunted, "Here, have them back," as the shurikens shot forth from Shikaku's form. Faced with such an onslaught, Sasuke found himself in a frantic scramble. Hinata raised her hand, unleashing a burst of chakra that sent all the shurikens flying. Partially tailed beast-ified Gaara let out a wild roar, succumbing to madness as he charged towards Hinata. The sound of Chidori pierced the air as Sasuke activated his Sharingan, a dazzling surge of lightning erupting from his hand. In an instant, Chidori severed Gaara's tailed beast arm. This dashing act of heroism filled Sasuke with a sense of pride. Ha! Wounded, Gaara lay among the trees, laughing. Why was I exhilarated? Ah, yes, it is the sensation of pain. Defeating those who can harm me and taking everything from them allows me to feel more intensely alive. This longing for existence. Naruto, observing someone not unlike himself, hesitated momentarily. At that moment, Gaara began to undergo massive tailed beast transformation. Gasping for breath, Sasuke attempted to unleash Chidori once more, only to discover that his chakra had been depleted. He could not initiate the technique again. Hinata placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Leave the rest to me." With that, she concentrated her thoughts, swiftly transforming into the three tails. Naruto stared in a daze, pondering if he too could achieve Hinata's level of power and transform into a great nine-tails fox someday. He couldn't fall behind. Channeling the nine-tails chakra, Naruto shouted, summoning technique. A thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the surroundings. The mighty Toad Boss, with a supersized pipe and a giant short sword at his waist, materialized. What? Sasuke stood frozen, realizing that Naruto's boastful claims of summoning a legendary beast were indeed true. In that moment, Sasuke felt small and weak before Naruto and Hinata. A mix of insecurity and jealousy washed over him, accompanied by frustration and anxiety. Loneliness, defeat, anger? Wasn't everyone a genin, participating together in the Chunin exams? Perhaps he alone was the true underachiever. Were his so-called accomplishments merely a jest in the eyes of others? His hands trembled uncontrollably. Silently, Sasuke distanced himself from the heart of the battle, opting to maintain his composure rather than resorting to using his cursed seal for validation. Pakken leaped beside Sasuke, revealing his white fangs and a comforting smile. "It's all right, little brother. Though you're a waste like me, you can learn from me. The most important thing about being a dog is to be happy. I may not outrun the other dogs, nor can I fight them or compete in licking. But my nose is exceptionally keen, possessing the skill of tracking, which is why I am the leader among the 8 ninja dogs." Gazing into Pakken's earnest eyes, Sasuke felt an urge to strike the dog. Yet, considering how the dog consoled him by including itself in the insult, while also sharing a profound philosophy of canine life, he couldn't help but find it somewhat humorous. Gaara chuckled. There are truly many monsters in this world. Sleep technique. Faced with a formidable foe, he dared not be arrogant. He relinquished his consciousness, allowing Shikaku to take full control of his body, achieving complete tailed beast transformation. "Yaha, I am finally free," Shikaku exclaimed joyfully. You are the three tails? And you carry the aura of the nine tails." Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupted, causing the Toad Boss to exclaim, "This creature appears to be Shikaku from Sonogakure. And there's the three tails." Naruto, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "The three tails is on our side. Let us fight side by side." Master Toad. However, Master Toad decisively rejected. "Why would I deliberately engage in battle with such a fool? It's utterly ridiculous." Shikaku pointed at the three tails and cheered. "How splendid. Right upon its emergence, there is someone I wish to annihilate. Who is the imbecile that claimed the more tails one possesses, the stronger one becomes? Today, I shall eliminate you, three tails, and my rank will rise significantly." With that, he opened his mouth and unleashed a tailed beast bomb. The three tails, undeterred, retaliated with its own tailed beast bomb. The two colossal spheres collided, resulting in a terrifying explosion that flattened everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Standing in the crater, Shikaka gasped for breath and formed hand seals. With a smug smile, he declared, "Many possess tailed beasts, but only I can wield ninjutsu. Your defeat is imminent." Wind release, desert funeral. Instantly, the air was thick with swirling yellow sand. The three tails also formed seals and shouted, "Water release, rain drenching technique." This was a technique of Hinata's own creation. The rain swiftly washed away the yellow sand. Shikaku, disgruntled, muttered, "You fool. My aim is to punch the 8 tails and trample the 9 tails. How could a mere 3 tails hope to contend with me?" Just as he finished speaking, the 3 tails charged forward and kicked Shikaka down. Shikaka retaliated by slamming his tail against the turtle's back. Yet, countless sharp spikes caused his tail to disintegrate into sand, mitigating the damage. In pain, Shikaka retreated and formed seals once more. Wind release, air bullet. A massive air cannonball surged towards Hinata. Master Toad, observing the battle, remarked, "This Shikaku is formidable. Even I would hesitate to confront it directly." Naruto implored, "Master Toad, please. I am your loyal subordinate. My friend is in peril. As my elder brother, how can you stand idly by?" What was that saying? A righteous man would risk his life for his brother. Reluctantly, Master Toad leaped into action, forming seals and declaring, "Water release, iron cannonball." The clash of wind release and water release erupted, transforming the battlefield into a tempest. Pakken anxiously clutched Sasuke's hair. Hinata seized the opportunity to execute the great waterfall technique, turning the forest into a vast ocean. Beneath Shikaku, the ground began to soften rapidly, for it was, after all, composed of sand. Now was the moment. Master Toad, seizing the chance while Shikaku was momentarily immobilized, leapt forward to grasp it. He simultaneously informed Naruto, "If you awaken Gaara and dispel his slumbering technique, Shikaku will be significantly weakened." However, Shikaka struggled fiercely, shaking off the toothless Master Toad. Just in time, Hinata arrived. Using 3 tails to restrain Shikaku, Master Toad then hurled Naruto towards Gaara. Naruto landed a punch squarely on Gaara's head, swelling his face. Gaara awoke, ready to retaliate against Naruto. At that moment, Hinata transformed back into her original form and seized Gaara by the throat. Gaara murmured, "Impressive, truly impressive. How can you all be so powerful yet so united?" Hinata remained silent, soon rendering him unconscious with a firm grip. In an instant, the transformation of the tailed beast was undone, collapsing into a fragile shell of yellow sand. Sasuke, in disbelief, murmured, "Did we win?" With a proud smile, Parker replied, "Indeed. She is the woman I admire. Her movements are extraordinarily swift." The great Toad couldn't help but exclaim, "The 3 tails Jinchuriki is, surprisingly, a beautiful young girl. And she seems to possess quite the fiery temperament. Naruto, you should keep your distance from such individuals. Otherwise, you might find yourself bullied for a lifetime." Hinata turned to the great Toad and sweetly smiled, "I'm not violent at all. It's just a misunderstanding." With that, the great Toad vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving no room for Hinata to display her adorable charm. Hinata instructed Naruto to use the shadow clone technique to carry Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, with these individuals as hostages. Surely the Wind Country would withdraw their forces. On the rooftop of the Colosseum, the 3rd Hokage and the 1st and 2nd Hokage maintained their distance to avoid being marked by the Flying Thunder God technique. Tobirama unleashed the Water Surge technique, prompting the 3rd Hokage to immediately erect an earth barrier for defense. Seizing the opportunity, Hashirama combined water and earth, effortlessly launching a large-scale would-release attack toward the 3rd Hokage. Trees extended rapidly, even reaching the edges of the 4 purple flames formation, which were incinerated in an instant. Seeing this, the 3rd Hokage shouted, "Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb." Taking a deep breath, he brewed the flames that erupted forth, incinerating a significant portion of the wooden constructs. The flames enveloped both Hashirama and Tobirama. From a distance, Orochimaru watched the scene with a mischievous grin. Tobirama formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. A massive wall of water emerged, suppressing the 3rd Hokage's flames. The Umbu outside gasped in astonishment. To conjure such a remarkable water technique in a place devoid of water, truly worthy of the 2nd Hokage. Before the 3rd Hokage could react, Hashirama closed in. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he knocked the 3rd Hokage to the ground. Trembling, the 3rd Hokage rose, affirming, "The power of the 1st remains ever potent." Seizing the moment, Tobirama attempted to drag the 3rd Hokage into the water, aiming to suffocate him. The 3rd Hokage felt a pang of despair. Facing these two was already taxing, not to mention Orochimaru lurking nearby with predatory intent. He forced himself to break the surface of the water. Just then, a water dragon bullet struck, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. Finally, landing on solid ground, the aged Hokage felt a sharp pain in his back. Hashirama commanded, "Would release secret technique, birth of the tree world." Countless trees sprouted anew, resembling a multitude of eerie arms that relentlessly battered the 3rd Hokage. who could only desperately maneuver through the gaps, seeking a sliver of hope. Ultimately, the branches ensnared his arms and legs completely. The Umbu outside were astonished, exclaiming, "Chakra has become the source of life for this forest of trees. How remarkable! Is this the legendary wood-release technique of the first Hokage, who brought peace to a chaotic world and established Konoha?" Struggling to free his injured hand, the third Hokage proclaimed, "Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Appear, King of Monkeys, Enma." Adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector and clad in a tiger-striped garment and armor, Enma's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. Orochimaru reminisced, "A troublesome entity has emerged." The Monkey King lamented, "Indeed, Orochimaru. How tragic it is, Sarutobi. It is entirely your fault for not eliminating him in the first place. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." The third Hokage gritted his teeth. "For heaven's sake, Monkey King," the Rui Jingu bang. Simultaneously, Hashirama and Tobirama intervened, preventing the Monkey King from transforming. Repelled by the Monkey King, it soon morphed into a stout, dark staff, instantly shattering the surrounding branches and trunks, thus rescuing the third Hokage. Clutching the Rui Jingu bang, the third Hokage felt a surge of confidence. Observing the third Hokage wielding the divine artifact, Orochimaru, unwilling to be outdone, promptly spat forth the Kusanagi sword towards the heavens. The two engaged in combat, the clash of metal ringing out. Orochimaru parried the staff's point with the blade. As they struggled in a test of strength, Hashirama executed a sliding maneuver, causing the third Hokage to lose his balance. Immediately thereafter, Tobirama delivered a swift blow to the third Hokage, having already implanted the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru mocked, "Foolish, rushing in without utilizing the Shadow Clone technique." At the Konoha city walls, Hinata and her companions had returned, where the allied forces clashed with the Konoha ninja army. Countless innocent civilians were falling victim to the chaos. Seeking death, Hinata vehemently rebuked, unleashing the multi-shadow clone technique. Countless copies of her surged to the front lines, mercilessly attacking the ninjas from Sunagakure and Otogakure. Naruto was taken aback. He had not anticipated Hinata mastering the multi-shadow clone technique. Could it be that she, like Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, and Sasuke, possessed the ability to replicate? In the arena, the remaining infiltrators had been eliminated. Guy faced off against the three-headed serpent, while Kakashi engaged in a fierce battle with the masked Umbu member, Kabuto. On the rooftop, the third Hokage lay motionless after being struck down. Orochimaru could not resist approaching, gripping his master's clothing. Gazing upon the frail, barely conscious elder, he smugly remarked, "Ah, age has finally caught up with you. Teacher, muster your strength. You are well-versed and proficient in all the ninjutsu of Konoha, renowned as the Professor. Do not let me down. Ha ha ha, it seems you truly are finished." At that moment, the Rui Jingu bang slightly opened its eyes, anxious within. "What has happened to you, old friend?" Suddenly, the third Hokage called out, Orochimaru, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. "You fool." In an instant, the Monkey King transformed and launched a surprise attack. Seizing Orochimaru by the neck with one hand, Orochimaru dissolved into mud and reappeared, only to be kicked away by the third Hokage. Underground, Danzo blocked Mito-S and Keisuke-S attempts to intervene. "Patience, my friends. This is the perfect opportunity for a shift in power. Once Sarutobi is gone, Konoha shall be our era." On the rooftop, Tobirama executed the Flying Thunder God slash, teleporting behind the third Hokage, intending to plunge a kunai into his heart for a lethal strike. The third Hokage sensed the danger in time, sidestepping, though only his shoulder was pierced. Gah! The third Hokage, in a moment of desperation, activated the explosive seals that had stealthily adhered to the first and second Hokages during their fierce struggle. The ensuing explosions incapacitated them instantly. However, fragments of their essence swiftly returned, mending the broken bodies of Hashirama and Tobirama, allowing them to rise once more. The third Hokage realized that the crux of the matter lay in finding a way to dispel the Edo Tensei technique. Otherwise, it would be an endless cycle. Immediately, he brought his hands together in a seal. Orochimaru leaned casually against the Kusanagi sword, mocking, "Teacher, you seem to be breathing quite heavily. Have you grown old? I've never seen you in such agony, he." The third Hokage, stalling for time, retorted, "What is there to laugh about?" Orochimaru continued to deride him. Even the so-called Professor of Ninjas, the mightiest Hokage, cannot escape the ravages of age. As he spoke, he tore off the human skin mask, revealing his true visage, Orochimaru. The Serpent Lady. With a flick of her hair, her gaze softened, and her red lips curled slightly. The third Hokage, taken aback, stammered. Who are you truly? Orochimaru responded with a feminine voice. Are you unable to comprehend due to the suddenness of it all? It is I, teacher. I am Orochimaru, your once favorite student. Shocked. The third Hokage murmured. Could it be that you have mastered that forbidden technique? You have become a terrifying, inhuman entity. Orochimaru giggled. Hee, ha ha ha. I have endured many hardships since leaving the village over a decade ago, all for this moment, to clear my name and prove the path to immortality. The Tao is the principle governing the myriad of things. To seek the Tao is to attain longevity. The frailty of the flesh confines us to the cycle of life and death. Only by achieving the art of eternal life can one have the infinite time to pursue the myriad paths of existence. This includes mastering all ninjutsu and understanding all truths of the world. Teacher, I learned this from an ancient tome. Do you, in your old age, now comprehend me? Do you wish to learn? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. Life and death are decrees of fate, the natural order. He continued, Orochimaru, the very reason I did not choose you as the fourth Hokage is your warped ideology. Your experiments have long surpassed the bounds of humanity. Orochimaru shook her head. Memories of Tsunade's despair over the loss of her lover and brother flooding her mind. Old man, I never expected you to remain so obstinately ignorant. The deaths of Dan Cat, SH-10, and the unparalleled Minato have taught me that life is the most fragile of all things. A true ninja should pursue immortality, rather than be confined by the notions of family, friends, and bonds. Only those who have spent long years understanding everything possess the right to be called the ultimate individual. To me, the lifespan of the flesh is fleeting and insubstantial. Even being called Hokage means nothing once you have perished. Teacher, in your current frailty, do you now grasp the essence of my words from years gone by? The third Hokage resolutely declared, such is mere folly. Only the will of fire can sustain our village's legacy. That embodies unity and protection, courage, friendship, sacrifice, and love. Those devoid of responsibility and morality shall ultimately succumb to self-doubt and madness. Orochimaru continued his insidious temptation. This method of immortality allows one's spirit to endure eternally. Sensei Sarutobi, should you master it, you could meet your great-grandson, and even his great-grandson, rather than face imminent obliteration at my hands. Surrender, relinquish your stubbornness. Abandon your futile steadfastness. Allow me to procure a youthful vessel for you. Once your spirit inhabits that body, you shall live anew. My continued guise of the past serves solely to evoke nostalgia in you upon our reunion. Aging is indeed a hollow experience. Seeing you has imparted profound insights. Do you not wish to live on, eternally safeguarding your family, protecting Konoha, witnessing the birth of new life, and savoring the true joys of family? The wrinkles of the third Hokage quivered violently as he uttered each word. Absolutely impossible. Orochimaru, with a self-satisfied grin, proclaimed, thus, you will perish here. While I shall become ever more youthful and beautiful, or acquire a stronger, more enduring body, Konoha provides me with such amusement. The third Hokage ground his teeth. The technique to usurp another's body and achieve an undying soul is, no matter how elegantly you present it, nothing but pure sorcery. How many lives have you ruthlessly sacrificed for your experiments, and to whom does this visage and body truly belong? At last, Orochimaru could bear no more. Controlling Hashirama's powers, he summoned an onslaught of trees that filled the entire Four Purple Flames formation. Countless branches lunged, nearly piercing the third Hokage's heart. Fortunately, he conjured a diamond cage with his Rui Jingu Bang, enveloping himself within. Orochimaru jeered, do not let your guard down, sensei. You have always been too naive. The third Hokage swiftly steadied his breath, locking eyes with Orochimaru, as if resolved to a certain fate. That brazen gaze, brimming with malice and ambition, must be extinguished. Once, he had indulged Orochimaru's savage growth, perceiving him as a rare genius during a time of war, utilizing his unique traits for numerous shadowy dealings within Konoha. When Orochimaru betrayed the village, the third Hokage's compassion faltered, leading to Orochimaru evolving into the greatest menace to peace in the shinobi world. This must be curtailed. The third Hokage's voice grew unwavering. I shall bury you, to atone for my past transgressions. Orochimaru scoffed. Who truly kills whom now? Having missed that opportunity? The first and second Hokages emerged. The third Hokage could only disperse his dwindling chakra to create shadow clones to obstruct them. Orochimaru taunted. Sensei, you have indeed grown old. How curious it is to hasten one's own demise. Yet, as the third Hokage completed his hand seals, the void began to stir. A strange specter, clad in a white robe, clutching prayer beads and a sharp blade, with demonic horns upon its head, emerged. It was the Shinigami. However, only the third Hokage could perceive it. To Orochimaru and the others, nothing had transpired. Orochimaru, brimming with confidence, scoffed. What is this nonsense? Victory is assured. In that instant, the third Hokage formed his seals and conjured an illusionary technique, enveloping the third Hokage in a shroud of darkness, stripping him of his awareness of the surroundings. Seizing this opportunity, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of blows upon the third Hokage, venting his pin-up frustrations. He chided, "Oh, sensei, within the annals of Konoha's history, you are but a fleeting leader. No matter how fervently you strive or how valiantly you fight, even the statues left behind will soon wither and decay. You cannot envision Konoha's future, and soon the people of tomorrow will forget you entirely. All that you have accomplished will be rendered meaningless in the vast expanse of time. Sensei, do you still not comprehend the essence of immortality?" The third Hokage, clutching his injured arm, retorted. "The village hidden in the leaves is more than just an organization to me. Each year, countless ninjas are born in Konoha. They grow, brave the battlefield, and sacrifice themselves to protect the village. My mission is to carry forth the will of fire, and as long as the flame endures, the legacy remains. I shall never truly perish." In that moment, the third Hokage reflected upon the current state of Konoha. It was a time when the flame of hope burned brightest. From Jiraiya to Minato, from Minato to Kakashi, and from Kakashi to the likes of Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke, the emergence of prodigies far surpassed those of other villages. Even Konohamaru was striving diligently. Regardless of who ascends to the position of Hokage in the future, the land of fire shall enter an era of prosperity. This cannot be obliterated by Orochimaru. To me, the villagers, even without blood ties, are significant. They are family. Orochimaru coldly responded. Then I shall sever this pillar and obliterate the village of Konoha. The third Hokage wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Even if no one remembers me in the future, the flame I have passed on shall remain. I am a man who has inherited the will of the first and second Hokages. I am the third Hokage. Orochimaru, no matter how covetous you are of the village, the new Hokage who inherits my will become the pillar that safeguards our home. Konoha. ISNT that right, fourth Hokage? ISNT that right, future fifth Hokage? Orochimaru, intrigued, remarked, I am eager to witness the forbidden jutsu you have yet to unveil. The third Hokage declared with conviction, sealing technique, Reaper Death Seal. He felt no regret for himself. Many years ago, Minato had employed this very technique to seal the Nine Tails for the sake of the village. Now, he was willing to sacrifice his own soul. Sealing the first and second Hokage, along with Orochimaru, is indeed a manifestation of the will of Fire's legacy. However, in matters of self-sacrifice for righteousness, he has inherited the resolve of the fourth Hokage. Indeed, a long life holds its significance. Yet, the most effective counter to the reanimation technique is sealing jutsu. Now is not the time to fear death. Orochimaru exclaimed with excitement, then let me witness your prowess. At that moment, the shadow clone of the third Hokage was felled by the first and second Hokage. The Shinigami commenced the ritual, beginning to consume the third Hokage's soul. The third Hokage controlled the tempo, as the shadow clone had deliberately exposed a flaw. Seizing this opportunity, he anticipated the moment of attack from the two predecessors and, in the darkness, grasped his opponents. The hand of the Shinigami reached forth, piercing through the bodies of Hashirama and Tobirama. The technique of darkness vanished in an instant. The saddened Sarutobi lamented. Sarutobi at the edge of Konohagakure, Guy unleashed the eighth gate, shattering the multi-headed serpent. Meanwhile, Hinata and the Leaf Shinobi army decimated the forces of Sunagakure and Odogakure. As victory drew near, they had intended to spare some lives. However, Hinata remarked, the second Hokage has been captured. Keeping the others alive would be a waste of provisions. Thus, the allied forces left no survivors. Once the cleanup was complete, they began to divide their troops. The majority fortified the walls and guarded various locations to prevent subsequent ambushes. Naruto entrusted Gaara and his companions to the Umbu of Konoha. Subsequently, Hinata, Guy, Sasuke, Naruto, and others returned to assist at the Chunin exam venue. At that moment, Kabuto and Kakashi were locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, sensing an approaching mass of leaf ninjas, he was taken aback. It seemed the worthless ones outside had all perished. Now, he was left without support. He immediately threw down a smoke bomb and made his escape. Hinata called out, Kakashi-sensei, we're here. Hurry and save the third Hokage. Kakashi paused, questioning whether the third Hokage truly needed saving, considering his strength and the numerous Umbu guarding outside. Everyone gathered on the rooftop. In the area beyond the barrier, dozens of ninjas converged. Guy prepared to kick through, but the Umbu intervened. The Umbu explained the characteristics of the four purple flames formation. Both physical and ninjutsu attacks had proven ineffective. Thus, would they have to resort to Kamui? Kakashi, revealing his Sharingan, inquired, "Hinata, what is the situation inside?" "Byakugan," Hinata called out, peering within. Her gaze penetrated the transparent barrier filled with trees. She began to relay her observations to the group. "It's too late. The third Hokage cannot be saved." Guy exclaimed with fervor. "How could the mere wind shadow possibly stand against the third Hokage?" Hinata clarified, "It is not the wind shadow. The true wind shadow has likely perished. It is Orochimaru, who has summoned the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, through the reanimation technique." Those who had arrived later, along with the original Umbu, felt a chill in their hearts. With Orochimaru's exceptional talent, how could the third Hokage possibly prevail against the two? Within the barrier, as his soul was drawn away by the Shinigami, Hashirama regained some awareness and murmured, "I'm sorry, little monkey." With a blend of relief and sorrow, the third Hokage lamented, "My disciple, I have troubled you." As the ceiling came to an end, the bodies of the first and second Hokage emerged from the earth, revealing the remains of two sound ninjas. In that fleeting moment, the third Hokage's eyes brimmed with tears. Recalling the time he stood behind the first and second Hokage, gazing down upon the village of Konoha from a precipice, imbued with their genuine spirit of fire. "Little monkey, protect the village you admire, nurture those who believe in you, and select individuals worthy of entrusting the next generation. Pass on the flames. Where Konoha flourishes, the fire shall endure." He resolved to forsake his own life, rejecting the temptation of fleeting existence. The third Hokage summoned his Rui Jingu Bang and struck it towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru parried with his sword, but after a brief exchange, the third Hokage sent Orochimaru's Kusanagi flying. The Rui Jingu Bang extended, aiming directly at Orochimaru, who retaliated with a shadow snake hand, entwining the Rui Jingu Bang with several serpentine forms. However, this was merely a feint from the third Hokage. In an instant, he teleported before Orochimaru and seized him. "It is over." The hand of the death god swiftly grasped Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru's face contorted in agony. What is this sensation? No. This pain is unbearable. He gritted his teeth and wielded the Kusanagi, its brilliance erupting. Both master and disciple shouted in unison, "Die!" The Monkey King transformed to intervene. But it was too late. The third Hokage was pierced through the heart by the sword. Orochimaru taunted, "Teacher, have you truly become so feeble? Can you not evade this? Or do you wish to perish alongside me?" Blood poured from his lips as the third Hokage's chest was stained crimson. "Orochimaru, you failed to comprehend. Once this forbidden technique is performed, while sealing, my soul will be sacrificed to the death god. This is a technique of certain death. Whether I evade this heart-piercing sword or not makes no difference. This is the jutsu once wielded by the fourth Hokage, the hero who protected the village. Soon, you too shall perish beneath this technique." Orochimaru's pupils dilated in shock. This was the technique used to seal the Nine Tails. He had not anticipated it to be the same jutsu. He had presumed it to be a secret of the Uzumaki clan. Yet the third Hokage had mastered it as well. Indeed, he realized he had learned too little. As his soul was drawn forth by the death god's hand, Orochimaru found his body immobilized. The third Hokage bore a hint of triumph. "You feel it now, for half of your soul has already been extracted. Those whose souls are sealed by this technique can never ascend to the heavens. They shall forever languish in the belly of the death god." In that moment, Orochimaru finally beheld the fearsome visage of the death god, revealing its sharp teeth and long tongue, inducing utter panic. The death god wielded a short sword and severed a portion of Orochimaru's soul, consuming it. Orochimaru bellowed, "What a joke, you decrepit old fool. I shall not allow you to have your way." He manipulated the Kusanagi, stirring it to hasten the third Hokage's life force's demise. The third Hokage grew anxious. Why? At this critical juncture, why is there an inability to act? Orochimaru was drenched in sweat. Had the third Hokage been a mere decade younger, he would undoubtedly have met his demise today. The Monkey King, ensnared by serpents, anxiously exclaimed, "Third Hokage, if you do not eliminate Orochimaru, the village will face utter destruction." Yet, the third Hokage was ultimately exhausted, his spirit waning. Despite his fervent desire to persist, he found himself unable to do so. His soul was forcibly drawn back into his body by Orochimaru. With a smug expression, Orochimaru proclaimed, "You old fool. The allied forces of Sunagakure and the Sound Ninja have surely taken Konoha by now. All the ninjas of Konoha are dead. Soon, not a single woman or child will be spared. The annihilation of Konoha is nearly at hand." Haha. Observing Orochimaru lost in a delusion of victory, the third Hokage, blood pooling in his mouth, retorted, "You fail to comprehend, Orochimaru. Do not underestimate the ninjas of this village. I believe they have achieved victory. Though I lack the strength to extract your soul entirely, your ambition ends here. As you indulge in ninjutsu and squander your abilities, I shall impose upon you the most fitting punishment, to strip you of all your ninjutsu." In a moment of clarity, the third Hokage summoned the last vestiges of his life force, pulling Orochimaru's soul from his hands. The Grim Reaper's blade descended. With a heart-wrenching cry, the third Hokage uttered 2 words, "Sealing." The technique was complete. "My hands." Orochimaru lifted his hands, visibly decaying before their eyes. This frail old man, already a flickering candle in the wind, had sacrificed his life to thwart him. The third Hokage calmly stated, "It is regrettable that I cannot take you with me, but my successors will carry forth my will. The flames of Konoha will illuminate the village, and from the ashes, Konoha will sprout anew." The third Hokage forever closed his eyes, collapsing to the ground with a faint smile lingering on his lips. Orochimaru, disheartened, declared, "The battle ends here. There is no need for a barrier. We shall return." Perceiving the shift outside, the Sound Four made a decisive choice to abandon the barrier, swiftly supporting Orochimaru as they leapt into the sky. Outside the barrier, the onlookers finally grasped the situation. Kakashi prepared to activate his Mangekyou Sharingan, intending to use Kamui to obliterate Orochimaru. Meanwhile, a furious Guy was ready to unleash the Eighth Gate, allowing the intruders to experience the wrath of Konoha's Azure Beast. Numerous Umbu and ninjas stood ready to act. However, at that moment, a commanding voice resonated, "Halt. Do not pursue a cornered enemy." Danzo, leaning on his cane, along with the 2 advisors of the Hokage, approached the crowd. Kakashi, resigned, lowered his forehead protector. After all, with the third Hokage deceased, leadership of Konoha now fell to these 3. Witnessing Orochimaru's successful escape, Guy, despite his reluctance, understood that as a ninja, he must obey the commands of his superiors. Danzo, having subdued the situation, coldly remarked, "Now that the third is gone, Konoha's strength has significantly diminished. Blindly pursuing will only ensnare us in the enemy's trap. Young individuals, impulsive actions will only bring about your downfall." Hinata shrugged. Thus, it appears that this old man is indeed contemplating the welfare of everyone. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya, having received the news, hastened back to Konoha. However, it was already too late. Along the way, he pondered that the third Hokage had likely subdued Orochimaru. After all, his mentor had lived a lifetime of battles, renowned as the master of ninjutsu. Upon arriving, he could only bear witness to the unfolding events. Contrary to his hopes, the hero had reached his twilight. Upon learning that Orochimaru had resurrected the first and second Hokage using the reanimation jutsu, Jiraiya fell silent. He never anticipated that this individual, after so many years, had descended into such madness, unearthing graves to summon the deceased for combat. Ultimately, he forced Sarutobi-sensei to sacrifice himself to protect the village. Soon after, Orochimaru assassinated the 4th Kazekage, disguised himself, and attended the Ch-Nin exams, meticulously orchestrating the revelation of Konoha's downfall. Sunagakure admitted their error, stating that although the invaders were deceived, their demise was of little consequence. They offered resources at no cost in exchange for Gaara and others. Subsequently, they re-established their alliance with Konoha. Following the memorial service for the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi stood for a long time before the memorial stone. Yugao approached, cradling a white flower, and gently remarked, "You still, as always, enjoy lingering here." Jiraiya observed from a distance, feeling a pang of nostalgia as memories of his childhood with Sarutobi-sensei flooded back. Orochimaru and Tsunade, who would have thought that Orochimaru had become a villain while Tsunade drifted away? At last, Kakashi sensed a semblance of calm within himself, bid farewell to Yugao, and sought out his 3 disciples. Naruto complained, "Kakashi-sensei, you're late again. We were waiting for you to help us grow stronger and avenge Grandpa Third." Kakashi offered an awkward smile. "I apologize, I got lost on the road of life today." Hinata teased, "You've used that excuse before, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi added, I misspoke. There was a beautiful girl who approached me on the way." Sasuke displayed an expression of skepticism. Naruto exclaimed, "Who was it?" Kakashi tilted his head, "I forgot." Hinata smirked. No need to say more. It must be Yugao. Sister Yugao adored Kakashi-sensei when she was younger. Kakashi's face flushed slightly. Who told you such nonsense? Or did you fabricate that on the spot? Everyone, remember, rumors cease with the wise. He then adopted a serious demeanor. You are all exceptional. Having made significant contributions during the invasion of the Land of Wind, his gaze primarily rested on Hinata. However, with the Hokage absent, there is no one to commend you or bestow honors upon you. Even Hinata, who has officially become a nin according to the rules, must wait until the new Hokage takes office to receive her promotion documents. Hinata, however, was entirely unconcerned. After all, the strongest in Konoha were two perennial genin, 4 ninjas, forced to linger in the war due to participating in the nin exams, abandoned their plans of opportunism upon witnessing Konoha's swift victory and departed in droves. As the hydrangea departed from the gates of Konoha, it promptly dispatched intelligence via a messenger pigeon. Dear Angel, Konoha possesses formidable strength, capable of effortlessly vanquishing the allied forces of the Land of Wind and the Land of Rice. The Hokage has perished, yet 3 equally aged elders remain to oversee affairs, all presumed to be of the level of a Kaguya. I advise that any plans be approached with utmost caution. Days later, a duo, having received orders from Pain, comprised of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki, arrived on the outskirts of Konoha. Though clad in red cloud-patterned cloaks, they donned conical hats, obscuring their faces with curtains and masks. Kisame, purely following orders, sought to capture either the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, or the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Hinata. In contrast, Itachi's intent was driven by concern that, following the third Hokage's demise, the higher-ups might take action against Sasuke, prompting him to issue a warning. Should they disregard all caution and persecute Sasuke or exploit him, he would unearth the truths of the past, sowing discord among the villagers of Konoha. Furthermore, as a double agent, he would relay certain intelligence regarding the Akatsuki to Konoha. At the small gate of Konoha, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the area, causing the guarding ninjas to feel dizzy and succumb to slumber. Standing atop the city wall, Kisame gazed at the village of Konoha, reflecting, though it has narrowly escaped destruction, the damage is indeed severe. Itachi replied coolly, a once thriving village, now reduced to such a lamentable state. Kisame, surprised, remarked, that hardly seems to align with your usual demeanor. Do you truly harbor sentiments for your homeland? To which Itachi, with a stoic expression, retorted, not in the least. The two had anticipated a seamless infiltration, yet upon entering the village, they encountered Asuma and Kurenai. Following previous conflicts, Konoha's nin had diminished in number, with most now patrolling the village's perimeter to guard against potential attacks from Orochimaru. It has been a long time, Mr. Asuma, Ms. Kurenai, Itachi greeted gently. Asuma, cigarette in mouth, assessed calmly, if you recognize us, it implies you were once a ninja of this village. Itachi thoughtfully lifted his conical hat slightly. Upon seeing the Sharingan, Asuma and Kurenai's pupils dilated in shock. You are. Noticing their struggle to fully recognize him, Itachi removed his hat and opened his collar. Asuma then affirmed, there's no doubt, Uchiha Itachi. Kisame jested. Are you familiar with Mr. Itachi? Allow me to introduce myself as well. He too removed his hat, declaring, Kisame Hashigaki. I look forward to your guidance. Observing the shark-patterned individual with small eyes, Asuma coldly replied, there will be no future. I will eliminate you both right now. Kisame, resigned, commented. It seems the villagers hold quite a dislike for you, Mr. Itachi. Kurenai interjected, you are both wanted S-rank criminals. With a scoff, Kisame swiftly attacked, clashing his sword, Semihata, against Asuma's chakra blade, inflicting a deep gash on Asuma's shoulder. Kurenai then unleashed an illusion technique, attempting to bind Itachi with branches from nearby trees. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that it was she who had become ensnared. Itachi disdainfully remarked, such a level of illusion is futile against me. You are simply too weak. Biting her lip to dispel the Genjutsu, brandished a kunai in an attempt to retaliate. Unfazed, Itachi delivered a swift kick, sending her tumbling into the river. Just as he prepared to take further action against the drenched Hong, Kakashi arrived, appearing behind Itachi. Kisame immediately unleashed a water dragon jutsu to protect Itachi, only for Kakashi to counter with his own, the same ninjutsu. Kisame exclaimed, it's the copy ninja. Itachi swiftly vacated the battlefield, fixating on Kakashi's Sharingan. Kakashi-senpai. Is your Sharingan still operational? With a watchful gaze, Kakashi replied coldly, Uchiha Itachi, the clan exterminator, and you, the rogue ninja, Kisame Hoshigaki, wielder of the sword Samahata, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kisame cheerfully responded, I am honored that you even know my name and weapon. I heard that Zabaz's little brat had crossed paths with you. He is indeed a worthy opponent. Itachi quickly urged Kisame to halt, explaining that engaging Kakashi in earnest would inevitably attract other ninjas, complicating their objectives. He then taunted, although you have mastered the Sharingan, your body is not that of the Uchiha clan. It must be quite burdensome. Kakashi, aware of his dwindling chakra, slowly closed his eyes as Itachi continued. The Uchiha clan is feared for its strength. It is time for you to witness the true power of the Sharingan and the bloodline limit. Realizing the imminent peril, Kakashi urgently instructed everyone to close their eyes while he opened just one Sharingan. Itachi scoffed, even if you possess the Sharingan, it does not guarantee your mastery over it. Tsukuyomi, one of the mightiest Genjutsu, was instantly unleashed. Kakashi could not activate his Mangeki in time. Within the realm of the Blood Moon, he found himself bound to a crucifix, subjected to relentless torment for what felt like 3 days and nights, though only mere seconds had elapsed in reality. Kakashi emerged from the Genjutsu utterly drained, gasping for breath, unable to remain upright, collapsing into the river. Confounded, he pondered why Itachi had the power to easily end his life yet refrained from doing so. Could it be related to Sasuke? Kisame jested, after enduring that technique. Your spirit hasn't shattered. However, Itachi, overusing those eyes is perilous for you as well. Itachi coldly commanded, Kisame, eliminate the 2 besides Kakashi. Receiving the order, Kisame brandished Samahata and charged forth. In a critical moment, Guy arrived just in time, executing a spinning kick that sent Kisame reeling. Feeling the immense power, Kisame exclaimed, Who is this? Guy proudly declared, the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Having said that, he lifted the injured Kakashi. Noticing Guy's unfocused gaze, which avoided his own, Itachi deduced that Guy must have undergone specialized training to counter the Sharingan. Guy had imparted his experiences against the Sharingan to Asuma and Hong, emphasizing the importance of not looking into the eyes, but rather focusing on the opponent's feet. Kakashi was entrusted to Hong, and then Akai struck a pose, declaring, Before reinforcements from the Umbu arrive, I shall entertain you. Itachi, realizing the futility of the situation, called out, Kisame, let us depart. This individual is not to be trifled with. Engaging with them is pointless. We did not come to incite war. If conflict is to occur, we must first locate the Nine Tails. Kisame, who had initially prepared for a fierce battle, lowered his Samahata upon hearing this. The 2 swiftly retreated. Despite Danzo's fervent insistence on his appointment as Hokage, the 2 advisors, considering their own interests, resolved to find someone to counterbalance Danzo's influence. They sought out Jiraiya, who was currently peering through a telescope to catch a glimpse of beautiful women bathing, hoping he would assume the role of Hokage to address the looming threats from the great nations and the potential for conflict. Jiraiya, however, had little interest in such matters. His sole focus was on gathering material for his writings. Becoming Hokage would hinder his pursuits of pleasure, rendering him unworthy of the title. The task of tireless dedication was better suited for another. The advisors remarked, if one of the legendary 3 cannot take on this role, who else could? Reluctantly, Jiraiya mentioned Tsunade, another of the legendary 3, who, though currently missing, he was determined to locate to succeed him as Hokage. Concerned that Naruto might become a target for the Akatsuki after the 3rd Hokage's demise, Jiraiya resolved to bring him along, both to protect him and to impart further skills. At that moment, Naruto was enjoying ramen at Ichiraku with Hinata. Upon hearing that Jiraiya wanted him to embark on a training journey, he suggested bringing Hinata along. Dressed in a kimono, Hinata appeared graceful and blossoming. Jiraiya found her presence delightful and readily agreed. Coupled with Naruto's seductive techniques, it promised double the joy. Hinata smiled and suggested, Lord Jiraiya, why not bring Sasuke as well? Our Team 7 could accompany you, allowing us to coordinate effectively. Otherwise, Naruto and I might not go. Naruto, standing behind Hinata with his fist clenched, chimed in, yeah, perverted sage, bring along my good friend Sasuke too. Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched. This boy, with his prominent features, actually listened to a woman. This was quite disheartening. He needed to find a way to teach him properly. For the moment, however, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After some searching, the duo from the Akatsuki finally spotted Jiraiya and the others from a distance but dared not approach. Kisame murmured, that is the legendary Sannin. We are not of their caliber. Itachi, upon catching sight of Sasuke, was momentarily moved. Suppressing his emotions, he nonchalantly remarked, "Ah, yes, engaging him would result in our demise. Even in the best-case scenario, it would merely end in a stalemate. At such a level, no amount of manpower would suffice." Kisame, having listened to Itachi, deeply resonated with his words. To confront him would render the names of the Uchiha clan of Konoha and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist utterly meaningless. Indeed, as Itachi acknowledged this, he shifted the conversation, adding, however, no matter how powerful an individual may be, they will always possess weaknesses. Following closely, he observed Hinata and the others entering a lodge, and thus he set his plan into motion. Upon encountering Hinata and her companions, the innkeeper's wife joyfully exclaimed, "With such grace and beauty, you must be the esteemed Lady Hinata." Naruto, intrigued, inquired, "Is Hinata really that famous?" The innkeeper's wife replied with delight, "Indeed. I owe my gratitude to the young lady for her valor in protecting our village during the attack on Sunagakure. My wayward brother mentioned that a ninja nearly took his life, but it was Lady Hinata who arrived just in time to vanquish that foe with a single strike. Furthermore, after the battle, the Hyuga clan, now it should be referred to as the Hyuga Foundation, generously aided the homeless and injured villagers." Sasuke's face registered shock. He wondered why the Hyuga clan would extend their help to unrelated individuals. Naruto, with an air of certainty, declared, "Hinata is the kindest girl. The Hyuga family is truly remarkable." Jiraiya squinted, realizing he had not previously noticed Naruto's potential as an admirer, akin to his past pursuits of Tsunade. The innkeeper's wife discreetly whispered to Hinata, revealing that the inn also held shares from the Hyuga Foundation. Since the esteemed lady was present, they would certainly be accommodated in the finest luxury rooms, free of charge. Hinata, not one to be shy, responded, "Then let us each have a room of our own." "Of course, my lady," came the prompt reply. As they ascended the stairs, Hinata soon recognized something amiss. This was the very inn where Uchiha Itachi had once brutally confronted Sasuke and battled Jiraiya. The group settled into their rooms for a respite. Shortly thereafter, a knock resounded at Jiraiya's door. Upon opening it, he was met by a stunning, sultry woman who immediately threw herself into his embrace. Dressed in a purple, off-shoulder, body-hugging dress, she exuded an intoxicating allure, reeking of alcohol and an unbearable fragrance. With a breathy plea, she murmured, "Help me, I've been drugged," and with a push, she pinned Jiraiya onto the bed. "Save me." Hinata, from a distance, peered through her Byakugan, astonished by the unfolding drama. What a sensational display. It seems Itachi has exquisite taste, sending Jiraiya a top-tier courtesan. At that moment, a knock echoed at Naruto's door. Upon opening it, he was met with the piercing gaze of a man clad in black. The oppressive aura of the Sharingan made Naruto break into a sweat. Kisame approached Itachi, surprised. "I didn't expect the 9 tails to be housed within this brat." He had heard from Tobi that the 3 tails resided within a young girl. Itachi spoke gently, "Naruto, come with us." Just then, Sasuke's door swung open. He had intended to seek out Hinata to discuss their mutual training. Instead, he confronted the familiar figure of his once beloved brother, his tender sibling, who had ultimately callously annihilated their clan. It appeared Itachi had come to capture both Naruto and Hinata. The boy who once lay on the ground, shouting and drooling, was now resolute. At Itachi's invitation, Naruto obediently stepped into the hallway. Kisame cautioned, "Itachi, if he runs amok, it will lead to complications. It would be better to sever one of his legs." With that, he reached for his sword. Naruto was drenched in sweat. Sasuke shouted, "Stop." His tone darkened. "It's been a long time, Itachi Uchiha." Kisame jested, "Mr. Itachi, this boy bears a striking resemblance to you. Could he be your illegitimate son?" Itachi calmly replied, "Yes, I am his brother." Kisame, intrigued, remarked, "Mr. Itachi, I heard you annihilated the Uchiha clan, but I never expected this. I shall kill you." Sasuke could no longer contain his fury. Naruto realized that the one Sasuke sought to kill was, in fact, his brother. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke coldly declared, "As you said, I harbor resentment towards you, hatred for you. To slay you, I have trained diligently every day. This day has long been anticipated. I am no longer the weakling I once was." With that, the brilliant lightning of Chidori illuminated his hand. Itachi gazed at him indifferently, offering no words. Sasuke lunged forward, and the Chidori carved a deep groove into the inn's wall. "Die!" he cried. With a slight lift of his hand, Itachi deflected Sasuke's attack. Boom! The Chidori obliterated a room. Itachi, unperturbed, seized Sasuke's wrist. The lightning gradually dimmed. Crack! Amid Sasuke's agonized scream, his arm dislocated. Even with such commotion, Jiraiya had yet to appear, likely off gathering materials. Knowing he was outmatched, Naruto prepared to summon forth the Nine-Tails chakra, but Kisame Samehada swiftly drained his chakra. Kisame smugly explained, "My Samehada can devour chakra. If you recklessly employ ninjutsu, it will be troublesome. Rather than sever a leg, I prefer to chop off your hand." Just as Naruto struggled to utilize his ninjutsu, Samehada descended mercilessly once more. "Naruto, unable to use chakra, do you not know how to fight with your fists?" Hinata's gentle voice interjected as she blocked Samehada with her Kusanagi sword. "Kisame, in the other pillar. Did you seek permission from me to bully the second pillar?" Upon turning, Uchiha Itachi observed a young girl clad in an adorable Lolita dress, her forehead protector absent, lacking any semblance of a ninja. "Kisame, you can't even handle a little sister?" Hearing this, Kisame exerted force and swiftly clashed his great blade Samehada against Hinata's. To his astonishment, the petite girl exhibited strength that was not at all inferior to his own. Naruto drew a kunai and joined the fray. A seasoned warrior, Kisame adeptly managed the dual assault. Suddenly, the door creaked open. At last, Jiraiya appeared, bearing the limp form of a girl. "You all underestimate me. A man like Jiraiya would never be swayed by beauty. In fact, I excel at charming them with sweet words." Noticing the silence, Jiraiya reiterated, "I shall absolutely not be tempted by women. A man like me can use this face to captivate all women." He then began to strike various poses he deemed stylish. With a wild spin, Jiraiya continued to narcissistically emphasize, "I, the manly Jiraiya, will never be seduced by feminine allure. However, all women are effortlessly captivated by me." The crowd fell silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Hinata sighed. "Jiraiya-sama, do you expect me to believe you?" Naruto accused, "What nonsense. Any other woman merely needs to cast a flirtatious glance at you, and you would be utterly thrilled. You are nothing but a lecherous sage who struts around with an air of coolness." Kisame concurred, "You must be the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya-sama. Though I am aware of your notorious lechery, I did not anticipate it would be so easy to divert your attention. Even this young girl exhibits far more cunning than you." Jiraiya attempted to defend himself. "It was merely a trivial illusion. I have already dispelled it. To exploit a pitiable woman, such tactics are unworthy of a man. That said, your objective is indeed the tailed beasts, isn't it?" Itachi openly acknowledged, "Indeed. Capturing the Nine Tails is the highest directive issued by the Akatsuki organization." At this, Sasuke leapt up, declaring, "I will not allow you to harm them. Jiraiya, leave this traitor to me. I will personally end his life." Jiraiya shrugged, indicating youthful recklessness. "Feel free." Itachi slightly turned, his gaze cold and disdainful. "I have no interest in you at present." This condescending tone ignited Sasuke's fury, prompting him to launch an attack. However, Itachi effortlessly kicked him away, sending him crashing against the wall at the end of the corridor. Naruto attempted to assist but was repelled by Kisame. "I advise you to refrain from meddling in Mr. Itachi's affairs." Gasping for breath, Sasuke struggled to rise, his voice filled with venom. "I have lived for this very day." With that, he charged at Itachi. Itachi raised his hand, striking Sasuke on the head, distorting his face as blood gushed from his mouth. With a slight exertion, Itachi sent Sasuke back against the wall once more. Undeterred, Sasuke shouted defiantly, "Come on." Itachi leisurely approached, delivering a powerful blow to Sasuke's abdomen, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling. Grasping Sasuke's neck, Itachi pressed him against the wall. In that moment, despair engulfed Sasuke. Why was he so weak? Despite his diligent efforts and years of training, why was he utterly powerless against Itachi? The gap had never diminished since that time. What was happening? Up until now. What had he been doing? A menacing smile crept onto Kisame's face as he remarked, "You truly show no mercy, Mr. Itachi." Itachi applied more pressure. As Sasuke's consciousness waned, his mind teetered on the brink of emptiness. Itachi coldly stated, "You are far too weak. Why are you so weak?" Then, leaning closer to Sasuke's ear, he whispered, "Because your hatred is insufficient." The Sharingan activated, casting Sasuke back to the night of the massacre. The scene of his parents' murder replayed incessantly in his mind, looping for a full 24 hours. No matter how desperately Sasuke wished to halt it, to escape, it was impossible. Itachi coldly reiterated, "You lack even the worth of being killed, my foolish little brother. If you wish to slay me, then cultivate your hatred, harbor your resentment, and live on in your wretchedness." Continuously fleeing, desperately clinging to life, Sasuke's consciousness returns to reality as the illusion of Tsukuyami fades after a grueling 24 hours. He cries out in madness before collapsing to the ground. Kisame, understanding the situation, remarks, same old, same old. Itachi, even against his own brother, employs Tsukuyomi as well. Witnessing his dear friend suffer, Naruto's fury ignites. Enough already, you bastard. He charges forward, only to be swiftly intercepted and sent flying by Kisame's blade. Fortunately, after rigorous training, his formidable physique sustains no serious harm. Jiraiya, intrigued by the Uchiha brothers' machinations, observes closely. Even Hinata, who has witnessed this scene countless times, feels the weight of reality as she experiences it firsthand. Seeing Sasuke in agony stirs her anger. You revel in bullying others, don't you? With a swift movement, she bypasses Kisame and rushes toward Itachi. Though surprised, Kisame's reaction is more one of mockery. It is a grave mistake to challenge Uchiha Itachi. Itachi turns to regard the beautiful girl wielding the Kusanagi sword, dismissing Sasuke as he slowly reaches out to grasp Hinata's neck. However, she defies his expectations. Activating her Byakugan, she evades his grasp and swiftly strikes at his arm with her sword. To his astonishment, it is Itachi who is forced back. Hinata smirks. You don't actually think I'm as easy to bully as Sasuke, do you? The speed of her Kusanagi sword accelerates to its zenith, compelling Itachi to summon his true strength in response. Miss Hinata, you are indeed superior to my useless brother, he concedes, but this is where it ends. Tsukuyomi. He prepares to deliver a relentless barrage akin to Kakashi's infamous 3-day stabbing combo. Yet, Hinata remains unfazed. Instead, she seizes the opportunity and delivers a powerful kick, sending Itachi flying. In midair, Itachi is taken aback. You're not afraid of Genjutsu? My apologies, Hinata retorts with bravado. My ocular prowess exceeds yours. She grants him no respite, unleashing a torrent of chakra flames that amplifies her speed and reflexes exponentially. Itachi soon finds himself overwhelmed. Observing from the sidelines, Jiraiya folds his arms, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. This girl possesses the chakra of the Nine Tails. Naruto truly has a bold spirit. Perhaps he will be sold and still help count the money. Sasuke, groggily opening his eyes, beholds Hinata in her Super Saiyan mode and contemplates his circumstances. Perhaps it is time to make a decisive choice. Remaining in Konoha holds no promise for him. With a single punch, Itachi is sent hurtling away. Hinata pursues, delivering another kick while taunting him. Weasel, you seem so fond of Tsukuyomi. Your eyes must be failing you with such sluggish reactions. This is what we call overexertion or indulgence. Itachi's heart quakes with shock. This girl appears to grasp the secret of his eyes. Each use of the Sharingan's abilities, particularly the Manjiki, depletes vast amounts of chakra and inflicts damage on both his eyes and body. Since joining the Akatsuki, he has engaged in numerous high-intensity missions and battles, leaving his body in a perpetual state of exhaustion. There is scarcely any time to rest and recuperate one's body. Infiltrating the enemy's camp demands constant vigilance, ever prepared to confront potential dangers and tasks. This prolonged physical exhaustion has led to a gradual deterioration of his health. Despite his deteriorating vision and waning strength, Itachi reminds himself that he must endure until Sasuke matures. This is the very reason behind his current cold demeanor. The sluggish pace of Sasuke's growth fills Itachi with apprehension, fearing he may not live to see that day. Witnessing the once invincible Itachi now faltering, Kisame ceased to hold back and struck with ferocity. Naruto found himself retreating under relentless pressure. Jiraiya swiftly performed a series of hand seals, exclaiming, summoning technique. The surrounding corridor was enveloped by a crimson wall of flesh. Sasuke was shrouded within this meaty barrier, safeguarded from harm. As Kisame swung his sword, Samahata, it became ensnared within the flesh, forcing him to struggle to extract it. The pliable mass began to writhe, grasping at Itachi and Kisame's feet. Kisame, agitated by the sudden change in their environment, found himself increasingly anxious. As the setting shifted, Itachi and Hinata parted ways, yet he remained unfazed. Jiraiya declared triumphantly, Ninja art, toad mouth binding technique. Unfortunately for Itachi and Kisame, they had already fallen into his trap. I have summoned the esophagus of the great toad of Mount Myaboku. And since you are both wanted men, why not become mere sustenance for the toad? Kisame finally managed to free his foot, only to find Samahata ensnared once more. In a panic, he exclaimed, Itachi, what should we do? Itachi's eyes transformed in an instant into the Manjiki Sharingan, and he calmly instructed, Kisame, follow me. Hinata, wearing a mischievous grin, taunted, where do you think you're going, big pillar? I never said I would let you go. As Itachi and Kisame attempted to flee, Jiraiya confidently remarked, save your energy. No one has ever escaped from here. The fleshy walls began to rapidly constrict, striving to ensnare the duo. Simultaneously, countless appendages of flesh reached out, frantically entangling them. Kisame swung his great sword to carve a path, but the walls closed in ever more swiftly. His heart raced with dread. Blood began to trickle from the corner of Itachi's eye. Amaterasu. The black, ultimate flames pierced through the toad's stomach in an instant, igniting a relentless blaze. What a dreadful ulcer, he mused. Hinata infused her Kusanagi sword with chakra, maximizing the sharpness of the two streams of chakra through friction. She deftly removed the charred section and leaped forth, continuing her pursuit. As Amaterasu consumed the stomach wall and chakra, it gradually extinguished. Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the fleshy barrier had been breached, and it appeared Hinata possessed the capability to dismantle it as well. Naruto, disregarding all caution, charged forward. Although Jiraiya had not intended to pursue, he felt compelled to follow, having witnessed the formidable power of Itachi's unknown black flames. The fire-spitting great toad of Mount Mayaboko had its inner lining incinerated in an instant. One could only imagine the true strength of Amaterasu. As the summoning technique was undone, the toad's fleshy barrier vanished, leaving Sasuke lying quietly in the corridor. Not long after, he rose to his feet, driven by his indomitable will. Upon witnessing Amaterasu, the fleeing Kisame questioned, "Itachi-san, why must we retreat? With your prowess, there is no need to fear the so-called Sannin or the Jinchuriki." Itachi calmly elucidated. "There is no urgency to carry away the current Jinchuriki, and I must find a place to rest adequately." With this, he felt a chill in his heart. Not only was Tsukuyomi invoked, but so was Amaterasu. Continuing on this path would surely overwhelm his body. We must depart swiftly. To this, Kisame scoffed. "Those leaf ninjas must be terrified upon witnessing your Amaterasu, Itachi-san. They would hardly dare to pursue us. It is the ultimate flame that does not cease until its target is consumed." As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata appeared ahead on the riverbank, smiling gently. "Where are you two headed?" Itachi replied softly, "Hinata-san, I do not wish to engage in battle with you. Please step aside." Hinata turned her neck slightly. "I am afraid that Konoha is not a place one can come and go as they please." Her aim was to establish a degree of deterrence for Konoha. She could not allow other nations to perceive Konoha as weakened after being attacked by the allied forces. It was essential to provide conditions for the Hyuga clan to flourish in a peaceful environment. Defeating the infamous Akatsuki organization would serve as an excellent means of propaganda. Simultaneously, although Itachi had resorted to heavy-handedness for the sake of educating his brother, Hinata could not overlook it. She, too, felt compelled to confront Itachi. After all, since his return to the village, he had left a trail of destruction with his Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Hehehe, I shall take advantage of his weakened state. Kisame stepped forward. "Itachi-san, you rest. I shall deal with this ignorant girl." From their previous encounter, he understood that close combat would not yield favorable results. He promptly performed a summoning technique, conjuring a multitude of sharks, surging towards Hinata across the water's surface. As Kisame summoned, Hinata simultaneously summoned Abao. Whether Abao engaged or not was irrelevant. The key was that the sharks would prioritize attacking him. Hinata darted past the swarm of sharks, making a beeline for Itachi. Kisame once again obstructed her path, swiftly forming hand seals and declaring, "Water style, great shark bullet technique." A massive water shark surged toward Hinata. She understood that this was no ordinary water technique. It possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Kisame's shark skin had an insatiable appetite, capable of consuming even the chakra of a typical tailed beast, which is why he was also referred to as the tailless-tailed beast. The conclusion was clear. Direct attacks using ninjutsu would only bolster the enemy. Once the water shark absorbed enough chakra, it would only grow stronger. With a rapid swing of the Kusanagi sword, Hinata unleashed several waves of sword energy. The principle behind these attacks was to compress air to its utmost speed, resulting in air slashes devoid of chakra. Although numerous wounds appeared on the surface of the water shark, it remained insufficient to destroy it. Water style, water dragon tornado. Utilizing the river's water, Hinata activated a water-based ninjutsu. The chakra had transformed into material water, thus negating Kisame's unique ability to absorb chakra. As she observed her sharks becoming ensnared, Kisame expressed his astonishment, exclaiming that he had not anticipated that his opponent was also a water-style ninja. Meanwhile, his summoned beast was being thoroughly beaten by Abao, nearly devoured in the process, before vanishing into a puff of white smoke. Abao held a distinct aversion to creatures that attacked without provocation. "Shao Tian, allow me to assist you. I will handle this behemoth," declared Naruto upon his arrival. Jiraiya analyzed the situation, stating that against a ninja capable of absorbing chakra, physical attacks would be the most effective approach. Come forth, Iron-Armed Toad, he commanded. Additionally, Toadkin, armed with a shield and a long fork, charged at Kisame without hesitation, his immense strength causing Kisame to stagger back. Toadkin remarked nonchalantly, "Though I may not be very useful and can only be summoned when the enemy is not particularly strong, I am resolute in fulfilling my duty." Kisame seethed with frustration. Was this great Toad mocking him? Such words were utterly audacious. Simultaneously, Iron-Armed Toad made its move. The armor on its arms effectively resisted Kisame's attempts to bite. Jiraiya was preoccupied with dealing with Kisame. Hinata approached Itachi, who was seated cross-legged, diligently refining his chakra. Itachi, forced to interrupt his meditation, stood up with a detached expression. He promptly launched several spinning shuriken, targeting multiple positions around Hinata. Hinata smiled lightly, saying, "Brother Itachi, you don't believe my Byakugan is merely ornamental, do you?" As she spoke, she wielded the Kusanagi sword in a sweeping motion, deflecting all the shuriken. "I am aware that the Uchiha excel in shuriken jutsu. But what significance does that hold under the gaze of my Byakugan?" Itachi's expression remained icy as he replied, "You are correct." He then executed the body flicker technique, appearing behind Hinata, thrusting a kunai toward her neck. Boom. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Hinata as Shadow Clone. Hinata emerged from the tree-line, taunting, "Brother Itachi, do you not feel constricted?" Such meticulous management of chakra, unwilling to expend even a little more. "Are you perhaps envious of my chakra reserves?" Itachi, like Kakashi, possessed a limited amount of chakra and often opted for precise control over each fragment to maximize its utility. His gaze narrowed from their first encounter. He sensed that this woman possessed an uncanny understanding of him, while he knew little of her. "What is the matter, Brother Itachi? Are you troubled by your lack of information about me?" Hinata teased. "If your prowess is lacking, and you can only resort to these minor ninjutsu, then you are destined to lose." Her words seemed to serve as both a reminder and a veiled threat, tinged with a hint of expectation. Itachi found it perplexing. Did the opponent truly know his trump cards? Moreover, as Hinata had indicated, a prolonged war of attrition would increasingly disadvantage the side with lesser chakra. A swift victory was imperative. Flames enveloped Itachi entirely, and simultaneously, his skeletal structure began to manifest. Hinata was taken aback. How could a mere exchange of banter provoke such a formidable response? She immediately chose to transform into her tangible Nine-Tails form. Within Naruto's being, the Nine-Tails began to resonate and manifest. The colossal Susanoo behind Itachi, towering several meters high, was astonishingly extravagant and conspicuous, leaving Kisame in a state of shock. He swiftly guided Jiraiya and the others to a safe distance to prevent any unintended harm. "Truly, Itachi deserves respect. I had previously underestimated you. Such a high level of ninjutsu would undoubtedly perplex even a leader. Henceforth, he should be referred to as Itachi-sama." Upon witnessing Hinata and Naruto's transformation into their Nine-Tails forms, Itachi was initially taken aback. How did Konoha manage to divide the tailed beasts? 2 Jinchuriki? Then he recalled what Obito had vaguely mentioned about the 3 tails Jinchuriki. Wondering if it could be Hinata. The manifested 9 tails in both Hinata and Naruto were not in their complete forms, but rather 2 slightly smaller versions than Susanoo. Hinata chose to materialize due to her fear of Kisame absorbing her chakra. Naruto's ability to materialize stemmed from chakra resonance and the 9 tails' fear of retribution from Hinata, given her possession of the malevolent Sharingan. Furthermore, Naruto's body had been significantly fortified through physical training, enabling him to endure such a formidable level of 9 tails chakra. However, without Hinata by his side, Naruto would not have been able to achieve this effect alone. Jiraiya was left dumbfounded. Goodness, Hinata is remarkably powerful, transforming into her tailed beast so effortlessly, and she appears to be a perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto, being somewhat inexperienced, had been completely outmaneuvered by Hinata, who had even deceived the tailed beast into relinquishing a portion of its power. What puzzled him further was how this young girl could exude such an enigmatic presence. The Hyuga clan should not possess such abilities. Could it be a contingency left by Master Hiruzen for Konoha? It must be. Only that old man could accomplish such a feat. It is no wonder that Naruto feels such a close bond with Hinata. They are both Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Having pieced together the circumstances, Jiraiya still felt uneasy. Hinata exposing her trump card to the enemy by pursuing them was exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, with him at the forefront, the situation remained manageable. Nevertheless, drawing out the trump card of the S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi was not without merit. He resolved to properly instruct these two children in the future. Regardless of their strength as ninjas, they must learn the importance of concealing their true capabilities. Sasuke arrived, trembling. He beheld the two Ninetales engaged in a fierce battle with a fiery skeletal figure. The deafening sounds of their clash reverberated around him. In horror, he realized that the figure within the skeletal structure was none other than Itachi. Witnessing Itachi's true power plunged Sasuke into despair, overwhelming him with a sense of hopelessness. A profound feeling of descent enveloped him, causing him to collapse to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Despite the relentless assault from the two Ninetales, Itachi's Susanoo began to falter, retreating under their onslaught. Struggling against the sensation of exhaustion, blood streamed from Itachi's eyes. The Susanoo extended countless chakra lines, enveloping its skeletal form as if donning a layer of armor. Soon thereafter, flames erupted once more, enveloping it in a second layer of protection. Hinata could not help but exclaim in astonishment. When would she also unlock the Momoshiki Sharingan and manifest a Susanoo? How magnificent! Observing this spectacle, Sasuke felt as though he had plummeted from the depths of despair into the abyss of hell. Just how formidable was his brother? The claws of the Ninetales transformed Naruto struck the surface of the Susanoo, leaving only faint scratches. Hinata leaped back, unleashing a tailed beast bomb. Itachi raised his hand, summoning the divine artifact, the Yata Mirror, to deflect the tailed beast bomb's assault. The impact sent it ricocheting away, creating a massive crater in the forest. Flames roaring and beginning to spread. Once more, Itachi waved his hand, the divine sword, Totsuka, now in the other hand of the Susanoo. The Susanoo charged towards Hinata. She could only shake her head, acknowledging the prowess of the god Itachi, enhanced by the Yasaka Magatama, with the three sacred artifacts providing both offense and defense. Capable of engaging at any range, truly unbeatable. Moreover, with Shirsue's Manjiki, he could unleash the strongest Genjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. If he sacrificed his eyes, Itachi could even perform Izanagi and Izanami. An online commentator in a past life had claimed he was the true father of Kishimoto, and such claims were not unfounded. However, Itachi's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. His chakra was insufficient. If Hinata could merely stall for time, she would surely wait until Uchiha Itachi was completely drained. Thus, she evaded the assault and retreated to a distance, simultaneously shouting, "Naruto, be cautious of the Totsuka blade. Do not let yourself be sealed." Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly distanced himself from the Susanoo, mimicking Hinata's long-range tailed beast bomb attack. This utterance sent tumultuous waves through Itachi's heart. Not only had Hinata identified the Totsuka blade, but she also understood its specific function. Since acquiring the divine artifact, he had yet to wield it even once. How had the opponent come to such knowledge? It appeared she was aware of it even before he could use it. Hinata seemed to taunt him into deploying his ultimate technique. When the Susanoo emerged, she displayed no signs of trepidation. Instead, she maintained her composure, calmly employing tailed beast transformation to counter the threat. Naruto, having grown up under Itachi's watchful eye, was astonishingly capable of achieving tailed beast transformation without losing his rationality. Upon reflection, it was truly terrifying. The absolute transparency of intent was undoubtedly a grave flaw in ninja combat. Hinata must possess a strategy to confront him, which emboldened her to provoke him so recklessly. With victory now seeming remote, Itachi realized he must retreat before his chakra was entirely depleted. Piloting the Susanoo, he swiftly charged at Naruto. The Yata Mirror struck Naruto down to the ground, while the Totsuka blade severed several of his tails. Yet Itachi did not linger. With another swing, he obliterated Jiraiya's summoned beasts. "Kisame, let's go." Upon witnessing Itachi's decision to withdraw, Kisame followed suit without hesitation, employing the water prison technique as cover. Hinata refrained from pursuing them. The battlefield had been sufficiently brutal. All that remained was to let the public relations team extol their triumph. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, had valiantly repelled the clan exterminator, Uchiha Itachi, and the 7 ninja swordsmen Kisame. The impact would be significant. Henceforth, not only would the Akatsuki organization refrain from recklessness, but other nations would also find themselves deterred. The victorious Konoha village would undoubtedly flourish. Reverting from her transformation, Hinata lifted the fallen Sasuke, instantly infusing him with abundant chakra. However, even with his restored strength, Sasuke remained despondent and reluctant to engage in conversation. In a certain part of the ninja world, in a corridor, Tsunade carried a box, followed closely by a small pig. Upon pushing open the door, she slammed the box onto the table in front of Shizune. She opened it to reveal a large cache of money. What on earth? Shizen exclaimed, her mouth agape and eyes wide. Where did this fortune come from? Tsunade replied enthusiastically. Now we can not only recoup our losses, but also make a substantial profit. With renewed determination, the two set off towards the casino town. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Naruto walked ahead, with Hinata and Sasuke trailing behind. Jiraiya began to recount their mission, to find a golden-haired princess known for her gambling prowess, Tsunade, who was set to return to Konoha to inherit the title of Hokage. She was also one of the legendary Sannin, with an insatiable appetite for gambling, frequenting casinos across the globe. Hinata interjected, "What's Sannin?" They are clearly the trio of vice, gambling, drugs, and debauchery. Naruto, quick-witted as ever, chimed in. "I get it. The lecherous sage, the gambling princess, and the venomous ant." Sasuke merely scoffed. Throughout their journey, Jiraiya elaborated on the methods to control tailed beasts and recounted Tsunade's remarkable feats. Naruto listened with rapt attention, while Hinata remained indifferent. Sasuke grew increasingly agitated, his expression darkening, primarily due to his own lack of involvement. After some time, they arrived at a bustling town, teeming with commercial streets and numerous casinos, where they might gather information about Tsunade. Seizing the opportunity to slip away, Jiraiya excused himself to visit a brothel for intel. Hinata noted Naruto's tattered, filthy attire and Sasuke's bloodstained clothing, suggesting they should acquire new outfits. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Blending in will facilitate our inquiries, she advised. Sasuke, however, insisted he had no need for such things. Naruto was the first to step into a clothing store. Given the prevalence of gambling in the area, the shop primarily offered luxury items, with even a simple bowl of noodles priced exorbitantly. This place thrived on high expenditure and entertainment, ensuring that winnings were swiftly spent, leaving patrons bereft of their funds. Hinata sighed, recognizing that only someone of Tsunade's stature, as one of the Sannin, could afford to lose such vast sums. Hey, don't touch anything if you can't pay for it, the shop assistant remarked disdainfully, eyeing Naruto as if he were a vagabond ninja. She assumed that at such a young age, he likely possessed little skill. Naruto quickly withdrew his hand, becoming cautious, while he had been reckless in Konoha. He understood the necessity of discretion in unfamiliar territory. Hearing this, Sasuke entered the store, mainly to witness Naruto's embarrassment. The shop assistant, upon seeing Sasuke, who had his hands casually tucked into his pockets, perceived him as a disheveled, impoverished young man, likely down on his luck and perhaps even beaten up. She teasingly remarked, "Well, handsome, if you're broke, I could take care of you." In such establishments, as long as one refrained from gambling or spending money, the wages were quite generous. Even as a mere shop assistant, she believed she could afford to support someone like Sasuke, the pretty boy. Sasuke's gaze turned icy as he snapped, "Get lost." Hinata smiled softly. "Sasuke-kun, she is merely a foolish woman with a narrow mind. Do not stoop to her level." The female shop assistant was about to retort when Hinata, clad in a meticulously tailored qipao, caught her attention. The fabric of the qipao was as smooth as silk, its hues gentle and warm, reminiscent of the first rays of sunlight gently caressing the dawn, a blend of warmth and subtlety. The lines of the garment flowed elegantly, embracing her graceful form and accentuating alluring curves that sparked the imagination. Her features were strikingly refined, with a faint smile dancing in her eyes, akin to the first bloom of spring, both bashful and brimming with anticipation. Having had her previous Lolita dress torn by Itachi, Hinata was compelled to don a new outfit. The shop assistant wagered that this was undoubtedly the genuine daughter of a wealthy family. Her tone shifted to one of obsequiousness. "May I ask how to address you, miss? I am curious about your noble lineage." Hinata gently patted the shop assistant's shoulder, urging her to kneel. "I am but the mere heiress of the wealthiest family in the Land of Fire. It is nothing of consequence." At that moment, the female manager suddenly emerged, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the haute couture qipao. "Byakugan, you must be the legendary Hyuga heiress, Hinata Hyuga. It is an honor to serve you." With a swift kick, she sent the shop assistant stumbling aside, scolding, "You foolish wretch, unable to recognize greatness. Begone." The shop assistant, now aware of the gravity of her error, fled in haste to the storeroom. Well aware of the formidable methods employed by influential figures, dragged into dark alleys and met with a violent end, Hinata selected the finest handcrafted garment for Naruto, who looked strikingly handsome in it, effortlessly overshadowing Sasuke. Indeed, one's appearance speaks volumes. Yet it did not end there. Hinata also procured a matching ceremonial robe for Naruto, leaving the female manager visibly enamored. Miss, you possess exceptional taste. This ensemble is at an 8% discount, totaling 200,000 ryo. Without a flicker of hesitation, Hinata produced the money. Sasuke was rendered speechless. The price for a mere outfit was exorbitant. Though he had some inheritance, he had only brought what was necessary for their mission. Next, Hinata chose several casual outfits for Naruto, which made Sasuke enviously endure his discomfort. Finally, he managed to utter a single word. You wish for something as well, don't you? Hinata replied with a sweet smile. I, dear sir, possess an abundance of wealth. I am merely here to find someone. It is not a matter of life and death. Why should I deprive myself? With that, Hinata replaced Sasuke's classic blue top and white shorts with a striking white ensemble reminiscent of his future self, revealing his abdominal muscles. After all, nothing could surpass that look. They then proceeded to a salon for a trendy haircut, culminating in a visit to a shoe store where she acquired a pair of golden Chelsea boots. Together with Naruto's attire, Hinata spent over 1 million ryo. The Byakugan was indeed attention-grabbing. In an instant, Hinata transformed into a dual ponytail version of Hatsune Miku. Naruto exclaimed, Hinata, what is this look? It bears a resemblance to my seduction technique, albeit with hair of a lighter hue. Hinata, with a hint of annoyance, declared, from now on, please refer to me as Princess Hatsune. The trio, adorned in their distinctive attire, Hatsune in a cheongsam, the young commander in a red cloak, and the white-clad figure of the enigmatic Shamat, strolled through the streets of the quaint town, instantly causing a stir. Whispers spread among the townsfolk, speculating about which affluent family's heiress and dandy had come to wager. In another locale, Tsunade exchanged her chips, only to swiftly lose them all. The onlookers were astounded, for she was indeed the legendary cash cow. Within the town's casino, a respectful attendant guided Hinata to the gaming table, as she was a high-stakes client. Having exchanged 3 million taels in chips, with an innocent demeanor, she was recognized as a princess, making her the quintessential target for opportunists. Hinata generously allotted 1 million taels each to Naruto and Sasuke, encouraging them to indulge as they pleased. Naruto, however, opted to save his share rather than gamble, deriving amusement from the distressed faces of those who lost their fortunes. He chose to build his joy upon the misfortunes of others. Sasuke, indifferent to material wealth, accompanied Hinata. Seeking a thrill, he selected a roulette game and began placing bets. Hinata opted for blackjack, her perceptive instincts revealing the presence of several ninja monitoring the establishment. Albeit of merely nin rank, it was evident that the true masters of the ninja world held little regard for worldly riches. Discreetly employing her Byakugan, she skillfully maneuvered through the games, winning over 10 million taels, save for a few intentionally lost hands. Sensing it was time to withdraw, Hinata pulled Sasuke, who had dwindled his funds to a mere 100,000 taels, away from the table. After tallying her gains and expenditures, she realized she had amassed a profit of 8 million taels. The trio ventured to a second and third establishment, where Hinata's winnings soared to an astounding 100 million taels. Yet, just as she prepared to withdraw under the veil of night, the streets grew desolate, and they found themselves encircled by a throng of ninjas and thugs. At the forefront stood a man in a suit and another in a trench coat, unmistakably the leaders of this unruly band. The suited man snarled, Princess, you cannot escape your deceit. The trench-coated man scoffed, enough chatter. Let us simply rob these 3 rich heirs. Hinata calmly stated, the money won through one's own abilities is not to be taken away by anyone. Furthermore, a casino must adhere to its own rules. If one cannot leave after winning, who would dare to come back? The man in the suit leered at Hinata, particularly fascinated by her fair, long legs. He swallowed hard and remarked, while one may leave with their winnings, Princess, you have won far too much. How else can we explain this? Our casino has never suffered a loss since its inception. In truth, these individuals were bullies who preyed on the weak, seeking to intimidate Hinata into relinquishing her winnings. They would not dare to provoke someone of high status unless absolutely necessary. Hinata waved her hand dismissively. Could it not be simply attributed to my luck as a koi, blessed by fortune? Sasuke, growing impatient, suggested, sweetheart, just eliminate them. Naruto teased, Sasuke, please remember to address her as princess. The man in the trench coat scoffed, you are all too young and tender. If a fight were to ensue, you might end up losing limbs. He continued, how about this? You may leave with 10 million. Yet, he was simultaneously struck by Hinata's exquisite beauty. Her skin, of such pristine quality, was a sight he had never encountered before. It was no exaggeration to say it was as flawless as a delicate blossom, radiant and shimmering. Undoubtedly, she was a princess from a small kingdom. At that moment, the inebriated Jiraiya, cradling a girl in each arm, stumbled past. He finally recognized Naruto and Sasuke. The sight of the twin-tailed Hatsune Miku caught his eye, prompting him to abandon his companions. Approaching Hinata, he grinned mischievously. "Beautiful lady. How may I be of service to you?" Naruto shot him a disapproving glance. "Hey, you lecherous sage, she is Hinata." "No, wait, she is now Princess Hatsune Miku." Jiraiya straightened himself somewhat, turning to the intimidating ninjas. "Do you wish to lay hands on my companions?" The onlookers noticed his forehead protector, indicating he was a ninja, and immediately felt a sense of caution. It bore an unfamiliar symbol, not recognizable as belonging to any known nation, nor was it from the Fire Country. The man in white speculated that he might be from a remote country or an obscure clan. A mere family bodyguard dares to be so brazen in our town? The term bodyguard infuriated Jiraiya. "I am a legendary Sannin." He raised his hand, channeling chakra to gather and concentrate it. With a simultaneous release of 2 Rasengan, he sent the leading ninjas flying. Upon witnessing this, the others scattered, for in the world of ninjas, strength was paramount. Provoking a powerful ninja was a path to certain doom. "Well then, Princess, have you been dazzled by my striking charisma?" Jiraiya teased, tousling his white hair with bravado. Naruto laughed heartily. "How shameless." Sasuke too wore a smile. Hinata then inquired, "Lord Jiraiya, this brings us to an important question. Have you gleaned any results from your inquiries?" Jiraiya responded nonchalantly, "There has been some progress, though not much. Today, I have pulled out all the stops and engaged many in deep discussions." Hinata remained speechless, but ultimately indifferent. She then led the group to a restaurant for a lavish feast. They then settled in a luxurious villa hotel boasting several swimming pools. After everyone had sufficiently rested, they set off for the next gambling town the following day. Jiraiya couldn't help but praise, "Thanks to Lady Hinata, I too am enjoying the pleasures of life." Spotting a street vendor, he purchased an abundance of ice pops to share with the group. This novel experience of savoring ice pops lifted Sasuke's spirits considerably. While his mouth felt cold, his heart was warmed. However, a sudden alarm rang in his mind. He realized the truth behind the ancient saying that one flourishes in adversity and perishes in comfort. This very state of relaxation was concerning. The thoughts of vengeance that once consumed him were gradually fading, a perilous sign. Perhaps he could no longer remain by Hinata's side. Naruto felt that these days were the happiest and most joyful of his life. With the lecherous sage as an unorthodox elder and a dependable companion like Hinata, along with daily banter and playful quarrels with Sasuke, life was filled with richness. No longer did he endure the disdain and humiliation of the past, nor did he feel the pangs of loneliness. This feeling could only be described as healing. At the Konoha hospital, Guy looked at the exhausted Kakashi and thought how wonderful it would be if Hinata were here. He wondered when she would return. In the Sound Ninja base, Orochimaru, on his sickbed, frantically killed a doctor in a fit of rage. Given his current condition, perhaps only Tsunade could offer him hope for a cure. Recalling the Chunin exams, Orochimaru suddenly felt that Hinata might indeed be the best healer. It would be prudent to bring them both back together to form a medical team to treat his injuries. As Kabuto entered, he saw the tormented Orochimaru and expressed concern. "You just returned and already need to tidy up. You must take your medicine properly." The pain felt like fire coursing through him. Looking at his bandaged hands, Orochimaru retorted angrily, "I refuse to take this useless medication." "Sarutobi, you have a cruel heart." "Kabuto, have you found that woman?" Kabuto replied that she was reportedly located in a place called Shortbook Street. Orochimaru smirked ominously. "Very well, let us seek her out." At a crossroads, Jiraiya pulled out a map, marking numerous locations with a high gambling industry. Cursing under his breath, he lamented. Princess Tsunade often disguises herself as someone in their teens, 20s, or even as an elderly person to evade her creditors. It makes her quite difficult to locate. Hinata smiled gently and pointed to a location labeled Shortbook. "Why don't we try looking here first?" Jiraiya, perplexed, asked, "What is so special about this place? I feel that a different route would be more direct." "Searching like this will take ages," he complained. However, Hinata firmly insisted, "Lord Jiraiya, just trust me. I have always had good fortune, or perhaps it is a woman's intuition." Naruto chimed in, "Yeah, Hinata is incredible. She keeps winning at the casino." Sasuke could not help but jest, "A lucky koi fish, or perhaps the embodiment of fortune." Jiraiya was intrigued. Tsunade had been losing continuously, while Hinata consistently emerged victorious. Both were indeed extraordinary. Tsunade, disinterested in the ramblings of this aging fellow, led the group towards the short book street. At that moment, Tsunade was engrossed in a fruit machine. Suddenly, 3 sevens appeared. Shizen cheered. "We hit the jackpot." The proprietor exclaimed with excitement, "Congratulations, madam, at table 44. You've won the 3-7-line grand prize." Clutching her plush pig, Shizen beamed with joy. "What a rarity, Lady Tsunade." She proceeded to play again, hitting the jackpot with every attempt, each time yielding the grand prize. However, as she watched the coins cascading from the machine, Tsunade's demeanor turned grave. With each victory, she felt an ominous foreboding. It was only during her losses that she felt a sense of relief and joy. With a heavy heart, Tsunade decided to leave the casino, believing it to be an ill omen. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion shattered the building before her. Amidst the billowing smoke, Orochimaru stood atop a colossal serpent, grinning eerily. "Ah, I found you," Tsunade coldly retorted. "What do you want with me?" Kabuto recounted the matter of the healing hand. Tsunade remained expressionless. "I no longer heal others. Leave." Orochimaru ominously replied. "Then it seems we must become adversaries." Kabuto prepared to strike, but Shizun's surgical knife appeared at his throat. Warning, dare to harm Lady Tsunade, and you shall see. Tsunade glared fiercely. "Orochimaru, you know me well. It would be wise not to provoke me." With that, she slammed her fist against the surrounding wall, which crumbled with a thunderous crash. Just then, Hinata halted. "Everyone, I see Tsunade and Orochimaru." Jiraiya exclaimed in distress. "That scoundrel." Hinata took the lead as they quickened their pace. As tension escalated, Orochimaru leisurely spoke. "What if I told you I could resurrect your brother and your lover, using my forbidden technique, if you assist me in restoring my hand?" Reminiscing about cherished moments, Tsunade felt a stir within her. Knowing full well that Orochimaru had been conducting various human experiments, making the possibilities seem tangible. Kabuto added, "But this technique requires live sacrifices. Please prepare 2 living individuals." Shizen hastily urged, "Lady Tsunade, regain your senses. We must not engage in such heinous acts against the innocent. Together, we can defeat them." Tsunade remained silent. Orochimaru deliberately bit into his own finger, blood gushing forth. Tsunade, who harbored a fear of blood, widened her eyes in shock, clutching the crystal necklace around her neck, trembling uncontrollably. Sensing his goal achieved, Orochimaru smugly declared, "Kabuto, let us depart. Tsunade, I await your response outside for a day." When Hinata and the others arrived, they found Tsunade in a daze. Jiraiya shouted, "Tsunade, we finally found you." Upon encountering an old acquaintance, Tsunade suddenly appeared invigorated. "Jiraiya," she exclaimed. Jiraiya, brimming with excitement, responded, "I've searched high and low for you." After exchanging pleasantries, they decided to partake in some libations. Tsunade glanced at Hinata, clad in a cheapao, Naruto in his ceremonial attire, and Sasuke with his unique hairstyle. As ninjas, their appearances were indeed peculiar. Curiously, she inquired, "Are they all your disciples?" Jiraiya replied with pride, "Well, sort of." Sasuke interjected, "Actually, we are subordinates of Kakashi, part of Team 7. I am Uchiha Sasuke, this is Hyuga Hinata, and this is Uzumaki Naruto." In a cheerful tone, Shizun introduced herself. "I am Shizun, Tsunade-sama's apprentice. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Tsunade paused, momentarily forgetting who Kakashi was. "What do you seek from me?" Thus, Jiraiya recounted the village's wish for her to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. To her astonishment, the 3rd Hokage had been slain by Orochimaru. Shizun was left utterly shocked. Tsunade took several sips of her drink, her complexion reddening, yet she remained silent. Suddenly, she expressed, "The 3rd sacrificed himself for the village, the 4th did the same, as did the 2nd. Only a fool would readily give up their life. Do you wish for me to march to my demise?" Naruto, indignant, retorted, "I want to allow you to speak ill of the heroes of Konoha. They all dedicated themselves to the village, working tirelessly until their last breath. If you refuse the position, then neither does the perverted sage want it. Perhaps Hinata or Sasuke, and I should take it." Sasuke coolly remarked, "Please don't include me. I have no interest. I only seek vengeance." Hinata smiled gently. "It's all right. Sister Tsunade will surely accept. Everyone can rest assured." Tsunade regarded the girl who called her sister with renewed attention. She was a vibrant young lady. Unlike her, who had crossed into her 50s, time was indeed relentless. If not for her healing technique, she would have already succumbed to the ravages of age. The Navi youth still dreamed of becoming Hokage. Tsunade, with no sense of responsibility, scorned the fallen heroes, prompting Naruto to leap onto the table, shouting, "What is the matter? Not willing to fight one-on-one?" Whoever wins becomes Hokage. Hinata quickly pulled him down, warning, "This is the legendary Sannin. A mere thought could obliterate you." Naruto, taken aback, did not believe the words of others, but he held Hinata's words in high regard. He promptly deflated, returning to his seat with embarrassment. Jiraiya once more pressed, "So, Tsunade, will you return to take the position?" Tsunade languidly replied, "I'll consider it. After all, if I become Hokage, those Iodetsu will come hunting for me in Konoha. Besides, I have another matter to attend to." Hinata, straightforwardly, stated, "It concerns the deal with Orochimaru." "Who mentioned he would resurrect your brother?" Tsunade, taken aback, asked, "How do you know this?" Hinata proudly declared, "I possess the Byakugan, which allows me to see from great distances." She had even learned a bit of lip reading for this purpose. "Tsunade-sama, I must advise you. One cannot bring the dead back to life. Even if Orochimaru succeeds, it would be akin to raising a mere shell of a person. Moreover, she was completely under Orochimaru's control. The forbidden jutsu, Edo Tensei, is something Lady Tsunade should be familiar with." Upon hearing this, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were taken aback. How could a mere girl possess such knowledge? Tsunade's expression turned wary. Hinata quickly clarified, "Actually, Naruto stole the sealing book, and I happened to see it by chance." "That's right," Naruto chimed in. "I did steal it, but unfortunately, I only learned the shadow clone technique. You need not worry. Later, the third Hokage took it back." Sasuke then realized, so that's how it was. Both Hinata and Orochimaru must have acquired their formidable skills from this source. Tsunade pondered that Orochimaru's so-called resurrection was likely not of her brother as he once was, but merely a cold, animated corpse, perhaps with Orochimaru simulating the consciousness. Yet, she shook her head. "Orochimaru is currently stationed outside the village. We cannot leave. He has asked me to heal his hand." Hinata calmly stated, "With so many of us, why should we fear just him? A mere Orochimaru could easily be dealt with by Jiraiya alone." Seizing the opportunity to boast, Jiraiya excitedly exclaimed, "Ah yes, Tsunade. You know I am invincible." Tsunade's face flushed deeper. "You, still so fond of boasting. Back in the day, you were the weakest among the three of us." "Ah, that's all ancient history now." Jiraiya urged Tsunade to change the subject, not wanting his past misdeeds to be revealed. Hinata suggested, "Didn't Lady Tsunade lose a lot of money? I could help you win it back. Then you wouldn't have any worries." Tsunade scrutinized the young beauty, sensing there was more to her than meets the eye. "But what about the principal?" Hinata proudly declared, "I'll cover it. I am the heiress of the Hyuga conglomerate, the wealthiest in the land of fire." Naruto also boasted, "Hinata won 100 million in the last town." "What?" Tsunade and Shizen gasped in unison. Tsunade began to fantasize about returning home with a mountain of money. Shizen remarked how Tsunade once possessed a fortune exceeding 1 million, yet now found herself in debt. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Tsunade slammed her fist down. "Let us go." But Hinata mischievously added, "Since this is a joint venture, Lady Tsunade, why not part with something valuable to trade for money?" Confused, Tsunade followed Hinata's gaze, recalling her necklace, a priceless heirloom from the first Hokage. However, in pursuit of recovering her losses, Tsunade felt compelled to part with it. "Hinata, how much are you offering?" Extending a finger, Hinata sweetly smiled, 10 million. Tsunade was thoroughly tempted. "It's a deal. As long as you provide the money, this necklace is yours." Hinata promptly produced a large chest containing 10 million from her scroll. Without hesitation, Tsunade removed the necklace from her neck and handed it to Hinata, leaving Jiraiya dumbfounded. From a young age, Tsunade held a deep affection for this item. Once she gifted it to her brother, Nawaki. Tragically, he perished on the battlefield the very next day. Little did she expect it to be sold to Hinata now. Indeed, gambling can distort one's values. Hinata brought the necklace to her nose and inhaled. Unable to suppress her delight, "It smells wonderful." This was the fragrance of milk that Tsunade had worn close to her heart for years. Suddenly, Tsunade's cheeks flushed. It seemed Hinata was not as innocent as she appeared. Having traversed the world for many years, Tsunade had seen her fair share. Could it be that Hinata was secretly a romantic? The group arrived at the Supreme Casino in the Short Book Street, the grandest gambling haven in the Land of Fire. Upon seeing Hinata and Tsunade carrying an enormous suitcase, the welcoming staff couldn't contain their joy. The casino owner cherished Tsunade, the legendary super cash cow, and now she had brought along a companion. Clearly, the other was a naive young lady whom Tsunade had roped in. Both were esteemed VVIP clients. The welcoming staff enthusiastically guided the prominent guests to exchange 20 million chips, discreetly advising them that the Byakugan user should refrain from games that allowed for transparency. such as blackjack. Instead, they could partake in random games like slot machines, pinball machines, and roulette. Alas, Hinata suddenly realized she hadn't transformed yet. However, it seemed that transformation wouldn't matter. The venue was fortified with a barrier to suppress chakra. Truly, this was a top-tier casino. Sasuke recalled how Hinata had previously cheated using her Byakugan, and he suspected she would suffer a similar fate this time. Amused by the thought of Hinata's potential embarrassment, he felt a surge of schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Naruto was convinced that Hinata was destined to win. Sasuke suggested, why not try the roulette machine? He had almost lost everything playing this very game. The beautiful dealer explained the rules. The roulette comprised 37 numbers, and players could bet on a single number or a combination. The small ball would determine the winning number based on where it landed. Winning matched bets would yield a payout of 35-1. Tsunade calculated, realizing the odds were 1 in 37. If she won, 10 million could transform into 350 million. It was an irresistible prospect. With excitement, Tsunade declared, I bet on number 18, going all in with 10 million. The dealer smiled, recognizing her as the legendary cash cow. Such a single bet was typically a guaranteed loss, as the machine had magnetic mechanisms. Hinata, beaming sweetly, responded, Tsunade-sama, your generosity is admirable. Although we are pooling our resources, I bet 10 million on number 1. Life is too short not to take risks. Let us gamble and turn a bicycle into a Ferrari. The others were left bewildered by their exchange. The dealer was overjoyed, anticipating that these two cash cows would lose everything in one fell swoop. The roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. A tipsy Tsunade started to giggle foolishly, while Shizen held her breath in anticipation. Naruto and Jiraiya eagerly awaited a windfall. Sasuke, contemplating Hinata's considerable stake, hoped she would indeed lose. Otherwise, she would become a true fortune's darling. Hinata smiled serenely, her fingers already weaving a spell. Although ninjutsu was prohibited, senjutsu was still permissible. One cannot fault the casino owner for their lack of insight. After all, the number of celestial beings is exceedingly rare. Those of such caliber who also harbor a penchant for gambling are even fewer. Yet, even among those skilled in mystical arts, there exist none who can manipulate microscopic energy particles with mental prowess akin to Hinata's. She swiftly simulated the trajectory of a small iron ball and calculated the influence of the dealer's magnetic points. It was imperative that the resultant interference was seamless, without any discernible flaws. This required precise manipulation, ensuring there were no abrupt deviations. Ultimately, the small ball settled into the first slot. The dealer's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Tsunade exclaimed, yes, we've won. Fortune is upon us. Naruto was overjoyed, while Sasuke remained speechless, noting the improbability of winning with a ratio of 2 out of 37. Jiraiya sensed a familiar aura and pondered, could it be? As it turned out, it was indeed so. Hinata, with a radiant smile, declared, Lady Tsunade, we can each take home 170 million. The dealer calculated in silence. Even if they had achieved an unprecedented victory, it mattered little. Winning was inconsequential if one did not continue to play. No amount of luck could alter the immutable truths of mathematical probability and electromagnetism. As long as they kept playing, they were destined to lose everything. There were no exceptions. Tsunade raised her thumb in admiration. Miss Hinata, you truly are the goddess of gambling. What shall we bet on next? I shall follow your lead. If they won again, the casino might soon face bankruptcy, likely prompting the Akatsuki to hunt them down to the ends of the earth. Hinata shook her head. Oh, Lady Tsunade, do not let your excitement cloud your judgment. Winning once is already a stroke of extraordinary luck. Taking the money out of the casino is the real victory. Although Tsunade remained reluctant to concede, she was escorted by Hinata and Shizen, exchanging their winnings and exiting the luxurious casino, leaving the owner in a state of utter disarray within the monitoring room. Never had he anticipated that a high-stakes player like Tsunade would encounter luck. He could only hope for her return. Tsunade contemplated her newfound wealth of 170 million after settling her debts. She would still have over 100 million left, enough to indulge in gambling for a considerable time. I was so tense earlier, I broke a sweat, she remarked cheerfully. Today, I shall treat everyone to a hot spring. Jiraiya leapt in excitement, rubbing his hands together. Hooray! Let us have a mixed bath. Tsunade retorted with a smirk. You lecherous fiend, think again. I'll be bathing with my dear Hinata. You can join Naruto and Sasuke. Hinata licked her lips. Is that appropriate? Tsunade chuckled heartily. Quite appropriate indeed. Thus, Hinata, Tsunade, and Shizen entered the women's bath, while Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke, unwilling to accept defeat, made their way to the men's bath. Jiraiya encouraged, "Naruto, don't you possess that seductive technique?" Naruto replied curtly, "Get lost," while contemplating using a transformation technique to sneak into the women's bath. Jiraiya recalled that Hinata had the Byakugan and Tsunade possessed great strength. She had once broken several of his ribs with a single punch. Thus, his plans for infiltration were temporarily abandoned. Tsunade and Shizen were the first to immerse themselves in the hot spring. Hinata hesitated momentarily. Tsunade called out jovially, "Hinata, come on down. I'll scrub your back. You are my little lucky star." Unable to resist any longer, she joined them. Hinata utilized the technique of water release to create a refreshing mist that swiftly cooled her forehead, nape, and bridge of the nose, barely managing to suppress the rush of her bloodline. As she gingerly stepped into the pool, her eyes widened in astonishment at the mesmerizing scenery before her. Tintin scrutinized the figures of Tsunade and Hinata, feeling rather inadequate in comparison, and retreated to a corner of the hot spring, burying herself within the water. Tsunade expressed her surprise, remarking on Hinata's remarkable development at such a young age. Hinata could discern the full and firm contours beneath the towel. A rush of warmth surged through her, nearly overwhelming her composure. Steadying herself, she smiled sweetly, inquiring about Tsunade's remarkable upkeep. Blushing, Tsunade proudly declared it to be a natural gift. As she spoke, her fingers glided along the outline of her figure, showcasing her enviable physique. Then, she lifted a wine glass from the edge of the pool and took a hearty sip, the crystalline liquid cascading from her lips and trickling down. Overwhelmed, Hinata felt a buzzing in her head as she settled on the steps of the hot spring, gradually closing her eyes to savor the warmth enveloping her. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and suddenly, she opened her eyes in shock, finding Tsunade face to face with her, their bodies nearly touching. Tsunade marveled, "Impossible. How can your skin be so flawless?" Even with her own mastery of the Yin seal, which granted her rejuvenation and the ability to maintain a youthful visage, she could not fathom such perfection. "Hinata, why do you continuously exude chakra particles? And your hair care is exceptional, each strand glistening." Hinata wished to respond, but as she lifted her head, she inadvertently bumped into Tsunade's ample bosom, momentarily stuttering, I. At that inopportune moment, her towel slipped away, revealing a stunningly pale and ample figure. Tsunade suddenly realized the predicament when she noticed Hinata's nose was bleeding. Concerned, she asked, "Hinata, what happened? Are you hurt?" Hinata quickly clarified, "It's just that the steam from the hot spring is a bit too intense, causing me to feel overheated." Observing the bashful girl, Tsunade smiled gently and employed her medical ninjutsu to assist Hinata's healing. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming and boundless surge of chakra. "We are all girls here. Why be shy? Since we are here to bathe, let us be honest with one another." With that, Tsunade boldly removed Hinata's scarf and began to scrub her back. Tintin, watching from the side, felt that while it seemed reasonable, something felt amiss. Before long, a relaxed Hinata playfully pushed Tsunade into the water, initiating a lively water battle. Eventually, Hinata sweetly suggested, "Let me help you unwind, Sister Tsunade." With a cheerful grin, she raised her hands, and Tsunade offered no resistance, allowing Hinata to playfully attend to her. Recognizing that this little sister might very well become the pillar of Konoha in the future. In the deep of night, as she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Hinata, Tsunade pondered whether she should knock her out. Then, under the pretext of drinking, she sought out Jiraiya and secretly administered a drug to him. Was it a gamble that Orochimaru could achieve perfect resurrection? She considered the annihilation of the village as a bargaining chip. Alternatively, she contemplated offering to cure his hands as a price to ensure Orochimaru would not harm Konoha. Could she, alone, earn Orochimaru's trust? Or would she feign surrender, comply, and then eliminate him? Her thoughts wavered. Suddenly, she laughed. How could she, a perennial loser at games of chance, ever hope to triumph over the fated Hyuga Hinata? A fool's turmoil. The following day, Hinata and her companions encountered Naruto and the others. They prepared to face Orochimaru together. Jiraiya, unusually solemn, addressed Tsunade. "There is something I must clarify. Every Hokage throughout history has aspired to protect the village and its people, quell turmoil, and ensure the prosperity of the land, wagering their very lives in the process. Surely you are not unfamiliar with the ideals of our predecessors. Should Orochimaru be revived, he will undoubtedly recommence his plan to obliterate Konoha. If you were to betray the village in any manner," his face twisted into a grimace as he concluded, "I would personally end your life." In response to Jiraiya's serious threat, Tsunade remained unfazed. What does that have to do with me? She understood that Jiraiya feared she might ally with Orochimaru in her quest to resurrect her loved ones. Yet, if Jiraiya truly comprehended her words, such thoughts would not cross his mind. You care more for the villagers than anyone else. So, are you prepared to kill me for the sake of the village? Jiraiya fell silent. Hinata gently reassured, rest assured, Lord Jiraiya, Tsunade knows the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, she would not choose to act alongside us. The perverted sage. Naruto interjected, Grandma Tsunade doesn't he seem like a villain? Sasuke felt a surge of excitement. He was on the verge of meeting Orochimaru and was eager to see who among the legendary Sannin was the strongest. Was Orochimaru truly worth abandoning everything for? In the wilderness, Orochimaru's expression fluctuated between dark and light. The bad news was that Tsunade was entangled with Jiraiya, complicating matters. The good news was that his medical team as Tsunade, Hinata, and Kabuto could be assembled. Once her hands were healed, she could even reincarnate Sasuke. Naruto could offer him to the Akatsuki, persuading them to lift the assassination order. Everything seemed so perfect. In truth, this location was specifically chosen by Kabuto, as the town's environment favored Tsunade's extraordinary strength, while the wilderness was advantageous for grand ninjutsu. Despite the precarious situation, Orochimaru inquired, Tsunade, what is your response? Her beautiful eyes glanced at Jiraiya as she teased, of course, it's a refusal, otherwise. Someone here is intent on taking my life. Furthermore, upon seeing Team 7 from Konoha, she declared, I believe there is no need to compromise in order to protect Konoha. Orochimaru coldly replied, very well, very well. Since you refuse to serve me, then perish. Alas, Tsunade, I sincerely wish for their revival. After all, they were my friends. Tsunade lamented, Orochimaru, I know those are merely sweet words. I yearn to see them, even if just once. Even if it were but for a moment. I long to embrace them. Even if it were but for a moment, I yearn to behold their smiling faces. Yet, I find myself incapable. I cannot. For the sake of my own desires, shatter the dreams of the children of Konoha. I shall inherit the name of Hokage and carry forth their aspirations. The dreams for which these two have wagered their very lives. I shall realize them on their behalf. Hinata affirms, material possessions will inevitably wither, yet the will of fire shall never extinguish. Orochimaru, with a hint of resignation, remarks, it appears the negotiations have collapsed. There is no alternative. I shall have to compel you through force. Jiraiya gestures for Hinata and the others to stand back. This is a battle between adults. Discarding her gambling attire, Tsunade strikes first, her fist shattering the earth beneath her. Orochimaru and Kabuto deftly evade the blow. This formidable woman possesses a strength that could spell doom for anyone who falls victim to her might. In response, Kabuto coolly asserts, it is merely this. It is now my turn. With that, he envelopes his hands in chakra, forming a blade-like strike, launching a stealthy assault on Tsunade. Just as she prepares to throw a punch, he swiftly materializes behind her, accurately severing her tendons. Tsunade instantly feels her hand lose mobility. Kabuto smugly declares, I have severed a portion of your biceps and leg muscles, rendering you incapable of unleashing that terrifying strength. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Tsunade queries, a chakra scalpel, why not directly target my arteries? Kabuto replies with a smirk, time is of the essence, but slitting your throat remains well within my capabilities. With that, he charges towards Tsunade, his hand slicing downwards, severing her pectoral muscles, bringing her to her knees and making her breaths labored. Jiraiya, eager to intervene, is halted by Orochimaru. Kabuto adjusts his glasses. Of course, I have no intention of killing you. Lord Orochimaru still requires your talents. Since you are incapacitated, there is no need for a throat slitting. Yet, in a sudden turn, Tsunade rises and forcefully knocks Kabuto to the ground. Kabuto, surprised and tasting grass, realizes she is indeed formidable. It seems necessary to make her endure further suffering, to completely subdue her. Just as Kabuto attempts to rise, he finds himself immobilized as well. For Tsunade has unleashed chakra to assault his nervous system, disrupting the signals from his brain to his body. Clever as he is, Kabuto swiftly recalibrates his thoughts. For instance, controlling his hands now translates to controlling his feet, and moving his shoulder causes one of his arms to shift. Mastering this, Kabuto produces a kunai and charges at Tsunade. Just as she is about to counter, he unexpectedly slashes his own palm, blood splattering onto her. Overwhelmed by her fear of blood, she falters, gripped by terror. Kabuto, with a triumphant air, remarks, dealing with two Sannin at once is indeed a hassle. He then delivers a kick that sends Tsunade flying. At this moment, The outcome seems decided. Hinata springs into action, cradling Tsunade in a princess carry. In that instant, Tsunade feels a flutter in her heart. Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino swiftly arrive at Hinata's side, standing shoulder to shoulder in solidarity. As the apothecary Do grew increasingly arrogant, he proclaimed, "Even one of the legendary three cannot best me. What can you insignificant weaklings do against me?" He entrusted Tsunade to Shizune. Hinata stepped forward, her confidence radiating as she offered a slight smile. "You merely exploit Sister Tsunade's emotional wounds for your own advantage, even as a mere genin. I am not powerless against you." Aware of Hinata's formidable strength, Apothecary Do responded nonchalantly, "Such an adorable genin should not be here. Even if you unleash that crimson chakra, you cannot hope to match my prowess. My true strength surpasses that of your previous mediocre Chunin opponents. I am a jonin." He dismissed Hinata as inconsequential, recalling his near demise in the battle against the Three Tails. His current bravado was nothing but the folly of a jester. Hinata huffed disdainfully. "To deal with you, I need not employ excessive force." In an instant, she teleported before Apothecary Do, engaging in a swift exchange of blows. Before long, Hinata retreated, and Apothecary Do scoffed. "You're hardly impressive." Yet before he could finish his sentence, he felt his muscles and chakra pathways severed. How is this possible? You cannot be this fast. He had not even seen it coming. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground. Hinata approached and kicked his face, then brutally stepped down upon it. "Because I possess the Byakugan, your chakra blade is far too slow. Whoever said a chakra blade must be wielded by hand? Chakra manipulation from a distance is entirely feasible. Surely you cannot be the weakest of jonin." At that moment, Apothecary Do, his temper flaring, bit down on a hidden blood-boosting pill, surging with newfound vigor. He broke free from Hinata's grasp and retreated to Orochimaru's side, quickly consuming a multitude of peculiar pills. Hinata narrowed her eyes. This man was always full of surprises. Orochimaru commended, "Do, your blood is flowing quite nicely." Apothecary Do understood immediately. "Lord Orochimaru, please remove the bandages." Jiraiya sensed the unfolding events. Both sides prepared to summon their respective beasts. Boom, boom, boom. As the immense white smoke dissipated, Orochimaru was astonished to find that the myriad snakes he summoned had transformed into a crimson serpent. Meanwhile, Jiraiya successfully summoned the Great Toad. The Great Toad, sensing the shift in the situation, drew a massive short blade and, puffing on a pipe, jested, "Jiraiya, are you hosting a reunion? Where are the myriad snakes?" Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged, "I am right behind you." Startled, the Great Toad quickly turned around, only to see Hinata standing atop the head of the myriad snakes. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru stood in stunned silence. Naruto, equally perplexed, wondered why Hinata's summoning beast was not a small panda. For Orochimaru, disbelief washed over him as he realized his strongest summoning beast had been commandeered by the enemy. For Jiraiya and Tsunade, the fear that Hinata had allied with Orochimaru was palpable, and the situation appeared dire. Hinata smiled sweetly, "Brother, it's good to see you well." As the multitude of serpents was seized, Orochimaru found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, he protested, "Wanshi, you dare betray me? Do you not desire a sacrifice? I shall offer you 200 lives." Wanshi hesitated, contemplating movement. However, Hinata coldly interjected, "Wanshi, would you like me to inform Sister White Snake and Sister Green Snake?" "Do not." Wanshi, feeling intimidated, declared, "I remain neutral." It resolutely decided that in a life-and-death battle, it would support whichever side emerged victorious, be it Orochimaru or Hinata. At this moment, Hinata stood atop the serpent's head, elevated above all, surveying her surroundings with an air of superiority. She was indifferent, as long as Wanshi did not oppose her. The Crimson Serpent, a mere half the size of Wanshi, posed little threat. Orochimaru, astonished, remarked, "Hinata, I did not realize you hailed from the lineage of the Dragon Cave. In that case, why not assist me? Together as siblings, we shall surely defeat Jiraiya." Observing the imposing Wanshi and the formidable Hinata, Sasuke felt an overwhelming desire. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru possessed such a trump card, only to be outmaneuvered by Hinata. Ultimately, both Orochimaru and Hinata stemmed from the same lineage. It was no wonder Hinata was so powerful. Yet, both she and Jiraiya inexplicably refrained from imparting their ninjutsu to him, favoring Naruto instead. Was it due to his Uchiha heritage, or did they simply doubt his capabilities? Taking advantage of the chaos, Kabuto attempted to ambush Tsunade, only to be momentarily thwarted by Shizune's toxic mist. Naruto unleashed the Shadow Clone technique, leading to a fierce clash. Sasuke, dismissing further contemplation, activated his Sharingan and charged at Kabuto with Chidori. Meanwhile, Hinata summoned the Kusanagi sword and manifested wings of Sage Chakra, soaring into the sky to confront Orochimaru. Both Jiraiya and the Great Toad were taken aback by the purity of her Sage Chakra and the unblemished beauty of her visage. Was this the epitome of Sage mode, or had the Sage himself arrived? The Great Toad praised, "I never anticipated that the Dragon Cave would produce such a prodigious talent." Noticing a lack of response, Orochimaru revealed the divine Kusanagi sword from his mouth, attempting to coax, "Junior sister, if you side with me, this artifact shall be yours." Hinata retorted coldly, "Killing you would yield the same result." Infuriated, Orochimaru exclaimed, "Hinata, do you not believe I have a backup plan?" A scornful glint flickered in his eyes. Hinata mocked, "Brother, I am acutely aware of your capabilities. Your defeat is inevitable." At her words, Orochimaru felt a tremor of fear. What secret techniques had the White Snake Sage imparted to Hinata? He had only witnessed the ability to fly in Inoki, and that was through Earth Release. The legendary Sage of Six Paths was also said to possess such powers, yet Hinata seemed far from that level. Observing the battle involving everyone, including the children, Tsunade felt utterly powerless, trembling violently, particularly when Naruto, despite his injured palm, persisted in countering Kabuto. She was reminded of her brother, Nawaki. Naruto grasped Kabuto's wrist, preventing his escape, while another clone formed a Rasengan, launching Kabuto several dozen meters away. Hinata and Jiraiya joined forces to confront Orochimaru, while the Great Toad and the Red Snake engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, Orochimaru's tongue elongated, ensnaring Jiraiya's waist and forcefully slamming him into the ground. In the next moment, the long tongue coiled toward Hinata. Disgusted, she remarked, "Brother, you are truly repulsive. Your incessant licking is utterly unhygienic." With a swift motion, she unleashed a series of sword strikes, cleaving Orochimaru's tongue into several segments. This power? Orochimaru was astonished by the speed with which Hinata wielded her sword. It is well known that a sword strike not only requires velocity but also strength to compress the air. It is possible that Hinata is a remarkably agile powerhouse, perhaps even more formidable than Tsunade, who requires a moment to gather her strength. Indeed, she is stronger. The perfection of her physique was captivating. Spitting forth a long sword, Orochimaru attacked Hinata without hesitation, aiming for her vital points. Hinata remained vigilant. Suddenly, Tsunade appeared, blocking Hinata and absorbing Orochimaru's attack with her chest. The impact pierced her thoracic cavity. Orochimaru, bewildered, questioned, "Tsunade, you?" Undeterred by the grievous wound, Tsunade rose once more, her initially trembling body gradually steadying. "From this day forth, I, Tsunade, shall no longer fear anything for the sake of my comrades in Konoha. I am the Hokage." Orochimaru scoffed, "What a pity. The Hokage is nothing but a waste. I just killed one not long ago. Only a fool would aspire to that position. Killing another pre-selected candidate now makes no difference." Tsunade felt a chill in her heart. She recalled having once uttered similar words. Yet now, she was determined to vindicate the Hokage title, even at the cost of her own life. Her fear of blood was ultimately conquered. Orochimaru taunted, "To die for a mere child, how noble of you. Allow me to fulfill your wish." With a single stroke, he slashed Tsunade's throat. Jiraiya stood in shock. He unleashed the ninja art, Needle Earth Concealment. His silver hair transformed into a dragon-like form, wrapping around Orochimaru like a hedgehog. Hinata rushed to support the injured Tsunade, helping her to stand upright. The seal on Tsunade's forehead was released, and purple patterns spread across her beautiful face, transforming into black markings before vanishing. Her wounds began to heal rapidly. Hinata exclaimed, "The Undying Combat mode has been activated. No matter the injury sustained, she will heal until her stored chakra is depleted. This ability accelerates cellular division and regeneration, allowing all organs and tissues to be restored." Tsunade turned around, her previous confusion dissipating upon seeing Hinata's Byakugan. She smiled, "I didn't expect you, Sister Hinata, to understand such matters. You truly are well-versed in the ancient and modern. Allow me to protect you now. I am a proud Sannin and the future 5th Hokage." With that, she performed the summoning technique, and a massive slug appeared. The Great Toad exhaled a long plume of smoke. "Ah, familiar faces. It seems we are finally gathered." The ominous presence of the 10,000 snakes loomed. "Orochimaru, it appears you are at a disadvantage. Should you fail, I shall feast upon you." Orochimaru shot a glare at the peculiar figure. The slug was the first to unleash an acidic attack. The Crimson Serpent hastily evaded, initially intending to ensnare the slug in a fatal embrace. However, Hinata's blade sliced through the air, blinding one of its eyes. Writhing in agony, The serpent was soon met with an attack from the great toad, which cleaved a deep gash in its abdomen. In retaliation, the serpent lashed its tail, sending the short sword flying. The great toad recoiled, creating some distance. Jiraiya positioned himself atop its head, and the two unleashed a combined ninjutsu. Fire release. Toad oil flame bomb. Jiraiya provided the fire, while the great toad contributed its oil. The fusion resulted in a searing inferno that engulfed the serpent, shattering it. Amidst the gaze of the onlookers fixed upon the serpent, Orochimaru extended his tongue once more, aiming to ensnare Sasuke, hoping to take him along in the face of inevitable defeat. Just as Sasuke seemed on the verge of losing consciousness, Hinata severed Orochimaru's tongue with her sword. Enraged, Orochimaru thought, since Hinata had delivered herself, he would seize her instead. He unleashed the legendary Kusanagi sword, manipulating it with his tongue to strike at Hinata. She deftly sidestepped and grasped Orochimaru's tongue, wresting the Kusanagi from him. Had it not been for this divine artifact, she would have preferred to keep her hands clean. The sword, judging by its design, appeared to originate from a master smith of Huaxia, unlike the later, more traditional Japanese Kusanagi wielded by Sasuke. Sensing the divine consciousness imbued within the sword, Hinata discovered Orochimaru's attempt to control it. With a deft flick of her fingers along the blade, she infused it with sage energy, obliterating Orochimaru's soul imprint. Subsequently, she pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall, which ignited a brilliant radiance as the artifact recognized its new master. After all, it was a weapon capable of harming the indestructible Vajra of the ape demon. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Excalibur of the Celestial Slayers. Orochimaru, taken aback, exclaimed, "How can this be?" The myriad snakes sensed an opportunity and began to slither towards Orochimaru, poised for a sudden strike. Hinata smirked, "Brother, it is time for you to unveil your ultimate technique, the eight-headed serpent jutsu." At her words, the myriad snakes recoiled further back. What kind of technique could instill such fear in the serpents? Sasuke hastily committed this to memory. As the battle raged on, he had gained considerable insight into Orochimaru. The latter began to retreat step by step, while Hinata had established an undeniable advantage. The quietly recovering Kabuto slipped beside Orochimaru, advising, "Lord Orochimaru, one must preserve the Green Mountains. There will always be firewood." Orochimaru coldly replied, "Tsunade, even without your healing, I have my means. Konoha shall be destroyed. I hope we meet again then. The true essence of immortality resides with me. I shall remain unvanquished for eternity." Just as Orochimaru executed his earth release technique, merging into the ground, Hinata's Excalibur pierced through his chest. Unfazed by the injury, Orochimaru cast a deep gaze at Sasuke, parting his lips as if to silently convey something. Yet, Sasuke was left bewildered, unable to comprehend, and could only take note of it. In the days to come, the words would be deciphered from the shape of her lips. Hinata discerned that the phrase was uttered by Sasuke. "I am willing to support your lofty aspirations and accompany you through the thorns to the summit." Alone, she ventured out of the village. While the formidable beasts of the ninja world retreated, Tsunade's body began to tremble. Hinata realized that the side effects of the 100 Healings Jutsu were manifesting due to the toll it took on her body. Tsunade would temporarily transform into an elderly woman, a visage she dreaded facing and feared showing to others. "Sister, are you all right?" Hinata grasped Tsunade's hand firmly, channeling a surge of chakra into her body. In an instant, Tsunade regained her vitality. The wrinkles and creases that had begun to appear vanished completely. "Thank you, my dear sister," Tsunade said, affectionately kissing Hinata's forehead. No woman wishes to be seen in a state of aging. The group set off back to Konoha. Throughout the journey, Naruto remained indignant and unconvinced. Unable to restrain his thoughts, he remarked, "Compared to Grandpa Third, it feels like Tsunade Grandma is ill-tempered, stubborn, extravagant, and both cunning and foolish. I have serious concerns about her capabilities. Her performance in battle pales in comparison to that of little Tintin, gentle, reliable, kind, and powerful." Tsunade struggled to contain her anger, reminding herself as an elder to exercise restraint, and as the fifth Hokage, to care for her subordinates. Yet Naruto continued his relentless teasing. "She's clearly an elderly woman in her 50s. Has she used some transformation jutsu? As Hokage, deceiving everyone is unacceptable. Those who are vain usually possess questionable character. Reveal your wrinkled face and sparse teeth honestly. No one will mock you. You brat." Tsunade could no longer hold back, delivering a punch that sent Naruto crashing into the ground. Sasuke shrugged, thinking this was the consequence of provoking a violent woman. With such a person in power, the village might not tolerate her for long. However, Tsunade promptly lifted Naruto back up, her tone soft yet laced with menace. You will be my beloved subordinate. But do refrain from speaking carelessly, understood? Terrified, Naruto gulped and replied, All right, Tsunade Granny. Inwardly, Sakura felt guilty. Technically, Granny was not an appropriate term. Yet for some reason, Tsunade seemed unperturbed by Naruto's address. Upon returning to Konoha, Hinata intended to tend to Kakashi's injuries but decided to leave that task to Tsunade, considering it was crucial for her to establish her authority upon her return. Tsunade, upon witnessing Kakashi's weakened state, scoffed, You let two little thieves best you so easily. You were truly lacking. I thought you were a genius. Kakashi, filled with guilt, murmured, I'm sorry. Guy and Lee hid behind a white cloth, rolling their eyes in fear. Rumors spread within the ninja community that it was this woman who had broken Jiraiya-sama's 8 ribs with a single punch. Just as Hinata exited the hospital, she spotted Konohamaru sitting on the ground, crying. He muttered to himself, Why did that foolish grandfather have to die? The once respected guards of the Hokage now stood in silence. No longer tolerating him, Hinata cleared away all remnants of the third Hokage. She gently patted Konohamaru's head, offering solace. Your grandfather will forever remain a hero of the village, a truth that cannot be altered. However, you must learn to grow and refrain from weeping incessantly. When you venture out, do not mention that I am your older sister. Konohamaru, captivated by Hinata's exquisite beauty, suddenly blushed. Clenching his fists, he declared, I will heed your words, big sister. I shall become stronger and seize the title of Hokage. With renewed hope and vigor, he dashed away. Following the approval of the daimyo, Tsunade officially ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage. After deliberation, considering that the intensity of the current Chunin exams far exceeded that of previous ones, she promptly promoted Hinata, Shikamaru, Naruto, Neji, and Sasuke to Chunin. After all, following the previous battle, where the 3rd Hokage and many ninjas perished, it was indeed time for fresh blood, accustomed to a leisurely life. Tsunade found herself inundated with an overwhelming amount of work. Thus, she entrusted Shizen to manage it. Shizen expressed her own stress regarding the situation. Tsunade then turned her attention to Hinata, seeking to recruit her as an assistant. Hinata quickly declined and recommended Shikamaru and Sakura, asserting that both were exceptionally talented individuals, with reputable backgrounds, unwavering loyalty, and remarkable intelligence. Tsunade, convinced, accepted her recommendations. From that moment onward, Shikamaru's days of ease came to an abrupt end, while Sakura embarked on a path of hard work. Not long after, Shikamaru observed Tsunade reprimanding his father and discreetly inquired of Naruto, Who is this young and audacious woman? Naruto replied, She is the 5th Hokage. Shikamaru was taken aback. Naruto added in a whisper, Do not be deceived by her appearance. She is a woman in her 50s. Shikamaru was astonished once more. After Tsunade's admonition, Shikaka cheerfully patted Shikamaru's shoulder, saying, Congratulations, my boy. You are not only now a Chunin, but Lady Tsunade has expressed her desire to recruit you as her Hokage assistant. Shikamaru hurriedly protested, But I know nothing. I am still so young, merely a child. Can I refuse? Shikaka subtly leaned closer to Shikamaru's ear, saying, It was Miss Hinata who wholeheartedly recommended you. Do not let her goodwill go to waste. He glanced at Hinata, whose expression was gentle and innocent, clearly indicating her disconnection from the matter. Shikamaru felt like crying. He felt utterly trapped. He harbored no grand ambitions or desires, merely wishing to lead an ordinary life, earning a modest income as an average ninja to support himself and his family, without any insatiable material cravings. Greetings, Lady Tsunade. I am Sakura Haruno, he heard, as his thoughts were interrupted, realizing that Sakura appeared quite eager. Tsunade glanced at her resume and remarked kindly, Your grades are commendable. You are suited for clerical work. Miss Hinata has recommended you as my assistant. Are you willing? Sakura became excited, realizing this was the Tsunade whom Hinata had previously mentioned as a potential mentor. She nodded vigorously, expressing her wholehearted enthusiasm. Shikamaru stood in shock, pondering how anyone could be so eager to become a mere workhorse. For the sake of his promising future, he fought valiantly. He raised his hand and weakly uttered, Lady Tsunade, I am unwilling. Tsunade cast him a sidelong glance, coldly retorting, Did I ask for your opinion? A palpable aura of menace filled the air. Shivering, Shikamaru wisely lowered his hand. Women are truly formidable. She had no intention of considering his thoughts, nor did she care for his wishes. Alas, the tranquil days of leisurely chess and serene living have vanished forever. Shikaku clapped Shikamaru's shoulder with a heavy hand. Offering consolation, She is the strongest and most beautiful woman in the world, after all. She is one of the legendary Sannin, a true gem. Hang in there. Your father believes in you. Shikamaru seemed to age several years in an instant. A woman is Hokage? I am simply not adept at dealing with women. Besides, she expects men to be obedient. It's all so troublesome. Shikaku, however, was unfazed, for he was accustomed to the matriarchal rule of his household. The woman this lad eventually marries will likely possess a temperament no gentler than that of Tsunade.